Chapter 1. The Fiery Trial and the Resurrection of Loyalty. In the winter of the 43rd year of the Changge era of the Great Xia dynasty, the capital city was cloaked in a solemn chill. At the general's manor in the north, a searing pain emanated from the depths of his soul, as if it sought to rend his very essence apart. Changge suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, cold sweat instantly soaking the silk garment that clung to him. No longer did he behold the towering flames and billowing smoke, nor the seemingly compassionate yet truly cold visage of the crown prince. What greeted his gaze was the familiar jade-green writing desk, adorned with his beloved Tao Te Ching, alongside a white jade candlestick, where a flame danced peacefully. The gentle glow of the candlelight cast a warm hue over everything in the room. This was his chamber. No, it was the chamber of his 16-year-old self. A thunderclap resounded violently in Changge's mind. The searing agony of the flames still lingered in his limbs. The despair of flesh being charred to cinders remained vividly etched in his memory. Over 300 souls, all perished in a conflagration due to his misplaced trust in a single individual, leaving no intact remains behind. The echoes of his father's furious roar, his mother's sorrowful weeping, and the unyielding howls of the loyal family retainers still reverberated in his ears. Instinctively, Changge raised his hand to touch his face. The sensation was smooth and warm, devoid of any trace of burns. His hand was fair and slender, with well-defined joints, yet still bore the youthful innocence of a boy, rather than the calloused and scarred hands of a seasoned warrior who had wielded a spear for 30 years. What was happening? A gust of cold wind swept in through the partially opened window, causing him to shiver and clearing his muddled thoughts somewhat. His gaze fell upon a polished copper mirror, gleaming like a diamond. Changge struggled to rise from the bed, stumbling towards the mirror. Reflected within was a youthful and handsome visage. His brows were sharp, his eyes bright like stars, with a high nose, though his complexion appeared somewhat pale, imbued with an unmistakable scholarly air. This was his 16-year-old self, the boy who had yet to take up arms, who was solely devoted to the study of virtuous texts, harboring naive fantasies about the future and human nature. "Third young master, you have awakened?" A somewhat high-pitched voice called from the doorway as Butler Fu entered, and upon seeing Changge standing before the mirror, a look of surprise crossed his face. Butler Fu, an elder of the household, had watched Changge grow up. Noticing his pallid complexion, he inquired with concern, "Is the third young master feeling unwell?" The banquet for the old matriarch's 70th birthday is about to commence. The master just sent someone to urge you, as the young lords and ladies from all the residences are already waiting in the main hall for your arrival. The old matriarch's 70th birthday. These 6 words struck Changge like a bolt of lightning, dispelling all his confusion. Was it not the commencement of all the tragedies in his past life that stemmed from his grandmother's birthday banquet? At that very feast, his cousin Changge had, in front of all the guests, publicly accused his father, Yuan, the then general of the north, of embezzling military funds and privately purchasing fertile land. The evidence presented by Changge was irrefutable, leaving his father with no means to defend himself. Despite the unwavering support from the remnants of the Northern Guard, my father ultimately lost his position as general, retaining only an empty title. From that moment onward, he was consumed by melancholy, succumbing to illness. The grand tree that was the Northern General's residence had its roots hollowed out. In an effort to vindicate my father and revive our family's honor, I plunged into the military, drenched in blood and battle, eventually becoming the foremost warrior under the Crown Prince's command. How laughable it is, truly laughable. After a decade of defending the northern border for the Crown Prince, I was met with a secret decree of extermination, issued just before his ascension to the throne, aimed at eliminating those whose merits might overshadow his own. The very one who framed my father, Changge, had already secretly allied with the Crown Prince. On the night of the massacre, he ignited the first flame at the general's residence, reveling in his audacity. It became evident that everything was part of a grand schemia meticulously orchestrated trap that had been set in motion since my grandmother's birthday banquet, over a decade in the making. No, I'm not dead, I have returned. Changge's body trembled not from fear, but from a profound rage and uncontainable euphoria. Heaven has eyes. It allowed me to return to a time before the tragedy unfolded. Uncle Fu observed the shifting expressions of the third young master, one moment filled with boundless hatred, the next on the brink of laughter, causing him to feel a chill in his heart. Third young master, are you all right? Shall I fetch a doctor? The storm in Changge's eyes subsided, all emotions settling into an unfathomable abyss of coldness. When he raised his head again, the youth in the mirror bore the same features, yet the brilliance in his phoenix-like eyes had transformed entirely. The clarity and innocence of your had vanished without a trace, replaced by the ruthlessness and sharpness honed amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It was a gaze that seemed capable of piercing through the very soul of another. Uncle Fu felt a jolt in his heart under that gaze, instinctively retreating a half-step, lowering his head to avoid direct eye contact. The third young master seemed somewhat different. "I'm fine." Changge's voice emerged, calm and devoid of ripples. Yet Uncle Fu sensed that beneath this tranquility lay the pressure of an impending eruption. "Change my attire." "Yes, at once." Uncle Fu did not dare to delay, promptly bringing forth a freshly embroidered robe prepared for the birthday banquet. It was a moon-white long robe, adorned with exquisite bamboo leaf patterns, perfectly aligning with Changge's usual refined demeanor. He spread his arms wide, allowing Uncle Fu to dress him. His gaze, however, penetrated the air before him, as if he could already envision the fod of merriment and laughter in the main hall, rife with hypocrisy. He envisioned his cousin Changge, clutching those so-called evidence, waiting for the opportune moment to present his father with a surprise gift for the celebration. In his past life, Changge had been weak and ignorant, helplessly witnessing his father being wronged and their family's downfall. In this life, a cold, chilling smile graced the corners of Changge's lips. "Since I have returned, this performance must be sung anew." With his robe donned and hair adorned with a jade crown, a dashing young man reappeared in the copper mirror. "Let us go." Uncle Fu. Changge stepped forward, making his way towards the door. "I cannot keep the elders and my brothers waiting." "Indeed," replied Uncle Fu respectfully, following closely behind, though a deepening perplexity filled his heart. For reasons unknown, the third young master's figure, though still slender, at that moment exuded an impression of stability akin to a mountain and the sharpness of a sword being unsheathed. As he traversed the corridor, the clamor of the main hall grew increasingly palpable. The harmonious melodies of strings and woodwinds mingled with the laughter of guests, creating a vibrant tableau. Just before stepping through the moon gate into the main hall, Changge's pace faltered for the briefest of moments. His gaze pierced through the archway, transcending the insincere smiles of the mingling guests, and precisely fixated on the side of the main seat. There, a young man clad in deep blue brocade engaged animatedly in conversation with several officials, occasionally receiving flattery from those around him, his face radiating an unmistakable air of triumph. It was none other than his esteemed cousin, Changge. As if sensing his gaze, Changge turned just in time to meet his eyes. Their gazes locked, and a wider smile blossomed on Changge's face as he raised his wine cup in a gesture, mouthing a phrase. The phrase was unmistakable to Changge. "Good show, the opening act." A gentle smile unfurled across Changge's countenance, warm and innocuous. Yet, the mirth did not reach his eyes. A good show? Indeed. It was time to commence. However, the leading role required a change. Chapter 1. Consumed by flames, the loyal bones reborn. In the winter of the 43rd year of the Changge era of the Great Xia dynasty, within the capital, at the residence of the northern general, an agonizing pain surged from the depths of his soul, as if it were intent on tearing apart his very essence. Changge suddenly opened his eyes, gasping violently as cold sweat drenched his silk undergarments. No longer did he behold the towering inferno and billowing smoke, nor the seemingly compassionate yet truly merciless visage of the crown prince. Instead, his gaze fell upon the familiar jade desk, adorned with his cherished Dao De Jing and a white jade candlestick, its flame dancing serenely. The warm, gentle light of the candle cast a soft hue upon everything in the room. This was his chamber. No, it should be the chamber he inhabited at the tender age of 16. A thunderclap resounded in Changge's mind. The searing pain of being engulfed in flames lingered in his limbs. The despair of flesh being reduced to cinders remained vividly etched in his memory. Over 300 members of his family perished in the inferno, all because he had misplaced his trust in one individual, leaving not a single complete bone behind. The echoes of his father's furious roars, his mother's sorrowful weeping, and the indignant howls of his loyal retainers still reverberated in his ears. Instinctively, Changge raised his hand to touch his face. The sensation was smooth and warm, devoid of any trace of burns. His hand was fair and slender, with distinctly defined knuckles, yet it still bore a hint of youthful innocence, rather than the calloused and scarred hands of a seasoned warrior who had wielded a spear for 30 years. What is happening? A chilling breeze swept in through the half-open window, causing him to shiver and clearing his confused thoughts somewhat. His gaze fell upon a polished, diamond-shaped copper mirror. Struggling to rise from the bed, Changge staggered a few steps to the mirror. There, he beheld a young and handsome visage. With sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a high nose bridge, he appeared slightly pale, and there lingered an air of scholarly delicacy about him. This is my 16-year-old self, the boy who had yet to take up arms, wholly devoted to the teachings of sages, holding naive dreams about the future and human nature. Third young master, you are awake? A somewhat shrill voice echoed at the door as Butler Fu entered, observing Changge standing before the mirror with a hint of surprise on his face. Butler Fu, an elder of the household who had watched Changge grow, noted his pallid complexion and inquired with concern, "Is the third young master unwell?" The celebration for the old madam's 70th birthday is about to commence. The master has just sent someone to urge you, as the young masters and misses from all branches are already waiting in the front hall for your arrival. The 70th birthday of the old madam. These 6 words struck Changge like a bolt of lightning, dispelling all his confusion. Was it not the onset of all his past tragedies that began with this very banquet for his grandmother? It was during this celebratory feast that his cousin Changge, in front of a hall full of guests, exposed his father, the then Northern General Yuan, for supposedly embezzling military funds and privately purchasing fertile lands. The evidence Changge presented was irrefutable, leaving his father unable to defend himself. Despite the steadfast support of the former Northern defenders, my father ultimately lost his title as general, retaining only an empty noble rank. From that moment on, he fell into a state of deep despondency, succumbing to illness. The once mighty Northern general's residence was irrevocably weakened at its very roots. In an effort to vindicate my father's honor and restore our family standing, I immersed myself in the military, engaging in countless battles and ultimately becoming the foremost general under the crown prince. How absurd, truly absurd it is. For 10 years, I defended the northern frontier for the prince, only to receive, on the eve of his ascension, a covert decree of extermination aimed at eliminating those whose accomplishments overshadowed his authority. Meanwhile, the very one who had conspired against my father, Changge, had long since ingratiated himself with the prince, igniting the first flames of destruction upon the general's residence that fateful night, reveling in his audacity. It became clear everything was an elaborate trapan, astonishing scheme meticulously orchestrated over a decade, commencing from my grandmother's birthday banquet. No, I'm not dead. I have returned. Changge's body trembled, not out of fear, but from an overwhelming fury and uncontainable ecstasy. The heavens have indeed opened their eyes, allowing him to return to a time before the tragedy unfolded. Uncle Fu observed the shifting expressions of the young master, who oscillated between seething rage and the urge to laugh aloud, causing him to feel a sense of unease. "Third young master, are you all right? Should I fetch a doctor?" The storm in Changge's eyes abruptly calmed, all his emotions settling into a bottomless, frigid abyss. When he lifted his gaze again, the reflection in the mirror displayed a youth whose features remained the same, yet the brilliance in his phoenix eyes had transformed entirely. The clarity and innocence of yesteryears had vanished without a trace, replaced by the ruthlessness and sharpness honed amidst a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. It was a gaze that seemed capable of piercing through one's very soul. Uncle Fu felt a jolt at the intensity of that gaze, instinctively retreating half a step, lowering his head to avoid meeting it. The third young master seemed somewhat different. "I am fine." Changge's voice emerged, tranquil yet devoid of any ripples, leaving Uncle Fu with the impression that beneath this calm lay a volcano on the verge of eruption. "Change my attire." "Yes, at once." Uncle Fu hastened to retrieve a pristine brocade robe prepared for the birthday celebration. It was a moon-white long robe, adorned with exquisite bamboo leaf patterns, perfectly reflecting Gu Changge's usual demeanor of refinement and grace. He extended his arms, allowing Uncle Fu to dress him. Yet his gaze pierced through the air before him, as if he could already envision the fad of insincerity in the front hall, where goblets clinked and laughter echoed. He saw his cousin, Gu Changming, clutching those so-called evidence, biding his time to present his father with a surprise gift for the occasion. In his previous life, Gu Changge was timid and ignorant, powerless to witness his father suffer injustice and their family fall from grace. In this life, a chilling smile curved upon Gu Changge's lips. Since he had returned, it was time to alter the performance of this grand play. Dressed in his robe, with his hair adorned in a jade crown, a graceful young man once again appeared in the copper mirror. "Let us go." Uncle Fu. Gu Changge took a step forward, making his way towards the door, murmuring, "I must not keep my elders and brothers waiting anxiously." "Indeed," replied Uncle Fu respectfully, following closely behind, though increasingly perplexed. For reasons unknown, the third young master's lean figure, which appeared so frail, at that moment exuded an aura of steadfastness akin to a mountain and sharpness reminiscent of a sword being drawn from its sheath. As he traversed the corridor, the cacophony of the front hall grew ever closer. The harmonious melodies of silk and bamboo instruments intertwined with the laughter and conversations of guests, creating a lively spectacle. Just before stepping through the moon gate into the front hall, Gu Changge's pace momentarily faltered. His gaze traversed the archway, cutting through the fog of insincere smiles and precisely honing in on the side of the Grand Master's seat. There, a young man clad in resplendent sapphire brocade was animatedly engaging in conversation with several officials, occasionally receiving flattery from onlookers, his countenance radiating an unmistakable air of triumph and satisfaction. It was none other than his esteemed cousin, Gu Changming. As if sensing his gaze, Gu Changming coincidentally glanced towards the entrance. Their eyes met, and Gu Changming's smile broadened, raising his wine cup in a gesture, forming a word with his lips. That word was unmistakable. "Spectacle, the show is about to begin." A gentle smile gradually unfolded on Gu Changge's countenance, warm yet innocuous. However, that smile did not reach his eyes. A spectacle? Indeed, it was time for the curtain to rise. Yet, the lead role must be reassigned. Chapter 2. The Cousin's Challenge, a document of accusation. The gentle smile on Gu Changge's face caused Gu Changming to pause momentarily, as a sense of unease washed over him. For reasons unknown, he felt that Gu Changge was somewhat out of sorts today. This cousin, who typically buried himself in books and often appeared shy in the presence of others, now possessed a gaze akin to a serene yet unfathomable abyss, stirring an inexplicable trepidation within him. Surely, it was merely an illusion. After all, he was just a bookish lad, incapable of any wrongdoing. Gu Changming scoffed internally, swiftly casting aside the feeling of disquiet. After today, the fortunes of the general's household would irrevocably shift. Gu Changge and his obstinate military father would find themselves reduced to mere insects in the mud. Unfazed by Gu Changming's presence, Gu Changge withdrew his gaze and stepped into the grand hall. The hall was teeming with guests, adorned in splendid garments, their cups and plates clinking in a festive and harmonious atmosphere. He first approached the head of the table, deeply bowing before the matriarch seated in a dark red robe of longevity. "Grandmother, I, your grandson Changge, wish you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity akin to the southern mountain." The matriarch's wrinkled face broke into a smile, and she nodded. "Changge is thoughtful. Please take your seat. We have been waiting for you." Subsequently, Gu Changge paid his respects to his father, Gu Yuan, and his uncle, Gu Zhan, who sat on either side. Gu Yuan, a robust figure whose military demeanor could not be concealed even in casual attire, furrowed his brow upon seeing his son and stated solemnly, "In such an important gathering, why are you late?" "I was briefly unwell and needed to rest." "My apologies for causing you worry," Gu Changge replied with measured humility. Beside him, Uncle Gu Zhan interjected with a smile. "Come now, second brother. Changge has always been delicate. A slight delay is of no consequence. Today is our mother's grand birthday. Let us not allow trivial matters to provoke anger." Gu Zhan bore a resemblance to Gu Yuan, yet their dispositions were markedly different. His face was perpetually adorned with a genial smile, reminiscent of a wealthy gentleman. Gu Changge inwardly scoffed at this insincere facade, which mirrored that of his previous life. As he settled into his designated seat, his mother, Lu Shi, eagerly grasped his hand and inquired softly, "My son, why do you look so pale? Are you unwell again?" "Do not worry, mother. I am perfectly fine," Changge replied with a reassuring smile. Just as he was getting comfortable, a sarcastic voice drifted from a neighboring table. "Ah, our esteemed third brother is indeed a person of great importance. Grandmother's birthday is upon us, and all the guests await you alone. Such a grand entrance. Have you perhaps been reading too many sage texts lately and forgotten the proprieties of the mundane world?" The speaker was Gu Changming's follower, the second house's cousin, Changge. In his past life, this individual had often mocked him with biting remarks. Instantly, many eyes in the hall turned to Changge, brimming with anticipation for the unfolding drama. Had it been the former Changge, he would have blushed and faltered under such scrutiny. Yet now, he simply lifted his wine cup, gently swirling its contents without raising his gaze, and calmly stated, "As the Book of Rites says, a gentleman cultivates his character through tranquility and nurtures virtue through frugality. Cousin Changge, your impatience suggests a lack of scholarly pursuit, resulting in a restless spirit and a deficiency in moral integrity." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of those seated at nearby tables. At the gathering, several esteemed scholars were present, and upon hearing these words, their eyes brightened, nodding in agreement. Changge's face flushed crimson, as he had intended to mock Changge as a mere bookworm, yet found himself branded as a reckless scoundrel by a well-referenced remark. "You!" Changge exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. "Enough!" Zhan, seated at the head of the table, interjected sharply, casting a disapproving glance at Changge. "Have some decorum and sit down." Reluctantly, Changge complied, though his glare was filled with a desire to devour Changge whole. This minor dispute thus settled, Changge understood that it was merely an appetizer. As expected, after several rounds of wine and dishes, Changming, who had been gracefully navigating the evening, suddenly stepped into the center of the hall. He first bowed deeply to the matriarch and proclaimed loudly, "Grandmother, today is your 70th birthday, and I have prepared a special gift for you." The guests perked up, curiosity piqued. The matriarch smiled and said, "Oh, you are thoughtful. What gift do you have for me? Bring it forth for me to see." Changming's smile gradually faded, replaced by a solemn expression of deep concern. "This gift pertains to the century-long reputation of the Gu family and the stability of our great Xia dynasty." His words sent shockwaves through the room, transforming the atmosphere from festive to grave. His father, Yuan, furrowed his brow and admonished, "Changming, cease this nonsense. Today is your grandmother's birthday. Do not spread alarming words here." "Uncle, I do not wish for this either." Changming's eyes glistened with tears, revealing his profound sorrow. However, some matters, if left unaddressed, could spell disaster for the Gu family. With a swift motion, he produced a thick stack of documents from his sleeve, raising it high. "Our family has long enjoyed the Emperor's grace, inheriting our titles without fail. My uncle, Yuan, holds the esteemed position of General of the North, commanding 200,000 troops to safeguard the realm. Such imperial favor warrants utmost loyalty and sacrifice." Changming's tone shifted sharply, becoming piercing as a lamenting cuckoo. "Yet my uncle has succumbed to greed, committing deeds intolerable by heaven." With a resounding crash, he hurled the documents to the floor and pointed accusingly at Yuan. Articulating each word with conviction, "General Yuan, you have embezzled military funds, trafficked weapons, and privately acquired 3,000 acres of fertile land outside the capital. Here are the ledgers. Here are the deeds. Each item is backed by irrefutable evidence." Boom. The entire hall seemed to resonate with a thunderous roar, plunging into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The guests were left in stunned disbelief, gazing at Yuan with incredulity. Embezzlement and illicit land acquisition were offenses severe enough in any dynasty to warrant extermination of one's lineage. "You slander me." Yuan erupted in fury, his body trembling with rage as he stood abruptly, an aura of murderous intent emanating uncontrollably. "With evidence so damning, can you still deny it, uncle?" Changming stood undaunted, his chest out, embodying the righteousness of exposing a traitor. "I know that revealing your misdeeds is an act of filial impiety. Yet, for the sake of the Gu family's honor and in adherence to the laws of Xia, my dear nephew, I am compelled to act thus." "Second brother, calm your fury." Zhan hastily restrained the furious Yuan, his countenance awash with sorrow and disappointment. What is truly amiss, second brother? If you have grievances, speak them. We are family. Mother Lu was already pale with fear, her body weakened. The matriarch's expression had also turned a shade of deep indigo as she gripped her dragon-headed cane, veins prominent in her hands. Gu Changming observed the unfolding scene, a flicker of malicious satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He aimed to bring Gu Yuan to ruin before the assembled guests. Bring forth the witnesses, Gu Changming commanded, raising his arm. In response, 2 servants escorted a gaunt middle-aged man through the side entrance. Upon entering the hall, the man fell to his knees, weeping bitterly. I am but a humble steward of the general's estate. Every illicit account has been processed by my hand. I am guilty. I have wronged the court. I have wronged His Majesty. With both testimonial and material evidence presented, a flawless cycle was established. Gu Yuan's vision blurred with rage, his finger trembling as he pointed at the steward, yet he could not utter a single word. After a lifetime of valor and integrity, he had never endured such a profound humiliation. Gu Changming surveyed the crowd, reveling in the astonished and scornful gazes directed at him, his heart soaring with triumph. The situation was irrevocably settled. Just as he prepared to speak again, to nail Gu Yuan to the pillar of disgrace, a clear voice resonated through the hall. Cousin, your filial piety is indeed moving. To preserve the Gu family's reputation, you would willingly send your own uncle to his doom. Truly, a revelation for your younger brother. The guests turned to see Gu Changge, who had risen at some point, standing with a tranquil expression devoid of panic or anger, a subtle smile playing upon his lips as he gently applauded. The crisp sound of applause echoed sharply in the otherwise silent hall. Chapter 3. A stunning reversal. Gu Changge's applause and words introduced a peculiar distortion to the previously tense atmosphere. The smugness and indignation on Gu Changming's face instantly froze, morphing into a furious embarrassment as he barked, Gu Changge, have you lost your mind? This is a moment of life and death for our family, and you still find time to applaud? Or perhaps, like your father, you are already blinded by greed and devoid of shame. His vehement reprimand rang with righteous indignation. Several guests shook their heads slightly, deeming Gu Changge's behavior too frivolous and unbecoming. Nevertheless, the smile on Gu Changge's face remained unwavering. His gaze did not linger on Gu Changming, but instead fell directly upon the trembling steward still prostrate on the ground. Steward Wang, Gu Changge began slowly, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. How long have you served in our Gu household? Steward Wang shuddered, taken aback by the sudden inquiry, and stammered in reply, to third young master, I have served here for 15 years. 15 years. Gu Changge nodded slightly, as if reflecting on the passage of time. He then languidly inquired, I recall that in the autumn 3 years ago, your only son fell gravely ill, hanging by a thread, and in dire need of a precious herb known as dragon's blood ginseng to prolong his life. Is this true? Upon uttering these words, not only did Manager Wang freeze in astonishment, but even his father, Gu Yuan, along with the assembled clan members, were left speechless. This was an old tale, a mere domestic affair of a servant. How could Gu Changge, the reclusive young master, possess such intricate knowledge? Manager Wang's countenance turned ashen, sweat pouring from him, his gaze evasive. Yes, there was such an incident. Eventually, after exhausting my family's fortune, I managed to save my son's life. Gu Changge's lips curled into a sardonic smile. A century-old dragon's blood ginseng commands a market price of at least 500 taels of silver. Your monthly stipend is but 5 taels. Even if you were to squander your entire fortune, you would hardly gather a fraction of that, would you? Gu Changge took a few steps forward, each stride resembling a crushing weight upon Manager Wang's heart. Allow me to hazard a guess. At that time, was there not a noble benefactor who appeared just in time, generously offering you 500 taels of silver to save your son's life? Manager Wang could no longer withstand the pressure, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a word. Gu Changge averted his gaze from him, slowly turning to the now pale-faced Gu Changming, his voice suddenly turning frigid. That uncle of yours, who values wealth above all and withholds military funds, my father, was at that very moment engaged in a bloody battle against the barbarians in the northern borders. And the one who saved your son's life, the one who bestowed upon you 500 taels of silver, is none other than my esteemed cousin, Gu Changming. A thunderous uproar erupted throughout the hall. If Gu Changming's earlier accusations were akin to a sudden clap of thunder, Then Gu Changge's revelations were nothing short of a cataclysmic tsunami. The individuals present were not fools. A steward who had received a monumental favor from another now stood to testify against the benefactor's sworn enemy. The implications were unmistakable. This was not merely a witness. This was a desperate warrior, bound by gratitude and willing to martyr himself for a false testimony. You speak nonsense. Gu Changming finally panicked. Pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Changge, I merely felt pity for Manager Wang in that moment of compassion. What does this have to do with today's events? Do not attempt to confuse the matter. Oh, is that so? Gu Changge chuckled softly, as if anticipating his retort. His gaze shifted once more to the ledger that had been cast to the ground. He bent down, leisurely retrieving the ledger, and delicately brushed off the dust with his fingers. Since my cousin alleges that I am distorting the truth, let us discuss this ironclad evidence. This forged ledger was crafted on exquisite Changge paper, utilizing the finest Huizhou ink, the handwriting closely mimicking that of Manager Wang, clearly indicative of significant effort. Each of Gu Changge's words resonated as if he were extolling a masterpiece, causing the hearts of Gu Changming and his father, Gu Zhan, to sink further. Alas, Gu Changge continued, shifting his tone with a hint of regret. Even the most meticulous plans can harbor flaws. He raised the ledger high and turned towards an elderly gentleman among the guests, whose hair and beard were entirely white, and proclaimed with a resonant voice, Scholar Zhang. You are renowned in the court as a master of calligraphy, and your expertise in the four treasures of the study is unparalleled. I beseech you to enlighten me. The scholar, upon being addressed, paused for a moment and then stroked his beard, replying, Please, third young master, speak your mind. Gu Changge gently tapped the cover of the ledger with his finger. May I inquire, esteemed scholar, whether the ink used to create this ledger is the newly released Qingyu Smoke from Wenbao Studio this year? Scholar Zhang dismissed the attendant beside him and stepped forward to take the ledger, examining it closely beneath the flickering candlelight, inhaling deeply. His expression suddenly turned peculiar. Indeed, the ink possesses a rich azure hue with a hint of orchid fragrance. It is the Qingyu Smoke I acquired from Wenbao Studio just last month. This ink is of exceptional quality and has gained immense fame in the capital since its release, making forgery impossible. Upon receiving the affirmative response, Gu Changge smiled. A smile that, in Gu Changming's eyes, resembled that of a devil. Thank you, esteemed scholar, for your clarification. His voice resonated throughout the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please take heed. This Qingyu Smoke is a brand new ink that debuted just last month. Yet the earliest entry recorded in this ledger dates back 2 years. He then fixed his gaze upon his cousin Gu Changming, his eyes sharp as swords. Tell me, how did you manage to use ink that was only available last month to document accounts from 2 years ago? Could it be that you possess some divine ability, foreseeing the future and employing Qingyu Smoke 2 years in advance? Each word pierced the heart. Gu Changming appeared as if struck by lightning. His face drained of color as he staggered back 2 steps, his mouth opening and closing without producing a sound. It was over. Everyone understood. This was a complete frame-up, a scheme riddled with flaws. The so-called indisputable evidence was nothing more than a jest. With a thud, Uncle Gu Zhan's legs buckled, and he slumped into a chair, his face ashen. No, it can't be, Gu Changming muttered, unable to believe that his meticulously crafted plan had been so easily dismantled. There is nothing impossible. Gu Changge advanced step by step, his voice as frigid as the winds of the northern realms. Cousin, to forge evidence and implicate a second-rank official of the court, the general of the northern defense, what punishment do you think you deserve under the laws of the Great Xia? Gu Changming was drenched in sweat, trembling uncontrollably. No, it wasn't me, he cried, grasping at a final straw, pointing frantically at his father. It was my father. He made me do it. You ungrateful wretch. Gu Zhan, now startled and enraged, sprang up and slapped Gu Changming across the face. A farcical scene of a father and son turning against each other unfolded. Gu Changge observed the spectacle with cold indifference, his heart unperturbed. He did not relent, but instead cast forth an even more explosive revelation. Uncle, cousin, you need not continue this charade. The reason for your scheming is clear. Your branch has secretly allied with His Highness the Crown Prince, seeking to discredit my father and render the military strength of the general of the Northern Defense, which does not belong to the prince's faction, utterly incapacitated. This document that could topple the influential ministers within the court is surely capable of garnering significant favor for you in the eyes of the Crown Prince, is it not? The moment the words Crown Prince escaped Gu Changge's lips, the atmosphere in the grand hall seemed to crystallize. This was no longer merely a familial conflict. It had escalated into a fierce contention for succession, a vortex that could plunge the entire clan into irreparable ruin. Gu Yuan's countenance shifted from fury to an unprecedented gravity and trepidation. Enough. A voice, aged yet commanding, resonated from the head of the table. The matriarch, who had remained silent until now, abruptly struck her dragon-headed cane forcefully against the ground. The hard bluestone surface cracked slightly under the impact. She slowly rose, her muddied old eyes now gleaming with an icy brilliance, brimming with an unyielding chill. Her gaze swept over the prostrate forms of Gu Zhan and Gu Changming, her tone devoid of any warmth. Gu Zhan, Gu Changming, you two, kneel before me. Chapter 4. The Blood-Red Birthday Banquet. The Emperor's machinations, the matriarch's commanding shout carried the weight of one who has long held power. Gu Zhan and Gu Changming felt an immense pressure bearing down upon them. Their legs buckled, and they collapsed to the ground in disarray. The unforgiving bluestone floor struck their knees with painful force, yet it paled in comparison to the dread and despair filling their hearts. The guests in the hall dared not even breathe, acutely aware that the matriarch of the northern general's residence was about to purge her household. The fewer eyes that beheld such familial secrets, the more peace they could secure. The matriarch's murky gaze slowly scanned the room, finally resting upon several distinguished princes, ministers, and renowned scholars. Her voice regained its calm, yet bore an undeniable authoritative weight. I apologize for the spectacle today. It is a misfortune for the Gu family that two wayward scions have plotted to fracture our clan. Family matters are best kept private. I implore you all, for the sake of this old woman's thin reputation, to keep tonight's events to yourselves. She seemed to emphasize the words family matters with deliberate intent. Those present, astute as they were, readily discerned the underlying meaning of her words, both a plea and a warning. You are too harsh, esteemed matriarch. A prince closely allied with the Gu family rose first, attempting to lighten the mood with a chuckle. The moon shines brilliantly tonight, and the wine flows abundantly. I shall only remember celebrating the matriarch's birthday. As for the rest, one grows old and forgetful. Nothing has been seen, nor heard. Indeed, indeed, echoed the others, hastily finding excuses as they rose to take their leave. In mere moments, the once bustling hall was left utterly vacant. Only the core members of the Gu family remained, the atmosphere growing ever more oppressive. The matriarch did not cast another glance at the kneeling father and son. Instead, she turned her attention to her second son, Gu Yuan. Yuaner, she addressed him. Mother. Gu Yuan stepped forward, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. What do you think should be done with these two wayward scions? The matriarch inquired, her tone measured. A flicker of conflict passed through Gu Yuan's eyes. Despite being his elder brother, Gu Zhan's thoughts inevitably turned to the near catastrophe that had nearly plunged their entire family into the abyss. And any lingering struggle swiftly transformed into resolute coldness. Everything hinged upon their mother's decree. The matriarch nodded, seemingly satisfied with this conclusion. Her gaze finally returned to Gu Changming, and it bore the chilling intensity of one observing a corpse. Gu Changming, having conspired against his uncle and fractured the family, was deserving of punishment. Yet, since you still carry the blood of the Gu family, I shall spare your life. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of hope ignited in Gu Changming's eyes. However, the subsequent pronouncement from the matriarch plunged him into despair. Bring him in. Two burly housekeepers strode in from outside. Remove this wretched creature from the family tree, reclaim the name from the Chang generation. Then, break his legs and cast him out of the capital, leaving him to fend for himself, with no further ties to the Gu family. Such words were merciless. To be disowned, crippled, and exiled was a torment more profound than death itself. No, grandmother, please no. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Gu Changming, terrified to his core, prostrated himself, his forehead quickly becoming a crimson mess. Father, save me. Father. He turned to Gu Zhan, unleashing a desperate wail. Yet Gu Zhan, already pale with fright and preoccupied with his own survival, dared not utter a word. The housekeepers, devoid of expression, moved forward and dragged the pitiful Gu Changming, resembling a lifeless dog, towards the exit. Heart-wrenching screams soon echoed from deep within the courtyard, but were swiftly replaced by the sickening sounds of bones cracking and a muffled groan, before ultimately fading into silence. Once Gu Changming was dealt with, The matriarch's gaze shifted to the trembling Gu Zhan. As for you, Gu Zhan, your failure as a parent, your dubious intentions, and your collusion with that rebellious son, all of these conspire against you. All the assets, shops, and lands of your household shall be entrusted to your younger brother. From tomorrow onward, you shall reside in the ancestral hall, guarding the spirits of our forebears for 10 years. During this decade, you are forbidden from stepping outside the hall. This punishment was a confinement more unbearable than death itself. Gu Zhan's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly senseless. Such ruthless measures were unparalleled. Thus, a monumental crisis was forcefully quelled by the matriarch in the most brutal manner. In the hall, only the matriarch, Gu Yuan and his wife, and Gu Changge remained. Gu Yuan approached Gu Changge, the iron-blooded general who had weathered countless battles, and gazed at his frail son, his eyes filled with astonishment, pride, and a barely perceptible hint of guilt. He raised his hand, intending to pat his son's shoulder, but the gesture felt foreign. His hand lingered in the air before ultimately falling. Words unspoken transformed into the simplest of phrases. Changge, you have grown. His mother, Lu, was already in tears. Clutching Gu Changge's hand tightly, choked with emotion and unable to articulate her thoughts. Father exaggerates, Gu Changge responded calmly. I merely wish to prevent my family from enduring further humiliation. At that moment, the matriarch approached, her gaze penetrating as she regarded her grandson, as if meeting him for the very first time. Changge, how did you know that ink was fresh? This question lingered in the hearts of all present. The grandson has a penchant for reading and enjoys visiting shops that sell exquisite writing materials. When the jade smoking pipe from Wenbao Studio was unveiled, he was fortunate enough to witness it, leaving a profound impression on him. Gu Changge responded with calm assurance, stating that it was a flawless rationale. What an impressive remark. A glimmer of light flickered in the old matriarch's eyes. But why did you ultimately mention the crown prince? Do you realize how perilous this act is? It leaves the Gu family with no room for maneuver. No, Gu Changge shook his head, meeting his grandmother's piercing gaze, and articulated his perspective. If I had not pointed out the crown prince, this matter would merely be an internal struggle within the Gu family. His Highness could easily distance himself, even turning the tables to claim that my father and uncle were vying for power, and it was none of his concern. At that point, we would remain in the shadows, perpetually wary of the crown prince's hidden daggers. However, once I clarify this, the nature of the situation entirely transforms. It evolves into a struggle for succession, known to all within the court. The crown prince's supporters would be implicated in attempting to unseat my father. Consequently, he would hesitate to act against the Gu family, fearing the ramifications and the suspicions of His Majesty. While it may seem dangerous, it ultimately secures our family a precious respite and places this matter directly under the watchful eyes of the emperor. Upon hearing his words, both Gu Yuan and the old matriarch were left utterly astounded. The insights he shared, the intellect he displayed, and the courage he exhibited. This was no longer the mere bookish youth. He was clearly a top-notch strategist, calculating every move. The matriarch gazed at him for a long moment, then suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, filled with boundless relief. Good, good, good. A prodigy has emerged from the Gu family. Heaven has not forsaken us. Yet, before her laughter could fade, a steward rushed in, visibly agitated, his voice trembling. Old matriarch, General, someone from the palace has arrived. It is the Grand Steward, Lord Wang, himself. He bears the Emperor's decree, summoning General Gu Yuan and the third young master Gu Changge to the palace immediately for an audience in the imperial study. Chapter 5. In the imperial study, the emperor's heart is deep as an abyss. The voice of Grand Steward Wang was sharp and cold, echoing ominously in the silent hall. General Gu Yuan and third young master Gu Changge, you are to enter the palace immediately for an audience in the imperial study. This imperial command weighed heavily upon the hearts of every member of the Gu family like an invisible mountain. Father Gu Yuan, seasoned from years of battle, now bore no trace of color on his face, only the instinctive reverence of a subject before his sovereign. The old matriarch's expression was equally grave, and with her cane, she approached Gu Changge and Gu Yuan, speaking in a tone only they could hear, urgent and clear. Remember, once in the palace, speak little and listen more. Answer only what His Majesty asks, not a word more. Most importantly, ensure that His Majesty perceives the loyalty of the Gu family, not our cunning. Gu Yuan nodded gravely. Gu Changge slightly inclined his body. I understand, grandmother. The night was as dark as ink, and the cold wind pierced through to the bone. The Gu family's carriage, under the guidance of Lord Wang, slowly made its way towards the magnificent palace that stood at the heart of the capital, a symbol of the highest power in the realm. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. Gu Yuan glanced multiple times at his son, his lips moving as if he wished to utter something. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. The son he had always believed required his protection, on this night, had unexpectedly become the very pillar of strength for the entire family. Father, there is no need for concern. Gu Changge's voice resonated calmly within the dim carriage, steady and composed, ready to confront any challenge that may arise. We have committed no wrongdoing, thus we need not fear. This remarkable composure, surpassing his years, miraculously steadied Gu Yuan's anxious heart. He slowly exhaled a breath of trepidation, his gaze regaining its resolute nature. The carriage traversed through the palace gates, finally coming to a halt in the plaza outside the imperial study. The royal palace at night bore an even greater air of solemnity and foreboding than by day. Towering palace walls cast enormous shadows under the moonlight, resembling a lurking beast. Golden-armored guards wielding long spears stood vigilant, their gazes sharp as lightning. Each clash of armor resonated like a drumbeat against the heart. Lord Wang guided the father and son through the long corridor of white marble and arrived before a grand door of purple sandalwood. His Majesty is within. Please, esteemed gentlemen. He gestured respectfully before silently retreating into the shadows. Gu Yuan adjusted his attire and pushed open the heavy door. Lang of exquisite ambergris and ancient tomes filled the air, overwhelming the senses. Inside the study, candles illuminated the space as brightly as day. Towering bookshelves surrounded them, laden with an ocean of texts. A figure stood facing the window, seemingly engrossed in the night view. Dressed in a resplendent yellow robe, though merely a silhouette, he exuded an imposing aura of authority and grandeur, as if he commanded the very heavens. It was none other than the sovereign of the great Xia dynasty, Emperor Tianqi. Subject, Gu Yuan. Commoner, Gu Changge. We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. The father and son dared not show any sign of negligence, kneeling on the ground in reverence. After a long moment, the figure slowly turned to face them. The emperor appeared to be around 50 years of age, his visage gaunt, with 3 strands of well-kept beard beneath his chin. Most striking were his eyes, tranquil yet penetrating, as if they could see through the heart and discern the world's illusions. Rise. The emperor's voice was gentle, devoid of discernible emotion. Thank you, your majesty. The father and son stood, hands at their sides, not daring to lift their gazes. The emperor paced to the desk and sat down, casually picking up a memorial, seemingly indifferent as he inquired, Gu Yuan. I have heard that your residence was quite lively tonight. Even I have caught wind of certain rumors. A chill ran down Gu Yuan's spine, and he immediately bowed. It is my failure in managing my household, disturbing your majesty's ears. I am guilty. Oh. The emperor flipped a page of the memorial without raising his gaze. And what guilt is yours? It is my inability to properly educate my children, allowing my nephew to frame my son, nearly resulting in disaster. This is a fault in household management. Furthermore, this incident has given rise to rumors, tarnishing the royal reputation. This is a failure in oversight. Gu Yuan recalled the matriarch's admonition, accepting his fault without implicating others. The emperor remained non-committal, finally setting aside the memorial. His gaze fell upon Gu Changge for the first time. You are Gu Changge? Indeed, I am a commoner. Raise your head, let me gaze upon you. Gu Changge complied, slowly lifting his gaze to meet the emperor's profound, ocean-like eyes. His expression was clear and tranquil, devoid of fear or flattery. A fleeting glimmer of surprise flickered in the eyes of the Tianqi emperor. What a remarkable youth, to stand so composed before the sovereign. I have heard that tonight. You engaged in a battle of wits against the learned, skillfully unraveling the intricacies of the plot, thereby rescuing your father from dire straits. The emperor's tone remained unperturbed. The commoner dares not claim credit. Gu Changge's voice was steady and resonant, asserting that he merely wished to shield his father from unjust accusations, thus daring to point out the flaws in the traitor's words. Flaws? A playful smile curled at the corners of the Tianqi emperor's lips. Do the flaws you refer to include the crown prince as well? The question arrived, sharp and deadly. Gu Yuan's heart raced to his throat. Yet, Gu Changge remained unflinching, bowing again and stating clearly, Your Majesty, my mention of the crown prince is not to implicate him, but rather to safeguard His Highness's reputation. Oh, the Tianqi Emperor leaned slightly forward, seemingly intrigued. Proceed. At that moment, the commoner thought, my father is a pillar of the nation, steadfast in loyalty. Who would dare commit such audacity, fabricating evidence to frame a general? Such a heinous crime is not one to be undertaken lightly. The villain Gu Changming is wildly reckless. Yet emboldened, I dare to speculate that there is power backing him. His flag bearing the crown prince's name is merely a ploy to redirect blame, to cast a shadow upon His Highness, intending to incite discord between the imperial family and the military's esteemed officials. His intentions are utterly malicious. Therefore, I boldly brought this matter to light, to entirely tear away the facade. Let everyone see that this treacherous scoundrel, under the guise of the crown prince, is orchestrating vile deeds. Thus, His Highness's innocence can be preserved, and my father's grievance recognized as an isolated case of framing, rather than a muddled affair of factional strife. The resolution of this case lies solely in your Majesty's wise judgment, and no one else shall be implicated. His words were meticulous and resonated with authority. The imperial study fell into silence once more. Gu Yuan stared in astonishment at his son, unable to fathom how such a perilous move could be framed as a loyal act to uphold the crown prince and ensure the emperor's decisive governance. The Tianqi emperor's profound gaze remained fixed on Gu Changge for an extended period, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. After a long silence, the Tianqi emperor suddenly erupted in laughter. It was a genuine, unrestrained outburst. Ha ha! What a splendid defense of the crown prince's honor! What a splendid reliance on your Majesty's wise judgment! As the laughter subsided, admiration shone unabashedly in the emperor's eyes. Gu Yuan, oh Gu Yuan, you have raised a remarkable son. Rising from his seat, he approached Gu Changge, placing a hand upon his shoulder. At such a tender age, with such courage and quick wit, it is a shame to confine him to mere studies at home. The Tianqi emperor pondered for a moment before abruptly issuing a decree that took both father and son by surprise. Convey my command. Gu Changge, with a quick wit and extraordinary intelligence, has been appointed as an honorary member of the Hanlin Academy, required to serve in the palace starting tomorrow. My imperial study is in need of a young man who can entertain me with literature. Chapter 6. The Hanlin Turmoil. A startling word. The atmosphere in the carriage on the return journey was starkly different from that on the way there. Father Gu Yuan sat opposite Gu Changge, glancing at him repeatedly, his gaze reminiscent of someone observing a familiar stranger. Shock, pride, satisfaction, and bewilderment intertwined, leaving this iron-blooded general somewhat at a loss. An honorary member of the Hanlin Academy, Gu Yuan murmured to himself. Though only a 7th-rank position, it placed him close to the emperor. Changge, you have truly ascended to great heights. This is not an ascent, father, Gu Changge replied calmly. His Majesty has placed us both in a precarious position. Gu Yuan paused, instantly grasping the implications. Gu Changge continued. The emperor wishes to utilize me to pressure the crown prince, while simultaneously assessing whether the Gu family possesses the capability to rival the crown princess faction. What appears to be favor is, in truth, fraught with peril. Gu Yuan fell silent, realizing that his proud battlefield experiences paled in comparison to his son's insightful political analysis. Upon returning home, the matriarch and Lady Lu awaited anxiously at the door. Upon hearing of the emperor's decree, Mother Lu wept tears of joy, attributing it to the blessings of their ancestors. Only the matriarch, after a brief moment of shock, wore an even graver expression than before. She dismissed all the servants, leaving only the core 3. Changge is correct, the matriarch stated incisively. His Majesty has bestowed upon you the sharpest of swords, yet has also made you the most conspicuous target in everyone's eyes, especially within the Hanlin Academy, where the virtuous officials of the court gather, and the crown prince has long established his stronghold. Your presence there is akin to entering a den of dragons and tigers. Grandmother, I understand. Understanding is essential, she replied, her eyes revealing an unexpected sharpness for her age. Remember, concealing your talents is your only safeguard at this moment. Until you comprehend the situation fully, observe and listen more, speak and act less. The Emperor's request for your literary company is your true duty. Refrain from entangling yourself with anyone or anything within the Hanlin Academy. The following day, as dawn broke, Gu Changge donned a brand new official robe. The 7th-rank attire was a simple azure, yet exuded a nobility not found in ordinary youth. In the copper mirror, the young man stood tall, his azure garb complementing his jade-like visage. The scholarly air mingled with the unusual composure born from 2 lifetimes, creating a unique aura. Without the need for carriage or horse, Changge walked to the palace. Passing through the imposing palace gates and navigating the halls of state affairs, he arrived at the Hanlon Academy. In contrast to the resplendent grandeur of other palace areas, the Hanlon Academy was ancient and serene, filled with verdant pines and cypresses. The air infused with a subtle fragrance of ink. A Hanlon scholar clad in 6th rank attire greeted Changge, named Wu Jidong. He clearly harbored little fondness for this young upstart, wearing a forced smile as he offered a few curt instructions before pointing to a secluded corner where a small, unremarkable chamber awaited. Gu Daizhao, upon your arrival, you shall commence by organizing the pile of old documents. Recopy and classify the archives from the previous dynasty found within that dusty room. This task, though tedious, serves as a profound test of one's character. It is a quintessential display of disdain, a royal appointee relegated to the menial duties of a mere scribe. The contempt is unmistakable. Changge, however, chose not to reveal the underlying insult, maintaining an air of composure as he accepted the assignment and stepped into the dusty chamber. He settled himself calmly and picked up a tattered bamboo scroll, seemingly indifferent to the cold reception. This serenity only deepened the frown of Wu Jidong, who observed from the shadows. Barely half an hour had passed when the door creaked open, revealing 3 young officials adorned in splendid attire, fanning themselves as they entered, laughing and chatting. Leading them was Li Zixuan, the son of the Minister of Personnel, his countenance as refined as jade, yet his gaze bore an unmistakable arrogance and frivolity. Ah, so this is the newly esteemed Gu Daizhao, who made quite a name for himself last night in the capital, Li Zixuan remarked with a mocking tone, his eyes sweeping over Changge's plain official garb and the dust-laden room, his disdain evident. I had expected someone of great stature, yet here you are, assigned to transcribe texts. It seems the emperor's favor is rather limited. The 2 officials behind him erupted in laughter. Changge slowly set the bamboo scroll aside and raised his eyes, calmly addressing Li Zixuan. Is there something you need? Nothing of particular importance, Li Zixuan replied, tapping the nearby bookshelf with his fan. It is merely that we have heard of your keen intellect, and we are somewhat skeptical. The Hanlon Academy is not akin to a military estate. It thrives on genuine talent and scholarship. I wonder, Gu Daizhao, would you care to engage in a small literary game to test your worth? This was an overt provocation. Not interested, Changge replied dismissively, picking up the bamboo scroll once more. This blatant disregard infuriated Li Zixuan. You. His countenance darkened as he snatched a yellowed scroll from the shelf and slammed it onto the table before Changge. Behold this replica of the Hell transformations by the renowned painter Wu Daoxian from the previous dynasty. The accompanying inscription, penned by the master calligrapher Zhang Su 3 centuries ago, is a chaotic script that few can decipher. If you can identify 30 characters within the incense time, I, Li Zixuan, will concede that you merit your place in the Hanlon Academy. This was a challenge destined for failure. Zhang Su's cursive script was notoriously difficult, and the characters, centuries old, had long remained a mystery in academic circles. A crowd of curious Hanlon officials had already gathered, eager to witness Changge's anticipated embarrassment. Finally, Changge's gaze shifted from the scroll to the painting. After a mere glance, he did not rise from his seat but leaned back, speaking with a languid yet clear voice as he recited, observing the sentient being's descent. I feel the torments of hell. I take up my brush to depict it, not for ostentation, but as a warning to the world. The brush dances like dragons and snakes, ink staining the mountains and rivers. Both Buddha and demons bear their flames and sorrow. He recited the entire inscription of over 100 characters flawlessly. The room fell into a profound silence. Li Zixuan's expression of pride and arrogance shattered into disbelief and horror. How could this be possible? This piece, which he had studied for months and could barely decipher a few characters, this young man had merely glanced at it? But it was not just that. Among the crowd, the Hanlon scholar Wu Jidong, who had previously received Changge, now entered the scene, his voice trembling. His gaze fixed upon an inconspicuous character on the scroll, he exclaimed in astonishment. That character for Buddha, the final stroke slightly raised, is identical to the style recorded in history regarding Zhang Su's drunken writing. But for 3 centuries, everyone believed that this stroke was unintentional. Yet your recent analysis has deconstructed it into a new meaning. Buddha also has fire. Oh heavens! The century-old mystery that has perplexed our calligraphy world has been unraveled just like that? Wu Jidong's gaze towards Gu Changge transformed from disdain to profound reverence and fervor. This was no mere youth. This was undoubtedly a master of extraordinary learning. Li Zixuan's face turned ashen, filled with shame and fury. He could no longer remain and turned to leave in disgrace. Stop! Gu Changge's voice resounded once more. Li Zixuan's body stiffened. Gu Changge rose and approached him, gently brushing the dust off the scroll. Young Master Li, do you now believe I am worthy to remain in this Hanlin Academy? This question struck like an invisible slap on Li Zixuan's face, leaving a burning sting. At this moment of awkwardness and shock, a young eunuch rushed in, his high-pitched voice shattering the silence. The imperial decree has arrived. The eunuch cleared his throat and respectfully bowed to the attentive Gu Changge. Your Excellency, His Majesty has concluded the morning court. You are summoned to the imperial study immediately to prepare ink for His Majesty. Chapter 7. The Emperor's Disciple. The favor of ink preparation inside the Hanlin Academy. Silence reigned. Li Zixuan's handsome face turned a ghastly hue, as if he had been struck relentlessly by an invisible hand, leaving only humiliation and fear. Gu Changge, whom he regarded as the son of a mere warrior, had, in a fleeting moment, resolved a century-old enigma troubling the scholarly community of the Great Xia. This knowledge could no longer be described as profound. It could only be deemed monstrous. The eunuch's decree regarding the ink preparation was like a final judgment, nailing Li Zixuan to the pillar of shame. To prepare ink for His Majesty. What a tremendous honor. One could spend a lifetime in the Hanlin Academy and never catch a glimpse of the Emperor. Yet, this Gu Changge, on his very first day, within the first hour, was summoned to the imperial study, becoming the Emperor's closest disciple. Amidst a complex array of awe, jealousy, and astonishment from the crowd, Gu Changge remained composed as he walked alongside the young eunuch towards the imperial study. This time, his status had fundamentally changed. As he stepped once more into the room perfumed with dragon's saliva and the scent of scrolls, Emperor Tianqi sat behind the desk, reviewing a mountain of memorials. You have arrived? The Emperor did not look up, his voice flat. I, Gu Changge, am at your service, Your Majesty. The Emperor of the Apocalypse responded with a brief acknowledgement, gesturing for him to observe. Gu Changge followed his gaze and beheld a corner of the writing desk, where an ancient and unadorned inkstone rested, accompanied by a superior ink stick and a white jade water basin. Without uttering any unnecessary words, Gu Changge stepped forward, rolled up his sleeves, and began to grind the ink at a measured pace. His movements were fluid and precise, with even pressure applied to his wrist. He added drops of water with meticulous accuracy to the inkstone, gradually transforming the ink stick into a pool of ink as dark as night and as lustrous as jade. The imperial study fell silent, save for the soft rustle of the brush gliding across the paper and the faint hissing of the ink sticks swirling on the inkstone. The atmosphere was serene, yet concealed an invisible pressure. Gu Changge understood that this was also a test, one of his temperament. Should he allow himself to be restless or eager to display his talents, he would inevitably fail. Time passed, and at last, the Emperor completed his review of the documents before him. He set down his red brush, lifted his teacup, and, after blowing away the steam, casually inquired as if engaging in light conversation, Your father has been stationed in the north for many years. In your opinion, why have the barbarian tribes repeatedly descended southward in recent years? Gu Changge continued grinding the ink without interruption, yet his mind instantly grasped the gravity of the question. The true examination had begun. Your Majesty, he replied, I believe the barbarians descend not for plunder, but for survival. Oh, a flicker of intrigue crossed the Emperor's eyes. Beyond the northern borders lies a desolate and frigid expanse. For nearly a decade, the north has endured relentless storms, the grasslands have deteriorated, and countless livestock have perished from the cold. Should the barbarians not venture south, their very existence would be threatened. This is one reason. Secondly, the barbarian tribes are not a monolithic entity. Among them, the Tianlang tribe is the most formidable, led by a leader of exceptional talent who harbors ambitions of unifying the grasslands. His repeated incursions into our Great Xia may appear as acts of pillage, but in truth, he seeks to leverage our military might to eliminate rivals and absorb smaller tribes, thereby consolidating strength. The day he achieves unity among the grasslands will mark the onset of a true frontier crisis for our Great Xia. His words were articulated with clarity and profound insight. far surpassing the empty rhetoric of the literati in the court. Gu Yuan recognized the ferocity of the barbarians, but had never considered the intricate schemes that lay beneath their actions. The emperor set down his teacup, his gaze now imbued with deeper appreciation. After a moment of silence, he suddenly sighed. Your thoughts are akin to a finely crafted sword, exceedingly sharp. Alas, the scabbard is too thin and prone to break. A flicker of understanding surged within Gu Changge. The emperor retrieved a completely black token from the drawer of the writing desk and tossed it effortlessly towards him. With a sharp sound, the token landed on the table beside Gu Changge. It was engraved with the image of a roaring Qilin, accompanied by a small character for prohibition. This was the entry token for the Xiantai Guard. The emperor spoke with a calm demeanor. The Xiantai Guard serves as my personal guards and the protectors of the imperial palace. Since you grind ink for me, you may be considered half my disciple. I do not wish for my disciple to be a frail scholar incapable of defending himself. The ancestors of the Gu family once opened territories with a single sword, instilling fear across the world. Do not let your generation sever this martial legacy. Gu Changge's heart raced with fervor. The Xiantai Guard. In a past life, he had merely heard of the most enigmatic and formidable guard of the Great Xia, a cadre that answered solely to the emperor. Each member was a paragon of martial prowess, capable of besting 100 foes. Gaining entry into their ranks was akin to scaling the heavens. In this lifetime, the emperor had bestowed upon him an extraordinary opportunity. This was both a privilege and a command. I humbly thank your majesty for this great favor. Gu Changge deeply bowed, clutching the cold token tightly in his hand. An hour later, Gu Changge emerged from the imperial palace. The news of his appointment to the Hanlin Academy, granted the privilege of serving in the emperor's study to grind ink, had spread like wildfire through the corridors of power. As he passed by the entrance of the Hanlin Academy once more, Wu Jidong, who had previously regarded him with disdain, bowed deeply from afar, his demeanor exuding the utmost respect. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan and his companions had long vanished from sight. Power is the most tangible force in the world. As Gu Changge made his way back to the general's residence, he grasped the dark iron token concealed within his sleeve, his mind racing. The emperor had granted him a means of self-preservation, but also issued a warning. He now found himself at the vortex of intrigue and must swiftly acquire his own strength. Strength not only encompasses martial prowess, but also financial might. The operation of armies, networks, and intelligence requires substantial monetary backing. His meager salary was akin to a drop in the ocean. A memory from a past life suddenly resurfaced in the depths of his mind. He recalled that in this very year, issues with the southern maritime routes had resulted in a significant disruption of the official salt supply to the capital, causing prices to soar. Countless individuals were ruined, yet a fortunate few seized the opportunity and became immensely wealthy. The largest gap in the market was controlled by a salt merchant known as the Sihai Trading Company. However, this business was on the brink of bankruptcy due to mismanagement. A plan swiftly took shape in Gu Changge's mind. Instead of returning directly to his residence, he turned and headed toward the opposite direction, towards the bustling commercial center of the capital, Zhuke Street. Eventually, he arrived at the modest yet somewhat desolate entrance of the Sihai Trading Company at the end of Zhuke Street. Chapter 8. Sihai Salt Trading Company. A timely assistance. Zhuke Street was a land of golden opportunity, bustling with the finest shops in the capital, alive with the sounds of commerce and chatter. Yet, at this vibrant end, the sign of the Sihai Trading Company stood out awkwardly, its deserted facade starkly contrasting with the surrounding bustle. Gu Changge stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the trading company with profound contemplation. In his previous life, the Sihai Trading Company had fallen victim to a malicious acquisition due to a severed financial chain, leading to the tragic downfall of the Su family. Little did anyone anticipate that merely 6 months later, salt prices would skyrocket, and the buyer, Jiwang Xiang, would ascend to become a royal merchant of the Great Xia, wealthier than nations. In this lifetime, such immense fortune rightfully belonged to Gu Changge. Stepping into the trading company, he was greeted by a faint aroma of sea salt mingled with wood. The shop was impeccably clean, the shelves gleaming, yet they held only a sparse selection of goods. A few attendants lounged listlessly at the counter, their faces etched with worry. Esteemed guest, what would you like to purchase? The elderly shopkeeper inquired weakly. I am not here to buy anything. Gu Changge's voice resonated, prompting everyone in the shop to lift their heads, their gazes drawn to his azure official robes, eyes instantly sharpening with vigilance. I seek your master, Miss Su. The old shopkeeper hesitated momentarily, but upon perceiving Gu Changge's extraordinary demeanor, he dared not treat him with indifference. "My lord, our master is currently occupied in the back room with accounts. Would you care for a cup of tea in the meantime?" "Unnecessary. Take me to her." Gu Changge's tone brooked no opposition. Traversing through the front hall, they arrived at an elegant chamber in the rear courtyard. It was there that Gu Changge finally beheld the legendary queen of commerce from his past life, Su Qingxue. At this moment, she was far from the grandeur and authority she would later embody. Clad in a modest moon-white RU skirt, her long hair simply secured with a wooden hairpin, she was hunched over a mountain of ledgers, her brow furrowed in concentration. Though she wore no makeup, her exquisite beauty remained evident. Yet her face was etched with an incongruous weariness and stubbornness. Hearing footsteps, Su Qingxue lifted her head, and upon seeing Gu Changge's official attire, her bright eyes were suddenly veiled with frost. "What brings you here, my lord?" Her voice was as cold as snow. "If you have come to collect taxes, rest assured. The accounts were settled yesterday. If you seek a tribute, I regret to inform you that the Sea Trading Company has no surplus funds." Her words brimmed with disdain and wariness towards the authorities. Gu Changge remained unfazed, pulling out a chair to sit, his gaze sweeping over the ledgers before he spoke with a measured calmness. "Miss Su, the salt transport rights you hold for the Southern Sea route are unique to the capital. However, your salt ships have been stranded at Xuanzhou port for an entire 3 months, thanks to the so-called sea bandits." Su Qingxue's pupils constricted sharply. This was the most critical secret of her trading company. How could this unfamiliar official be privy to such information? Without allowing her a moment to ponder, Gu Changge continued. "All your liquid assets are tied up in that batch of sea salt. Meanwhile, your rival, the Chun family of Jiuangxiang, can transport salt from the East Sea without hindrance. I calculated that the cash on your books can sustain you for no more than 7 days. After that, suppliers will come demanding repayment, and your employees will not receive their wages. The Sea Trading Company will face utter collapse." Each of Gu Changge's words struck Su Qingxue's heart like a heavy hammer, mercilessly peeling away her proud facade of strength to reveal her most vulnerable core. "Who are you? What do you want?" Su Qingxue's voice trembled for the first time. Just then, the door was violently flung open with a crash. A lavishly dressed young man, portly and brimming with audacity, swaggered in, flanked by several ruffians. "Ha ha ha, Miss Su. Still calculating your pitiful accounts, are you? No matter how you count, it won't yield any silver." The newcomer was none other than Chun Fei, the young master of Jiuangxiang. Chun Fei's greedy gaze roamed over Su Qingxue before he grinned maliciously. "I shall give you one last chance. 1,000 taels for your trading company and salt rights. Furthermore, if you agree to accompany me, I assure you a life of luxury and indulgence. Dream on." Su Qingxue's face flushed with anger. "You are utterly ungrateful." Chun Fei's expression darkened, and he declared, "Then do not blame me for my rudeness. Someone smash it." The several brutish henchmen behind him immediately grinned menacingly, ready to act. Su Qingxue and the old shopkeeper recoiled in fear. "Wait." Gu Changge's calm voice resonated at that moment. Chun Fei then noticed a third person in the room. He scrutinized Gu Changge's azure official robes and sneered. "What a pitiful official. A mere 7th-rank attendant dares to meddle in my affairs? Get lost." Gu Changge slowly rose, not glancing at Chun Fei, but gently placed an object on the table. It was the pitch-black Xiantai order bestowed upon him by the emperor. The token collided with the tabletop, producing a dull thud. The moment Chun Fei discerned the Qilin totem and the forbidden character on the token, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. "Xiantai guards." His voice turned more grating than a pig's squeal, filled with unbounded terror. The Xiantai guards were the emperor's personal guards. To see this order was akin to seeing His Majesty himself, possessing the power to execute first and report later. "Xiantai guards are conducting an investigation." Gu Changge's voice was devoid of warmth. "All irrelevant parties shall vanish from my sight within a breath. Get lost. We shall leave at once." Chun Fei, terrified beyond measure, dared not maintain his previous arrogance. He scrambled away, dragging along his equally dazed henchmen, fleeing the Sea Trading Company. In an instant, the elegant chamber was left with only Gu Changge and Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue stared blankly at the token radiating supreme authority on the table, then glanced at the enigmatic young official, her mind a blank slate. "Now we may discuss matters." Gu Changge reclaimed the token and reseated himself. "I can assist you in dealing with the sea bandits. ensuring your salt ships reach the capital safely. I can also offer you a substantial sum to acquire all the salt available in the market. Su Qingshue's breath quickened at once. This was the breakthrough she had longed for. However, I have one condition. Gu Changge's gaze sharpened. From this day forth, for the next 6 months, I require 70% of all profits generated from the salt fields of the Sea Trading Company. He extended 3 fingers. 70%. This was no longer a partnership. It was akin to robbing one in distress. The color drained from Su Qingshue's exquisite face as she regarded this man, who appeared gentle yet was 100 times more greedy than Qin Fei. This was her only path to survival, a path guarded by a vicious dragon yet also exploited by it. Her hands clenched into fists beneath the table, her nails digging into her palms. "How can I trust you?" she asked hoarsely after a lengthy pause. Gu Changge smiled, retrieving a silver note from his bosom and gently sliding it across the table. The denomination caused Su Qingshue's pupils to constrict once more. Boldly written upon it was the sum of 10,000 taels. Chapter 9. A Blood Oath, Stirring Up Storms. 10,000 taels. These 3 characters transformed into a delicate silver note, quietly resting on the table. Yet in Su Qingshue's eyes, it bore the weight of a mountain of gold. It represented not merely wealth. It is strength, it is confidence, it is the enigmatic man before her, a testament to an energy beyond her imagination. She can withstand Qin Fei's threats with a sense of pride. Yet, Gu Changge's oppressive support, akin to a timely aid in the snow, extinguishes any thought of resistance within her. For what he offers is the very essence of hope that she desperately needs at this moment. Su Qingshue's tightly clenched fists gradually relax, revealing deep crimson imprints left by her nails. She lifts her gaze, her exquisite eyes regaining the composure and sharpness befitting a fierce contender in the business world. Adversity can indeed forge the sharpest blades. 70% is excessive. Her voice, though soft, resonates with unwavering conviction. The Sea Trading Company is the foundation of the Su family, and all channels, connections, and experiences are under my stewardship. Sir, you shall provide the funds and strategies, yet demand 70%. Such terms defy the rules of commerce. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge not only refrains from anger, but instead, a flicker of approval dances in his eyes. To attempt to negotiate one's interests under such immense pressure showcases a character deserving of partnership with him. Oh. Gu Changge leans slightly back in his chair, inquiring, "Miss Su, how do you propose we divide it?" 60-40. Su Qingxue states resolutely, "You shall have 6, and I shall take 4. This is my bottom line. Furthermore, I require your name and a reliable means to contact you at any time." Very well. Gu Changge consents without hesitation. What he seeks is a queen capable of building a commercial empire, not a subservient puppet. Yielding 1% in exchange for loyalty and motivation proves to be a shrewd transaction. "My name is Gu Changge." His gaze pierces into Su Qingshue's eyes. "As for how to reach me, from tomorrow onward, all officials in the capital will know where I am stationed." Su Qingshue's heart jolts. Gu Changge. The astonishing reversal at last night's banquet had already circulated through various channels among the elite of the capital. The young man who single-handedly salvaged the northern general's estate, outsmarted the crown prince's faction, and was exceptionally rewarded by the emperor, was none other than him. Everything falls into place. No wonder he possesses the Xiantai order. No wonder he can discern her predicament at a glance. No wonder he has such audacity and grand ambitions. Excellent. Su Qingshue's doubts dissipate entirely. She rises promptly, retrieving ink, paper, and brush from the side, declaring, "Words alone hold no weight. Let us set it in writing." Moments later, a contract in duplicate is completed. For a term of 6 months, Gu Changge invests 10,000 taels and shall address all challenges outside the operations of the Sea Trading Company, while Su Qingshuo will oversee all commercial activities. During this period, all profits from the salt fields shall be divided 60-40. Without hesitation, Su Qingshuo pricks her fingertip, pressing a drop of crimson onto her signature. Blood binds our alliance, with no turning back. Gu Changge likewise leaves his fingerprint. As their prints align, a future commercial empire and a burgeoning realm of power are irrevocably intertwined in this moment. Then, Sir Gu, Su Qingshuo secures the contract, her gaze intensely fixed upon him. "What shall be our first challenge?" "The pirates at Xuanzhou port. How shall we address them?" "Pirates?" Gu Changge let out a scornful laugh. A mere band of mercenaries financed by the Chen family and tacitly approved by the Xuanzhou port administration hardly deserved the title of bandits. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshue's eyes flickered with an understanding that had long lingered in her heart, yet she had lacked the evidence to substantiate her suspicions. Gu Changge offered no further explanation. Instead, he seized a sheet of stationery and began to write with vigorous strokes that exuded an air of martial ferocity. However, the paper bore only a fragmentary verse. "Do not mock the lord who lies drunken on the battlefield." The letter was neatly folded and handed to Su Qingxue. "Dispatch your most trusted confidant with utmost haste to Chuanzhou to deliver this personally to General Luo Cheng, the governor of Chuanzhou." General Luo? Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. "I have no prior acquaintance with him. Will he agree to meet with me?" "He will," Gu Changge replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Simply instruct the courier to inform General Luo's personal guard that he is a friend from the capital inquiring about the well-being of the inkstone containing the authentic Tang dynasty masterpiece that General Luo has in his possession." Su Qingxue felt a sense of confusion, yet a singular thought crystallized in her mind. This was undoubtedly a secret known only to Gu Changge. "Very well. I shall attend to it at once." "This is merely the first step," Gu Changge called after her, his gaze sharpening. "Addressing the troubles at Chuanzhou port will require at least 10 to 15 days. During this time, your role will be pivotal to our strategy." He slid a banknote of 10,000 taels of silver across the table towards her. "With this sum, contact all the small salt merchants in the capital who, like you, are ensnared by the salt trade. Remember, do not purchase their meager stock." "What then should I buy?" "Acquire their supply contracts for the next 3 to 6 months. Gu Changge's voice was imbued with a persuasive power. "They are in desperate need of cash to sustain themselves. Offer them a price 20% above the market rate for what now appears to be worthless paper. They will regard you as a savior." Gu Changge did not elaborate further, but Su Qingxue grasped the full implications. An exhilarating rush coursed through her veins as she comprehended the audacity of the plan. To undermine their competitors was to monopolize the entire salt market of the capital. What a grand ambition! What a ruthless vision! Her gaze turned towards the youthful figure before her, and for the first time, the flames of ambition ignited in her beautiful eyes. The past desire to merely safeguard her family's business dissipated, replaced by a fervent aspiration to join this man in reshaping the world of commerce. "I understand," Su Qingxue declared, tucking away the banknote. She bowed deeply to Gu Changge, a rare solemnity in her demeanor. "Esteemed Lord Gu, I await your good news." Qingxue will not fail in her mission. Chapter 10. The Xiantai Guard and the Martial Arts Phenomenon. After bidding farewell to Gu Changge, Su Qingxue immediately exhibited her decisive prowess as the head of the trading firm. She summoned her most loyal and capable steward, Fu Bo, and entrusted him with the letter inscribed with the verse, along with a heavy pouch of gold. "Fu Bo, this matter is of utmost urgency." Su Qingxue's gaze was as sharp as a blade. "You must personally lead your men, traveling swiftly through the night, and ensure your arrival in Chuanzhou within 10 days. Remember, do not alert any officials. Proceed directly to the governor's office and act according to Master Gu's instructions. Rest assured, my lady, I will risk my life to see this through." Fu Bo sensed the gravity of the situation, solemnly accepted the letter, and turned to leave. After arranging matters in Chuanzhou, Su Qingxue's attention shifted to the 10,000 taels banknote on the table. In her eyes, there was no trace of weakness left, only the cold decisiveness of a hunter. "Come here," she commanded, her voice echoing through the back hall. "Bring me the list of all small and medium salt merchants in the capital. Tonight, I shall make it clear to them who their savior truly is." Meanwhile, when Gu Changge returned to the general's residence, the night was already deep. Everyone in the household was aware of his commendation from His Majesty and his summons to the imperial study. The atmosphere in the residence brightened, dispelling the previous gloom, and joy illuminated every face. Gu Changge briefly reassured his mother and grandmother of his safety, politely declined the celebratory banquet in his honor, and simply remarked on the emperor's profound grace, stating that he must focus on his studies to live up to His Majesty's expectations before retreating to his chamber. The festivity within the residence was but a fleeting calm before the impending storm. The prince's faction would not easily relent. Meanwhile, the deeply contemplative Emperor Tianqi quietly observed him. Walking on this precarious tightrope, one misstep could lead to utter ruin. On the following day, Gu Changge entered the palace as usual, grinding ink for the emperor in the imperial study. The sovereign remained taciturn, occasionally posing a few questions regarding military affairs and the people's livelihood. Each of Gu Changge's responses was succinct yet profound, addressing the essence of the matter while remaining within bounds. This sense of propriety further endeared him to Emperor Tianqi. As the day's duties concluded, Gu Changge did not exit the palace. Instead, armed with the black iron token in his sleeve, he made his way deep into the imperial city, an area inaccessible to ordinary officials, the exclusive training grounds of the Black Iron Guard. Upon entering, a wave of intense masculinity and a palpable aura of combat surged forth. The vast training ground, with its floor of hard black iron rock, was filled with hundreds of bare-chested men, their muscles taut, engaged in fierce duels, their roars echoing like thunder, and the clash of weapons ringing incessantly. Each individual exuded a terrifying aura, as if they had emerged from a sea of blood and corpses. Gu Changge, clad in a blue scholar's robe, appeared utterly out of place in this environment. His presence immediately drew the attention of all. A towering figure, nearly 9 feet tall and as solid as a fortress, approached with heavy strides, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each step. "Esteemed scholar, you seem to be in the wrong place," the giant's voice boomed, laced with unmistakable disdain. "This is where men shed blood, not a realm for your ink and flowers." Gu Changge calmly regarded him and displayed the black iron token in his hand. "By the Emperor's command, I have come to practice martial arts." Upon seeing the token, the giant's previous disdain vanished in an instant, replaced by a measure of respect and a hint of difficulty. It turned out that this was a person designated by His Majesty, and he felt a pang of regret for his earlier disrespect. The giant clasped his hands and bowed, but then scratched his head, speaking in a deep voice. "However, this training ground is perilous, and my brothers can be quite reckless in their practice. We, the Xian Tai Guards, adhere to an unwritten rule. Newcomers must first pass a test to prove their ability to protect themselves, lest they sustain injury and thwart His Majesty's intentions. You appear as a scholar, thus I must assist you in this. Withstand 3 of my punches, and if you remain standing, you may train here at your leisure, earning the respect of my brothers." As he spoke, the surrounding Xian Tai Guards erupted into good-natured laughter, their expressions tinged with anticipation. The giant, named Meng Shi, was renowned for his extraordinary strength within the Xian Tai Guards. One punch from him could fell a raging bull. It was said that even the fiercest warriors would struggle to endure 3 of his blows, let alone a frail scholar. "Very well," came Gu Changge's response. A single word uttered with a calmness as if discussing a trivial matter. A flash of fierce light ignited in Meng Shi's eyes. "You have courage. Prepare yourself." Before the last word had left his lips, his massive fist, akin to a cooking pot, hurtled through the air with a howling wind, aimed squarely at Gu Changge's face. The force of that punch was immense, devoid of mercy. As the fist descended, many spectators seemed to foresee the grim fate of Gu Changge's skull shattering upon impact. Yet, at the very moment the punch was about to connect with his face, Gu Changge's form evoked the grace of a willow swaying in the wind, gliding sideways at an uncanny angle, barely evading the blow. Meng Shi was taken aback as his fist struck nothing but air, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. "There is some skill here. Let us continue." This time, Meng Shi moved with greater speed, his technique becoming more intricate as he executed a black tiger pouncing hard, targeting Gu Changge's vital organs. In the face of this fierce assault, Gu Changge did not retreat but advanced. His figure moved with uncanny swiftness, and just as the fist was about to make contact, he deftly aligned his right hand's index and middle fingers together, striking lightly at the joint of Meng Shi's robust arm. This seemingly casual touch contained an extraordinary penetrating force. Meng Shi felt a sudden numbness envelop his entire right arm, as the immense power he had summoned dissipated in an instant. Overwhelmed by his own momentum, he stumbled several steps forward before managing to regain his balance. The arena fell into a profound silence. If the first punch had been mere fortune, this second strike was nothing short of masterful. The laughter that had once adorned the faces of the Xian Tai Guards froze in place. Being discerning individuals, they immediately recognized the terrifying depth of Gu Changge's understanding of the human anatomy and the flow of force. Meng Shi's expression transformed completely, his previous contempt replaced by an unprecedented gravity and respect. "I, Meng Shi, have failed to recognize greatness," he said, bowing deeply to Gu Changge. "Please, allow me to deliver my 3rd punch." This time, Meng Shi unleashed his full might, letting out a thunderous roar as he soared into the air. The right leg descended upon Changge like a colossal axe, accompanied by a piercing howl that tore through the air, aimed directly at his head. This was his ultimate skill, the mountain-splitting kick. In the face of such a thunderous assault, Changge did not even flinch. He still did not meet force with force. Instead, he stepped forward once more, seamlessly entering the blind spot beneath Meng Shi's raised leg. In the blink of an eye, while no one could comprehend his motion, his right hand struck like lightning at the knee of Meng Shi's supporting leg. There was no colossal crash, no explosive burst. Only a dull thud echoed in the stillness. Meng Shi's ferocious momentum abruptly halted midair. That supporting leg seemed to have all its strength drained, instantly succumbing to a sensation of numbness and impotence. The man fell abruptly from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Changge retracted his hand and stood there quietly, his azure robe still pristine, untouched by any speck of dust. The training ground was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone present was utterly astounded by the spectacle before them. In just 3 moves, Meng Shi, renowned for his strength among the Xiantai Guard, was defeated. Defeated so decisively, so thoroughly. Not even the hem of his opponent's garment was grazed. Struggling to rise from the ground, Meng Shi bore no trace of resentment on his face. Only boundless reverence and fervor. He approached Changge, bowed his proud head, and clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed sir, for showing mercy." Meng Shi is utterly convinced. At that moment, a resonant and authoritative voice suddenly echoed from the watchtower at the end of the training ground, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. What you just employed was the art of breaking bones through cunning, along with the long-lost 7 styles of breaking edge from the Northern Army. The voice paused, carrying a hint of inquiry and astonishment. "Whom did you learn this remarkable skill from, young man?" Chapter 11. The Fragmented Scroll of Marvelous Arts. The Emperor's sword. The commanding voice from the watchtower struck like a boulder cast into a serene lake, sending ripples of shock throughout the training ground. All eyes of the Xiantai Guard were fixed upon Changge, filled with astonishment and curiosity. A long-lost military art? What other secrets lay hidden within this seemingly frail youth? A figure leapt silently from the watchtower, landing gracefully on the ground. The newcomer donned a black Chilan armor, appeared to be in his 40s, and bore a resolute face marked by a menacing scar that stretched from his left brow to his chin, adding an air of iron-blooded ferocity. He was none other than Xiao Lai, one of the 3 great commanders of the Xiantai Guard. Xiao Lai's eagle-like gaze was fixated on Changge. "Answer my question," he commanded. The atmosphere in the training ground grew palpably tense. Meeting that penetrating gaze, Changge remained composed. He had long prepared for this inquiry. With a respectful bow, he replied unassumingly, "In response to Commander Xiao, I, the junior, have no master." "Preposterous!" shouted a team leader behind Xiao Lai. "The 7 styles of breaking edge were created by the founding general of our dynasty. The techniques are intricate and varied. How could one possibly master them without a distinguished teacher to impart them?" Changge shook his head, a subtle, well-timed smile gracing his lips. "Commander, you are most discerning. I have simply enjoyed reading a variety of texts since my youth. Several months ago, I chanced upon a weathered scroll of military strategy at an antiquarian bookstall in the Eastern Market, titled Reflections from the North. Within its pages lay no profound martial arts, but rather the casual musings of a seasoned border guard, interspersed with a few crude illustrations of small figures. At the time, I found it amusing and committed the shapes to memory, pondering them frequently. Today marks the first occasion I have translated my thoughts into practice, completely unaware that I might be rediscovering a long-lost arcane art. It occurs to me that the nameless border guard may well be the true reclusive master of our age. This narrative is indeed seamless, attributing the origins of my skills to an unverified scroll and an elusive soldier, thereby elucidating the source of my technique, while casting myself as an extraordinarily fortunate and perceptive prodigy. The concept of opportunity is most enigmatic and utterly irrefutable. Xiao Lai gazed at me intently for an extended period, his eyes seemingly intent on unveiling my very innards. Ultimately, a hint of a smile broke through the icy facade of his countenance. What a remarkable encounter with a tattered scroll. He clapped me on the shoulder with a force akin to a mountain. Whether your insights stem from the text or divine revelation, your ability to resurrect the 7 forms of breaking edge is a fortuitous blessing for our great Xia and our Northern Army. Perhaps this is indeed fate. Xiao Lai turned to address the entire Xiantai Guard, proclaiming in a resonant voice, from this day forth, Gu Changge shall be recognized as a registered member of our Shantai Guard. All equipment within the training grounds is at his disposal. His gaze then settled on Meng Shi, who had just risen to his feet. Meng Shi, you shall serve as his sparring partner. Your formidable physique is well suited to compensate for his weaker build. His extraordinary techniques will refine your own somewhat crude methods. You two shall be each other's whetstone, advancing together. Yes, Commander, Meng Shi exclaimed with delight, turning to me with a jovial tone. Brother Gu, I look forward to your guidance. Thus, a brewing storm was quelled. Gu Changge finally secured a legitimate entry into the most formidable institution of violence in Great Xia. In the days that followed, Gu Changge's life adopted a remarkably regimented routine. By day, he entered the imperial study to assist the emperor, sharpening ink and reading aloud, while navigating the depths of his sovereign's probing examinations. In the afternoons, he would engage in grueling training at the Shantai Guard's drill grounds. His spirit was that of an invincible veteran of countless battles. His will was forged from steel, tempered through relentless trials. Yet, the frail body of a 16-year-old was still too weak. He ran with burdens until exhaustion set in. He struck and kicked until cramps seized him. He immersed himself in medicinal baths that felt akin to torture. Each day, Gu Changge pushed the boundaries of his physical limits. The excruciating pain, however, brought him an unparalleled sense of reassurance and groundedness, for he could distinctly feel strength gradually returning to his young frame. Meng Shi became his most loyal companion, evolving from a mere sparring partner to a half-student, often left astounded by Gu Changge's martial insights that transcended the ages. In the training grounds, Gu Changge gradually transformed from a scholar, reliant on evasive tactics, into a formidable adversary capable of confronting Meng Shi head-on. Unbeknownst to him, a fortnight slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this night, Gu Changge returned to his study in the general's residence, his body utterly fatigued. On the desk lay a letter, delivered in an unusual manner, bearing the elegant character for Su. Gu Changge swiftly opened the letter and perused its contents. It contained both tidings of joy and sorrow. The joyful news was that Su Kingsnow's trusted aide, dispatched to Chuanzhou, had returned with intelligence. Upon receiving the letter, Governor Luo Cheng of Chuanzhou wasted no time and led 3,000 elite troops that very night to cleanse the coastal marauders, ostensibly to safeguard the maritime borders. The so-called pirates, entrenched there, were captured in one fell swoop. Upon verification, it was revealed that they were, in fact, the private soldiers nurtured by the Chun family of Jiuangxiang. With evidence in hand, Luo Cheng, in a fit of rage, executed the head of the Chun family's operations in Chuanzhou before the public eye. The salt ships that had been delayed for over a month were finally allowed to set sail, making their way towards the capital day and night. However, the sorrowful news was that Chun Hong, the head of the Chun family in the capital, upon learning of the overwhelming defeat in Chuanzhou, unleashed a frenzied counterattack akin to a cornered beast. Sensing unseen hands orchestrating events, he launched an unprecedented price war before Gu Changge's salt ships could arrive in the capital. The Chun family recklessly flooded the market with their entire stock of salt, selling it at prices 30% below cost. In a desperate attempt to obliterate the psychological defenses of all small and medium salt merchants in the capital, thereby disrupting the entire market. In her letter, Su Qingsnow indicated that although she had followed the plan to acquire some merchant supply contracts, the Chun family's suicidal onslaught had left her finances in disarray, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. At the end of the letter, her anxious inquiry was succinct: how to resolve this? After reading the letter, Gu Changge displayed no signs of distress. Instead, a cold smile graced his lips. You sever your own limbs and dig your own grave, Chen Hong. Do you not realize that what I most wish to witness is your reckless frenzy? He murmured softly. Thank you for delivering the century-old foundation of the Chun family right to my doorstep. Chapter 12. Striking at the root, utilizing power against power in the study. The candlelight flickered. Gu Changge ignited Su Kingsnow's letter in the candle flame, watching it transform into a wisp of smoke, ultimately returning to ashes. The Chun family's insanity did not daunt him. Rather, it unveiled an opportune moment to eradicate them entirely. You wish to engage in a price war? Then allow me to let you perish in the very fire you have ignited, he resolved. He unfurled a fresh sheet of paper and dipped his pen in ink. This time, he penned not directives for Su Qingsnow, but a brief note. The content consisted solely of an address and 9 words. The Chun family's vital point has emerged. It can be seized. Upon completion, he placed the note in an unremarkable envelope. Given the significance of this letter, it must be entrusted to his most clandestine and reliable forces for delivery. Gu Changge's fingertips gently tapped 3 times on the tabletop, 2 long and 1 short, producing a muffled yet rhythmic sound. This was the clandestine signal agreed upon with that individual. In the brief pause of breath, a shadow seemed to seep from the depths of the wall's darkness, silently kneeling on one knee, the entire process stirring not a whisper of air. Gu Changge did not raise his head, but calmly pushed the envelope to the edge of the table. Deliver it to this address and hand it to the owner. The shadow accepted the envelope and melted back into the darkness as if it had never existed. The address was the secret stronghold of the 7th prince outside the palace. Gu Changge understood well what this ambitious yet vulnerable prince lacked most: money, the financial power to rival the crown prince. And the Chun family was among the crown prince's most significant financial backers. At this moment, this financial reservoir had foolishly opened its own floodgates. The 7th prince would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. After completing this task, Gu Changge began to pen a reply to Su Qingxue. His plan was audacious and reckless, divided into 3 steps. The first step, retreat. Effective immediately, the Sihai Trading Company would cease the sale of all salt, publicly claiming that their stock had been exhausted and that the arrival of new shipments had been delayed. Simultaneously, personnel would be dispatched to spread panic in the marketplace, declaring that the salt supply had been severed, leading to an inevitable surge in prices. Let the Chun family frantically sell off their stock. We would observe from the sidelines. The second step, sever. All available funds would be immediately mobilized, including my subsequent investments, disregarding contracts with the smaller salt traders. The sole target was the transportation firms and warehouses in the capital. At the highest price, secure exclusive rights for the 3 major transportation firms for the next month. Rent all warehouses near critical transportation routes. If the Chun family wished to sell salt, we would allow them to do so. However, once they had sold out, they would find that the entire transport capacity of the capital was firmly in our hands, rendering them incapable of bringing in even a grain of new salt. The third step, eliminate. This task would be mine to execute. Upon finishing the letter, a hunter-esque gleam flickered in Gu Changge's eyes. The Qin family believed this to be a commercial battle, yet in Gu Changge's perception, it was war, a one-sided massacre characterized by unequal information and strategies. 2 days later, at the Sihai Trading Company, Su Qingxue gazed at the battle plan delivered by Gu Changge, accompanied by a banknote of 50,000 taels, rendered momentarily speechless. Her heart, which prided itself on being calm and astute, was pounding uncontrollably. Retreat, sever, eliminate. What a splendid triad of strategies. The first step, feigning weakness to create societal panic, would lead the Chun family further down the wrong path, exhausting their last resources. The second step, undermining their foundation. While everyone focused on the salt itself, Gu Changge's gaze was fixed on the lifeblood of its transportation. This move could only be described as a stroke of genius. Once successful, even if the Chun family possessed an abundance of salt, it would merely accumulate outside the city, watching helplessly as the capital transformed into our domain. What struck her most with trepidation was the third step. The simple word eliminate and the promise of I will handle it represented an unfathomable well of terror and confidence. Su Qingxue closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she once again opened her eyes, all shock and hesitation transformed into an overwhelming spirit of battle and fervent admiration. With such a man by her side, what was there to fear about achieving great undertakings? Uncle Fu. Su Qingxue's voice was resolutely steadfast like never before. Miss, what are your instructions? Utilize all the funds on the account, including the 50,000 taels from Lord Gu. Target every carriage shop and warehouse within the city. I want them to serve only my Sihai Trading Company for the next month. Miss, this is risking our entire fortune and lives. Uncle Fu exclaimed, his face pale with astonishment. No. A mesmerizing yet dangerously beautiful smile blossomed on Su Qingxue's lips. This is not a gamble. This is merely picking up money. The situation in the capital unfolded as Gu Changge had anticipated, developing in an eerie manner. The Qin family's Ju Yuan Xiang was frantically slashing prices to sell off its goods. The price of salt plummeted to unprecedented lows, causing countless commoners and speculators to hoard it in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the once second-largest salt merchant, Sihai Trading Company, unexpectedly closed its doors. Rumors swirled like wildfire. Everyone claimed that the Sea Trading Company had been entirely defeated by the Chen family, and that Miss Su had likely absconded with the funds. The Chen family emerged as the sole, final victor in this salt war. Chen Fei, the young master of Juyuan Xiang, was undoubtedly in high spirits these days. Each day, he stood at the entrance of his shop, surveying the crowds eagerly purchasing goods, and listening to his subordinates report the dismal circumstances of the Sea Trading Company. Feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of life, Changge, waiting in the Hanlin Academy, the Xiantai Guard, Chen Fei spat dismissively at his sycophants. In the face of absolute financial power, these are all mere trifles. Once I completely monopolize the salt market in the capital and become the royal merchant, even the crown prince shall regard me with respect. At that time, that little vixen Su Qingxue will have no choice but to obediently come to my bed. He was lost in his splendid fantasies. Suddenly, a nervous accountant rushed out from the store, whispering a few words in his ear. The smile on Chen Fei's face froze instantaneously. What? You say our inventory is nearly depleted. Title: How I Acquired the Blade named Night Nisha on the 7th day after my rebirth time. The 7th night after rebirth location. A long-abandoned mass grave on the outskirts of the capital. Narrator: Changge. 1. A seemingly unprofitable transaction on the 7th day after my rebirth. I engaged in what appeared to be a losing deal. I spent 1,000 taels of gold to procure what seemed to be a useless piece of information from the most enigmatic information broker in the capital, the Ghost Market's 13th lady. At the hour of the rat tonight, the Shadow Pavilion will be clearing its ranks. Those loyal retainers who remained unaware of my rebirth deemed me insane. They believed I should invest this money in recruiting soldiers or in solidifying the already precarious position of the Gu family, rather than concerning myself with the internal strife of an obscure assassin organization. They did not understand. They remain oblivious to the terrifying power concealed within the two characters of Shadow Pavilion, and are unaware that the traitor, who is to be eliminated tonight, once unleashed a tempest of bloodshed in my previous life. Naturally, they cannot fathom that she is the first and most crucial piece in the grand game of vengeance I have orchestrated upon my rebirth. In the dark hours of the night, I ventured alone to the graveyard of the Forsaken. Like a masterful hunter, I concealed myself behind a carefully chosen mound of earth, my vantage point optimal for the unfolding drama. Soon enough, the performance commenced. 5 assassins clad in black, their faces obscured by malevolent masks, encircled their prey like ravenous hyenas scenting blood. At the center of their encirclement knelt a blood-soaked woman in black, her left shoulder pierced by a poisoned crossbow bolt, her breath feeble as if it could extinguish at any moment. Yet, the hand that clutched her short sword remained steadfast. In her luminous eyes, illuminated by the moonlight, there was no trace of fear, only an icy calm and unwavering resolve. I recognized her as the Night Queen, who, with nothing but a single sword, had avenged herself against 36 adept members of the Shadow Pavilion after her betrayal, instilling dread throughout the underground world of the capital. Yet in this life, her fortune seemed to have abandoned her. She faced 5 black-clad guards who should not have been present, and had succumbed to the lethal 3 days of soul-severing poison, capable of bringing even masters to their knees. This was a hunt that was unfair from the very outset. The battle concluded the moment it began. Though Knight Qichong was formidable, burdened by grave injuries and the effects of the poison, she ultimately could not withstand the onslaught of multiple foes. After expending her final strength in a desperate strike that claimed the life of 1 black-clad guard, she collapsed into a pool of her own blood, extinguished. The remaining 4 guards advanced slowly, raising their blades, and it was then that I emerged from the shadows. 4, I intoned, my voice soft yet resonant like thunder, causing the assassins poised to reap their victory to freeze in place. They regarded me, a figure clad in resplendent attire, incongruous in this grim setting, their eyes rife with suspicion. Ignoring their scrutiny, I approached the near-lifeless form of Knight Qichong, crouching beside her to place a fragrant elixir upon her lips, the 7-day life extension pill. I observed the confusion and wariness in her eyes and calmly stated, "This will keep the poison at bay for 7 days." Rising, I turned my attention to the 4 black-clad guards who had encircled me, proposing a deal. "Inform your master," I proclaimed, tossing a token emblematic of the Duke's identity onto the ground. "Convey that I, Changge, have protected this individual. The events of this night conclude here. Within 3 days, I shall personally prepare a substantial gift and visit the Shadow Pavilion to negotiate her release." The four guards exchanged glances, uncertainty etched upon their faces. They clearly did not anticipate such a turn of events. The name of the Duke of the State weighed heavily, imposing enough to render them hesitant to act rashly. Ultimately, the leader of the black-clad guards picked up the token from the ground and raspingly uttered a promise to await good news, before swiftly vanishing into the night with the others. I understood that they were returning to consult a presence far more formidable than the master of the Shadow Pavilion. "Why do you wish to save me?" Yi Nishang asked, leaning against a tombstone, her voice hoarse. "Because you possess value," I replied candidly. "I am in need of the sharpest blade, and you are the finest I could find." "Just a blade?" A flicker of self-mockery crossed her eyes. "Indeed, merely a blade." I gazed down at her from my elevated position. "Yet, I can offer this blade an opportunity for vengeance, a chance to wield it against those who have betrayed you, hunted you, and sought your demise." Vengeance. Those two syllables struck her long-dormant heart like a bolt of lightning. "Agreed," she gritted out through clenched teeth. That night, I refrained from speaking further, simply escorting her to a secluded and secure place and securing the finest physician in the capital for her care. 3 days later, I returned to the Shadow Pavilion as promised, bearing lavish gifts. However, I was met not by the master of the pavilion, but by 5 wolf guards, stronger and more sinister than the black-clad sentinels of that fateful night. They informed me that the traitor Yi Nishang could be handed over, but they demanded a steeper price in exchange: my assistance in assassinating the entire Zhang family, the current Minister of Justice. In that moment, all the clues fell into place. I gazed at these 5 self-important wolf guards and calmly agreed to their terms. Naturally, I ultimately refrained from killing Zhang Jingji. Instead, I discreetly delivered evidence of this transaction, along with certain incriminating details about Crown Prince Zhao Wuji that I had long since acquired, to the Emperor's desk, thereby igniting a subsequent series of political upheavals in the court. But that is a tale for another time. Following that night, I finally possessed my first true weapon, the Night Blade, which belonged solely to me. I granted her a new lease on life, and in return, she bestowed upon me the unwavering loyalty I so desperately required. Chapter 13. The trap is set. The dust settles in the backroom of Zhu Yuan Xiang. The atmosphere was as tense as iron. Chen Hong, the head of the Qin family, who had navigated the tumultuous waters of commerce in the capital for decades, now wore a pale visage, veins bulging upon his forehead. "What did you say?" His voice rasped like a worn-out bellows. "Stock gone? Master, there is not a single grain left." The accountant knelt, a mournful expression etched upon his face. "To suppress the Sihai Trading Company, we slashed prices by 30%, and the citizens of the capital, along with those small vendors, went mad. They bought up everything we had. The quantity we sold in the past half-month surpasses that of the entire previous year. And what of it?" Chun Fei retorted stubbornly. "We have triumphed. That wretched Su Qingxue has closed her doors for good. Now, the entire market of the capital belongs to us. Immediately dispatch for supplies from Tongzhou and Baoding. Acquire as much as possible. We cannot procure any more, young master." The accountant cried out in despair, lamenting that the salt merchants from outside the city, aware of the situation in the capital, had begun to inflate prices and demanded immediate payment in silver. "We have no funds left." In preparation for this price war, they had already converted all their liquid assets into salt, which they sold at a loss. "Useless." Chun Hong kicked the accountant aside, his eyes ablaze with fury. "If there's no money, then go to the moneylender. Go and secure all the transport businesses in the southern part of the city. I need you to bring me salt overnight." Half an hour later, the steward returned, stumbling in panic, his face as pale as a ghost. "Master, young master, this is dire news. All the transport businesses in the capital have reported that their large vehicles are fully booked for the next month. Even the warehouses on the outskirts of the city have been completely rented out." "What?" Chun Hong staggered back as if struck by lightning, collapsing into the grand armchair. At this moment, if he still failed to comprehend the terrifying trap he had fallen into, then his decades of existence had been in vain. First, they lured him into depleting his resources, then severed all his transport lifelines. What a ruthless and cunning scheme. It must be Su Qingxue's doing, and those behind her. Chen Hong's teeth ground together in frustration. Simultaneously, in the imperial palace, within the study, Gu Changge stood with hands at his sides, adding a drop of water to the freshly prepared ink for Emperor Tianqi. The emperor set down the memorial he was reviewing and rubbed his brow, seemingly casually inquiring, "Changge, I have heard that the price of salt in the capital has been fluctuating wildly, causing considerable discontent among the populace. Changge stepped forward and bowed, responding, "Your Majesty, this is indeed the case. It has come to my attention that certain merchants, for their own selfish gain, are maliciously manipulating market prices and hoarding supplies. Salt is fundamental to the livelihood of the people. If it becomes a weapon in commercial warfare, it could jeopardize the nation's foundation and incite public unrest." His words were earnest, portraying him as a loyal subject deeply concerned for the welfare of the state. "Oh, and what do you propose?" A glimmer of intrigue flickered in the emperor's eyes. "I dare to suggest a course of action." Changge retrieved a memorandum he had prepared in advance, which was presented to the emperor by Lord Wang. "The only way to stabilize the market and appease the people is through decisive measures. I implore your Majesty to issue a decree for the Jingzhou Prefecture to temporarily take control of all salt trade in the capital. Private transactions should be strictly prohibited, and prices regulated according to household registration limits. This way, the people need not panic, and unscrupulous merchants will have no profit to gain. This action would not only demonstrate your Majesty's benevolence towards the people, but also ensure that the vital salt tax remains firmly under the control of the court. As for those merchants who disrupt the market, they must be severely punished to serve as a warning to others." Emperor Tianqi unfolded the memorandum, reading it carefully, and a fleeting look of approval crossed his deep-set eyes. What an astute proposal from Changge. This was not merely a suggestion, it was a blade handed to him, one that would allow him to justifiably sever the financial lifelines of the crown princess faction. Moreover, the manner in which it was presented left him no room for refusal. "Approved." The emperor's voice rang out calmly. "As you have stated, this matter shall be entrusted to the Jingzhou Yin and the Ministry of Revenue for joint execution." A decree swiftly emanated from the imperial palace, sending tremors through the entire commercial sphere of the capital. The officials and soldiers of the Jingzhou Prefecture promptly sealed all private salt shops, with Jiuangxiang being the foremost among them. The head of the family, Chun Hong, along with the young heir, Chun Fei, were imprisoned in the Tianlao for the grave crime of maliciously disrupting the market and endangering the state. Once a formidable force, the Chun family crumbled under the emperor's wrath overnight. With the absence of private salt, the official salt prices naturally returned to a reasonable and lucrative level. However, a new dilemma arose. The government had no salt to sell. As the Jingzhou magistrate fretted over this predicament, the Sihai Trading Company made a grand reappearance. The owner, Su Qingxue, personally approached the Jingzhou Prefecture, declaring that her firm had a substantial fleet of salt ships that had just endured arduous trials to reach the capital. Grateful for the imperial grace and to alleviate the people's concerns, she offered to supply all salt at the government's fixed prices. This gesture garnered widespread acclaim from both the court and the public. The Sihai Trading Company not only emerged as the most patriotic merchant, but also became the sole supplier of salt to the government, enjoying a monopoly. Each day, as she beheld the profits flowing in like silver snowflakes, Su Qingxue felt an unreal sense of dreaming. She understood that all of this stemmed from the youth currently in the imperial study, quietly grinding ink for the emperor. Half a month later, the once grand Jiuangxiang was confiscated and auctioned by the government due to the downfall of the Qin family. The auction was bustling with voices. Yet only one individual placed a bid. Dressed in a flowing lavender gown, exuding an air of elegance, Su Qingxue effortlessly acquired this establishment. A symbol of the pinnacle of commerce in the capital, at a price so low it was almost scandalous. At the moment the contract was finalized, a group of officials escorted a gaunt prisoner, shackled and handcuffed, past the back door of the shop. It was Chun Fei. Their eyes met. Chun Fei's gaze burned with resentment and unwillingness, while Su Qingxue's expression remained as tranquil as ice, devoid of any turbulence. Turning away, she lightly instructed Fu Bo beside her, "Remove the plaque of Jiuangxiang and use it for firewood. From today onward, this will be the new headquarters of the Sihai Trading Company." Chapter 14. The Prince's Fury, Concealed Menace Under the Night Sky. The new headquarters of the Sihai Trading Company was ablaze with light. This establishment, once a symbol of commercial supremacy in the capital, had now changed hands. In an elegantly luxurious private chamber, Su Qingxue personally brewed a cup of the finest dehongpo for Changge, her movements graceful and focused, her gaze imbued with a touch of reverence and admiration, even unbeknownst to herself. "Sir Gu, the accounts have been meticulously calculated. She presented a thick ledger with both hands. After deducting all costs and the government as share, our profit from this salt conflict amounts to 370,000 taels. Even Su Qingshua's voice trembled slightly as she uttered this figure. 370,000 taels. Such a sum would drive any second-rate family in the capital into a frenzy, and they had achieved it in less than a month. Changge casually flipped through the account book before setting it aside, as if it contained not 3,700,000 taels of silver, but merely 37 sheets of useless paper. You have worked hard, Changge remarked, lifting his teacup. Yet his gaze transcended the warmth of the cup's rim and settled upon the enormous map of the Great Xia territory mounted on the wall. In a tranquil tone, he inquired, Miss Su, do you believe the market in this capital is vast? This serene demeanor profoundly shook Su Qingshua's heart, as she increasingly felt that the young man's vision and ambition far exceeded her expectations. Sir, how shall we proceed from here? Su Qingxue humbly sought guidance. Money is merely a tool, not an end, Changge stated, placing the teacup down. His gaze grew distant as he delineated 3 endeavors for the use of this wealth. First, we shall establish our own transportation fleet, encompassing both carriages and vessels, creating a commercial route that connects the north and south. Second, we shall actively recruit talent, be it accountants, managers, or skilled craftsmen. As long as they are useful, I shall spare no expense. Third, we will venture into industries such as silk, tea, and porcelain. There is no need to rush for profit. We must quietly plan our routes in every lucrative corner of the Great Xia dynasty. Each of Changge's words painted an unprecedented grand blueprint for Su Qingshuo. Captivated, she nodded vigorously. Qingshuo understands. In the East Palace, within the Changge Hall, the air was thick with the expensive scent of dragon's brain incense, and the opulence of the decor only heightened the frigid atmosphere. Crown Prince Zhao Wujie stood by the window, clad in a black embroidered robe adorned with golden dragons, with a tall, handsome figure that radiated an innate regality. His countenance was marred by an inescapable gloom. A trusted minister knelt before him, trembling as he detailed the fall of the Chun family and the rise of the Sihai Trading Company. Incompetent. Upon hearing the report, Zhao Wujie did not erupt in rage. He merely spat out 2 words coldly. He slowly turned, his narrow phoenix eyes gleaming with a serpent-like chill. A once thriving merchant family had been toyed with by a mere 16-year-old boy, reduced to nothing more than scraps in the span of half a month. Well done, Changge. Your Highness, please temper your anger. The minister implored, bowing deeply. This boy only relies on His Majesty's fleeting favor and the backing of the northern general's residence to achieve such success. Once the storm passes, we shall find a way to render him foolish. Zhao Wujie coldly interrupted. Do you still believe he is merely fortunate and well-born? From evading blame at the banquet, to presenting strategies before the court, and now executing this merciless commercial warfare, this person's cunning, methods, and insight are impeccable and ruthlessly effective. His Majesty intends to use him as a blade, specifically to sever the wings of this palace. Zhao Wujie paced within the hall, an icy aura enveloping him, as if the very air were on the verge of freezing. This individual must not be allowed to remain. Your Highness, the minister hesitated. He is currently an esteemed member of the Hanlin Academy, a close confidant of the Emperor, and greatly favored by His Majesty. If we were to act against him in the court, Zhao Wujie's lips curled into a cruel smirk. When faced with a sharp blade, the best approach is not to reason with it, but to physically sever it. He paused, casting his gaze towards a corner of the grand hall where a silent figure cloaked in black lingered like a shadow. This was the commander of the Shadow Guards, the most enigmatic and lethal force within the Eastern Palace. I am aware he has recently frequented the training grounds of the Shantai Guards. Zhao Wujie's voice was soft, almost a whisper, yet carried an undeniable authority. The Shantai Guards are formidable, their defense is impeccable, yet there are always vulnerabilities. I do not wish for his death. A chilling smile spread across Zhao Wujie's face. Death would be too merciful. I desire him to be a mere shell of a man, unable to speak or move, confined to his bed for the remainder of his life. I am curious to see how a genius, rendered into a fool, will fare. Furthermore, I wonder whether my father will still hold interest in a paralyzed prodigy. The commander of the Shadow Guards stirred slightly, as if in acknowledgement. Your Highness, should this plan be exposed, Zhao Wujie's eyes glinted with malice. Engage a few desperate souls from the underworld to carry it out. Once the deed is done, ensure they are silenced. Make it clean. Let this esteemed official meet with an unfortunate accident on his way home, resulting in a broken neck. Understood. The shadow flickered and vanished into the depths of the hall, as if it had never existed. Within the grand hall, only Zhao Wuji remained. He returned to the window, gazing at the cold moonlight outside, murmuring to himself, "Gu Changge, the game has only just begun. I hope you will appreciate the grand gift I have prepared for you." Chapter 15. The Slaughter on the Long Street, the Blade Unsheathed Night. After Gu Changge concluded his matters with Su Qingxue, he did not linger at the Sihai Trading Company. He graciously declined Su Qingxue's offer of an escort and, alone, boarded the carriage that had brought him, slowly making his way towards the general's residence. The coachman was an elder from the household, skilled in martial arts and once a trusted soldier under his father, fiercely loyal. As the carriage rolled over the quiet streets, the wheels clattered against the cobblestones, producing a monotonous sound that echoed into the stillness of the night. Upon reaching a necessary path known as Willow Shade Alley, the lanterns that usually burned through the night had all extinguished, plunging the area into utter darkness. Inside the carriage, Gu Changge, who had initially closed his eyes to rest, suddenly opened them wide. In those calm eyes, there was not a trace of drowsiness, only a chilling clarity and sharpness akin to ice. His instinct, honed through countless battles as a general amidst rivers of blood, screamed at him from the depths of his being. Danger, though faint and deliberately suppressed. The killing intent could not escape his keen gaze, one that had witnessed innumerable life and death confrontations. Uncle Zhang, Gu Changge's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority, stopped the carriage. "Third young master?" The coachman, Uncle Zhang, felt a flicker of confusion but instinctively tightened the reins. Just as the carriage came to a halt, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Whoosh, whoosh. Two taut iron cables, shrieking through the air, suddenly shot out from behind the walls of the alley, locking the carriage's escape route with unyielding resolve. Simultaneously, for shadowy figures descended from the rooftops like bats in the night, each wielding glimmering, cold blue poisoned daggers. Their movements were swift, professional, and perfectly coordinated, clearly indicative of their rigorous training as professional assassins. Assassins, protect the third young master. Uncle Zhang reacted with remarkable speed, bellowing as he drew the sword at his waist, prepared to leap from the carriage to fight with all his might. "Stay on the carriage and secure the horses," Gu Changge's icy voice resounded from within the carriage. In the next instant, the curtain billowed without wind. Gu Changge's figure shot forth like a streak of azure lightning, landing firmly within the circle of the four assassins. Moonlight peeked from behind the clouds, illuminating his handsome and tranquil face. There was no panic, no fear, only an icy indifference, akin to observing the dead. "Are you from the prince?" Gu Changge inquired coolly. The four assassins remained silent. The assassin's code dictated their silence. Their eyes bore only the weight of their mission. Realizing their initial strike had failed, the four of them launched a simultaneous, lethal assault from four impossibly acute angles. The glint of blades wove a deadly net in an instant. Yet, in the face of this net, Gu Changge moved. His movements were not hurried, but rather graceful, almost artistic. With a slight retreat of his left foot, he twisted his body at an incredible angle. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal striking metal rang out almost simultaneously. Three poison daggers were deftly deflected by the scabbard of the ornamental scholar's sword he held. Each strike repelled effortlessly. To face three opponents with nothing but a scabbard, blocking every strike flawlessly, transcended the realm of martial arts, bordering on the philosophical. For the first time, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the three assassins. However, the leading assassin, more seasoned and cunning, avoided a frontal attack and lunged from Gu Changge's blind spot, aiming directly for his back, a fatal strike. Yet, he was swift, and Gu Changge was swifter. In the moment he deflected the three daggers, Gu Changge's body spun violently, propelled by the force of the block. Clang! The scholar's sword finally left its scabbard. A cold, autumn water-like gleam of sword light carved a haunting arc in the air. Swift, at the pinnacle of speed, the assassin, who had attempted to strike from behind, felt a chill at his throat before he could wipe the cruel smile off his face. Lowering his gaze, he saw a line of blood slowly blooming across his neck. He wished to utter something, yet could only emit a gasping sound as his body collapsed to the ground. With a single stroke, he had sealed the assassin's fate. Gu Changge's figure did not pause for even a moment. The blade gleamed like a silken thread, and the intent to kill surged like a relentless tide. No longer on the defensive, he unleashed the most pure and terrifying techniques of slaughter, honed on the battlefield in his past life. The 7 styles of breaking edge severed the pulse. The tip of the sword lightly touched the wrist of an assassin, who felt a sudden numbness coursing through his arm. The dagger slipped from his grasp and flew away. Meanwhile, Changge's sword, like a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, pierced through his heart. The 7 styles of breaking edge pierced the forest. The shadows of the sword transformed into a myriad of stars, appearing chaotic yet effectively sealing all avenues of retreat for another assassin. In an instant, the assassin found himself struck in the chest, abdomen, and throat simultaneously, meeting his demise without a moment to spare. In the blink of an eye, 4 elite killers had met with 3 deaths and 1 injury. The lone remaining assassin was utterly paralyzed with fear. Gazing at the youth before him, who resembled a deity of death, he felt not a shred of fighting spirit left. He turned to flee, preparing to utilize his lightness skill to escape this hellish scene. "Did I permit your departure?" Changge's voice was as chilling as a decree from the underworld. With a flick of his wrist, the blood-soaked longsword transformed into a silver streak, flying forth. Thud! The longsword struck with deadly precision, piercing through the fleeing assassin's back and pinning him firmly against the wall at the alley's entrance. Blood trickled down the wall, slowly pooling below. The entire alley fell silent once more. Only the heavy breaths of Coachman Changge, akin to that of an ox, attested that the events that had transpired were no mere illusion. Changge approached the pinned assassin, reached out, and withdrew his longsword. He did not immediately end the life of this captive. Instead, within the depths of the man's terror-stricken gaze, he deftly severed his tongue with the sword's tip. The excruciating pain caused the assassin to convulse, yet he could not utter a sound. Subsequently, Changge seized the bleeding hand of the man and, utilizing his blood, inscribed a large, menacing character on the adjacent wall, east. Having completed this grim task, he then delivered a single stroke that ended the assassin's life. "Uncle Zhang." Changge turned, his voice regaining its calmness. "Report to the Jingzhou prefecture. Inform them that we encountered robbers and fought back valiantly, resulting in the demise of the criminals. I was fortunate to sustain only minor injuries." A small tear had appeared in his sleeve, though he was unaware of when it had occurred. Uncle Zhang regarded the tranquil visage of the 3rd young master, who seemed to have merely performed a trivial act, and felt a shiver ascend from his feet to the crown of his head. This was no mere scholar. He was undeniably a harbinger of death returned from the depths of hell. Chapter 16. A word that shakes the heavens. Reactions from all sides when the officers of the Jingzhou prefecture arrived at Luyin Alley. They were all taken aback, gasping in shock at the scene before them. The air was thick with an inescapable stench of blood. For corpses lay lifeless, each struck down with precision and efficiency, indicative of top-tier professional assassins. The massive, grotesque character inscribed in blood on the wall appeared to come alive under the flickering torchlight, as if mocking the onlookers, instilling a bone-chilling terror that surged up their spines. In the presence of the esteemed Zhang, the governor of Jingzhou, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, feeling his legs weaken. Who in the court, among the literati and warriors, was unaware of the implications of the Eastern Palace? This matter was starkly intertwined with the bloody contest for imperial succession. How could he, a mere Jingzhou governor, dare to intervene? "My lord, how shall we investigate this case?" A trusted captain inquired nervously. "Investigate? How do you propose to do that? Who do you intend to investigate?" Governor Zhang lowered his voice, frustration mounting as he exclaimed, "If you seek death, do not drag me into it." Casting a glance at the carriage, marred by knife marks and already escorted back by the guards of the general's residence, a resolution formed in his mind. "Listen," Governor Zhang commanded his subordinates, imposing a silence. "Tonight's incident shall be recorded as an ordinary robbery gone awry. The 3rd son of the general of the north was attacked on his way home, and the guards valiantly fought back, annihilating the bandits. Clean the scene thoroughly, dispose of the bodies, and prepare the documentation accordingly. As for the characters on the wall," a twitch in his eye, he continued, "let it be known that it was merely the scribblings of a drunken lunatic, stained by blood." "Understood." A group of officials, as if granted a reprieve, hastily set about obliterating the evidence. In the Eastern Palace, within the Hall of Eternal Joy, a priceless Ru-kiln Celadon tea bowl was smashed to the floor, shattering into countless fragments. The crown prince, Zhao Wuji, twisted his face in a mask of fury, his usual grace replaced by raw anger. "Incompetence!" A bunch of useless fools. Before him, the commander of the Eastern Palace's shadow guards knelt, his head bowed low. Your Highness, it was my oversight. None of us anticipated that Changge was such a deeply concealed master of martial arts. 4 silver-ranked assassins were slain in retaliation. Retaliation? Zhao Wuji's eyes blazed with a conflagration of rage and humiliation. Not only did he retaliate, but he also severed the tongue of a captive, leaving a message on the wall. The bloodstained character for East struck him like a resounding slap across the face. This was no mere counterattack. It was a provocation, an affront. A 16-year-old boy's most audacious contempt directed at him, the crown prince. He was proclaiming to the court that he was aware and that he was unafraid. Zhao Wuji, in his fury, let out a mocking laugh. Very well. I have truly underestimated him. Within the grand hall, the trusted strategists of the Eastern Palace fell into an uneasy silence. After a prolonged moment, as Zhao Wuji's fury gradually subsided, a chilling calmness took its place. Since the assassination had failed, he would ensure the boy met his end in broad daylight. Zhao Wuji slowly seated himself, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Is he not skilled? Is he not a performer? Then I shall grant him the grandest stage to showcase his talents. His gaze fell upon a strategist. The Royal Martial Arts competition occurs every 3 years, does it not? Next month, if I am not mistaken. The strategist, sensing the shift, replied promptly, Indeed, Your Highness. All the sons of nobility will participate. Excellent. A cold smile graced Zhao Wuji's lips. Dispatch orders to ensure that the heir of Wei Yuan Marquis and the grandson of the Duke of England are well prepared for me. Inform them that I, as the princess, shall not concern myself with the methods employed. At the Zhongwu conference, this prodigy from the Gu family must receive an unforgettable lesson. On the arena, fists and feet are blind. Even if an unfortunate mishap results in a life lost, my father would have no grounds to speak. The general's residence was ablaze with light. The news of Changge's ambush plunged the entire household into a state of profound panic and fury. His mother, Lady Lu, embraced him, weeping inconsolably. His father, Gu Yuan, after meticulously examining the scene and his son's wounds, remained silent, though his resolute visage betrayed a palpable murderous intent. He understood that this was no mere robbery. In the study of the matriarch, a heavy silence enveloped the air. Did you eliminate everyone? The matriarch's voice was gravely serious. Leaving no survivors is the only guarantee of safety, Changge replied calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. The inscriptions on the wall, did you leave those as well? They were inscribed by my grandson. The matriarch pondered for a long while before exhaling deeply. Changge, you are courting danger and declaring war upon the dragon. I am aware. Grandmother, from this moment forth, you shall not venture out alone, commanded the matriarch with an unyielding tone. I will summon the 30 most elite guards of the household to protect you without fail. Upon hearing this, Changge shook his head. Grandmother, evasion is futile. His gaze was clear and resolute. A venomous serpent lurking in the shadows may strike at any moment. The only way to deter it is to transform oneself into an eagle soaring through the heavens, rendering it incapable of even daring to look up. The matriarch stared at him, taken aback. Changge then articulated a decision that astonished all present. Next month, I shall attend the Royal Zhongwu Conference, and I will secure the first place. Chapter 17. A Father and Son's Trial. The hidden dragon in the abyss within the confines of the matriarch's study, silence reigned. Changge's declaration of "and I will secure the first place" reverberated like thunder in the ears of Lady Lu, Gu Yuan, and the matriarch, echoing repeatedly. No, I absolutely cannot agree. The first to break was his mother, Lady Lu. She rushed forward, gripping Changge's arm tightly, tears streaming down her face. Songer, you have just returned from the gates of death. How can you willingly leap into the fire pit again? That Zhongwu conference is filled with warriors raised on horseback and in medicine barrels. Fists and feet are unpredictable. If anything were to happen to you, how could I possibly live on? Gu Yuan's expression was more serious than ever. Changge, this is foolishness, he admonished sternly. As your father, I know you have experienced fortuitous encounters and possess remarkable abilities. However, your foundation remains too fragile. The Zhongwu Conference is a contest of sheer strength, of cultivation and vigor. You are but at the initial stage of body refinement, while the princess faction will undoubtedly send their carefully cultivated heirs, each at least at the later stages of body refinement, or even peak. How can you contend for first place? If you ascend the stage, you will be defeated in a matter of moves. and it will not only bring disgrace upon you, but also tarnish the illustrious reputation of our general's household built over generations. In the face of his mother's pleas and his father's rebukes, Changge's demeanor remained unwavering. Mother, father, grandmother. He surveyed his three closest kin, his voice resonating with clarity and strength. Seemingly sheltered within the confines of the estate, he was, in truth, merely awaiting his demise. The crown prince harbored a myriad of methods to orchestrate my death. The next attempt might not involve mere assassins, but perhaps a drop of poison in the evening meal, or even an unexpected accident. The only true sanctuary lies in establishing a reputation that resonates throughout the realm, ensuring that all are aware of my prowess. Changge, a talent esteemed by His Majesty, capable of securing peace through intellect and martial prowess alike. Only then would the crown prince dare not resort to such underhanded tactics against me. This, indeed, is the essence of true safety. With a confident curve to his lips, Changge declared that the illustrious name of the Gu family was not forged through submission or retreat. Today, it would not suffer due to my actions. I have vowed to achieve first place, and I shall undoubtedly fulfill that promise. His words fell like thunder, imbued with an undeniable, formidable confidence. Gu Yuan gazed at his son, a figure both familiar and foreign to him. The boyish demeanor, his poise, and the calm strategizing reflected in his eyes left him momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Such eloquence. Gu Yuan ultimately gritted his teeth and challenged, "How can I, as your father, trust you?" Trust, however, could only be earned through trial. Changge turned resolutely towards the door, stating, "I shall seek your guidance on the training grounds in the backyard. Please, grant me 10 strikes." Half an hour later, within the private training arena of the general's estate, Gu Yuan stood wielding a wooden spear, facing his son, who stood unarmed at a distance. "Changge, I shall employ only 50% of my strength. If you can withstand my onslaught without being forced beyond 3 paces and 10 strikes, I shall place my trust in you." Gu Yuan's voice rang deep and resonant as granite. "Father, please," Changge replied. "Prepare to strike." Gu Yuan advanced. There were no flamboyant techniques, only the simplest and most direct military spear thrusts. As he thrust forward, the air seemed to crackle with a sharp explosion. The spearhead lunged toward Changge's throat like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. Any ordinary warrior would have no choice but to retreat or evade this lethal strike. Yet Changge did not falter. At the moment the spear tip drew near, he shifted to the left with the grace of a falling leaf. This slight movement allowed the fierce spear to narrowly miss his neck, a perilous escape. Simultaneously, his right hand shot out like lightning, deftly flicking the long shaft of the spear. Buzz! Gu Yuan felt an exquisite spiral force emanating from the spear, causing his seemingly certain strike to veer uncontrollably to the side. "First strike," Changge's calm voice resonated. A flicker of astonishment crossed Gu Yuan's eyes, yet his assault remained relentless. The spear danced like a dragon, sweeping, smashing, and thrusting in a flurry of strikes, each one faster than the last, enveloping the training ground with the ferocity of his attack. Yet, no matter how fierce his onslaught became, Changge's figure glided effortlessly between the gaps of the spear's shadow, evading and countering with ease. He moved like the most skilled dancer, each evasion perfectly timed. Each deflection struck at the most vulnerable points of Gu Yuan's force. Remarkably, he was using Gu Yuan's own strength to neutralize the attacks. In the blink of an eye, 9 strikes had passed. Changge remained steadfast, not retreating an inch. Gu Yuan's forehead glistened with sweat, his heart overwhelmed with an indescribable shock. This was not merely a contest of cultivation, it was a clash of realms. An unequivocal demonstration of combat wisdom. In a final roar, Gu Yuan unleashed his ultimate technique, Dragon Rising. The spear, merging with his essence, ascended from below with an unassailable angle, akin to a dragon soaring into the heavens. Faced with this seemingly lethal strike, Changge, however, relinquished any thought of evasion. He stood quietly, and at the very moment the spear's tip was poised to pierce his chin, his lips parted slightly, uttering a few words. "Your left shoulder is too high. Your central gate wide open. The force arises from the waist, not the entire body. Father, this move of yours has 3 flaws." Buzz! Gu Yuan's figure halted a mere inch from Changge, the crimson tassel of his cherished spear brushing against his son's garment. Yet, he could advance no further. For the very flaws Changge had articulated were the hidden ailments he had labored for years to resolve, yet had never comprehended fully. This knowledge, in the entire world, was known only to him. Cold sweat instantly drenched Gu Yuan's back. Gazing at his son's tranquil demeanor, he finally understood the meaning of transcendence. I have lost. Gu Yuan retracted his spear, his voice hoarse as he uttered these 3 words. When the father and son returned to the matriarch's study, Gu Yuan bowed deeply before her. Mother, allow Changge to go. The Qilin of the Gu family must soar to the skies and make a name in the capital. Observing her son's sincere demeanor, the matriarch felt no doubts and nodded emphatically. From that moment forth, all resources of the general's residence began to be directed towards Gu Changge without reservation. After gaining the support of his family, the first task Gu Changge undertook was to have the hidden shadow guards deliver a list to Su Qingxue. The list contained the names of several prominent figures from the capital, each a scion of esteemed military families and noble lineage. Next to each name, in fine script, were detailed their cultivated techniques, favored moves, and character weaknesses. These individuals were part of the Crown Prince's faction and represented his principal adversaries at the martial arts conference. In the dead of night, Su Qingxue personally arrived at the general's residence, bringing all the necessary information Gu Changge required. These individuals were quite prominent in the capital, and the information was not difficult to procure. As she gazed at the handsome profile illuminated by the lamp, she softly spoke, "There is one more thing." From an exquisite wooden box, she retrieved a sword. The sword was slender and elongated, slightly thinner than an ordinary long sword, and its scabbard was simple and unadorned. This sword, known as Jinghong, was discovered by me during the confiscation of the Chun family's assets, hidden within their secret vault. It is one of the 3 divine weapons forged by a descendant of the renowned swordsmith O Yezi from the previous dynasty, capable of severing hair and cleaving iron effortlessly. Gu Changge accepted the long sword, drawing it from its sheath with a resounding clang. A stream of autumnal light emanated from the blade, illuminating the entire study. As the sword sang softly, reminiscent of a dragon's low roar. A fine sword. In Gu Changge's eyes, genuine admiration shimmered. He then turned to Su Qingxue and inquired, "What about the other 2 swords?" A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Su Qingxue's gaze as she responded. The first is called Dragon Slayer, owned by the young lady of the Qin family, Qin Rushuang, residing in the Duke of the State's manor. The other is named Breaking Army, currently wielded by the Crown Prince, Zhao Wujing. Chapter 18. The Grand Martial Assembly begins. The first note of the Phoenix January passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Gu Changge's life resembled a tautly drawn bowstring. By day, he was the composed and unflappable Hanlon scholar by the emperor's side, engaging in discussions of history and state affairs. His insight and magnanimity increasingly captured the admiration of Emperor Tianqi. However, as night descended, he transformed into the most diligent practitioner on the martial arts field. Drenched in sweat and tempered by pain, the memories of past battles melded seamlessly with his increasingly resilient young body. The sword named Phoenix seemed to become an extension of his arm, embodying a profound connection between man and weapon. The scholarly air about him did not dissipate. Rather, it was complemented by an added layer of restraint and sharpness akin to a sword's edge. When standing still, he appeared as a refined gentleman. Yet once his eyes opened and closed, the aura of clashing steel and galloping steeds surged forth. On the day of the Royal Martial Assembly's inauguration, the vast royal arena in the southern outskirts of the capital was already teeming with an immense crowd, flags obscuring the sun. Upon the grand platform sat the most powerful figures of the great Xia dynasty. In the center, Emperor Tianqi occupied the dragon throne, flanked by Crown Prince Zhao Wujing and several adult princes. Below them were esteemed officials and noble kin from various domains. Surrounding the arena, hundreds of thousands of citizens craned their necks in anticipation, their cheers resonating like thunder. Dressed in a convenient azure outfit for movement, with the phoenix sword at his waist, Gu Changge entered the designated area for participating youths alongside his father, Gu Yuan. His arrival immediately drew countless gazes, some curious, some disdainful, some contemptuous, and many openly hostile. Is that Gu Changge? The scholar who relies solely on his tongue for favor dares to participate in the martial assembly? They whispered. I heard he narrowly escaped an assassination attempt a few days ago, and now thinks himself a figure of significance. Just wait and see. The heir of Marquis Wei Yuan has declared he will make him kneel and beg for mercy on the arena. Most of these remarks came from a group of young individuals clad in luxurious attire, their demeanor haughty and arrogant. They were all, without exception, supporters of Crown Prince Zhao Wujing. Gu Changge paid no heed to their disparaging remarks, his gaze calmly sweeping across the grand platform. The emperor's eyes were as deep as the sea, revealing no emotion. Zhao Wujing's lips curled into a cruel smile, reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. Meanwhile, the frail seventh prince subtly raised his teacup in silent acknowledgement as their eyes met. Ultimately, Gu Changge's gaze settled on the opposite side of the competition area. There, a striking figure in fiery red attire caught his attention. It was a young lady, dressed in a flame-like crimson outfit, tall and poised, exuding a fierce elegance. Her beauty was radiant, her phoenix-like eyes ablaze with an untamed wildness. In his hand, he held an ancient and imposing longsword. The weapon was familiar to Gu Changge. It belonged to Qin Rushuang, the granddaughter of the Duke of the State, and was known as the Dragon Slayer. As if sensing Gu Changge's gaze, Qin Rushuang turned her head to meet his eyes. Their glances held no animosity, only a pure, spirited intent akin to that of worthy adversaries. She made no effort to conceal her intentions, gesturing openly to draw her sword. Gu Changge responded with a serene smile and a slight nod before averting his gaze. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding blasts of three mighty horns reverberated through the skies. The martial arts competition officially commenced. The Minister of Rites recited a lengthy opening address laden with formalities and rules, merely skimming the surface of the matter, reminding participants not to inflict serious harm. Yet, every individual present understood that on such a stage, life and death were left to fate. Next came the drawing of lots. A large lottery barrel contained over 100 bamboo sticks inscribed with names. A eunuch announced loudly, "First match at Arena 1. The heir of the Marquis of Wei Yuan, Li Mu, against the son of the Earl of Chongqing, Zhao Chong. The 10th match at Arena 3. The granddaughter of the Duke of the State, Qin Rushuang, against the son of the Minister of War, Wang Kai." As names were called, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. Finally, the 36th match at Arena 7. The third son of the General of the North, Gu Changge, against. The eunuch deliberately elongated the announcement, heightening the anticipation of the crowd. The prince's smile deepened. Against the son of the Grand General of Anghua, Ma Yuan. A wave of malicious whispers erupted throughout the arena. Everyone knew that the Grand General of Anghua was a relative of the prince's maternal family, an unwavering loyalist and a fierce warrior. His son, Ma Yuan, was notorious for his ruthless fighting style. To pit a delicate scholar against such a battle-hardened beast was a blatant arrangement. As Gu Changge heard his name, his expression remained as calm as ever. He grasped his sword and, amidst gazes filled with sympathy or ridicule, steadily approached Arena 7. Awaiting him atop the platform was a towering figure, a broad-shouldered man with a face full of brutish features, none other than Ma Yuan. He wielded a mountain-splitting spear, far heavier than the usual, pointing its tip directly at Gu Changge, roaring like a beast. "Gu Changge, your good fortune has run out. Today, I shall shatter your bones, piece by piece, right here on this arena." With a sharp clang, the sound of a gong resonated throughout the venue. The duel commenced. "Come die." Without a hint of hesitation, Ma Yuan bellowed, launching himself forward with tremendous force, his massive form charging at Gu Changge like a frenzied rhinoceros, brimming with unmatched ferocity. The spear in his hands shot forth like a dragon, its tip generating a faint spiral of energy due to the sheer speed, aimed directly at Gu Changge's heart. Chapter 19. A sword surpassing the swallow, ascending the arena in glory in the face of Ma Yuan's earth-shattering lethal strike. Gu Changge's figure remained utterly composed. At the moment just before the sharp tip of the gun was about to pierce his chest, he moved. His body swayed gently to the side, akin to a willow leaf caressed by a gentle breeze, executing an elegant yet unfathomable motion. In that fleeting moment, a shot as swift as thunder grazed his garment, narrowly missing its mark. The fierce wind generated by the gun's blade tousled a lock of his dark hair. Throughout this, he did not even flutter an eyelid. What? Ma Yuan's strike had missed, and his pupils contracted sharply. The violent momentum he had built up caused him to stumble forward a few steps, unable to rein in his own force. The previously cacophonous arena fell into an eerie silence in that instant. Everyone believed this shot would surely draw blood. Yet the outcome was unexpectedly pleasant, almost effortless. In this profound stillness, Gu Changge's clear voice, though not loud, resonated across the entire No. 7 arena and even wafted towards the surrounding audience. The mountain opening spear technique, powerful and weighty, was a formidable martial art. Alas, your execution is too crude, too broad and full of flaws, too slow, too foolish. As his words echoed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. How audacious! A mere scholar, seemingly incapable of harming a chicken, dared to critique the ancestral martial arts of the great general of the state in front of tens of thousands. You seek death. Ma Yuan's face turned a deep shade of purple. The humiliation inflicted by this perceived waste was more unbearable than death itself. With a bestial roar, he abandoned all finesse and channeled all his energy into his arms, swinging the mountain-opening spear in a massive arc that tore through the air, aiming to sweep Gu Changge in half. With this blow, he sought to obliterate Gu Changge, body and bones alike. Yet, in the face of this devastating strike that spanned half the arena, Gu Changge did not retreat, but advanced. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his entire form rising as if weightless, soaring upward. He did not leap back, but rather leapt directly towards the sweeping spear, executing a breathtaking, gravity-defying somersault. Amidst countless gasps of astonishment, Gu Changge's figure floated gracefully onto the rapidly swinging, bull-width spear. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The youth in the azure robe, his garments billowing, appeared as an ethereal being, poised atop the furious spear. Meanwhile, Ma Yuan's expression was frozen in disbelief, his mind blank in response to this extraordinary scene before him. Now, a sound as clear as a phoenix's call rang throughout the arena. The stunning swan sword finally left its sheath. A beam of sword light, akin to autumn waters, flickered through the air. So swift, so fast that all that remained on the retinas of the spectators was but a silver afterimage. Gu Changge's target was not Ma Yuan. Beneath his feet lay the formidable mountain-splitting spear. The tip of the sword, poised at an impeccably precise angle, struck a specific node upon the spear's shaft. With the technique known as the 7 styles of breaking edge, a peculiar high-frequency tremor resonated from the spear. In the astonished gaze of all present, that indestructible mountain-splitting spear, forged from refined steel, shattered into fragments, like ice crushed by immense force, transforming into a flurry of metallic shards. Ma Yuan stood dumbfounded, left with naught but a bare grip of the spear. His weapon, his greatest reliance, had vanished just like that. Before he could recover from this profound shock, Gu Changge had gracefully descended to the ground. A crisp sound echoed as the stunning swan's sword was sheathed. Gu Changge merely brushed the ancient scabbard lightly against the astonished face before him. Ma Yuan's robust form spun 3 times, as if all his bones had been extracted, before he fell back, lifeless. Throughout the encounter, Gu Changge had not executed a single complete sword style. In fact, the blade had never even grazed his opponent's body. The entire royal grand martial arena fell into an extended, deathly silence. Thousands of spectators, alongside the nobles on the high platform, remained as if spellbound, gazing at the young man in the azure robe who was slowly sheathing his sword. It was only when the trembling voice of the officiating eunuch struck the victory gong that the silence shattered. At arena number 77, Gu Changge emerged victorious. The stillness erupted into a cacophony of astonished exclamations and discussions. On the platform, the crown prince, Zhao Wujing, unconsciously crushed the white jade teacup in his hand into powder. The smile that once adorned his face had vanished, leaving behind a chilling expression of disbelief. For the first time, the Emperor of the Enlightenment leaned slightly forward in his dragon throne, his once placid eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. In the contestants' area, Qin Rushuang tightened her grip on the dragon-slaying sword, her beautiful eyes ablaze with a fierce fighting spirit. On the arena, Gu Changge remained oblivious to everything around him. Calmly, he reattached the stunning swan's sword to his waist and slowly raised his head. His gaze traversed the sea of fervent spectators, coldly sweeping over the pallid faces of the crown prince's entourage. Ultimately, his eyes fixed upon the crown prince Zhao Wujing, whose face was darkened to the point of dripping with malice. Across the vast distance, the corners of Gu Changge's mouth lifted slightly, as if to say, "Who shall be next?" Chapter 20. After the stunning swan, no more mundanity as Gu Changge descended from arena number 77. The Royal Grand Martial Arena remained engulfed in the overwhelming, violent beauty of the earlier spectacle, unable to calm. Everywhere he passed, the crowd instinctively parted, much like Moses parting the sea. The once scornful and derisive noble youths now lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. In their eyes lingered only profound apprehension and a trace of unmistakable fear. In this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme. It is the absolute and overwhelming strength that commands reverence. Within the seating area of the general's residence, his father, Gu Yuan, a battle-hardened general, trembled with excitement. His lips quivering, he gazed upon his son, wishing to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he extended his weathered hand, calloused from years of toil, and firmly clapped it upon Gu Changge's shoulder. All was conveyed in that silent exchange. Upon the high platform, the expression of Crown Prince Zhao Wuji had darkened to a brooding intensity. The right hand that had crushed the teacup was now stained with blood, slowly trickling through his fingers, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Lin Feng. Zhao Wuji's voice was low and frigid as he addressed a young man standing behind him. This youth, also a competitor, donned a white robe and bore a long sword on his back, exhibiting a restrained yet fierce aura. None other than the third-place winner of the previous Zhongwu conference, the shadowless sword, Lin Feng. Your Highness, Lin Feng bowed respectfully. Ma Yuan is a useless waste. Zhao Wuji's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Next, it will be your turn. I care not for the means you employ. Utilize your utmost speed and your renowned technique, the shadowless continuous sword. Hold nothing back. What I seek is not mere victory, but to incapacitate him. Lin Feng understood. The young man in white nodded, a flicker of ruthless confidence flashing in his eyes. Just as Gu Changge settled down and raised his teacup, a fiery figure, imbued with a subtle fragrance, approached him. It was none other than Miss Qin Rushuang, granddaughter of the Duke of the State. Her phoenix-like eyes blazed with fervor, fixated intently on Gu Changge, exuding an unmistakable warrior spirit. Hey, that move of yours was quite impressive, Qin Rushuang began, her tone direct and spirited. Shattering weapons is indeed a clever psychological tactic, quite intriguing. She paused, then shifted her tone, raising her chin slightly with an innate pride. However, your swordplay seems to prioritize technique over strength. If you were to face a truly formidable weapon, you might find yourself at a disadvantage. Gu Changge set down his teacup and, meeting her gaze calmly, replied, then it is a matter of trial to discern. Excellent. A radiant smile blossomed on Qin Rushuang's lips. I am quite eager to see if my dragon slayer can sever your stunning swan. With that, she said no more, turning gracefully to depart, leaving behind a provocative silhouette filled with challenge. Gu Changge watched her retreating figure, shaking his head slightly. A pure warrior, in this city rife with intrigue and scheming, seemed rather endearing. In the ensuing hours, the elimination rounds of the Zhongwu conference unfolded with fervor. Without a doubt, Gu Changge's matches became the focal point of attention. He did not disappoint. His second opponent was the grandson of the Crown Prince's tutor, employing the soft yet deceptive techniques of the gentle cloud swordplay, characterized by its subtlety and cunning. As a result, Gu Changge executed merely 7 maneuvers, in the face of an intricate web of swords, seemingly devoid of any flaws. The stunning swan sword pierced through the center of this labyrinthine barrier from an astonishing angle, the tip of the blade coming to a steady halt before the opponent's brow. The adversary promptly conceded, drenched in cold sweat. His third opponent, the nephew of the Minister of Personnel, wielded a robust and weighty 8 trigrams blade technique. Yet, Gu Changge required only 3 moves. He did not even draw his sword. Instead, he used the scabbard, nonchalantly traversing through the seemingly impenetrable glimmers of the blade, deftly striking 3 points. Each strike targeted the opponent's technique at the juncture where the old strength had waned, yet the new strength had yet to blossom. The opponent's rhythm was thoroughly disrupted. His technique crumbled without resistance, leading him to stumble and fall from the platform. The audience transitioned from astonishment to a state of numbness. If the first match bore traces of cleverness, the subsequent 2 bouts unequivocally showcased a masterful level of martial artistry. He was not merely competing. He was delineating the landscape of martial prowess. The Scholar Sword Saint. It was uncertain who in the crowd first uttered this moniker, but soon it spread like wildfire throughout the arena. Several hours later, the ruthless elimination rounds drew near their conclusion. Out of 128 contestants, only the final 16 remained. Next came the even more intense battle for the top 8. The chief eunuch ascended the high platform once more, drawing the first pairing from a golden cylinder. His voice resonated throughout the venue. In the first match of the top 8, on the number 1 main stage, we have the unshadowed sword, Lin Feng. At the utterance of this name, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Lin Feng, a long-established name, was a leading contender for the championship, second only to Qin Rushuang. The eunuch paused, his gaze seemingly drifting towards Changge, and then, with a rhythmic intonation, announced the second name. Facing the scholar sword saint, Changge. Boom. The entire martial arts arena erupted in fervor. The mightiest dark horse was pitted against a renowned top genius. This was nothing short of a prelude to an epic showdown. On the platform, the Prince Zhao Wujie wore a familiar, coldly confident smile once more. The true deadly trap he had set was finally unfolding. Upon hearing this matchup, Changge rose slowly, his gaze meeting that of the white-clad swordsman Lin Feng, who was gracefully ascending the stage. In the air, it felt as though invisible sword energy was colliding with intensity. Chapter 21. The Unshadowed Sword, a moment-esque discrepancy on the number 1 main stage. When Changge and Lin Feng's names were called by the eunuch in his signature elongated tone, the entire royal martial arts arena erupted into a frenzy. On one side stood the long-celebrated champion, renowned for his swift swordplay. On the other, the scholar sword saint emerged unexpectedly, overwhelming opponents with his unpredictable techniques. This was a true confrontation of titans. Changge stepped onto the platform with deliberate grace. The cold, hard bluestone beneath his feet bore remnants of the previous match's splattered blood. The surrounding mountains echoed with a tumultuous roar, as if separated by an invisible barrier, gradually fading away. In his world, only 3 elements remained. The adversary before him, clad in pure white, yet possessing a gaze colder than that of a venomous serpent. The stunning sword in his hand, resonating with a subtle yearning. And atop the high platform, a gaze filled with unabashed murderous intent, piercing like a thorn in his back. Once again, this sensation washed over Changge, the corners of his mouth curving into an almost imperceptible smile. Life and death hung in the balance. The eyes of the multitude upon him. This, indeed, was the stage I know and long for. In his previous life in the Northern Territory, every encounter with the tribal elite was characterized by this extreme pressure and exhilaration as he wielded his lance. Yet now, the weapon in his grasp had changed. Lin Feng, on the opposing side, scrutinized Changge. He noticed the smile playing at Gu's lips and interpreted it as disdain, a show of bravado. Lin Feng scoffed inwardly. The delicate sword in his hand trembled slightly. Before absolute speed, all techniques appeared futile. Bang! The resounding gong of war reverberated through the air. At that instant, Lin Feng sprang into action. His figure seemed to leave behind an afterimage, transforming into a wisp of white smoke, instantly closing the distance to Changge. Swift, a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Clash, clash, clash. A series of sharp sounds erupted in the center of the arena, akin to raindrops pelting banana leaves. Lin Feng's soft sword transformed into countless silver serpents, enveloping Changge from all directions. The sword light forged an impenetrable silver cage. It was the shadowless sword technique. Lin Feng unleashed his signature skill right from the outset. Observant martial artists in the audience gasped in astonishment. Upon the high platform, Prince Zhao Wujie wore a confident smirk, while Qin Rushuang furrowed her brow, fixated on the web of sword light, having never witnessed such swiftness in a blade. Within the confines of the cage, Changge's figure resembled a solitary boat amidst raging waves. It appeared poised to be engulfed at any moment. Yet it deftly evaded the most lethal strikes with minimal movement during the most perilous times. His stunning sword had scarcely left its sheath, merely 3 inches drawn. It conjured a small yet impenetrable circular barrier before him. Every attack was deflected with pinpoint accuracy by this luminous shield. The clangs of metal echoed, sparks flying. To the spectators, Changge seemed utterly suppressed, possessing only the ability to defend, devoid of any means to counterattack. However, within Changge's own perception, the scene unfolded differently. 37 strikes. His heart was as calm as still water. Lin Feng's dazzling maneuvers appeared to him as though slowed to a crawl. The sword techniques, extravagantly executed, lacked true lethality. In pursuit of speed, he sacrificed the power behind each strike, and between transitions, there lingered a brief moment of hesitation. 3 short breaths followed by 1 deep inhalation signified that Lin Feng's internal energy was insufficient to sustain the next complete sequence of the shadowless sword. His flaw was revealed, a glimmer flashing in Changge's eyes. It appeared precisely at the moment when Lin Feng unleashed his 42nd strike, preparing to follow with the most ferocious 43rd. In that fleeting instant, when the old energy had been exhausted and the new had yet to arise, a moment of stasis ensued. After enduring for so long, Gu Changge made his first proactive move. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no speed akin to lightning. It was merely a simple, direct thrust, yet executed with unparalleled precision. The Jinghong sword finally emerged from its sheath, akin to a clear spring, a radiant stream of light. Though arriving later, it reached first. Before Lin Feng's 43rd sword was fully formed, the tip of Gu Changge's sword had already pierced through the myriad shadows of blades, appearing before Lin Feng. Time seemed to pause at that moment. The dazzling sword lights abruptly halted. Lin Feng's figure froze in place, his face still contorted in the ferocity of attack. Meanwhile, the autumn water-like blade of Gu Changge's Jinghong sword coldly pressed against his throat. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Lin Feng's brow. He had lost, inexplicably and astonishingly. He did not even comprehend how he had been defeated. Just as he intended to speak, Gu Changge's figure glided like a specter close to his ear, coldly whispering in a tone audible only to them, "Your master seeks my demise. I am not one to owe favors." Before the words could fade, Gu Changge's sword hand moved slightly. The Jinghong sword glided downward from Lin Feng's throat, not to slit, but with an exquisitely precise force. It struck his right arm 3 times in a flash. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 sprays of blood erupted. Lin Feng emitted a shrill, inhuman wail. His sword-wielding right hand instantly devoid of all strength, as the tendons in his hand, wrist, and arm were simultaneously severed. His swordsmanship, his future, all his pride, at that moment, were utterly obliterated. Gu Changge sheathed his sword, not even glancing at the writhing Lin Feng clutching his arm in agony. He lifted his gaze, surveying the multitude of astonished faces, and once again fixed his eyes upon the high platform, where the Prince Zhao Wuji's face had turned an ashen hue. Then, Gu Changge slowly spoke, his voice not loud, yet clear enough for the entire number 1 main arena to hear. "Your sword is too swift, so swift that it lacks even a trace of soul. Such a sword is fit only for an assassin's dagger, unworthy of being called the way of the sword." Chapter 22. The Emperor's Machinations, the Pact of Beauty on the Arena. Gu Changge's declaration that it was unworthy of being called the way of the sword struck like an invisible hammer upon the faces of all those aligned with the Eastern Palace, resonating in the hearts of the hundreds of thousands of spectators in the Grand Martial Arena. Silence, a stillness akin to death. Everyone stared in a daze at the young man in the blue robe standing with his sword. Though he was merely commenting on swordplay, his demeanor, which looked down upon the world and regarded geniuses as mere weeds, left no room for rebuttal. It seemed as though he was inherently qualified to utter such words. It was only when Lin Feng was hastily carried off the arena by several eunuchs, his heart-wrenching wails echoing, that the crowd awoke from their stupor. The victor was Gu Changge. The voice of the referee eunuch trembled ever so slightly. Upon the high platform, beside Prince Zhao Wuji, a grand imperial censor could no longer contain himself and stood forth, indignation radiating from him as he proclaimed, "Your Majesty, this individual possesses a heart as cruel as his methods are severe. The Zhongwu Assembly is meant for selecting talents for the nation, conducted with restraint. Yet he has openly crippled Lin Feng's martial foundation. Such a twisted and violent person, if not punished severely, will surely bring calamity." Before he could finish, Prince Zhao Wuji interrupted him in an unusually calm tone. Rising slowly, he bowed respectfully to Emperor Tianqi, a hint of a magnanimous smile gracing his features. "Father, Lordly speaks too harshly. On the arena, blades and swords are blind. An occasional misstep is inevitable. Lin Feng's defeat is due to his lack of skill, and he cannot blame others for it." His words were meticulously crafted, distancing himself from the matter while showcasing the demeanor befitting an heir. Yet, the fists he had clenched beneath his sleeves were already turning pale, betraying the tempest of rage within. Emperor Tianqi's gaze swept from Zhao Wuji's hypocritical visage to rest upon Gu Changge in the center of the arena. After a prolonged silence, the sovereign finally spoke, his tone betraying no emotion. "Gu Changge, the outcome is determined. Why, then, did you resort to such heavy-handed measures?" The pressure instantly shifted to Gu Changge. This was the emperor personally questioning him in front of the civil and military officials. A single misstep in his response could lead to accusations of arrogance and blatant disregard for the law. Gu Changge sheathed his sword and addressed the dragon throne, responding in a clear voice, "Your Majesty, I believe that in the contest of warriors, it is not only victory and defeat that matter, but also the way." Lin Feng's sword was swift yet lacked substance, form yet devoid of spirit. It was mere weaponry, not the path. I merely used my sword to impart this lesson to him. He paused before continuing, his tone suddenly turning frigid, as for crippling his meridians. It was also for his own good. Oh, Emperor Tianqi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. If a swordsman has lost his sword heart and sword spirit, becoming merely a blade in another's hand, then his cultivation is better off discarded. Today, I severed his meridians to break his weapon, preserving his life. I hope he may achieve profound understanding and reconstruct his sword heart. This is my sincere intention. Such words turned black into white, equating a malicious act of crippling with an earnest attempt at guidance. The officials aligned with the prince were infuriated to the brink of bloodshed, yet found themselves unable to refute him, for his arguments stood upon the pinnacle of martial philosophy, imbued with a Zen-like essence, utterly unassailable. Ha ha! Laughter erupted once more from the dragon throne as Emperor Tianqi reveled in delight. What a noble intention! Well said. His gaze swept across the assembly. Gu Changge, your actions were excessively severe, and your nature still requires refinement. As punishment, during tonight's victory banquet, the Millennium Blood Ginseng, originally bestowed upon the champion, shall be given to Lin Feng for his healing. With these words, all present believed the emperor was delivering a subtle reprimand to Gu Changge. However, the next words of the Emperor of Apocalypse caused every heart to skip a beat. His swordsmanship talent, a rarity seen once in a century, had greatly contributed to the nation. As a reward, he was granted special permission to access the third level of the Royal Library for 3 days, to freely peruse its ancient texts. The entire venue erupted in astonishment. Although the millennium-old blood ginseng was precious, it was ultimately a mere mortal object. Yet, what was the third level of the Royal Library? It housed the long-lost martial arts manuscripts and unique military treatises gathered from across the realm over the centuries of the Great Xia dynasty. Its value was immeasurable. It was a sacred ground that many nobles could only dream of, yet never set foot in. What was termed a punishment was, in truth, an unparalleled blessing. This was not merely a reprimand. It was an unabashed display of admiration and cultivation. The complexion of Prince Zhao Wuji turned ashen, resembling that of a corpse. Gu Changge, undisturbed by praise or blame, bowed in gratitude. I thank your majesty for your great kindness. He then descended the stage, returning to the seating area where his father, Gu Yuan, gazed at him with a complex expression. Changge, your words and actions just now. Father, Gu Changge replied softly, when dealing with wolves, one must be even fiercer than they. Just as he spoke, the fiery figure of Qin Rushuang appeared before him once more. Her expression was no longer one of pure battle intent. It bore a weight of seriousness and inquiry. Your swordplay is formidable, she said earnestly, looking into Gu Changge's eyes. But your heart is colder than your blade. I hope that when we meet on the arena, you will regard me as a true opponent, not a lost lamb in need of guidance. After delivering her words, she cast a deep glance at Gu Changge before turning away. He watched her retreating figure, a genuine smile gracing his lips for the first time. How intriguing. Soon, the remaining 3 matches of the quarterfinals concluded without surprise. The other 3 contenders advancing to the semifinals were the missed son of the Duke of the State, the enigmatic 4th Prince Zhao Yu, and the last formidable expert from the Crown Prince's faction, Zhang Ming, renowned for his defensive prowess. The Final 4 had finally emerged, raising the tension in everyone's throats. The chief eunuch ascended the high platform and withdrew 2 golden lots from the fateful golden cylinder. Clearing his throat and summoning all his strength, he proclaimed loudly, the first match of the semifinals. Contestants, Miss Son of the Duke of the State, the Dragon Slayer Sword, Qin Rushuang. Opponent, the 3rd young master of the General's Mansion, the Scholar Sword Saint, Gu Changge. As the words fell, the atmosphere of the Grand Martial Arena reached an unprecedented zenith. The mightiest spear was set to clash with the sharpest shield, as the crowd believed. No, this was a fated duel between 2 legendary weapons. Would it be the Dragon Slayer or the Stunning Phoenix? The gazes of Gu Changge and Qin Rushuang collided across the vast sea of spectators, reverberating in the air. One was as tranquil as ice, the other as fiery as flame. Chapter 23. The Stunning Encounter of Dragon Slayer and the Song of Ice and Fire as the names of Gu Changge and Qin Rushuang were proclaimed by the chief eunuch. The atmosphere of the Grand Martial Arena surged to unprecedented heights. Countless gazes converged upon the primary arena stage. The The crowd momentarily set aside the enmity between the crown prince and the general's estate, casting aside the intricate intrigues of the court. In this moment, they yearned to witness which of these extraordinary talents would emerge as the undisputed champion of the younger generation. Draped in a fiery red garment, Qin Rushuang ascended the stage first, embodying a blaze of fervor. In her grasp, the ancient and weighty dragon slayer's sword shimmered under the sun, reflecting a hauntingly deep radiance. On the opposite side, Gu Changge, clad in his signature azure robe, ascended the steps with a measured grace. His pace was unhurried, yet remarkably steady, each step seemingly measured with precision. The Jinghong sword hung quietly at his waist, akin to a slumbering beauty yet to awaken. The two stood at the center of the stage, a distance of 3 zhang apart, facing each other. One radiated a formidable aura, brimming with combat spirit. The other exuded tranquility, grounded and composed. Gu Changge, Qin Rushuang's voice rang out, crisp and vibrant, filled with unbridled vitality. I know you are formidable. Your sword is swift and skillful. Her phoenix-like eyes blazed with an inner fire. However, true martial prowess lies in strength, will, and an indomitable spirit. Today, I shall compel you to reveal your true capabilities with my dragon slayer. Upon hearing this, a genuine smile graced Gu Changge's face for the first time since the battle began. He sensed the pure, untainted warrior's spirit emanating from Qin Rushuang, evoking memories of his past life, where he sparred with brothers-in-arms amidst the military ranks. It was a long-forgotten sensation, one filled with youthful fervor. Please, Gu Changge uttered, refraining from further words as he slowly drew his Jinghong sword. With a resounding clang, the sword sang like a dragon's roar, like a phoenix's cry. In response, Qin Rushuang's dragon slayer's sword emitted a deep, resonant hum, as if it had come to life. The two legendary weapons, separated by a century, had finally reunited. With the clang of a gong, the battle commenced. Fight! Qin Rushuang cried, her voice ringing with resolve. Without a hint of hesitation, she charged at Gu Changge like a lioness awakened, embodying an unstoppable tempest of ferocity. The dragon slayer's sword in her hand came alive. With a sweeping motion, she unleashed a formidable strike, the sword's might cleaving the air and sending forth a crescent-shaped wave of energy aimed directly at Gu Changge. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering blow, Gu Changge's figure became elusive. He employed a unique footwork technique, darting like a phantom one moment, drifting like willow fluff the next. Qin Rushuang's tempestuous onslaught could not even graze the hem of his garment. The entire arena transformed into a mesmerizing tableau. The girl in red, blazing with intensity, wielded her sword with a fervor that threatened to incinerate all. In contrast, the young man in blue flowed like water, navigating through the flames with an effortless grace, untouched by the chaos. Is merely evading deemed heroic? Qin Rushuang, increasingly impatient after her relentless assault yielded no results, pondered with frustration. Miss Qin, your sword is too rigid. Gu Changge's voice resonated calmly amidst the dazzling array of sword light. Excessive rigidity leads to fragility. Let's talk. Receive my move, Dragon Battle in the Wild. Qin Rushuang bellowed, her sword technique shifting once more. She melded with the dragon-slaying sword, transforming into a colossal, swirling vortex of flame, hurtling towards Gu Changge with immense force. This was her most formidable skill, merging her entire strength and sword momentum into an unstoppable force. Upon the high platform, the Duke of the Nation involuntarily rose, concern etched upon his face. He understood that this strike was one his granddaughter could not fully control. A moment's carelessness could lead to self-harm. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering blow, Gu Changge halted his evasive maneuvers. He stood still, and just as everyone believed he would be consumed by the fiery vortex, he finally drew his sword. For the first time, the blade of the stunning swan sword glimmered with a faint, moonlit radiance. This was the initial trace of inner strength he had tempered for half a month. He did not opt for a direct confrontation, but instead traced a perfect, albeit small, circle in front of him with the stunning swan. This was the culmination of the 7 forms of breaking edge, the return to origin. When the all-destructive fiery vortex collided with the seemingly fragile circle, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. All the fury and power seemed to dissipate effortlessly into the small circle, guided away like a drop in the ocean. Boom! A tremendous force crashed onto the bluestone of the arena, causing it to tremble violently. Qin Rushuang's determined strike had been so easily diverted into emptiness. In the aftermath, she found herself exposed, with a significant and fatal opening. In the next instant, a chilling current of autumn waters silently pressed against her alabaster, graceful neck. The victor was decided. The arena fell into a profound silence once more. Changge slowly sheathed the stunning swan sword and bowed slightly to the still-stunned Qin Ruoxing. "Miss Qin, I appreciate your efforts." He gazed into her eyes, which were filled with reluctance and confusion, and whispered in a tone only the two could hear. "Your dragon battle in the wild has ample momentum, yet your force is too dispersed. If you could concentrate all your strength within the 3 inches of the sword tip, its power could increase by 30%. This was no mockery, but rather the sincere words of a true swordsman to another. Qin Ruoxing's body trembled as she stared at Changge, his words illuminating the very barrier her grandfather had endeavored to teach her for 3 years, which she had yet to fully comprehend. After a long pause, she sheathed the dragon-slaying sword, and for the first time, her proud visage revealed a complex expression. There was reluctance, defeat, but more so, a sense of relief in encountering a worthy opponent, coupled with an inexplicable admiration. "I concede," she declared succinctly, then deeply regarded Changge, adding, "Thank you for your guidance. In the finals, should you dare to go easy, I shall not spare you." With that, she leapt forth, a proud flame departing the arena. Changge has officially advanced to the finals. At that moment, the outcome of another arena was also determined. The chief eunuch announced loudly, "In the semifinals, the victor of the second match is the 4th prince, Zhao Yu." The atmosphere in the martial arts arena was instantly ignited by this new climax. The matchup for the finals has finally been unveiled. Will it be the undefeated sword saint, Changge, or the enigmatic and formidable 4th prince, Zhao Yu? Change's gaze drifted towards the high platform below, to the 4th prince, who had remained quietly seated in the corner, seemingly indifferent to the world. At this moment, Zhao Yu also raised his head. His expression bore no trace of the prince's cunning, nor the weakness of the 7th prince. Instead, it was marked by an unsettling tranquility. Yet, for reasons unknown, Changge sensed an aura of danger emanating from that calm, one that surpassed all previous opponents combined. Chapter 24. The Hidden Dragon Emerges. Claiming victory before the sovereign as the semi-finals concluded, the atmosphere in the grand martial arts arena was more fervent than ever during a brief intermission. It felt as though the very air had been ignited. The populace, martial artists, and officials alike were fervently discussing and placing bets. Need it be said? The 4th prince is sure to win. 3 years ago, His Highness had already demonstrated his unmatched prowess by sparring with General Qin, the stalwart protector of the realm. Without a single defeat, his strength is unfathomable. Yet, Changge is undeniably peculiar. Observe his previous matches. It seemed as if he toyed with his opponents, never exerting his full strength. A dark horse remains a dark horse, but true royal brilliance cannot be overshadowed. Upon the high platform, the crown prince, Zhao Wujie, maintained a sullen demeanor. However, as he watched his younger brother Zhao Yu prepare to enter the arena, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. More than anyone, he wished to see Changge thoroughly defeated and humiliated. Meanwhile, on the dragon throne, Emperor Tianqi's expression remained inscrutable. No one could fathom the thoughts swirling within his mind. Changge closed his eyes in the seating area, seeking tranquility. The Jinghong sword lay across his lap, its blade synchronizing with his breath in a peculiar harmony. He mentally replayed all his fragmented memories of Zhao Yu from his past life. The 4th prince was low-key and silent, never engaging in factional disputes, possessing extraordinary martial talent, but never revealing his capabilities. In his previous life, it was not until the crown prince and 2nd prince had exhausted each other that the 4th prince suddenly emerged from obscurity, showcasing terrifying strength and cunning. Alas, he ultimately fell short by a single move and failed to ascend to the pinnacle, a rival more formidable than the crown prince. Changge reached his conclusion. The finals commenced. With the chief eunuch's resonant proclamation, Changge and 4th prince Zhao Yu simultaneously rose, gracefully approaching the main arena from opposite sides. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays enveloped the grand platform in a magnificent hue. The two faced each other from a distance. Zhao Yu remained as tranquil as ever, observing Changge with a voice that mirrored his expression, steady and devoid of fluctuations. Changge, your appearance is an unexpected occurrence, one that should not have transpired. Regrettably, this is where it ends. The declaration felt less like a challenge and more like the articulation of a fate already sealed. Gu Changge offered no reply, instead lifting the Jinghong's sword with deliberate grace, its tip angled toward the ground. Action, as always, served as the most eloquent response. The resounding clang of the battle gong echoed through the air, heralding the decisive clash. Zhao Yu moved, but instead of advancing, he retreated a half-step. He unsheathed an ancient, hefty sword, its blade twice the width of a standard longsword, grounding the tip against the earth. His stance was as unyielding as an ancient tree, exuding an aura of solidity that fused him with the very land itself. A flawless defense that left no opening. A flicker of understanding crossed Gu Changge's eyes. He recognized Zhao Yu's intent to wear him down, both in stamina and resolve. It was Gu Changge who initiated the movement, the Jinghong sword transforming into a silver flash. Dazzlingly swift, the sharp clinks of their engagement echoed. Encircling Zhao Yu, Gu Changge unleashed a flurry of dozens of strikes in mere moments. Each thrust aimed with precision at the seemingly non-existent vulnerabilities in Zhao Yu's defense. Yet, Zhao Yu stood firm, akin to a rock weathered by the tides for millennia. Though his heavy sword moved with deliberate slowness, it always found its mark at the most critical junctures, countering and neutralizing Gu Changge's fierce onslaught. The battle settled into an eerie stalemate. One side unleashed a tempest of strikes, while the other remained an impenetrable bastion, steadfast as a mountain. Time trickled by, and the audience's initial awe morphed into a mounting anxiety. On the high platform, the prince's lips curled into a faintly mocking smile. Convinced that while Gu Changge's assault was fierce, it was merely the last gasp of a spent force. However, within the eye of the storm, Gu Changge's heart grew increasingly serene. He wielded his sword to probe, analyze, and feel. There were no flaws in Zhao Yu's defense. Not that there were none, but rather when a person's mind is solely fixated on defense, they align seamlessly with the path, rendering themselves invulnerable. How, then, to breach this? The sole method was to induce thoughts beyond mere defense, such as the notion of offense. In a flash of clarity, Gu Changge halted his tempestuous assault. He gracefully retreated, creating a distance of 5 zhang between himself and Zhao Yu. Then, to the bewilderment of all present, he sheathed the Jinghong's sword, intentionally revealing a significant opening, his right shoulder slightly lowered as he caught his breath. For the first time, a ripple of intrigue flickered in Zhao Yu's otherwise placid gaze. He could not fathom Gu Changge's intentions. Yet, this is a moment of opportunity, a chance to achieve victory in a single decisive strike. The hesitation lasted merely a fleeting breath. The instinct to triumph ultimately overpowered the unwavering resolve of the heart. Now is the time. For the first time, Zhao Yu charged forward with determination. The heavy sword in his grasp abandoned all defense, transforming into a straight line that pierced the air, aimed directly at Gu Changge's seemingly exposed right shoulder. However, what he perceived was a fleeting smile of triumph at the corner of Gu Changge's mouth. That so-called flaw was a trap. Just as Zhao Yu's sword was about to strike Gu Changge, the latter advanced instead of retreating, employing an incomprehensible footwork that brought him closer to Zhao Yu. He astonishingly relinquished the sword, opting instead to form his left hand into a blade, striking and flicking against the spine of the heavy sword with lightning speed. The transformation of the 7 styles of breaking edge into a hand-to-hand counter against the blade. Buzz. A peculiar tremor surged along the sword's spine, instantaneously reaching Zhao Yu's palm. Zhao Yu felt a violent jolt in his grip, an irresistible force overwhelming him, causing the heavy sword he had wielded for over a decade to slip from his hands uncontrollably. The outcome was sealed. Before Zhao Yu could comprehend this startling turn of events, Gu Changge's gleaming sword had already been unsheathed at an unknown moment, its cold edge pressed against his throat. The arena fell into a profound silence once more. Zhao Yu gazed at Gu Changge before him, his face betraying astonishment and bewilderment for the first time. Ultimately, that astonishment transformed into a long sigh. I have lost. Gu Changge sheathed his sword and nodded slightly. I concede. The officiating eunuch summoned all his strength, nearly roaring as he struck the copper gong that determined the final outcome. The Royal Martial Arts Association crowned its champion, Gu Changge. A deafening cheer erupted like a tsunami. Upon the high platform, Emperor Tianqi slowly rose to his feet. A satisfied smile graced his face, and his resonant, authoritative voice, bolstered by inner strength, reverberated throughout every corner of the martial arts arena. Magnificent! What a scholarly sword saint! What a prodigious son of the great Xia! Gu Changge, Step forward to receive your accolades. Chapter 25. The Champion's Reward. The Prodigal's Domain. Gu Changge. Step forward to receive your accolades. The Emperor Tianqi's commanding voice echoed across the vast martial arts arena. Hundreds of thousands of gazes converged upon the figure in the azure robe at the center of the platform. Emotions of envy, jealousy, reverence, and fervor intertwined, forming an invisible net that enveloped Gu Changge. Yet, at this moment, Gu Changge's heart was astonishingly tranquil. He could feel the warmth of the setting sun cascading onto his shoulders. He could hear the distant chimes of the palace bells, echoing far and wide. He could smell the unique scent of dust and sweat that belonged to the martial arts arena. All of these were sensations of life. Father, mother, the loyal lineage of the Gu family, Changge has avenged you, reclaiming the first share of interest. Rest in peace. With a silent invocation of a sacrificial chant only he could comprehend, Gu Changge's final flicker of emotion faded into tranquility. He descended the arena with measured steps. Approaching the exalted throne before the Emperor of Tianqi, lifting his robe, he knelt gracefully, performing the grand ceremonial gesture between sovereign and subject. I, Gu Changge, await your majesty's righteous decree. The Emperor surveyed the composed youth before him, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Excellent, excellent, he exclaimed, his voice resonating with authority. With such a talented and multifaceted individual as you in our great Xia, how can the fortunes of our nation falter? Proclaim my edict. The Emperor's voice echoed powerfully. Gu Changge has triumphed over the multitude at the Royal Martial Arts Assembly, elevating the prestige of our great Xia. His heart is commendable, and his abilities praiseworthy. First reward. I hereby promote Gu Changge to the rank of Chengwu Lang, holding the official title of 6th rank, with a stipend of 800 sure. Second reward. I grant him a residence befitting Chengwu Lang, situated east of the Jinshui Bridge, in recognition of his merit. Third reward. The Emperor paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the assembled officials, particularly resting on the impassive face of Crown Prince Zhao Wuji. I have recently been greatly concerned about the garrison in the capital. Soldiers are the claws and teeth of a nation. If the troops in the capital become mere decorative pillows, how can they safeguard the state and protect the populace? I hereby appoint you, Gu Changge, as the special instructor for the Western Third Camp of the capital garrison. Within 1 month, I demand to see a transformed elite force. At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment swept through the court. The title of Chengwu Lang, though nominal, represented an immense privilege for a 16-year-old. The granting of a residence indicated that the Emperor intended to nurture him as a trusted confidant. However, the third decree concerning the Western Third Camp was notorious throughout the capital. It served as a retirement home for the inept offspring of nobility and high officials, where discipline was non-existent and debauchery reigned. Each soldier there was a privileged scion, unruly and untamed, collectively known as the Spolied Brats Camp. Entrusting Gu Changge with the training of these unruly youths seemed less like a reward and more like a push into a fiery pit. A hint of a cold smile finally crept onto the lips of Crown Prince Zhao Wuji. This strategy of the Emperor was truly cunning. Should Gu Changge succeed in his task, it would be a monumental achievement. Conversely, should he fail and be overrun by the rebellious youth, it would be a source of disgrace for him, leaving him battered and humiliated. A double-edged sword, a blade that could elevate or destroy. All eyes turned to Gu Changge, eager to see how he would navigate this burning potato. Yet, he remained unperturbed, bowing deeply and proclaiming with resounding clarity, I, Minister Gu Changge, humbly accept the decree. Within 1 month, I shall not disappoint your majesty's trust. That night, at the general's residence, the atmosphere was jubilant, festooned with lights and decorations. More lively than a birthday celebration. The news of Gu Changge's triumph, coupled with his majesty's 3 successive decrees of commendation, had already spread like wildfire throughout the capital. The northern general's residence, having shed its previous gloom, once again became the most sought-after locale in the city. Within the grand hall, a lavish family banquet was underway. His mother, Mrs. Liu, personally served dishes to Gu Changge, her eyes glistening with tears of both joy and tenderness. His father, Gu Yuan, the stoic general, for the first time filled a cup with the potent military spirit known as burning knife for his son. Well done, my boy, Gu Yuan declared, raising the cup, his fierce eyes brimming with pride. Today, you are worthy of this drink. Gu Changge lifted the cup and downed it in one go. The fiery liquor coursed down his throat like a blazing line, igniting his stomach, intense and exhilarating. The old matriarch observed this scene, a long-lost genuine smile gracing her face. Wonderful. Splendid. Our family has a worthy successor. As the wine flowed, Gu Yuan could not suppress his concerns any longer. Changge, that raucous camp is a tough nut to crack. Nay, it is not merely a tough nut, but a poisoned iron plate. Every soul within is a troublemaker. Gu Changge set down his cup, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Father, grandmother, what kind of sheep are the most obedient? Both were momentarily taken aback, unsure of the purpose behind his query. Before they could respond, Gu Changge answered himself. It is the sheep that has been fiercely bitten by a lion, one that has witnessed true bloodshed and death, and has miraculously survived. He gazed into the clear liquor in his cup, his voice soft as a whisper, yet laced with an eerie chill. To transform a band of oblivious scions into obedient wolves and tigers is, in truth, quite simple. All it requires is for them to experience death in its truest form. Just once. Chapter 26. Thunderous authority. The following morning, as dawn broke, Gu Changge did not take the distinguished carriage of the general's residence, but donned a sleek black uniform, a sword at his waist, and rode alone to the 3rd military camp on the western outskirts of the capital. The sentry at the camp gate, bleary-eyed and leaning unsteadily, merely cast a lazy glance at the approaching figure. Who goes there? Gu Changge dismounted and tossed a golden token towards him. Special Instructor, Gu Changge. Upon seeing the emblem of the Qilin, bestowed by the emperor himself, the sentry jolted awake, nearly collapsing to the ground in alarm. Welcome, Instructor Gu. Gu Changge paid no heed to the sentry's trepidation and led his horse directly into the notoriously unruly military camp. Morning should have been the time for drills. Yet the vast camp was shrouded in a haze of smoke. Groups of soldiers clustered together, loudly gambling. Some even lounged at the entrance of their tents, consuming pickles and sipping morning spirits, while many others sprawled on the grass, basking in the early sunlight, engaging in boisterous conversations about the latest courtesans to arrive in the capital. Their armor, polished to a brilliant sheen, lay haphazardly piled aside, as if it were not protective gear, but rather a nuisance of decoration. Here, there was not a trace of the iron-blooded discipline and grimness expected of a military camp. Instead, a stench of decay and debauchery lingered in the air. Gu Changge ascended the towering command platform at the center of the encampment. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated his inner strength at his throat. All soldiers of the Western 3rd Camp, heed my command. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, instantly drowning out all noise and clamor. Within a quarter of an hour, assemble in armor at this location. Latecomers will face military justice. The camp fell silent for a moment before erupting into uproarious laughter. Did I hear correctly? Military justice? Who is this brat? They murmured, recognizing him as the newly appointed instructor, the leader of the Zhongwu Society, Gu Changge. Huh, a mere pretty-faced scholar dares to command us. Does he think this is the Hanlin Academy? Amidst the commotion, a tall, handsome youth with an air of arrogance, clad in splendid attire, sauntered over with a group of admirers. He was Wei Kuan, the son of the Prince of Anping, the most privileged and influential figure among the raucous elite of the camp. Oh, isn't this our esteemed instructor Gu? Wei Kuan smirked, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Changge. What brings you to this desolate corner, to savor the scent of horse manure instead of the ink of the imperial study? Gu Changge's gaze settled calmly upon him, silent and observant, as if appraising a lifeless object. Wei Kuan, perturbed by the scrutiny, snorted and patted a magnificent white steed beside him. Instructor Gu, it's not for me to say, but you're hardly qualified to manage us. Be wise and retreat to your tent for tea and collect your monthly stipend. We, in turn, shall not shortchange you. Your monthly tribute will remain intact. Let us keep our affairs separate, shall we? This had long been the unwritten rule of the elite camp. At last, Gu Changge spoke. You have 15 minutes remaining. Unaware of the danger, Wei Kuan's expression turned icy. Brothers, it seems we must teach this newcomer a lesson about the rules. As he finished speaking, a dozen ruffians, accustomed to bullying others, cackled and began to encircle the command platform. However, just as they were about to ascend the steps, a swift azure blur flickered from the platform. Quick! Their thoughts could hardly keep pace with his movements. When the crowd regained clarity, Gu Changge was already standing before Wei Kuan, his slender, pale hand gently grasping Wei Kuan's throat, while none of Wei Kuan's so-called skilled bodyguards could react in time. What do you think you're doing? Fear flickered in Wei Kuan's eyes for the first time. My father is the Prince of Anping. If you dare lay a finger on me, show. A gentle smile graced Gu Changge's face. Young Master Wei, do not misunderstand. Your Majesty has commanded me to train you, and rest assured, it shall not cost you your life. Suddenly, his gaze shifted towards Wei Kuin's beloved, priceless snow-white steed. However, within the military camp, the keeping of private mounts appears to be in violation of military regulations. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the hand grasping Wei Kuin's neck flicked his fingers. A nearly imperceptible surge of energy burst forth into the air. With a soft sound akin to a bubble bursting, the magnificent steed, without a single whimper, froze in its tracks before crashing to the ground, its four hooves twitching momentarily before expiring completely. One strike, one life extinguished. In an instant, the entire military camp was enveloped in a chilling silence. All laughter, all shouts, were abruptly silenced in that moment. An icy dread surged from the souls of every pampered youth, rushing straight to their very cores. Wei Kuin stared blankly at his fallen horse, the color draining from his face at a visible pace. He finally comprehended that the smiling youth before him was neither a scholar nor a civil servant. He was a madman, a devil who dared to trample upon all their rules and pride. Gu Changge released his hold. As if he had merely performed an insignificant task, he ascended the command platform once more, his frigid gaze sweeping across the assembly. I have stated a quarter of an hour. Now, only 100 breaths remain. The last 20 individuals to reach the command platform must complete their formation. A cruel smirk graced his lips. They were to carry the dead horse to the back mountain, dig a pit, and bury it. Now commence. As his words fell, silence lingered for but a breath. The next moment, the entire camp of pampered youths erupted into unprecedented, earth-shattering chaos since its establishment. Armor. Where's my armor? Don't snatch it. Those are my battle boots. Hurry. Move, move, move. I refuse to carry that cursed horse. Hundreds of young soldiers, accustomed to a life of luxury, now scrambled and tumbled, exerting every ounce of strength to dash towards their tents, frantically donning their heavy armor. Their disheveled, terrified appearances formed a stark, ironic contrast to their earlier arrogance and disdain. Gu Changge stood silently upon the platform, observing it all with eyes devoid of any emotion. Chapter 27. The Devil's Instruction, the beginning of purgatory. A quarter of an hour later. In the central drill ground of the Western Third Camp, 500 so-called soldiers finally stood in a disheveled formation. Yet, this lineup was a pitiful sight. Most were clad in mismatched armor, helmets askew, their faces ashen and panting as if they had just emerged from a life-and-death battle. Those last 20 unfortunate souls tasked with disposing of the horse's remains were covered in mud and blood, slumped at the back of the formation, retching incessantly. Their eyes glazed with the shock of trauma. Gu Changge stood quietly atop the command platform, his icy gaze gradually sweeping over the pampered faces below. Look at yourselves. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of every listener, carrying an icy chill. Clad in ill-fitting armor, his stance was far from imposing. You are unworthy to don this military uniform, and even less deserving of the Emperor's provisions, he declared. You are not soldiers. You are parasites, worthless detritus. The most ostentatious yet utterly useless refuse in this bustling capital. His words were venomous, devoid of any semblance of compassion. An immediate stir of suppressed agitation rippled through the ranks below, as many faces betrayed a mix of anger and humiliation. Wei Kuin, fists clenched tightly, felt a paralyzing fear of Gu Changge's enigmatic prowess. Otherwise, he would have charged forward. What? Are you dissatisfied? Gu Changge seemed to peer into their souls, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his lips. Excellent. I relish your defiance. If you wish for me to retract my words, the solution is simple. He descended from the platform, approaching the formation. Today, our first training exercise is called stance. He demonstrated personally, legs apart, weight lowered, assuming a stance that was the epitome of precision. Like this, hold your ground. The first to falter shall fall, and whoever does so will forfeit their dinner. Not only dinner, but his portion would be awarded to those who persevered until the end. Now begin. At his command, 500 young scions gritted their teeth and reluctantly assumed the stance. Initially, most relied on their meager martial arts skills to barely maintain their position. However, after half an hour under the blazing sun, sweat began to saturate their garments. Their legs, as if weighted with lead, trembled uncontrollably. Thud! The first individual collapsed. Immediately, two expressionless guards, dispatched by Xiao Lai to assist Gu Changge in overseeing the training, dragged him away like a lifeless dog. With the first down, there soon followed a second and a third, the numbers of those succumbing increasing steadily. The entire training ground was filled only with heavy breaths and the dull thud of bodies hitting the ground. Wei Kuan persisted, his face turning a deep crimson, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. What sustained him was not his physical strength, but an indomitable spirit of defiance and resentment. He could not be the first to fall before this demon. At that moment, he witnessed a scene that nearly drove him to madness. The instigator, Gu Changge, amidst the collective suffering of all, stepped forward and assumed a stance alongside them. Yet, he did so with an effortless grace, seemingly at ease. He even retrieved a copy of the Daedejing from his robe, leisurely reading it under the sun, as if he were in his own garden, savoring the scriptures. Thud! Wei Kuan felt a surge of bitterness rise in his throat, nearly choking on the blood that threatened to spill forth. What a humiliation! What a disdainful affront! At that instant, his spirit was utterly shattered. With a sudden weakness in his legs, he followed in the footsteps of those before him, collapsing unceremoniously to the ground. Time passed, second by second. As the sun dipped below the horizon, only a handful remained standing in the training ground. Gu Changge finally closed the tome in his hands, his gaze sweeping over the figures still struggling against their limits. Suddenly, his attention lingered momentarily on an inconspicuous young man in the corner of the ranks. This young man, slender and of unremarkable appearance, held a lowly position as merely a 100-man officer. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind, his clenched jaw having drawn blood. Yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, a wild gaze that mingled pain, resilience, and a hint of yearning. Gu Changge etched that face into his memory. Enough, he spoke with an air of calm finality. Today's training concludes here. As his words fell, the last few still persevering crumpled to the ground, drained of all strength. Gu Changge approached the young man, the embodiment of tenacity. What is your name? Xiao Xiaofeng. Reporting as instructed, the young man replied, mustering every ounce of his energy, his voice fragmented. Excellent, Gu Changge nodded. Tonight, you shall feast on 20 portions of meat and 30 jin of fine liquor for all. His gaze swept over the 500 debauched youths sprawled on the ground. And you shall watch him dine alone. With that, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving behind an icy silhouette. A wave of profound humiliation and anger surged within the hearts of the young nobles. Yet, Gu Changge's devilish voice echoed once more from the distance. Rest well, for tomorrow's training is aptly named taking hits. In pairs, you shall wield wooden sticks and strike each other until one cannot rise. Of course, those who remain standing will receive a reward, the chance to strike at my command. Chapter 28. The Law of the Jungle, Blood of Beasts. A night passed in silence. But for the 500 soldiers of the debauched camp, it was the most arduous night of their lives. The aches in their bodies, the gnawing hunger in their bellies, and the humiliation they felt pressed down upon them like 3 towering mountains, suffocating their spirits. Even more terrifying was the imminent training, name-taking hits that awaited them. For the first time, they realized that dawn could be a truly dreadful thing. As the morning light tore through the night's veil, illuminating the lifeless military camp, Gu Changge appeared on the platform with a ghostly precision. On the training ground, the 500 soldiers had already assembled in a sparse formation, each gripping a hefty wooden stick. Their faces bore the marks of fear, resentment, and a glimmer of madness born from desperation. The rules were simple. Gu Changge's voice carried no trace of sentiment. Pair up and freely choose your opponents. I wish to hear no superfluous words. Once the gong sounds, your sole task is to exert every ounce of strength to bring your opponent crashing to the ground, ensuring they cannot rise again. Attacks to the head, neck, heart, and groin, vital areas, are strictly forbidden. I am here to train a pack of wolves, not to create a pile of corpses. Ultimately, the one who remains standing shall be declared the victor of the day. He will receive the same treatment as Xiao Changfeng did yesterday, enjoying a solitary dinner meant for all. Moreover, a playful smirk will grace Gu Changge's lips, for he shall earn the right to strike me with the sturdiest ironwood stick in the camp with all his might. Upon the announcement of this reward, a chorus of heavy breaths erupted from the crowd below. All frustrations, anger, and humiliation seemed to find an outlet at that moment. Strike him. As long as one can win, they can take it upon themselves to deliver a savage blow to this devil. Countless eyes instantaneously turned crimson when the copper gong resonated. An indiscernible voice let out a primal roar, raising a wooden stick and fiercely bringing it down upon a nearby comrade. In an instant, the entire training ground transformed into the most primal and bloody arena of beasts. The thud of wood striking flesh, the crack of bones fracturing, the mingled sounds of pained groans and frenzied roars intertwined to compose a symphony named violence. Friends, classmates, and relatives, every past identity, vanished in that moment. What remained was the most primal instinct to survive and the urge to release pin-up rage. Changge stood silently on the platform, coldly observing it all. His gaze swept continuously across the crowd. He spotted Wei Kuan, the son of the Prince of Anping, who had long shed the fears of yesterday, replaced instead by a frenzied brutality. Each strike he delivered was infused with unfathomable hatred, as if he were taking out his wrath on Changge himself. He also noticed Xiao Changfeng, yesterday's victor, who now appeared somewhat disheveled. Unlike others, he fought with restraint, targeting only the most painful joints of his opponents, ensuring no serious injuries were inflicted. He was employing strategy in battle. Time flowed slowly amidst the blood and sweat. The number of those still standing in the arena dwindled. Ultimately, as the last rays of the setting sun illuminated the ravaged ground once more, only one person remained. It was Xiao Changfeng. He was battered and bruised, with patches of blue and purple adorning his body, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he remained standing, the wooden stick in his hand quivering slightly, but still firmly gripped. Beneath his feet lay all the once mighty young scions, including Wei Kuan. Excellent. Changge descended from the platform, personally handing Xiao Changfeng a robust wooden stick crafted from ironwood. You have earned your reward. Xiao Changfeng gasped for breath, gazing at Changge before glancing at the ironwood stick in his hand. All those lying on the ground, regardless of the severity of their injuries, at this moment, mustered their strength to raise their heads, their gazes firmly fixed upon Xiao Changfeng. Go, strike him, with all your might. Avenge us. This was the collective voice of all. A flicker of struggle passed through Xiao Changfeng's eyes, yet it was ultimately eclipsed by an overwhelming, primal fury. Roar! He bellowed, channeling all his strength, all his pain, all his humiliation into this one blow, striking fiercely at Changge's back. This strike, accompanied by a howling wind, possessed the power to shatter a strong man's spine in an instant. However, Changge did not even turn his body. He stood there, motionless, his back facing the oncoming ironwood staff. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, a scene that nearly made everyone's eyes bulge in disbelief. The immensely hard ironwood staff, upon striking Changge's back, shattered like decayed wood, exploding into a cloud of splinters. Yet Changge's body did not even sway. He slowly turned around, gazing at Xiao Changfeng, who remained dazed and horrified, holding nothing but a short wooden handle. He glanced around the training ground, observing the faces of those similarly filled with incredulity. Your strongest blow is but trivial to me. His voice remained calm. Your anger, your hatred, holds no value in my presence. This was a mental blow heavier and more profound than any physical assault. Changge's gaze swept across the crowd. Today, you have learned what pain truly is. Pain is the first lesson for soldiers. It compels you to relinquish your ludicrous pride and recognize your fragility. All of you rise. He shouted suddenly, like a clap of thunder, those pampered souls groaning on the ground, seemingly unable to control themselves, jolted awake, enduring the excruciating pain as they struggled to get back on their feet. Excellent. Changge observed this group of barely standing beasts, a chilling smile creeping across his face. For tomorrow, we shall venture to a place devoid of rules, the royal hunting grounds of Nanshan in the capital. I shall play the role of the prey, while all of you will be the hunters. Your weapons will be genuine blades, sharpened and ready. Your task is to find me and strike me within a single day. Of course, as the prey, I too shall have the right to retaliate. Chapter 29. The Royal Hunting Grounds, Hunters and Prey. The next day, before dawn, the West 3rd Camp, a battalion that usually stirs only when the sun is high, was today fully assembled, enveloped in an eerie silence. Each face bore a complex expression, a mixture of fear, humiliation, and a hint of morbid excitement. Before them lay rows of brand-new, sharpened military sabers. The glint of the sharp blades reflected the cold light of the morning sun. The rules for today, I trust you are all well aware. Changge remained clad in his customary black attire, standing solitary and resolute. Upon entering the hunting grounds, you all become hunters, while I am the prey. The time limit is before sunset today. Your task is to inflict even the slightest wound upon me with the blades you wield. Merely nicking my skin would signify your victory. Should you succeed, this training session will conclude, and you may return to the days of yore. If you fail, a faint smile graced Changge's lips. Then the training will double. He paused momentarily, casting his gaze over each young, anxious face. Remember, there are 500 of you, and I stand alone. This is your only and final opportunity. I wish you all good fortune. With that, he said no more, mounting his steed and dashing forth like a streak of black lightning into the vast, boundless expanse of the royal hunting grounds, where his figure soon vanished from sight. A quarter of an hour later, release the gates. At the command of the overseer, the enormous gates of the hunting grounds gradually lifted. Roar! Wei Kuan was the first to unleash a long-suppressed cry of fury, raising his sword high, his eyes ablaze with vengeful fire. Brothers, 500 against 1. He cannot escape. Find him and take him down. Avenge our fallen brethren. With that rallying cry, 500 young nobles surged into the hunting grounds like unleashed tigers, rushing forth with reckless abandon. They formed groups of 3 or 5, driven by youthful fervor, commencing a thorough search through the forested expanse. Yet, Xiao Changfeng did not follow the main throng. Instead, he gathered a dozen of the most resilient and perceptive soldiers from yesterday's skirmish and made his way to the entrance where Changge had disappeared. Xiao, are we not going to search? One questioned, perplexed. Xiao Changfeng crouched down, carefully examining the nearly imperceptible hoofprints on the ground, and spoke gravely. Search? This hunting ground spans 100 miles, dense as the sea with trees. 500 men thrown in will create not even a ripple. Like headless flies, they will flounder. And by nightfall, do not expect to find even a trace of our instructor. What then? We must learn to be true hunters. A wolf-like glint shone in Xiao Changfeng's eyes. Track, lie in wait, bide our time. As time gradually slipped away, an hour passed, and the entire hunting ground lay eerily silent. There was not a trace of Changge, not even a hair. Many young nobles began to grow weary. By a stream, a search party of 5 gathered, drinking water while voicing their grievances. Damn it, is this lad a rabbit? He runs so fast. I believe he is hiding. And once night falls, we shall have lost. What is there to fear? We are 500 strong. Can he devour us all? Before the soldier could finish his sentence, a soft sound, akin to a ripe fruit being pierced, echoed from behind him. Startled, he looked down to see a sharp, blood-stained sword tip protruding from his chest. He attempted to cry out, but no sound escaped his lips. His body weakened, and he collapsed. Enemy attack. With only 4 individuals remaining, terror gripped their hearts, and they hastily drew their blades, forming a defensive circle with their backs pressed together, casting fearful glances around them. The silence was profound. In the surrounding thicket, apart from the rustle of leaves stirred by the wind, there was not a whisper of sound. Yet, this stillness was more terrifying than any scream. It felt as though a pair of infernal eyes were lurking in the shadows, coldly observing them. I'll fight you to the end. One of the debauched youths, overwhelmed by panic, shrieked as he recklessly charged into the woods ahead. However, he had scarcely taken 2 steps when a great net woven from vines descended from above, ensnaring him completely. Almost immediately, a dark figure swooped down. Changge did not even draw his sword. He merely tapped the back of the youth's neck with the scabbard, and the young man's eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness. 2. Changge's icy voice echoed through the forest. The remaining 3 young masters, utterly terrified, exchanged glances and simultaneously chose 3 different directions to flee in a frantic escape. Changge shook his head. Fighting separately, you are like loose sand. This is your first mistake. His figure transformed into an elusive shadow within the woods. With each flicker, a brief cry of despair accompanied him. In less than 10 breaths, when Changge's silhouette reappeared by the stream, all 5 young masters lay sprawled on the ground. Unconscious, their weapons were meticulously arranged beside them. In the ensuing hours, a similar scene unfolded repeatedly in various corners of the hunting grounds. Changge, akin to a masterful assassin and the most patient of hunters, utilized his familiarity with the terrain and his extraordinary tracking and counter-tracking skills from a past life to divide, encircle, and eliminate the 500 hunters one by one. Panic spread like a plague among the young masters. They finally realized their grave error. They were not the hunters. They were the pitiful prey, confined in a cage, awaiting their grim harvest by the demon god. As the sun dipped low in the west, The blood-red afterglow cast an ominous hue over the entire forest. Less than an hour remained before sunset. In a wide valley at the center of the hunting grounds, Wei Kuan had finally assembled the remaining bulk of his forces, numbering over 200. At that moment, Xiao Changfeng and his team also encircled from another direction. Through tracking, analysis, and elimination, they had pinpointed Gu Changge's likely position within this valley. He is inside. He has nowhere to escape. Wei Kuan gazed at the defensible valley before him, a savage and excited grin spreading across his face. Everyone advance. Capture him, and we shall claim victory. Over 200 young masters summoned their last reserves of courage and began to slowly converge upon the valley from all sides. Beneath the immense ancient tree at the heart of the valley, they finally beheld the figure that had instilled fear in them throughout the day. Gu Changge leaned against the venerable tree, eyes closed in serene contemplation, as if awaiting their arrival. Gu Changge, Wei Kuan roared, raising his long knife with all his might. You are surrounded. There is no escape. With his eyes still shut, Gu Changge's lips slowly curled into a smile. He opened his eyes, and within those obsidian depths, there was not a trace of panic from being encircled. Instead, a hint of amusement danced within, as if he found their predicament entertaining. Escape? His calm voice resonated clearly in the tranquil valley. Who told you that I desire to flee? Chapter 30. The Struggle of the Cornered Beast. The descent of the demon god Gu Changge's nonchalant retort fell upon the excited young scions like a bucket of icy water. What did he just say? Is he waiting for us to gather? Arrogance. Even on the brink of death, he still feigns mystery. Wei Kuan's complexion fluctuated between green and white. Although a deep unease welled within him, the presence of over 200 subordinates rekindled his suppressed arrogance. Brothers, do not heed his nonsense. Wei Kuan bellowed hoarsely, raising his long knife. After a day of fierce battle, he must be at his limit. With over 200 of us, each armed with a blade, we can reduce him to a pulp. If we slay him, we shall be heroes. Kill. Spurred by Wei Kuan's incitement, the last remnants of reason among the crowd were overshadowed by a fervent thirst for blood. The 200 young scions surged forth like a torrential flood, converging upon the solitary figure clad in azure at the valley's center. The blades glimmered in the twilight, forming a blinding forest of death. In the face of an assault that would induce despair in any master, Gu Changge smiled. It was a smile imbued with the compassion of a deity overlooking foolish mortals. Just as the foremost blade was about to make contact with his form, he moved. There was no retreat, no evasion. Instead, he charged directly into the throng of bodies, opposing the tide of over 200 men. Madness. He has completely lost his senses. This was the immediate reaction of all present. Yet, in the next moment, they bore witness to the true art of war, to what it meant to embody a demon god. Gu Changge's figure moved with the swiftness of a wraith, leaving behind a trail of azure afterimages amidst the crowd. He chose not to clash head-on with anyone. With a resounding thud, he delivered a kick to the knee of a young scion, causing the man to scream as his body fell forward uncontrollably, instantly tripping 3 or 4 of his companions behind him. With a deft motion, he deflected a long knife aimed at his head with the scabbard of his sword, the force of which he cleverly redirected toward another ally nearby, causing them to collide. He was like the most skilled butcher, his sword serving as his cleaver. Before him, what appeared to be a ferocious formation was, in his eyes, riddled with glaring weaknesses and vulnerabilities. With each deft evasion, he expertly maneuvered into the blind spots of numerous assaults. Every strike he unleashed inevitably plunged a small area into chaos, turning the entire battlefield upside down with his solitary presence. Stay calm. Surround him. Use arrows. Wei Kuan shouted hoarsely from the rear, directing the fray. Yet his commands were met only with a frigid gaze from Gu Changge. With a delicate tap of his toes upon the shoulder of a debauched noble, Gu Changge soared into the air like a great rock, soaring over the heads of dozens. His target was unmistakably clear: the central army, the general's banner. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Protect Brother Kuan. The guards surrounding Wei Kuan gasped in shock, hastily raising their blades to defend. However, they beheld nothing but a blinding flash of sword light, swift beyond measure. Clang! The sword of Stunning Swallow was drawn for the first time in this battle. The blade sliced through the air like a serene autumn stream, tracing a graceful arc. This was not a sword meant for killing, but one for disarming. The resounding clinks echoed in a cacophony of metallic sounds. In that instant, The weapons held by Wei Kuan and his core disciples were severed simultaneously, their edges gleaming as smooth as a mirror. All stood frozen in disbelief. In the next moment, Gu Changge appeared before Wei Kuan, an icy hand once again gripping his proud neck. Silence enveloped the arena as the charging young nobles froze in place, terror etched upon their faces, witnessing this shocking spectacle. Their king, their pillar of strength, had been captured just like that? Now, who among you wishes to kill me? Gu Changge lifted Wei Kuan as though he were a mere chick, his cold gaze sweeping across the crowd. None dared to meet his eyes. Thud! The first individual discarded his long knife and knelt. With the first, came the second. Thud! 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 The sounds of weapons clattering to the ground resonated like a grim symphony. Ultimately, all who remained standing cast aside their arms, bowing their once arrogant heads to the earth. The setting sun, at that moment, sank beneath the horizon, casting its final rays. The time limit had arrived. Gu Changge released his grip, discarding the dazed Wei Kuan to the ground like refuse. He surveyed the kneeling remnants of the defeated army, his voice devoid of triumph, imbued only with chilling coldness. You have lost. You have been utterly vanquished. For you are not an army at all. You are merely a rabble, believing yourselves strong in numbers. You possess no discipline, no strategy, no trust, and certainly no soul. Gu Changge approached Xiao Changfeng, the sole individual who had attempted to organize a squad for effective resistance amidst the chaos. You are Xiao Changfeng? Why yes, teacher. Xiao Changfeng's voice trembled, a quaking born from witnessing the miraculous, a deep-seated shudder of the soul. Very well. Gu Changge nodded, declaring, from this day forth, you shall be the inaugural captain of this army. He then turned to address all present. The harrowing training ordeal had, at last, come to an end. The individuals kneeling on the ground felt a flicker of hope kindling in their eyes. For, beginning tomorrow, Gu Changge's face bore a devilish smile that would be forever etched in their memories. The true hell was yet to descend upon them. They had learned the essence of pain, the depths of fear, and the realization of their insignificance. Now, I shall instruct you on how to become one of us. Rise, pick up your blades, and return to the camp. At the hour of the rooster tomorrow, all shall assemble. We shall journey to the true battlefield. Wei Kuan struggled to lift his head, questioning in bewilderment. Battlefield? What battlefield? Gu Changge's gaze drifted towards the eastern horizon of the capital. A coordinated exercise with our allies. Our allies are the Imperial Prince's elite Yuan army stationed at the Dongshan encampment. Chapter 31. The Emperor as a chess piece. The world stunned that evening. The camp of the Western 3rd Battalion fell into an eerie silence. The wails and curses had ceased. Everyone silently tended to their wounds with herbs, bandaging their comrades' injuries. The faces that once brimmed with pride and disdain now displayed only two emotions, numbness and a profound fear of the unknown. They resembled marionettes, their souls seemingly extracted, mechanically performing these tasks. It was at this moment that they truly comprehended the hell Gu Changge had spoken of, a hell that appeared endless. In the dead of night, at the residence of the general of the northern town, the study was brightly lit, yet the atmosphere was even colder than that of the Western 3rd Battalion's midnight. The matriarch leaned on her dragon-headed cane, her hands trembling slightly. Gu Yuan, the father, paced anxiously in the hall, his resolute face etched with worry and unease. This is utter madness. Gu Yuan finally erupted. Who does he think he is? A war god, challenging the prince's elite Yuan army with a group of misfits who can barely stand firm in their horse stance? He is courting disaster. He is not courting disaster. The matriarch's aged voice resonated with unexpected steadiness. He is wagering his life in a grand gamble with his majesty. Just then, Gu Changge stepped through the door, entering with measured strides. Grandmother, father, he bowed respectfully, his demeanor calm. You still have the audacity to return. Gu Yuan exclaimed in anger. Do you understand the calamity your reckless decision could bring upon our Gu family? Father, you are mistaken. Gu Changge raised his head, his gaze clear as water. This decision will not bring disaster. Instead, it will solidify our family's standing in the capital. He approached the sand table, picking up a small flag representing the army, and spoke slowly. I understand that in your eyes and the eyes of all, the Western 3rd Battalion is a collection of useless individuals. I also recognize that the Yuan army is the prince's prized possession, the elite among the elite. To challenge the elite with the inept is akin to striking a stone with an egg. His words suddenly took a sharp turn, his gaze becoming remarkably piercing. However, War has never been merely a comparison of numbers and strength. The soldiers of the Western 3rd Battalion may be deemed inept, yet their lineage harbors a power in the capital that commands respect from all. Their fathers and brothers occupy prominent positions within the court. If today I can lead this group of misfits to display might and grandeur, perhaps even to triumph over the prince's elite, then I would effectively deliver a resounding slap to the prince's face in front of the entire world. This act would transform these young scions from fear to loyalty, even reverence towards me. Their families would subtly shift their affections towards the Gu family as a result. Most importantly, His Majesty. Gu Changge's gaze turned towards the direction of the imperial palace. What His Majesty yearns to witness is a miracle that can severely undermine the prince's arrogance. I shall personally craft this miracle for him to behold. This appears to be a military exercise destined for failure, yet in truth, it is an indisputable political maneuver. Upon hearing these words, Gu Yuan and the matriarch were utterly astonished, gazing at the youth before them who deftly manipulated hearts, politics, and warfare. They felt a chill rise from the depths of their souls. This was no mere boy. He was evidently an otherworldly being who had lived for countless centuries. Indeed, the following day, news swept through the capital, shocking all. Within the Eastern Palace, upon hearing this news, Prince Zhao Wuji was first taken aback, then erupted into unprecedented laughter. What a splendid Gu Changge! I was troubled by the lack of opportunity to eliminate him with justification, yet he has willingly placed his neck under my blade. He commanded the leader of the Imperial Guard to proceed with the exercise. Zhao Wuji's eyes gleamed with sadistic delight, reminding him that during the exercise, blades and swords are blind. Should a few young lords perish or a special instructor be incapacitated, he would personally seek merit before the emperor. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, Emperor Tianqi, after hearing the report from the chief steward, merely remarked with mild interest, "Oh, this is rather intriguing." Subsequently, a decree was issued throughout the capital. Approved. 3 days hence, a coordinated exercise shall take place at the Western Mountain Camp. I shall personally lead the civil and military officials to observe. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. His Majesty himself would attend. This escalated the exercise to the pinnacle of attention and dashed the last hopes of the young lords of the Western 3rd Battalion to feign illness and escape. They were pushed to the edge of a precipice, with no retreat remaining. 3 days later, on a clear morning, at the expansive training grounds of the Western Mountain Camp, 500 soldiers of the Western 3rd Battalion stood in formation. They bore wounds and wore expressions of fear. Yet, as they gathered in despair, an extraordinary spirit of camaraderie began to quietly flourish. Gu Changge, clad in black military garb with a glimmering sword at his waist, stood before them. Behind him was a massive tactical sand table of the Western Mountain Camp. Xiao Changfeng, serving as captain, stood by his side. Gu Changge's eyes swept over the youthful, desperate faces below. "I am aware of your thoughts. You believe this is a war destined for annihilation. You will be slaughtered by the feathered guard as easily as one chops vegetables." He paused, a smile playing upon his lips. "Your assumptions are indeed accurate." Upon this declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, as even despair seemed to freeze in its tracks. Should Gu Changge's voice rise once more, and you choose to confront them as soldiers? He abruptly turned, pointing at a location on the sand table, an unexpected and obscure gorge known as the Narrow Sky. "The feathered guard assumes we shall establish our defenses here, facing them in a straightforward confrontation. They are mistaken." A cunning and perilous smile graced Gu Changge's face. "The foremost element of warfare is intelligence. The second is the element of surprise. Soldiers engage in defensive battles, while we shall operate as a band of elusive brigands." Chapter 32, Deception in Warfare, the empty camp strategy before the battle sand table at the Western Mountain Camp. The newly appointed captain, Xiao Changfeng, gazed at Gu Changge in astonishment, suspecting he had misheard. Indeed, brigands. A cold and sharp curve formed at the corner of Gu Changge's mouth. Soldiers must adhere to rules, maintain formations, and confront the enemy head-on. However, brigands do not adhere to such constraints. His finger glided slowly across the sand table. The commander of the feathered guard, Zhang Huan, observed as Gu Changge's finger gently tapped the table, a flicker of recollection and understanding crossing his eyes, one that only he could comprehend. "I have diligently studied this individual in the ancient archives of the military and in various battle reports from the Royal Library. He employs tactics by the book, valuing rules and his own reputation above all. He would anticipate that we would establish a defensive line within our camp, prepared for a dignified battle to the death. He picked up a small flag representing the Western 3rd Battalion and casually tossed it aside. Thus, our first step is to abandon the camp. What? A chorus of incredulous gasps arose from below. To retreat before a battle and voluntarily relinquish the camp. This is a cardinal sin in warfare. An empty camp holds no value for us, yet it becomes a target they must capture. A glint reminiscent of a fox sparkled in Gu Changge's eyes. Not only shall we present it to them, but we will also prepare several delightful surprises within. He turned to Wei Kuan, the son of the Prince of Anping, known as the most notorious dandy in the capital. Wei Kuan, at your service. Wei Kuan replied, startled. What is your area of expertise? Wei Kuan, flushed crimson, finally stammered. I excel in leading my brothers to disrupt others' gatherings, vandalizing and unleashing scorpions. Excellent. Gu Changge nodded, evidently pleased. I grant you 1 hour to lead your men and employ every despicable and underhanded tactic you can conceive upon our own camp. For instance, scatter itching powder within their command tent, fill their wells with hundreds of gallons of horse urine. At this proclamation, all the dandies gazed at Gu Changge as though he were a devil incarnate. This is utterly outrageous. Yet, for reasons unknown, an inexplicable and morbid exhilaration surged within their hearts. Step 2. Gu Changge directed his finger towards the sand table, indicating a slender line representing the supply route. Xiao Changfeng, at your service. I shall assign you 200 men to lie in ambush along this path. The Yulin army's long march will inevitably leave their provisions lagging behind. Your task is not to kill or to rob. Gu Changge's face broke into a sinister smile. Indeed, seize their dinner for tonight, and, while you are at it, bring back their commanding flag. His gaze swept across the remaining men. Follow me into this forest. We shall transform into phantoms, into packs of wolves. From this moment forth, you must forget that you are soldiers. You are hunters, assassins, and ruthless brigands. Your mission is to employ every means possible to harass, ambush, and intimidate their small detachments and scouts. Render them deaf and blind. Let them perceive every rustle in this forest as a threat, every whisper as a warning. Upon concluding his speech, the entire 3rd Battalion fell into an extended silence. Soon after, an unprecedented fervor erupted in response. Fear had long been supplanted by a sensation known as excitement. They finally understood. Gu Changge had never intended to confront the Yulin army head-on. He aimed to obliterate them. 2 hours later, Yulin army commander Zhang Huan, clad in exquisite iron armor and mounted on a majestic steed, led 500 elite troops, exuding an aura of invincibility, to the outskirts of the 3rd Battalion's encampment. The entire Yulin army appeared disciplined and menacing, forming a stark contrast to the seemingly disorganized camp across from them. A bunch of useless wretches. Zhang Huan scoffed disdainfully at the crooked camp gate, issuing the command, relay my orders. The entire army shall charge. Within the span of a single incense stick, flatten this place. Yes, kill. 500 soldiers of the Yulin army surged forth like tigers descending from the mountains, launching an assault on the seemingly vulnerable encampment. However, the anticipated resistance did not materialize. They effortlessly breached the camp's defenses. The entire encampment was devoid of life. Zhang Huan frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Search. Soon, ominous reports began to flood in. Report. General, the well in the camp has been filled with filth and is undrinkable. Report. General, all the grain tents have been slashed open, and the provisions are mixed with sand. Report. General, your command tent has been defaced with a message written on bedsheets. Zhang Huan, seething with rage, rushed to his command tent. There, he beheld a massive banner fashioned from several stitched bedsheets, billowing in the wind. Upon it, a colossal turtle was painted with an unknown black substance, presumably soot, alongside several crooked yet scornful characters inscribed. Yulin Army? Turtle Army. Zhang Huan felt a rush of blood surge to his head, nearly toppling from his horse in fury. A great humiliation, a profound disgrace. He roared with fury, drawing his sword and shattering the flag into pieces. Gu Changge, I shall rend you into 1,000 fragments. Yet, before his furious exclamation could fully escape his lips, a scout, tasked with rear-guard vigilance, came tumbling forward, his expression one of sheer terror. General, it's bad. Our rear supply convoy in the narrow sky canyon has been ambushed. Zhang Huan's heart sank. What are the casualties? And no casualties, The scouts stammered. Trembling, they rushed out, taking nothing but our large cooking pots and all the cured meat and cabbage meant for our dinner. The standard is also missing. Chapter 33. Feast and Smoke of War. A game of cat and mouse within the grand tent of the Western Mountain Camp. Chaos reigned. Zhang Huan, the commander of the Feathered Forest Army, known for his composure, now resembled an enraged lion, sweeping the map and sand table before him to the ground. Incompetence. A bunch of useless fools. His roar sent shivers down the spines of the soldiers outside the tent. 500 elite troops, overpowered by a group of debauched youths, robbed of their supplies and standard. If this gets out, where shall I hide my face, or that of the Feathered Forest Army? General, calm your fury, a vice commander hastily advised. Changge merely resorted to some underhanded tricks. Once we locate their main force and charge head-on, we shall crush them to dust. Locate? Can we even find them? Zhang Huan scoffed in anger. Relay my orders. The entire army shall advance in a fan formation, searching every inch of the mountains. I refuse to believe they have sprouted wings to fly away. Blinded by rage, Zhang Huan committed a grave military blunder by dividing his forces. His proud 500 elite soldiers transformed into several small teams, spreading out like a vast net, plunging into the treacherous mountainous terrain. Little did they know, this net was already riddled with holes in the eyes of true hunters. 2 hours later, atop a strategically precarious ridge, the atmosphere contrasted sharply with the ravenous, furious Feathered Forest Army. Here, 500 pampered young nobles of the Western Third Camp reveled around numerous large bonfires, their spirits soaring. Over the flames simmered large pots borrowed from the Feathered Forest Army, filled with fragrant meat broth. Nearby, succulent pieces of chicken sizzled and crackled. This was their bounty from the previous night's skirmish. The banner of the Feathered Forest Army, symbolizing honor, now served as a makeshift sign for their roasting stall, fluttering in the breeze from a gnarled tree. Delicious. This is absolutely divine. Wei Kuan, son of the Prince of Anping, held a golden-brown roasted chicken leg in one hand and a bowl of meat broth in the other, his mouth glistening with grease. I've never tasted such exquisite food in my life. Haha, Kuan, this is far more entertaining than visiting brothels in the capital. Indeed. Look at those foolish Feathered Forest soldiers, completely at our mercy. Roars of unrestrained laughter erupted on the ridge, their morale soaring to unprecedented heights. The fears and humiliations of yesterday have long been washed away by the exhilaration and satisfaction of the present moment. They gazed at Changge, who sat quietly upon a rock, diligently polishing the stunning sword, their eyes brimming with fervent admiration. This devilish instructor had truly led their ragtag group to subdue the once mighty elite forces beneath them. Just then, a roar erupted from the forest below. The Yulin army had evidently noticed the smoke and banners atop the ridge. They were coming. Charge forth and slay these wretches. Zhang Huan's deputy, upon catching sight of the commanding banner, was incensed, his eyes ablaze with rage as he immediately commanded his troops to charge the ridge. Instructor, they are advancing. Xiao Changfeng's expression grew stern as he swiftly approached Changge. Do not panic. Changge, without raising her head, instructed them to ascend. The path to the ridge was perilously steep and treacherous. As the vanguard of the Yulin army panted their way up the trail, they were not met with swords and blades, but rather a shower of razor-sharp chicken bones raining down upon them. Additionally, enormous clumps of grass, doused in oil and set ablaze, rolled down the mountainside. To make matters worse, several of the most frivolous young scions had dumped bags of flour they had seized from the windward side, creating a blinding white cloud along the mountain path. In an instant, the soldiers at the forefront of the Yulin army were left choking, their faces covered in dirt, utterly disheveled and in disarray. The formation of their attack was thrown into chaos. What a bunch of imbeciles. Changge shook her head and rose to her feet. The game was ready to advance to the next phase. She issued a new command to Xiao Changfeng behind her. Relay the order, break into smaller units. 10 men per team, and hunt freely. Remember, do not engage them head-on. Only target scouts, burn their supplies, and harass isolated squads. Before nightfall, I want Zhang Huan to be rendered a true blind and deaf man. Yes, as the sun dipped below the horizon that evening, Zhang Huan, after incurring injuries to dozens of his men, finally led his weary and demoralized army to the ridge. What awaited him was only a scene of devastation and extinguished campfires. The troops of the Western 3rd Battalion had vanished without a trace. General, the Southern Scout team has lost contact. General, the The western flank has also lost communication. General, it seems we are surrounded. A barrage of grim news continued to pour in. Zhang Huan and his soldiers finally experienced the paralyzing fear of being manipulated by unseen phantoms. They felt as though they were mired in a vast quagmire, powerful yet helpless. Just as their minds were in turmoil, a swift arrow shot forth from the dim depths of the forest, piercing the ground before Zhang Huan with an attached strip of cloth. Grabbing the cloth, Zhang Huan unfurled it to reveal a simple map sketched in charcoal, depicting their current location. Beside the map was a line of text. General Zhang, is dinner to your liking? The night path is treacherous. Rest early. Moreover, 30 paces behind you, in the thicket, my men are observing you. Zhang Huan's body suddenly stiffened. Chapter 34. A turtle in a jar. The outcome is decided. The words inscribed on the cloth were like a poisoned steel needle, piercing deeply into Zhang Huan's already taut nerves. An ambush. Instinctively, he let out a roar. Archers, shoot in that direction. The rest of you charge in. Flush them out. At his command, dozens of elite Yulin soldiers immediately surged toward the thicket, arrows raining down like locusts, blades glinting. However, upon their furious charge into the thicket, they discovered nothing but a crude scarecrow fashioned from grass and vines, adorned with a crooked helmet. There was no sign of any person. The general was nowhere to be found. Zhang Huan's face shifted from green to pale, ultimately transforming into a shade of furious embarrassment. He had been outwitted. That 16-year-old boy had played him for a fool in front of all his subordinates with such childish tricks. Zhang Huan let out an angry roar, the sound echoing in the silent mountains like a cry of helplessness and despair. For the 500 Yulin soldiers, that night was truly a hellish ordeal. They dared not sleep, nor close their eyes, for in the boundless darkness, it felt as though countless eyes were watching them. Their enemies were like phantoms in the forest, lurking everywhere. At times, strange wolf howls echoed from the east. At other moments, the clattering sound of stones being thrown outside the western tents pierced the quiet. Occasionally, patrolling sentries caught fleeting glimpses of shadows bearing their commander's banner flitting among the treetops. The disturbances were endless. Panic spread like a plague throughout the entire army. These once elite guards, who had previously held themselves in high esteem, were slowly, mercilessly, having their will crushed. On the third day at dawn, as the first rays of sunlight penetrated the forest, Zhang Huan was confronted by a weary battalion, their eyes bloodshot, spirits utterly deflated. Just then, a scout came tumbling in, bringing the long-awaited news. General, we have found it. We located the lair of those rascals. They are in the canyon known as Wolf Howl Gorge to the west. It appears they intend to hold their ground. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Zhang Huan, like a drowning man grasping at the last straw, revealed a sinister smile. Relay my orders. Gather the troops. Our target is Wolf Howl Gorge. This time, I shall ensure they have nowhere to escape. Half an hour later, the Yulin soldiers had assembled all their remaining fighting strength and charged fiercely into the narrow Wolf Howl Gorge. The steep cliffs flanking the canyon indeed made it a defensible position. Zhang Huan gazed upon this dire situation, a cold smile creeping across his face. Changge, you are ultimately too young. In such a desperate place, once my army blocks the valley's mouth, you shall be naught but a fish in a barrel. However, as the last of his soldiers stepped into the gorge, a thunderous sound erupted from the entrance they had traversed, reminiscent of the earth shaking beneath their feet. Countless boulders and trees were hurled down from the cliffs, sealing the only exit with an impenetrable barrier. This is bad. I've fallen into a trap. Zhang Huan's expression shifted drastically, finally realizing that he had once again been ensnared by the enemy. General, look. Above. A soldier screamed in terror, pointing to the cliff overhead. Zhang Huan abruptly lifted his gaze. There, upon the sheer cliffs flanking the gorge, stood a multitude of figures, densely packed, as if they had materialized from thin air. It was the 500 young scions of the West 3rd Battalion, who had vanished for 2 days and nights. They loomed high above, brandishing swords and daggers like a pack of wolves surveying their prey, silently watching the elite forces below, who had already become trapped. The Yulin army was plunged into utter chaos and panic. Shoot! Quickly shoot! Zhang Huan bellowed. Yet, the response was not a hail of arrows, but a clear voice, laced with a hint of mockery. General Zhang, take a look at your soldiers, then at mine. Changge appeared at the very summit of the cliff, clad in black, his garments billowing in the mountain breeze like a deity. Zhang Huan instinctively followed his words and glanced at his own troops. They were disordered, frantic, their formation shattered, resembling sheep that had been thoroughly frightened. He then turned his gaze back to the army above, behind Changge. Silence. 500 men stood in utter stillness. Though ragged and bearing wounds, each pair of eyes gleamed like tempered steel, filled with discipline and fervent trust. At that moment, Changge raised his right hand. From above, Xiao Changfeng roared, "All troops, heed my command." In an astonishing display, the 500 young scions simultaneously raised their long blades, their movements synchronized to perfection. "Huh!" came another fierce shout. 500 blades struck the air before them in unison. The keen edge of the blades sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. The tremendous momentum gathered from these 500 men bore down upon the hearts of all the Yulin soldiers like an invisible mountain. Zhang Huan stood frozen, observing the disciplined and formidable army on the cliff, then glancing at his own beleaguered and disheveled forces. Defeated in tactics, morale, and training methods, he had suffered a complete and utter rout, his pride in tatters. With a clang, the sword that symbolized all his pride slipped from his numbed hand, clattering against the cold rocks. "I concede," he uttered with all the strength he could muster, as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. At the very moment his voice fell silent, a long and resounding horn echoed from beyond the valley. A royal banner, embroidered with a golden dragon, appeared at the obstructed mouth of the gorge. The Emperor of the Apocalypse, Crown Prince Zhao Wujia, along with the esteemed officials of both civil and military ranks, had arrived. They bore witness to this final scene, observing the once mighty Yulin army as they stood upon the cliff like celestial beings descending from the heavens, while the former imperial guards knelt in the valley below, resembling lost dogs. Chapter 35. The Divine Strategy Army and the Prince's packed silence enveloped the air. Within the Wolf Howl Gorge, an eerie stillness prevailed. At the valley's bottom, 500 disheveled and defeated soldiers of the Yulin army lay scattered, having abandoned their armor. At the cliff's summit stood 500 impeccably disciplined soldiers of the Western Third Camp, their presence commanding and formidable. Meanwhile, at the valley's entrance, the most powerful monarch of the Great Xia dynasty and his officials gathered. This dramatic and impactful tableau was akin to a silent painting, indelibly etched in the minds of all present. Every gaze converged upon the Emperor of the Apocalypse seated upon his dragon chariot, awaiting his final judgment on this absurd spectacle. The Emperor's eyes slowly surveyed the scene before him, first resting upon the ragged elite below, a flicker of unmasked disappointment and coldness crossing his gaze. "Zhang Huan," he spoke softly, "at your service." Zhang Huan, the commander of the Yulin army, tumbled to his knees. "I entrusted you with the most elite Yulin army of the capital, assigning you the crucial task of safeguarding the imperial city. And this is how you repay me?" The Emperor's voice was devoid of any tremor, yet it plunged Zhang Huan into a chilling abyss. 500 elite soldiers faced off against 500 recruits. In the span of 3 days, not only did they fail to achieve any merit, but they were also toyed with by their opponents, suffering no casualties while ultimately surrendering their entire force. "Zhang Huan, how can you bear to don this armor again? I am incompetent. I am guilty. Please punish me, your majesty." Zhang Huan bowed deeply, refraining from any defense. "From this day forth, you are stripped of your command of the Yulin army, demoted to deputy commander, tasked with redeeming yourself through merit. The Yulin army is demoralized and unfit for duty. It will undergo 3 months of reformation under the direct supervision of the Duke of National Defense." At these words, the Crown Prince Zhao Wujia atop the high platform paled significantly. The Yulin army was his most crucial force for the defense of the capital. The Emperor's decree not only dismissed his trusted aide, but also allowed the traditionally neutral Duke's household to extend its influence into his territory. This was akin to undermining his very foundation. Yet, he could only step forward and bow, declaring, "Father, your wisdom shines. Zhang Huan's military failures warrant punishment. I too bear the fault of oversight." The Emperor merely acknowledged with a non-committal murmur, his gaze finally shifting to Changge perched upon the cliff alongside his troops. In that instant, the coldness in his eyes dissipated, replaced by unreserved admiration and satisfaction. "Excellent. What a remarkable Western Third Camp. What a splendid Changge." The Emperor's voice, for the first time, resonated with warmth. To triumph over the strong with the weak, to achieve victory through ingenuity. There is not only bravery, but also strategy. This is the true demeanor that a son of the Great Xia should possess. He declared with great fervor, "The Western Third Camp, through this battle, has undergone a profound transformation. The name of the idle camp shall henceforth be relegated to the annals of history. I today bestow upon you a new designation, the Divine Strategy Army, a strategy sent by the heavens, the Emperor's own troops. Perched upon the precipice, Xiao Changfeng, Wei Kuan, and the 500 former scions of privilege trembled at the sound of this name. In their eyes, an unprecedented light, a radiant symbol of glory, erupted forth. They were no longer worthless. They were no longer the disgrace of their families. They were now the Divine Strategy Army, a name conferred by the Emperor himself. And who was it that brought forth this transformation? It was the figure standing before them, a demonic mentor who resembled a deity. Gu Changge, heed the decree. Your humble servant is here. Gu Changge leaped from the cliff, his form ethereal, landing gracefully before the Emperor's dragon carriage, kneeling on one knee. I decree you as the first commandant of the Divine Strategy Army, holding the rank of 5th grade. You shall oversee military affairs, lead training, and be fully responsible for all matters pertaining to the Divine Strategy Army. Furthermore, I promote Xiao Changfeng as Deputy Commandant and Wei Kuan as Vanguard Captain. The remaining members shall be rewarded according to their merits. I also grant you a new independent encampment, with all military supplies and provisions to be provided by the Ministry of War in accordance with the standards of our most elite Xuanjiao army, at double the supply. Each decree fell like thunder, resounding throughout the valley. Everyone understood that from this day forth, Gu Changge, this 16-year-old youth, was no longer the young master who relied on the general's mansion. He had acquired his very own, absolutely loyal armed force. He had become a burgeoning power in the capital that no one could afford to overlook. I, Gu Changge, accept the edict with gratitude. The Divine Strategy Army thanks your majesty for your benevolence. We are willing to fight to the death for your majesty. On the cliff, the 500 soldiers roared in unison, their voices echoing through the skies. That night, Gu Changge did not return to the general's mansion. Instead, for the first time, he stepped into the residence granted to him by the emperor, located east of the Golden Water Bridge, the Chengwu Longfu. The estate was modest, yet exquisitely elegant. He dismissed all the servants and, alone, made his way to the study. Upon opening the door, he discovered someone already waiting for him with quiet composure. Clad in simple garments, the person was none other than the 7th prince, Zhao Chun, whom he had been discreetly supporting. Brother Gu, your display in today's battle was truly unparalleled, Zhao Chun remarked as he rose slowly, a sincere smile gracing his face. Your Highness, you flatter me, Gu Changge replied, closing the door behind him, his demeanor calm. No, it is no flattery. The glint of wisdom sparkled in Zhao Chun's eyes. You have, through a mere exercise, secured for yourself a loyal army, earned the unwavering trust of our father, and significantly diminished the crown prince's influence in the capital's garrison. A single stone has struck 3 birds, advancing step by step. Zhao Chun approached Gu Changge and bowed deeply before him. Brother Gu, we met in humble beginnings. Today, you are no longer a concealed dragon. With military power in your grasp and the emperor's favor upon you. He lifted his head, his gaze intense, fixed upon Gu Changge. I believe it is time to discuss with Brother Gu the lofty position of the 9-5 Majesty. Chapter 36, The Pact of the Hidden Dragon, sword pointing to the court. Inside the Chengwu Lang's residence, within the study, the fragrant incense wafted gently, and the candlelight flickered brightly. The 7th prince, Zhao Chun, who appeared to the world as frail, averse to conflict, now bore a brilliance in his eyes that sparkled like stars, starkly contrasting his outward demeanor. I believe it is time to discuss with Brother Gu the lofty position of the 9-5 Majesty. Should this statement reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly plunge the entire Gu family, as well as all associated with the two of them, into an abyss from which there is no return. Yet, Gu Changge remained calm, refilling Zhao Chun's already empty teacup with hot tea. The aroma of the tea grew ever more profound. Your Highness, Gu Changge spoke slowly. This topic is perilous. No, Zhao Chun shook his head, a trace of a bitter smile gracing his face. For us, not discussing it is far more dangerous. Brother Gu, we both understand this well. Crown Prince Zhao Wujie is vindictive and narrow-minded. Today, at the Zhongwu conference, you have humiliated him and stripped him of his authority over the city's defenses. He views you as a thorn in his side and will not allow us to live in peace. We have long since run out of options. Gu Changge fell silent. Zhao Chun was correct. From the moment he returned to life, determined to exact revenge, There existed only one path between him and the crown prince. Either you perish, or I do. Very well, Changge finally nodded. Since your highness harbors such ambition, I shall accompany you to the end. It is not ambition on my part. Zhao Chun gazed at Changge with unprecedented sincerity. Rather, I have no other choice. Moreover, I believe Brother Gu is not one to remain in the shadows for long. Together, we are the best strategy. Brother Gu commands the military, handling external affairs. I remain in the court, managing internal matters. As brothers, we shall conspire for great undertakings. This declaration firmly established the tone for their alliance. Your Highness's foresight is commendable, Changge acknowledged, lifting his teacup. So, where shall we begin? This is precisely the matter I wish to discuss with Brother Gu tonight. Zhao Qin's expression grew grave. Although the crown prince has suffered greatly from this encounter, he has been entrenched in the court for many years, with deep roots. Among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of Rights are all under his trusted subordinates. For now, we cannot shake his foundations. No, Changge shook his head, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Your Highness, any seemingly indomitable fortress must harbor cracks within. Loyalty is never absolute. It merely signifies that the stakes of betrayal are not yet high enough. Changge approached the writing desk, took up a brush, and inscribed a name on the rice paper, Lu Cheng. The current Minister of Rights, Lu Cheng. Zhao Qin recognized the name at once. He was a disciple of the Grand Tutor and a staunch supporter of the Crown Prince, known for his cunning and discretion, making him exceedingly difficult to sway. To move him, one need not employ brute force. Changge's lips curled into a cold smile. I require your highness to assist me in a matter. Utilize all your resources to investigate an old case from 3 years ago. The son of the Deputy Minister of Personnel, intoxicated and riding recklessly in the southern part of the city, tragically struck and killed a commoner. This incident was promptly suppressed, and the documents pertaining to it are likely sealed away in the deepest archives of the Supreme Court. At that time, it was none other than His Royal Highness the Crown Prince who intervened to ensure its concealment, with the involvement of the illustrious Minister Lu Cheng. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Zhao Qin's eyes. Are you implying? Lu Cheng, though seemingly astute, places the utmost importance on reputation, and he cherishes his ineffectual son as a precious jewel. Changge set down his pen and continued. Moreover, there is another matter. The northern tribes have recently begun to stir restlessly. According to customary practice, the court will likely adopt a strategy of marriage alliances to appease them. To consolidate military support and win favor with the emperor, the crown prince's most probable recommendation would be none other than Minister Lu Cheng's daughter, Lu Qingwei, renowned as the premier talent in the capital. Zhao Qin stood utterly astounded, gazing at Changge as if he were a creature of myth. How could he possibly know of these two seemingly unrelated, high-level secrets? Your Highness, Changge's voice pulled him from his shock. Your task is to find a way to discreetly deliver the old case documents to Lu Cheng as he departs his residence, making him aware that his son's life hangs by a thread. Meanwhile, I shall devise a means to convince him of my capability to spare his beloved daughter from the fate of a distant marriage alliance. Changge looked intently at Zhao Qin, articulating every word. On one side lies the crown prince, whose actions could lead to his utter disgrace and the extinction of his lineage. On the other, we offer the preservation of his family's wealth and the safety of his children. Your Highness, how do you believe this loyal Minister Lu will choose? A chill coursed through Zhao Qin's spine, reaching the crown of his head. This plan was ruthless yet exceptionally effective. It was a matter of psychological warfare. He beheld the youth before him, who, with ease and mirth, toyed with the fate of a high-ranking official, and for the first time, he truly comprehended the depth of the phrase to conspire with a tiger. Yet, it was precisely this understanding that brought an unprecedented calm to his ambition for power. With such a formidable ally, great achievements seemed promising. Excellent. Zhao Qin nodded decisively. I shall adhere to Brother Gu's strategy. I will attend to this matter immediately. He rose, offering a respectful gesture to Changge. Brother Gu, I await your good news. With that, he hurriedly departed, his back radiating an uncontainable excitement. The study returned to silence. Changge slowly approached the window, pushing it open to gaze at the cold, luminous moon outside. Crown Prince, our war has only just begun. I hope you can endure a while longer. Chapter 37. The Zhujiang Poetry Gathering, a silent move night, still enveloped the capital. Yet beneath this cloak of darkness, some conspired for tomorrow's power, while others labored for their family survival. The Supreme Court, the highest institution governing the realm's penal system, harbored its deepest archives. Shrouded in perpetual obscurity, an inconspicuous old official, under the guise of an inspection, silently retrieved a long-forgotten dossier from a dusty shelf, sealed 3 years prior. Having completed this act, he vanished into the shadows like a phantom. Half an hour later, within the secret residence of the seventh prince, Zhao Chun, he gazed at the incriminating evidence in his hand, sufficient to cost the life of even the son of the Minister of Personnel. A flicker of excitement and reverence, imperceptible even to himself, flashed in his eyes. Gu Changge, this youth even younger than he, how far can his reach extend? He seems to possess an uncanny understanding of such ancient palace secrets. Go, Zhao Chun commanded, placing the dossier into a commonplace food boxes compartment, dispatching it securely to the Minister of Rights, Lu Cheng's residence. Remember, leave no trace. Yes, Your Highness. A shadow departed in obedience. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Minister of Rights, Lu Cheng, known for his elegance and gravitas, was currently unleashing his fury upon his wayward son, Lu Jin. You scoundrel, have you been gambling again at the drunken, immortal pavilion? Do you not realize that I have just covered the 3,000 taels of silver you owed from last time? Lu Cheng trembled with rage. Father, it was merely a stroke of bad luck, Lu Jin replied nonchalantly. Besides, does our family really lack such trivial amounts? I am the Crown Prince's companion, and you are the Minister of Rights. Who would dare disrespect us? You. Lu Cheng pointed at him, rendered speechless by indignation. His greatest pride lay in his unblemished reputation and his exceptional children, yet it was this son, whom he had doted on since childhood, that caused him the most distress. At that moment, a steward hurried in with news. Master, there is word from the palace regarding the northern marriage proposal. The Crown Prince has recommended a young lady before His Majesty. With a crash, the teacup in Lu Cheng's hand shattered upon the floor. His face drained of color instantly. His most cherished daughter, Lu Qingyue, hailed as the pearl of the capital, was to be sacrificed in the name of politics, destined to marry those barbarous tribes. The following day, in the capital, by the banks of Xiujiang Pool, a poetry gathering organized by several esteemed scholars was underway. Talented poets and beautiful ladies congregated, composing verses and painting melodies in an air of elegance. The arrival of Gu Changge stirred a notable commotion. His reputation as the Sword Saint had long echoed throughout the capital. While all were aware of his martial prowess, none knew the depths of his literary talent. On another boat adorned with paintings, a stunning woman clad in a pale green silk dress quietly played her chime by a pool of withered lotus leaves. The music, cold and melancholic, echoed with an unshakable sorrow. It was none other than Lu Qingyue, the daughter of the Minister of Rights. She too was the focus of the poetry gathering, yet her exquisite beauty bore a trace of desolation that contrasted sharply with the flourishing scene around her. Regarding the withered lotus in this pond, who shall compose first? A distinguished scholar proposed with a smile. Immediately, several self-proclaimed talented young men vied to present their works. Indeed, the ambience is rather commendable. However, this particular phrase appears somewhat mundane. The esteemed scholars offered their critiques one by one. At that moment, a clear voice gently resonated. Junior also has a composition to share. It was Gu Changge. All eyes converged upon him. He cast a glance at the desolate pond, and then at the enchanting maiden playing the zither on the boat, and began to recite. The autumn gloom lingers as frost descends at dusk, allowing the withered lotus to listen to the sound of rain. In just 2 short lines, 14 characters, there were no ornate embellishments, nor any deliberate craftsmanship. Yet, it seemed to seamlessly intertwine the desolation of the pond, the boundless melancholy, and the silent sorrow within the maiden's heart into a singular entity. In that fleeting moment, Lu Qingyue's fingers ceased their dance upon the strings. The entire gathering fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Upon hearing these 2 lines, all the talented scholars discreetly crumpled their recently penned masterpieces into mere scraps of paper. In the face of this poetry, their works had become unworthy of scrutiny, nothing but refuse. As the poetry gathering concluded and the crowd dispersed, Lu Qingyue, almost as if guided by fate, approached Gu Changge and offered him a graceful bow. Sir Gu, your literary prowess is unparalleled. This humble lady is in awe. Miss Lu, you are too kind, Gu Changge replied with a courteous nod, his gaze lingering for a moment upon her slightly sorrowful, beautiful eyes. It was merely an expression of feeling. He then looked at the remnants of the lotus in the pond, seemingly speaking to himself, yet hinting at something deeper, softly uttering, "Such a beautiful gem. If it were to be sent to the bitter cold of the northern realm, allowing the frost and snow to erode and shatter it, would it not be a prodigal waste? What a pity indeed." After speaking, he nodded slightly to Lu Qingyue and gracefully departed. Lu Qingyue remained, dazed and rooted to the spot, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. He knows my story. That night, at the residence of the Minister of Rights, Lu Cheng was alone in his study, trembling before a food box that had been anonymously delivered. Inside the box, there was no gold or silver, no jewels, only a 3-year-old case file from the Dali Temple. The black ink on white paper clearly detailed how his beloved son, Lu Jin, had escaped culpability after a drunken accident that resulted in a death, all under the protection of the Crown Prince. Should this document come to light, his son's life would be forfeit. His career and reputation would be obliterated. Just as he was engulfed in terror and uncertainty, the door swung open. His daughter, Lu Qingyue, entered with a mix of excitement and anxiety. "Father, today at the Zhujiang poetry gathering, I encountered the illustrious Cheng Wulong, Gu Changge." She relayed her experiences at the poetry gathering and the seemingly prophetic words of Gu Changge in their entirety. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng's body jolted. He gazed at the incriminating evidence in his hand, capable of destroying his son, and listened to his daughter recount the words of the mysterious youth that seemed to hold the key to altering their fate. An overwhelming chill instantaneously enveloped him. This was no coincidence. This is a meticulously woven net. Chapter 38. The East Palace's Indifference, the heart of a discarded pawn. In the Ministry of Rights, within the study, Lu Cheng had not slept a wink throughout the night. The anonymous dossier lay on his desk like a deathly talisman, while the words brought back by his daughter Lu Qingyue felt like an invisible noose tightening around his neck. These were not two separate matters. Having navigated the treacherous waters of politics for decades, he possessed a keen sense of the underlying currents. This was a trap, a meticulously crafted scheme targeting him, or rather, the crown prince behind him. Who was responsible? Which prince? Or perhaps other political adversaries within the court? He did not know. All he understood was that he had become a frail vessel caught in the eye of a storm, perilously close to capsizing. As dawn broke, a flicker of determination flashed in Lu Cheng's eyes. He still had one last hope. His sole and greatest ally, the crown prince, Zhao Wuji. Years ago, he had personally handled a case involving the son of the Minister of Personnel on behalf of the Crown Prince, and thus the Crown Prince owed him a debt of gratitude. Now, the compromising evidence against his son was intricately linked to the Crown Prince's past. By both sentiment and reason, the Crown Prince should and must protect him. In the East Palace, Lu Cheng, under the pretense of discussing the diplomatic marriage ceremony for the northern frontier, obtained a secret audience with the Crown Prince. In the study, Zhao Wuji was practicing calligraphy, his expression focused. "Minister Lu, what pressing matter brings you here?" he asked, without raising his head, his tone devoid of warmth. Lu Cheng knelt on the floor, his voice tinged with an uncontainable plea. "Your Highness, I beseech you to rescind your decree. My daughter Qingyue has been frail since childhood and cannot bear the heavy burden of a distant marriage." Zhao Wuji set down his brush only after completing the last character, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. "Minister Lu, this matter has already received my father's approval. It is her fortune to share the burdens of the state and this palace. And it is also an honor for your Lu family." His voice was flat, betraying no emotion. Lu Cheng's heart sank. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter, "But your Highness, it seems there are whispers in the capital regarding the old case of the Minister of Personnel's family from 3 years ago." He was cautioning the Crown Prince while subtly seeking refuge. However, Zhao Wuji's expression turned icy in an instant. He slowly approached Lu Cheng, looking down at him with a gaze full of cold, angered authority. "Minister Lu, are you attempting to blackmail me with this matter?" "I would not dare." Lu Cheng trembled in fear, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. "It is best you do not," Zhao Wuji scoffed. "Your son's life is protected by me. I can safeguard him, but I can also ensure he has no place to rest in death. Remember your place. Fulfill the duties of a loyal subject. As for your daughter, her honor far outweighs her life. You may leave." Zhao Wuji waved his hand expressionlessly, the gesture casual and disdainful, as if the man before him were no more than an insignificant fly. Lu Cheng stared blankly at the scene before him, his heart's hope shattered in an instant, leaving him feeling as if his soul had departed. He staggered out of the East Palace, the biting autumn wind howling around him, yet he felt no chill. His heart was colder than the wind itself. He could not fathom that despite his unwavering loyalty to the crown prince, he was regarded as utterly insignificant, a mere pawn whose life and that of his children were expendable. Wandering aimlessly through the streets of the capital, he found himself at Tingyuxian, the most renowned and tranquil tea house in the city. Slowly ascending to the second floor, he entered a private room and, as if all strength had left him, slumped into a chair, his gaze vacant as he stared out at the desolate street scene, despair etched across his face. At that moment, the door of the room creaked open softly. Lu Cheng assumed it was the tea master and, without turning, waved impatiently, "Leave, I have asked not to be disturbed." However, the footsteps did not retreat. A clear voice, tinged with amusement, broke the silence behind him. "Minister Lu, why do you wear such a troubled expression?" Startled, Lu Cheng stiffened and turned around, only to find Gu Changge, the scholarly swordsman, sitting gracefully across from him, a cup of tea in hand. "How could you be here?" Lu stammered. Gu Changge gently blew on the steam rising from the tea, replying, "I have always been here." He smiled at Lu Cheng, whose face was painted with shock and fear. "The tea from the East Palace must not be very palatable, I presume?" Lu Cheng's mind went blank. How could he possibly know that I was just at the East Palace? "Do not be alarmed, Minister Lu," Gu Changge set down his cup. "I am not here to harm you. On the contrary, I am here to save you." "Save me?" Lu Cheng let out a bitter laugh. "I am already condemned. What talk of salvation can there be? The evidence against your son and your daughter's fate are indeed sealed," Gu Changge nodded. "However, a sealed fate does not mean it cannot be altered." "What do you mean?" Lu Cheng's breath quickened. Gu Changge regarded him calmly. "I can make that dossier disappear from existence forever. I can also ensure that your talented daughter does not have to marry off to the northern border, allowing her to remain in the capital with dignity." "You?" Lu Cheng looked at him incredulously. "On what grounds?" "On what grounds?" Gu Changge smiled. "Minister Lu, it seems you have forgotten who can freely access the third tier of the royal archive." Lu Cheng's pupils dilated in shock. "You mean the northern tribal leader?" "A devout Buddhist," Gu Changge replied nonchalantly. "A long-lost manuscript of the Heart Sutra, handwritten by the esteemed monk Xuanzang, holds far greater weight than that of a princess destined for marriage." "Does it not?" Lu Cheng was rendered utterly speechless. He gazed upon the young man before him, whose laughter belied a mastery of imperial strategies and courtly intrigues. Effortlessly manipulating the dynamics of power, he understood that he had run out of options. "What do you wish of me?" he inquired, his voice raspy. "Quite simple." A glint of cold light flickered in Gu Changge's eyes. "I require a letter of allegiance. On the 3rd day of next month, the crown prince will send a convoy of illegally forged arms disguised as a merchant caravan, departing the city through the western gate, bound for a private militia stronghold outside the city. This matter falls under your Ministry of Rights, which is to fabricate the necessary clearance documents. What I seek is a copy of the clearance document bearing the seal of your Minister of Rights, along with the precise time of departure and the transportation route." Lu Cheng's countenance turned ashen. This would mean his complete betrayal of the crown prince. Gu Changge rose, placing a small, unmarked black iron token upon the table. "Minister Lu, you have 3 days to contemplate. If, after 3 days, you have come to a resolution, send someone with this token to the Sihai Trading Company to meet Miss Su. Should you remain undecided." Gu Changge paused at the door, turning back to bestow upon him a meaningful smile. "Then I shall preemptively extend my congratulations to your daughter on her forthcoming nuptials, wishing her a smooth journey." Chapter 39. The Pawn of the Abandoned Child. The first battle of divine strategy. 3 days, such a span, for one ensnared in the whirlpool of power, could alter the course of a lifetime. For Lu Cheng, these 3 days were a torment akin to hell. He confined himself within his study, sleepless and restless. On one side stood the crown prince, whom he had followed for many years and who wielded immense power. On the other, the young man who could easily obliterate all he held dear, yet also offer a glimmer of hope, betrayal or annihilation. The choice was not particularly difficult. As dusk fell on the 3rd day, when the servants of the household returned for the 3rd time to remove the now cold meal from outside his study, Lu Cheng finally reached a decision. He meticulously pinned a report over 2 sleepless nights and placed it, along with the unmarked black iron token, into a finely crafted compartment of a food box. He summoned the old steward, Lu Fu, who had loyally served him for 30 years. "Lu Fu," his voice was hoarse and weary, "you must personally deliver this to the Sihai Trading Company and hand it to their proprietor, Miss Su. Whatever she instructs, You must comply. Master, go. Lu Cheng waved his hand, as though he had been drained of all vitality. Remember, after this matter is concluded, take your family and leave the capital, never to return. At the headquarters of the Sihai Trading Company, Su Qingxue personally received the old steward in her private chamber. Upon seeing the black iron token, her expression revealed no hint of surprise. She opened the food box and carefully scrutinized the report, absorbing each word with utmost seriousness. The report detailed the time of the Crown Prince's contraband arms shipment, the number of escorts, the route of travel, and the forged clearance document bearing the Minister of Right seal. Your master has made a wise choice, Su Qingxue said, delicately tucking the report into her bosom. She produced a heavy pouch of coins and a slip of paper, handing them to the old steward. Here lies 1,000 taels of gold, sufficient for your family to live a life of abundance in Jiangnan. This note bears the address of a renowned divine physician in Jiangnan. Inform your master that if he comes to terms with his situation, he may, at any time, journey south with his son for treatment. That divine physician may be able to cure his son's affliction. The old steward trembled, gazing at the extraordinarily young and exquisite woman before him with disbelief. He finally comprehended that these individuals possessed not only unparalleled means, but also meticulous foresight. They had even paved the way for the Lu family's retreat. The old servant expressed his gratitude to Miss Su and to the esteemed gentleman. Bowing deeply, he then took the gold and vanished into the night. Half an hour later, at the Qingwu Longfu, Gu Changge regarded the intelligence personally delivered by Su Qingsno with a satisfied smile. Lu Cheng, this pawn, has finally been positioned where he belongs. A cold glimmer flashed in the eyes of His Highness. Gu Changge, the grand gift you bestowed upon me has been fully returned. Now, it is my turn to present you with a token of appreciation. The next morning, within the newly established Xishan camp of the Shensu army, 500 soldiers had shed their ostentatious silk attire and donned freshly provided, exquisite black armor from the Ministry of Revenue. Their faces bore the marks of past battles, and their eyes still reflected an undeniable weariness. Yet, the air of idleness and extravagance that once enveloped them had vanished entirely. In its place was a palpable aura of discipline and resoluteness, forged by iron and blood. Gu Changge, clad in black military garb and wielding the stunning sword, stood upon the platform. At his side, Xiao Changfeng and Wei Kuan stood like two guardian deities. Soldiers, Gu Changge's voice echoed throughout the assembly. I know many of you still harbor resentment towards me, still curse my name. That is of no consequence. For today, I shall grant you an opportunity for retribution of your own making. He pointed emphatically at the massive sand table behind him. Last night, I received intelligence. A band of approximately 200 bandits, armed with a substantial cache of contraband weaponry, will traverse the Red Maple Ridge in the western outskirts at midnight tonight. His Majesty's secret edict has reached my hands. Unfazed, Gu Changge held aloft a forged imperial decree. It commands my Shensu army to launch an immediate assault, capturing these bandits along with their ill-gotten gains. This will be the first battle of my Shensu army since its inception. Moreover, it will be your first battle to demonstrate to the world that you are no longer mere signs of privilege. Do you possess the courage to join me in seizing this merit as if we were brigands reclaiming what is rightfully ours? Yes. The first to roar was Wei Kuan, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Yes, yes, yes. 500 soldiers summoned every ounce of strength to unleash a thunderous roar. In that moment, their blood was ignited. Good. Gu Changge drew the stunning sword, pointing it skyward. All forces, heed my command. Target, Red Maple Ridge. On this night, we shall make the entirety of the capital hear the first howl of the Divine Strategy Army. At the stroke of midnight, on the Red Maple Ridge, a colossal convoy, adorned with the insignia of an ordinary merchant, was being escorted by over 200 elite soldiers, the personal troops of Prince Zhao Wuji. As the convoy reached the narrowest part of the mountain pass, a thunderous crash echoed. Several trees, already severed at their bases, were pulled down by ropes, instantly blocking the path ahead. An ambush. All troops on high alert. The escort commander was taken aback. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, arrows whistled through the air. From the dense forests flanking the road, hundreds of rockets, coated in sulfur and tung oil, descended upon them with a piercing shriek. The rockets did not target the soldiers, but instead struck the heavily laden carts with deadly precision. Flames erupted skyward in an instant. The entire convoy was engulfed in a conflagration and chaos. At that moment, A roar, akin to a beast's growl, reverberated from all directions. The divine strategy army is here. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Changge, clad in black, stood atop the highest point of the ridge, silhouetted against the cold, luminous moon. He gazed down at the inferno below, his lips curling into a chilling, almost cruel smile. Your second source of income, Your Highness, I shall sever as well. Chapter 40. A title yet to be determined on Red Maple Ridge, the sounds of battle resounded, and flames soared. Faced with this sudden onslaught, akin to divine troops descending from the heavens, the Prince's elite guard was plunged into utter chaos. Their pride in individual combat prowess was diminished to its nadir within the engulfing flames and smoke, surrounded by foes on all sides. It is the divine strategy army. It is Changge's wretched forces. How could they be here? Are our weapons meant to confront our own comrades? This is treason. The commander of the guard, after a brief moment of shock, attempted to regroup his forces. However, he was met with a ferocious assault led by Xiao Changfeng, commanding a pack of ravenous wolves. Having etched Changge's tactics into his very being, Xiao Changfeng chose not to confront them head-on. Instead, he and his men, utilizing the cover of smoke and terrain, stealthily infiltrated the enemy ranks, targeting their command structure and vulnerable formations. Meanwhile, Wei Kuan unleashed his inherent penchant for destruction, intrinsic to a scion of privilege. Rather than slaying, he and his cohort shrieked as they focused their efforts on the axles of the carts and the reins of the horses. In an instant, chaos reigned, and the entire convoy was rendered incapacitated. What transpired was less a battle and more a premeditated, one-sided beating. The soldiers of the Divine Strategy Army, after enduring days of hellish training, unleashed their pent-up resentment, fury, and exhilaration from narrowly escaping death upon these unfortunate bandits without reservation. Within less than half an hour, the conflict had drawn to a close. 200 royal guards, save for a few who were accidentally injured in the initial chaos, were mostly left with their limbs broken and bound together. The boxes disguised as bolts of fabric were thoroughly opened. Inside lay 500 sets of brand-new, glimmering armor, along with 500 military crossbows capable of piercing heavy armor. Each piece of equipment bore a small insignia, recognizable only to those within the Eastern Palace. The evidence was irrefutable. Changge emerged slowly from the shadows of the mountains. He surveyed the bountiful spoils before him, his face devoid of any smile, reflecting only a chilling calmness. Clean up the battlefield, tally the spoils, and escort all captives and contraband back to camp. Yes, the 500 soldiers of the Shen's army expended every ounce of their strength to let out their first true roar of victory since the establishment of their army. The following day, in the Golden Throne Hall of the Great Xia dynasty, the morning court maintained its usual solemnity. However, an unusual tension hung in the air, akin to the oppressive stillness before a storm. Crown Prince Zhao Wuji stood at the forefront of the officials, his expression unchanging. He had received word the previous night of the destruction of the Western Mountain stronghold and the capture of his private guards. Yet, he could not fathom that Changge would dare to bring this matter to the court, for there was no evidence. Just then, a voice announced from outside the hall, announcing the presence of Deputy Commander of the Shen's army, Xiao Changfeng. Xiao Changfeng, clad in military attire, strode confidently into the Golden Throne Hall, followed by two soldiers carrying a large wooden box. Your servant, Xiao Changfeng of the Shen's army, bears urgent military news for your majesty. Xiao Changfeng knelt on one knee, his voice resonant. Speak, came the emperor's calm command from the dragon throne. Your majesty, last night, following a secret decree from Commander Gu, our Shen's army conducted nighttime maneuvers in the mountainous area of Hongfeng Ridge, where we unexpectedly encountered a band of approximately 200 bandits, whose movements were suspicious and carried a substantial load of contraband. Commander Gu acted decisively to prevent harm to the capital, leading our Shen's army to decisively capture this band of marauders. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Changfeng signaled the soldiers behind him to open the wooden box. With a loud clatter, the gleaming armor and glimmering crossbows cascaded from the box, piling into a small mountain upon the polished floor of the Golden Throne Hall. After a night of interrogation, the bandit leader confessed that they were acting under orders to smuggle arms with nefarious intentions. These are some of the contraband seized from the leader. I beseech your majesty for judgment. Xiao Changfeng bowed deeply. In an instant, the Golden Throne Hall fell into a profound silence. All officials gazed at the towering pile of weaponry before them, as if they had encountered a ghost. Smuggling arms. This was a heinous crime of treason. Crown Prince Zhao Wuji's complexion turned ashen upon seeing the familiar insignia on the equipment. He realized that he was finished. Gu Changge, whom he regarded as an insignificant insect, had indeed dared to present this matter before the emperor in such a manner. Well then, upon the dragon throne, the emperor of the apocalypse suddenly rose, his visage ablaze with fury. In the land beneath my feet, in this imperial capital, how dare such audacious rogues plot rebellion? His gaze, like twin blades, swept across the trembling courtiers below. The divine strategy army. For their service to the nation, they shall be rewarded. Gu Changge, though acting on a secret mandate, displayed resolute command and exceptional strategy, his loyalty commendable. Award him 10,000 taels of gold and 1,000 bolts of silk. All spoils seized by the divine strategy army shall be returned to their ranks to bolster their supplies. Xiao Changfeng, Wei Kuan, and others shall also be promoted. Rewards flowed from the emperor's lips like a rushing stream. Finally, his gaze slowly settled upon the pale-faced crown prince. Crown Prince, he addressed, I am here. Zhao Wuji's body quivered uncontrollably. This incident occurred in the capital. As the heir apparent and overseer of the city's defenses, you bear the guilt of negligence. I command you to personally oversee this case. Within 3 days, I expect a response that satisfies the entire realm. These words cut deeper than any punishment. A cruel strike to the heart. To have the crown prince investigate his own treason. Zhao Wuji felt darkness envelop him, his legs weakening as he nearly collapsed. He understood he had once again suffered defeat, utterly vanquished. That night, at the Chengwu residence, Gu Changge, having listened to Xiao Changfeng's report on court affairs, merely nodded in calm acknowledgement. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. He pushed open the study window, gazing at the luminous moon outside. The relentless battle of wits had left him somewhat weary, yet more so, he felt a profound satisfaction from avenging old grievances and a stark reminder of his own inadequacies. It was time to reclaim my rightful reward, he instructed his shadow guard with a tranquil demeanor. Prepare the carriage. Tomorrow, we shall forego the military camp. We are bound for the Royal Library. Chapter 41. The Royal Library, the ancient scriptures of the human emperor. The following day, Gu Changge did not visit the military camp, nor did he concern himself with the rampant discussions about him in the court. A modest carriage bore him directly to a place within the imperial city that exuded even greater majesty and antiquity than the Eastern Palace or the Golden Luan Hall, the Royal Library of the Great Xia. This sanctuary represented the repository of knowledge and the historical roots of the entire Great Xia dynasty. The edifice was constructed entirely from massive dark stones, devoid of ornate beams or glazed tiles, yet it emanated a grandeur and solemnity forged through millennia of storms and the rise and fall of dynasties. Merely standing before it, one could feel an intangible weight born from the depth of knowledge and history. There were no armored guards at the entrance, only an elderly eunuch, his hair and beard white as snow, seemingly frail yet basking in the sun, reclining on a chair. Gu Changge approached respectfully, offering the golden token bestowed by the emperor, granting him access to the third tier with both hands. The eunuch's eyelids slowly lifted, revealing a narrow slit. Within those seemingly murky eyes lay a glimmer of insight capable of piercing through the hearts of men. His gaze lingered momentarily on the gold medal before scrutinizing the remarkably youthful visage of Gu Changge for an extended duration. The Royal Library had not seen a visitor ascend to the third floor for 3 decades. The voice of the old eunuch rasped like 2 pieces of desiccated bark rubbing together, hoarse yet distant. The last individual to venture up was none other than the current crown prince, who returned empty-handed after a single day, declaring the knowledge of the third floor to be too ethereal, preferring the solidity of classical texts. He paused, seemingly with intent, to add, without a sincere heart, one cannot attain the truth. Even upon encountering the true Buddha, it may merely be perceived as a clay statue. Young man, you have 3 days. Remember, you may only observe, not transcribe, and certainly do not damage. Otherwise, not even a celestial being can save you. With that, he closed his eyes once more, as if to drift back into slumber. Gu Changge bowed deeply and stepped into this vast sanctuary of knowledge. The first level of the library was immensely expansive, with towering Nanma bookshelves standing like silent giants, stretching endlessly. Countless white-haired scholars, akin to industrious ants, were engrossed in the vast sea of classical texts. The air here was so tranquil that one could hear their own heartbeat, infused with a delightful aroma derived from the mingling of scrolls, tung oil, and the passage of time. Changge could even see sunlight streaming through the lofty windows, creating countless beams of light in which myriad specks of dust danced quietly. He did not linger but proceeded directly to the staircase leading to the second floor. The second floor housed official documents from various dynasties, local geographic records, and some foundational martial arts techniques. The atmosphere here was noticeably more austere, with fewer scholars present. Changge even spotted several interior guards clad in flying fish robes lurking in the corners, observing discreetly. He traversed once more to the entrance of the third floor. At the threshold stood two statuesque black iron guards, immovable in their vigil. Their presence exuded a depth and danger surpassing even that of Meng Shi and the commander Xiao Lai. They were the sentinels of the library's third level. Upon noticing Changge and the gold medal in his possession, these statues came to life, regarding him with a scrutinizing gaze before silently parting to allow passage. As he pushed open the heavy door crafted from millennia-old ironwood, an entirely different world unfurled before Changge. The third floor was a vast circular dome, devoid of bookshelves or paper tomes. Instead, ancient bamboo scrolls were meticulously placed upon jade pedestals. Mysterious tapestries made from unknown animal hides hung from the walls, and tortoise shells inscribed with strange characters and jade tablets were arranged upon a rosewood table. A palpable aura of antiquity and a tinge of the sacred enveloped the space. The air here felt considerably heavier than that of the lower floors. Change's heart raced uncontrollably. He had arrived. This was for the greatest regret he harbored from his previous life as a mortal general. Though he had been a military deity unparalleled in commanding troops, his martial cultivation suffered due to a late start and mediocre techniques, preventing him from ever breaking through to the realm of the Grandmaster in his lifetime. Ultimately, he would fall to the relentless assault of those true masters surrounding the crown prince, harboring resentment in his demise. In this life, he vowed to rectify that regret. He yearned for an absolute power that would allow him to govern his own destiny. He did not flounder aimlessly like a headless fly. Instead, he relied on a secret he overheard during a celebratory banquet in his previous life, where a drunken old scholar, well-versed in the history of a bygone dynasty, boasted of imperial matters. Without consulting the merit monument, he directly approached a most inconspicuous corner on the third floor, guided by the annals of the emperor's daily life. There stood a row of bronze boxes, thickly coated in dust. Inscribed in archaic script upon them were the chronicles of the founding emperor, chronicling the most mundane aspects of his daily meals and routines over the centuries, long forgotten by all. Changge opened one of the rusted bronze boxes. Inside lay neatly stacked bamboo slips. His hand glided through the slips, gently pressing the bottom of the box. With a soft click, a hidden compartment slowly revealed itself. Inside this secret space, there were no sacred texts or divine weapons, only a thin fabric, as delicate as a cicada's wing, made of an unknown material. Shimmering in a dark golden hue, Changge lifted it with trembling hands. The fabric felt warm to the touch, inscribed with an ancient script, regal and imposing, which he instinctively understood, bearing 5 grand characters, the sovereign's world-subduing canon. Indeed, it was the legendary supreme art that allowed the founding emperor to rise from humble beginnings amidst chaos, ultimately subduing the realm and establishing the enduring legacy of the great Xia. Changge slowly settled into a cross-legged position. He unfurled the golden fabric before him. Lines of commanding and profound law and principles, as if alive, transformed into golden streams of light, flooding into his mind and searing into the depths of his soul. The sovereign, though merely human, must first bear the crown's weight to wield its power. One must shatter oneself to attain mastery. A mere mortal cannot sustain the imperial aura. With supreme will, one must break and rebuild, endure 9 deaths to achieve 9 lives, to forge an indomitable sovereign body capable of suppressing all enemies of the age. Chapter 42. Break and Rebuild, the Imperial Aura. In the royal library, on the 3rd floor, it felt as if time had forgotten this secluded isle. Silent save for the sound of his heartbeat and the dust dancing silently in the beams of light. Changge sat cross-legged, facing the dark golden fabric that recorded the supreme art. To wear the crown, one must first bear its weight. To grasp power, one must first shatter oneself. These 16 characters weighed heavily upon his heart like a mountain. A common person might have been terrified by the peril and tyranny they implied. Yet in Changge's eyes was only resolute determination. In his previous life, he had endured the helplessness of inadequate strength, forced to be at the mercy of others. Now, given the chance to start anew and bestowed with this extraordinary opportunity, what did the notion of 9 deaths and 1 life, of breaking and rebuilding, truly signify? He had already tasted the essence of death once. Come forth. Changge closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to plunge deeply into the profound techniques of the human emperor's suppression of the world. He held his breath and concentrated, attempting to summon the feeble inner strength accumulated from his training prior to the martial arts conference. Following the guidance of the first chapter, Fragmentation of the Body, he cautiously directed this inner strength in reverse through a meridian known as the Absolute Vein, a pathway that no other technique had dared to traverse. Initially, there was no unusual sensation. However, after the inner strength completed a full circuit, an unexpected transformation occurred. Boom. Changge felt as if a bomb had detonated within his dantian, unleashing a ferocious torrent of inner power that, under the influence of the fragmentation chapter, transformed into a wild beast, breaking free from its chains and violently tearing through every meridian in his body. Changge emitted a muffled groan, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Pain, an excruciating torment that seemed intent on reducing him to dust from the inside out. His meridians were fracturing inch by inch. His bones creaked, as if lamenting their fate. His organs felt as though they were gripped by an invisible hand, ruthlessly squeezing them to the brink of explosion. In his past life, he had faced mountains of blades and seas of fire, endured arrows piercing his heart, and even suffered the agonies of burning flames. Yet none of those experiences could compare to the devastating pain emanating from within his own body at this moment. His consciousness began to blur, his vision gradually replaced by a crimson haze. Just as he was on the verge of being engulfed by this boundless agony, countless faces flashed through his mind. There was his father, Gu Yuan, casting a stern yet affectionate gaze before his departure for battle. His mother, Lu, tenderly mending his clothes by his sickbed. The despairing and defiant roars of the Gu family amidst the blazing inferno. And the cold, unfeeling visage of Prince Zhao Wuji. High above. No, I cannot die. I have yet to exact my vengeance. I have yet to make those so-called noble elites pay the bloody price for their deeds. I have yet to allow the souls of the Gu family to find peace. In that moment, an overwhelming hatred intertwined with a deep-seated protective instinct for his loved ones transformed into an indomitable will, unparalleled and unyielding. Changge's waning consciousness was forcibly reconstituted. Come back to me. He summoned every ounce of his spiritual strength, letting out a soul-stirring roar at the raging energy within him. A miracle unfolded. The ferocious energy that threatened to annihilate him began to subside, tamed by the sheer force of his will, akin to a wild stallion calming under control. Subsequently, it began to mend, reshape, and reconstruct his ravaged body according to the guidance of the human emperor's suppression of the world. The fractured meridians were reconnected, widened, and reinforced by a wondrous golden energy. The lamenting bones were tempered into an indestructible alloy of resilience. His organs flourished as if nourished by a gentle rain, radiating an unprecedented vitality. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. When Changge finally opened his eyes once more, the turbulent energy within him has completely vanished. In its stead, within the depths of his dantian, a slender thread of pure golden chi, akin to a single strand of hair, gracefully spirals, exuding an aura of supreme nobility and dominance. The essence of the emperor. It has been achieved. Changge slowly rises, acutely aware that his body has undergone a monumental transformation. His senses have sharpened to an unprecedented degree, allowing him to perceive the trajectory of every speck of dust in the distant beams of light. He gently clenches his fist. A crisp sound of energy bursting resonates from his palm. His strength, his physique, have surged by more than tenfold following this rebirth. Just as he revels in this newfound power, the heavy, ancient ironwood door, which had isolated the 3rd floor from the outside world for a millennium, begins to creak open. The dozing old eunuch, who had been guarding the entrance, stands there, fully awake. His typically half-closed, murky old eyes are now wide open, staring at Changge with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Moments ago, the old eunuch's voice trembled as he spoke. I sensed a subtle, almost imperceptible tremor in the dragon vein energy beneath the imperial city, akin to a reverent salute. He steps closer, the faint aura now feeling as heavy as a mountain. What on earth have you done, boy? Chapter 43, The Secret of the Dragon Vein. The pact of life and death. The weighty aura firmly binds Gu Changge's body and soul. This is the first time since his rebirth that he experiences such a pure, irresistible, and absolute suppression emanating from an individual's power. He has no doubt that with a mere thought from the old eunuch, he would be obliterated in an instant. Yet, the closer he finds himself to the brink of life and death, the more his heart remains as calm as ice. His mind races, calculating thousands of possible responses in a fraction of a second. Ultimately, he opts for the most perilous yet potentially life-saving approach. In the face of the eunuch's penetrating gaze, Gu Changge exhibits no sign of being exposed. Instead, he perfectly manifests a semblance of bewilderment and innocence befitting his youth. "Your Excellency, please do not be angry." Gu Changge bows deeply to the old eunuch. "I am but a junior, unaware of what you speak of. I merely discovered something unusual while perusing the records of our illustrious ancestor and dared to conduct a small experiment, not anticipating such a great disturbance." "Unusual?" The old eunuch, known as Wei Gonggong, squints his murky eyes. "Indeed," Gu Changge replies with utmost sincerity. "I discovered, beneath the bamboo slips chronicling our ancestor's activities, a private seal carved from an unknown jade. This seal bears the ancient character for emperor. Out of curiosity, I attempted to infuse a trace of my inner strength into it, hoping to uncover some mystery. Unexpectedly, the moment the seal came into contact with my energy, it erupted with a boundless aura of imperial might. The breath of that force seemed to resonate with some hidden echo beneath the ground, causing a momentary tremor. And after the eruption of this essence, the private seal was reduced to mere dust." Gu Changge's words were 9 parts falsehood and 1 part truth. He had cleverly substituted the concept of the human emperor's town establishment classic, transforming it into a private seal left behind by the founding ancestor. In this manner, he could perfectly elucidate why the dragon vein would experience a tremor akin to reverence. After all, it was a personal artifact of the founding ancestor, imbued with the purest essence of the human emperor's dragon aura. This also accounted for why there were no living witnesses today, as the private seal had already turned to ashes. It was a seamlessly crafted lie. The imposing aura of Master Wei momentarily faltered upon hearing these words. He fixated on Gu Changge, seemingly attempting to discern any trace of deceit upon his countenance. Yet, Gu Changge's gaze was clear and composed, carrying a hint of apprehension as one might feel after a reckless act. After a prolonged silence, Master Wei approached the bronze chest to inspect it personally. Indeed, there lay a fine layer of peculiar powder at the bottom of the box, neither metal nor stone. It was a remnant of the mortal impurities Gu Changge had refined from his own body while cultivating the fragmented body technique. At this moment, however, it served as the most compelling evidence for his fabricated tale. "The founding ancestor's private seal," Master Wei murmured, as his murderous aura gradually withdrew. He believed it, or rather, he was compelled to accept this explanation. For, compared to a wayward youth who had illicitly learned forbidden arts, the narrative of a fortunate junior, endowed with great destiny, awakening the relic of the founding ancestor by mere coincidence was far more palatable to him and the imperial family he protected. Master Wei turned, his expression growing grave and solemn. "From this day forth, until your dying breath, this must remain buried within you. Not a word shall be uttered to any soul, including His Majesty. Do you understand?" "I understand." Gu Changge immediately bowed, realizing he had won the gamble. "You do not comprehend." Master Wei shook his head. The depth of his murky old eyes was filled with the weight of experience and wisdom. "You have no idea what fortune you have acquired today, nor the profound consequences that now entwine with your fate. The path of the human emperor is one of divine essence, yet also of demonic allure. It is a path of guardianship, and yet also one of utter annihilation. Its essence is unparalleled and cannot be tolerated by the heavens." He regarded Gu Changge as one would a chosen sacrifice, selected by fate itself. "You have merely tasted a fragment of its essence, and already you have stirred the dragon vein. When you truly embark upon this path in the future, you shall perpetually confront divine retribution and encounter peril at every turn. Tread carefully." With a sigh, Master Wei seemed reluctant to linger further, turning to depart. Yet, as he reached the threshold, his steps faltered once more. Ultimately, He could not bear to witness what might be the singular extraordinary talent capable of resonating with the founding ancestor in thousands of years, perish prematurely. Very well, very well. He gestured dismissively over his shoulder. You and I have forged a bond of benevolence today. In light of the private seal that has turned to ash, I shall offer you one final piece of advice. Proceed to the southern section, to the third row, and the seventh bookshelf. There lies a tome, the Dinghai Xinyupian, left behind by the previous dynasty's Taoist sect. This technique will not elevate your cultivation in the slightest, yet it is the sole method in existence capable of restraining and concealing the regal aura of the Emperor of Humanity that envelopes you. The path of the Emperor is excessively sharp. Until your sword possesses sufficient resilience, it is prudent to first equip it with the most unassuming scabbard. As the words fell, the figure of eunuch Wei vanished behind the door, which, after a creaking sound, closed once more. The third floor returned to its tranquil silence. Changge stood still, bowing deeply to the tightly shut door. He understood that he had not merely survived a perilous ordeal, but had also, through misfortune, gained the benevolence of an enigmatic guardian of the Tao. His gaze subsequently turned towards the southern bookshelf. Chapter 44. The Initial Mastery of Divine Skills. Re-entering the mundane world after bidding farewell to eunuch Wei, Changge's spirit gradually settled from the earlier life and death contest. He sensed that eunuch Wei had not completely acquiesced to his claims regarding the private seal, yet this was of little consequence. What mattered was that he had provided the other party with an acceptable, albeit necessary, pretext. That sufficed. In this palace, rife with secrets, sometimes an unspoken semblance proves far more stable and secure than a bloody truth. Changge did not immediately seek the Dinghai Xinyupian. Instead, he sat cross-legged once more, delving inward. The first task he needed to accomplish was to thoroughly master the newly birthed, overwhelmingly potent aura of the Emperor of Humanity. This was his greatest asset for survival in this world, and the foundation of his audacity to challenge the Crown Prince. As his thoughts stirred, a thread of golden chi, as slender as a single hair, began to flow through his newly forged, incredibly resilient meridians. With each passage, a profound and nurturing sensation coursed through his limbs and bones. He could distinctly perceive that his strength, speed, and even his senses were gradually and steadily amplifying at a terrifying pace. An hour later, he finally completed a full circuit of this strand of the Emperor's aura. With a long exhalation, Changge released a breath of turbid air, which manifested as a faint white arrow in the atmosphere, shooting several feet before dissipating. Such potency from merely a strand of chi. What grandeur must the legendary Emperor Taizu's fully realized form hold? It could indeed dominate the world, shattering mountains and rivers with ease. Changge's heart brimmed with boundless anticipation for the future. Yet, he also sensed the peril that eunuch Wei had alluded to. He could feel an uncontrollable, aggressively oppressive aura emanating from his being. For ordinary individuals, it might merely suggest an extraordinary presence. However, against true masters, it would be as inconspicuous as a firefly in the night. It seemed that eunuch Wei's guidance was indeed the most crucial talisman for his survival at this moment. Rising without delay, Changge strode decisively towards the southern bookshelf. Guided by the esteemed Wei, he swiftly discovered the tome, the Dinghai Xinyupian, nestled carelessly among miscellaneous Taoist texts on the seventh shelf of the third row. It appeared to be an unremarkable bamboo scroll. Changge unfurled it, only to be greeted not by domineering techniques or arcane moves, but rather an illustration of the sea. The depiction transitioned from serene calmness to gentle ripples, then to tumultuous waves, ultimately descending into the profound stillness of the abyssal depths. Beneath the illustration lay a concise treatise of several hundred words on the practices of breathing and meditation. Changge, possessing remarkable intellect, grasped the essence of this technique with a mere glance. Like rivers converging into the ocean, all brilliance was concealed within the unfathomable sea of his spirit. He promptly sat cross-legged, initiating the peculiar breathing method. This time, devoid of the anguish experienced with the Sui Ti Pian, he was enveloped by a tranquility akin to returning to the womb. The previously overwhelming aura of a sovereign, under the guidance of this technique, resembled a tamed golden dragon, gradually sinking into the depths of his energy reservoir, suppressing all radiance and presence. A full day and night elapsed. When Changge opened his eyes once more, the sharp, oppressive aura that had once enveloped him had vanished without a trace. At that moment, He appeared once again as the elegant and scholarly Chung Wu Lang. Yet he understood that beneath the serene surface lay a formidable beast capable of devouring the heavens and earth. The 3-day period was drawing to a close, with but 1 day remaining. Changge did not squander this time. Throughout the ensuing day, he engaged in an insatiable quest for knowledge, reminiscent of a scholarly prodigy from his previous life. No longer did he search for specific techniques. Instead, he voraciously consumed every text available on the 3rd floor. Detailed analysis of the Great Siam military formation, chronicles of the southern barbarians, secrets of the previous dynasty, examination of distinguished families through the ages. Countless rare and lost tomes were etched into his memory with an almost supernatural retention. His reservoir of knowledge was expanding at an exponential rate, poised to become his sharpest weapon in the political arena of the court. When the 3 days finally concluded, Changge emerged from the ancient ironwood door. Wei remained reclined on his chair, casting a sidelong glance at Changge, his murky old eyes briefly flickering with a barely perceptible glimmer of approval and surprise, before reverting to a drowsy demeanor. The two exchanged no further words. Yet an unspoken understanding had been reached. Stepping out of the royal library, Changge was once again bathed in the somewhat blinding sunlight, feeling as if he had traversed through time. 3 days prior, he had entered as a sage with the skill to slay dragons, but lacking the strength to bind them. Now, he emerged with nascent mastery, a sheathed blade, and a heart brimming with knowledge. Upon returning to the estate bestowed upon him by the emperor, the steward promptly approached. "My lord, you have finally returned. Is there something amiss?" The steward respectfully presented a name card, indicating that Miss Su from the Four Seas Trading Company had just sent a message a moment ago. She stated that the guest you were waiting for has arrived. Chapter 45. The pieces are set, yet waves are stirred again at the headquarters of the Four Seas Trading Company. The atmosphere had transformed remarkably from the desolate state it had been in just over half a month ago. The premises were now bustling with activity, with people coming and going, and the sound of carriages filled the air. Each staff member stood tall, their faces beaming with a genuine sense of pride and accomplishment. In the current business landscape of the capital, the name Four Seas Trading Company represented mystery, strength, and a profound, inscrutable background. In an exclusive chamber on the top floor, Miss Su Qingxue was personally preparing tea for a guest clad in a conical hat and the modest attire of an ordinary merchant. The guest's body trembled slightly, betraying an inner turmoil. "Miss Su," the guest's voice was hoarse and dry. "May I inquire when Lord Gu might arrive? The head of the household is busy. Please remain patient," Su Qingxue replied, her tone cool and composed. Through her experiences and the confidence gained from managing vast wealth, she had begun to emanate a unique aura befitting a future queen of commerce. At that moment, the door to the chamber was gently pushed open. Changge, clad in a green robe, entered with measured steps. Minister Lu, Changge's gaze fell upon the guest, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I apologize for the wait." The guest was none other than Lu Cheng, the Minister of Rights, who had stealthily slipped away from his residence. Lu Cheng's body jolted. He raised his head to meet the gaze of the youth before him, one who seemed capable of seeing through all facades. And a flicker of struggle flashed in his eyes. Ultimately, it gave way to a deep sigh. He retrieved a small bamboo tube, meticulously wrapped in oilcloth, and placed it on the table. "This contains what you requested." Lu Cheng's voice was laced with fatigue. "Your Highness, there exists a secret salt mine in the western mountains. Herein lies the precise location of the mine, a list of all officials involved, and accounts from the past 3 years. This is my pledge." "Excellent," Changge nodded, refraining from immediately taking the bamboo tube. Instead, he slid a carefully prepared antique Zetonwood box towards Lu Cheng. "Minister Lu has made a prudent choice. I, too, shall not go back on my word." With trembling hands, Lu Cheng opened the wooden box. A solemn and serene fragrance, imbued with a hint of incense, wafted forth. Inside lay an ancient scripture wrapped in bright yellow satin. "What is this?" "The Heart Sutra of Bodhi, handwritten by the eminent monk Xuanzang of the previous dynasty," Changge stated calmly, emphasizing the rarity of the manuscript. As a distinguished figure in literary circles, Lu Cheng could effortlessly mention, during tomorrow's court session, how he fortuitously stumbled upon this rare treasure while organizing his family's ancient collection to exchange a Buddhist relic for a princess of marriage alliance. "I believe that the devout Khan of the northern borders would find this gift exceedingly agreeable." His Majesty can further exemplify the grandeur of our great Xia dynasty. Lu Cheng stared blankly at the scroll of scriptures, feeling as though struck by lightning. He finally comprehended that his counterpart had meticulously paved every path for him from the very beginning. He was merely a marionette, performing a script written by another. The voice of that son, Lu Cheng, grew increasingly hoarse. Changge smiled. Minister Lu, it seems you have misunderstood a matter. From the outset, I had no intention of utilizing that document against your son. That so-called evidence turned to ashes the moment you departed from the minister's residence. I merely required a reason for you to sit down with me, calmly sharing a cup of tea. After all, no father would refuse someone capable of saving both his son and daughter. Boom. Lu Cheng's final psychological barrier crumbled entirely. Gazing at this terrifying youth, who had calculated human hearts to such an extent, all his fears, grievances, and struggles transformed into a profound chill and reverence that emanated from the depths of his soul. With a thud, the esteemed second-rank Minister of Rights slowly knelt before Changge. I, Lu Cheng, from this day forth, pledge to follow your lead, willing to face a myriad of deaths. Changge calmly accepted his bow. After sending Lu Cheng away, Changge finally picked up the small bamboo tube on the table, which had determined the fates of countless individuals. He unfolded the secret letter inside and began to read alongside Su Qingxue. The West Mountains private salt mine astonishingly provided the Crown Prince with nearly 1 million taels in gray income each year. Su Qingxue gasped at the staggering figure. My lord, if we can eliminate this operation, it would deliver a devastating blow to the Crown Prince. No, Changge shook his head, a glimmer of profound murderous intent, unbefitting of his age, flashing in his eyes. Cutting off his financial resources is merely trimming the branches. What I seek is to sever his arms. His fingers landed on a seemingly inconspicuous name on the list of implicated officials, General Zhao Heng of the West Town. This individual was a distant nephew of the Crown Prince's maternal family, the Zhao Empress, and had consistently been responsible for providing military protection for the Crown Prince's private salt. The Crown Prince not only enriched him, but also secretly utilized the profits from this batch of private salt to expand his army and forge weapons. Changge raised his gaze to Su Qingxue. Illegally operating a salt mine is a grave offense. However, privately maintaining an army and colluding with border generals constitutes treason. Su Qingxue's breath halted instantaneously. Changge slowly stood and walked to the window. Notify the 7th Prince. Inform him that our second grand gift to His Majesty is ready. This time, I intend to ensure the Crown Prince loses a true arm. Chapter 46. Undercurrents and astonishing secrets within the secret chamber of the 7th Prince, Zhao Chen's residence. Upon reviewing the letter of allegiance sent by Changge, personally penned by Lu Cheng, this prince, known for his restraint and composure, felt his hand tremble uncontrollably while holding the teacup for the first time. Tea splattered onto his elegantly simple robe. Colluding with border generals to privately manufacture weapons. What a splendid elder brother I have. In Zhao Chen's eyes flickered a hint of fear. Yet more prominently was an exhilarating thrill at having seized a lethal weakness of his adversary. He understood that this would be their most formidable card in toppling the Crown Prince. Summon the attendants. Zhao Chen decisively commanded, directing his orders to the shadowy aides lurking in the darkness. Immediately investigate all documents pertaining to the troop movements and supply provisions of the Western Legion. I demand to know every detail regarding the 30,000 troops under Zhao Heng's command, including each soldier's position and every blade of grass. Furthermore, dispatch our most elite spies to the Western Mountains. I require constant surveillance of that salt mine. I wish to obtain an image of the Crown Prince in clandestine meetings with Zhao Heng. As he issued these commands, an aura of resolute determination, befitting a future sovereign, began to subtly take shape. Simultaneously, at the Four Seas Trading Company, Su Qingxue, after hearing Changge's comprehensive plan, displayed an unusual seriousness on her exquisite countenance. My lord, this matter transcends mere commercial rivalry. It has escalated into a conspiracy of treason. She gazed at Changge and spoke softly. One misstep could lead to an abyss. Have you truly contemplated this? Qingxue, Changge replied, his gaze calm and profound. The moment we chose to stand together, we entered the abyss. The only distinction is that we are climbing upwards while the Crown Prince is destined to plummet. Su Qingxue's heart skipped a beat. From Changge's tranquil eyes, she discerned an extraordinary confidence that brought her solace. She ceased her words, solemnly nodding in understanding. I comprehend. The crown prince's financial dealings were intricate, yet as long as money flowed, traces would inevitably remain. Give me 7 days, and I shall unearth every clandestine transaction between him and Zhao Hong. In the ensuing days, the capital appeared deceptively tranquil. The fervor of the military assembly gradually waned, and the devilish training of the divine strategy army remained shrouded in mystery due to the camp's closure. Changge capitalized on this rare calm, spending his days either in the imperial study or honing his skills at the training ground alongside Meng Shi and others. The nascent imperial aura within him became increasingly effortless to control, and his sword remained ever more concealed in its brilliance. Unbeknownst to all, this newly ascendant scholar swordmaster was amassing power at a terrifying pace. Until the deep hours of the 7th night, at the Chengwu residence, a shadowy figure slipped into Changge's study like a wraith. It was a top-tier spy dispatched by Su Qingxue, bearing a ledger capable of shocking the entirety of the great Xia dynasty. Changge opened the ledger, which meticulously detailed how, over the past year, substantial sums had been funneled through a myriad of seemingly unrelated banks and shops, ultimately converging into the military coffers of General Zhao Hong. Everything corroborated perfectly with Lu Cheng's intelligence. A satisfied smile emerged on Changge's face. However, as his gaze flicked to the final page, revealing the largest and most clandestine source of funds, his pupils abruptly constricted. In that moment, all traces of mirth vanished from his visage, replaced by an icy chill that seemed capable of freezing one's very soul. "My lord, what is the matter?" Su Qingxue, acutely aware of his emotional shift, inquired. Changge offered no response. He gently traced his fingers over the ledger, lingering on the name of the final trading company that served as a conduit for funds. This company was known as the North Wind Trading House. Su Qingxue was perplexed. What was amiss with this company? On the surface, it appeared to engage in the fur trade. Changge's voice was soft yet frigid, but in reality, its hidden proprietor. He paused, articulating a name that seemed to plunge the room into an icy chill. It was the wolf tribe of the northern barbarians. Su Qingxue's body stiffened abruptly, color draining from her face. Collusion with border commanders, illicit salt mines, and the clandestine manufacture of weaponry. All of this was already alarming. Yet she could scarcely fathom that an even more astounding and treasonous secret lay concealed beneath it. Crown Prince Zhao Wuji was secretly in league with the sworn enemies of the great Xia dynasty, the northern barbarians. This was no mere rebellion. This was treachery. This was betrayal. Just as Su Qingxue was overwhelmed by this staggering revelation, a gentle rapping echoed thrice against the study's window. It was the urgent signal agreed upon by the shadow guard of the 7th prince, Zhao Chun, and Changge. Changge opened the window. A shadow guard slipped inside. Kneeling on one knee, his voice urgent and grave. "My lord, His Highness the 7th Prince has sent me with an urgent missive. Our spies sent to monitor the Crown Prince's private military stronghold in the Western Mountains have failed. Not only were they discovered, but they were also mercilessly slaughtered by a group of mysterious experts wearing wolf masks." The scene had been left with a line of words written in blood. The shadow guard produced a strip of cloth from his bosom. It bore a transcription of the blood-written words. Scrawled in a bold and menacing script, "The Emperor of Great Xia is not for one of the Zhao lineage to claim." Chapter 47. The Astonishing Secret. The howl of wolves in the dark silence. A silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Within the study of the Chengwu Manor, even the flickering of the candlelight seemed to be entirely frozen by an invisible chill. Su Qingxue's face, usually marked by a serene composure, was now devoid of color. She stared blankly at the ledger in her hands, as well as the cloth strip presented by the shadow guard, feeling as if she had plunged into an inescapable nightmare. Treason and betrayal. The slaughter of the Crown Prince's spies. A threat to the entire Zhao royal family. Any one of these matters would be sufficient to incite a tidal wave of bloodshed across the great Xia dynasty. Yet now, these two calamities were colliding like two icebergs on the same fateful night. All present would be utterly consumed by the frigid waters. A sudden light chuckle shattered the suffocating silence. It was Changge. He slowly rose from his seat, devoid of panic or fear, instead exhibiting a near-morbid excitement. How intriguing, truly fascinating. He approached the trembling shadow guard, picking up the cloth strip. "The Emperor of Great Xia is not for one of the Zhao lineage to claim." He spoke the words softly, his eyes glimmering with a spark of challenge. Such audacity, such wild ambition. Su Qingxue gazed at him in confusion. "Sir Gu, what is the meaning of this? At such a time you do not understand." Changge shook his head, yet at that moment, his heart, weary from 2 lifetimes of scheming, was unexpectedly ignited. A still pond is the epitome of tedium. Only when myriad fish, unknown in origin, leap from the murky waters does the game truly become intriguing. He turned, his expression returning to an icy calm. This matter has surpassed the realm of what you and I can manage. Miss Su, immediately send someone to summon His Highness, the 7th Prince. Inform him that I possess a significant gift pertaining to the survival of the Zhao royal family. After the burning of an incense stick, 7th Prince Zhao Chun arrived at the Chengwu Lang residence with remarkable speed, shrouded in secrecy. Upon perusing the ledger and the blood-stained cloth, this prince, known for his restraint, displayed for the first time an expression of shock and fury. The voice of Zhao Chun, who wore a wolf mask, trembled as he exclaimed, "It is him. It must be him. This traitor dares to act so brazenly. Your Highness is acquainted with this group?" Changge astutely discerned the implications in his words. "I had only heard my father mention them once, many years ago." Zhao Chen's countenance grew grave. The previous dynasty was not the Zhao family, but the Murong clan, who bore the totem of the Grey Wolf. Our ancestor, Emperor Zhao, seized this realm from the Murong lineage. It is said that the royal bloodline of the Murong clan was not entirely eradicated. A faction fled beyond the borders and merged with the northern tribes. My father always believed it to be mere legend. Little did we know they have indeed returned. The remnants of the previous dynasty. The mere utterance of this term caused the hearts of all present to sink. This signified that their adversaries were no longer confined to Zhao Wuji, the crown prince, who was solely fixated on the throne. There existed a far more formidable and deranged vengeful force lurking in the shadows, intent on toppling the entire dynasty. What shall we do now? Su Qingshue's voice quivered slightly, betraying her apprehension. Everything is in disarray. Zhao Chen appeared somewhat dazed. Either of these 2 issues, collusion with the previous dynasty or a restoration, could destabilize the nation. Where do we begin? No, Changge interjected, shaking his head at that moment. It is not chaos. A terrifying glimmer of insight shone in his eyes. Rather, it has become clearer. He approached the sand table. Grasping the black flag representing the crown prince and the gray flag he had just carved, symbolizing the remnants of the previous dynasty. Initially, it was only us and the crown prince playing this game. Now, we have an unruly player who would overturn the board. This is, in fact, a tremendous advantage for us. He turned to Zhao Chun. From this moment forth, Your Highness, your task is to deploy all your resources to investigate this wolf-headed faction. However, do not seek to eradicate them. Instead, you must inadvertently reveal all their actions against the crown prince dam. He then addressed Su Qingshuo. Qingshuo, your trading company must also fully pursue the Northwind Trading Company. Yet again, do not aim to sever ties. Rather, unearth and conceal evidence of their financial dealings with the crown prince. When the clam and the heron contend, the fisherman benefits. Changge's voice was cold and clear. Let the crown prince and these mad dogs of the previous dynasty tear each other apart. As we, Changge, approached the window, we gazed upon the profound, night-shrouded city of Beijing. We require a blade that can conceal itself within the shadows, capable of striking at our foes while severing all ties when necessary. He turned slowly to face Su Qingshuo and Zhao Chun. We need our own specter. He directed his gaze towards Su Qingshuo, issuing a command that sent a chill down both her and Zhao Chen's spines. Qingshuo, I need you to prepare another list for me. A compilation of all those in the capital and its surroundings who have been dismissed, wanted, burdened with deep-seated grievances, and possess remarkable skills, those who dwell in the shadows yet yearn for a lifeline. From among them, I shall forge a true shadow guard for both us and for myself. Chapter 48, Blade of Shadows, Invitation to Death. 3 days later, within the study of the Chengwu Manor, Su Qingshuo gently placed a thick dossier, wrapped in black cloth, before Changge. Her eyes reflected an indescribable complexity. My lord, I have procured the list you requested. He nodded in acknowledgement and opened the document. A wave of despair, resentment, and unwillingness seemed to emanate from the names contained within. Wang Xian, former lieutenant of the Imperial Guard, falsely accused of fleeing in battle due to offending superiors. Stripped of his powers, exiled, with his father and brothers implicated and perishing. Presently residing in the western market of the capital, earning a living as a blacksmith. Zhao Sanyang, former undercover agent of the Inner Court's embroidered uniform guard, abandoned by the organization after uncovering a prince's secret, branded a traitor, hunted for 3 years. Now running a small rouge shop in the southern city. Names that once resonated powerfully in their domains. Heroes or tyrants who should have had bright futures. Now, they have become souls struggling in the mire at the lowest echelons of the capital. Changge's fingers traced over the names, ultimately pausing at the most striking one. Knight In Chong, the gold medal assassin of the Shadow Pavilion, codenamed Phantom. 3 days prior, she rejected a decree to annihilate the family of the Minister of Justice and defected from the organization. The Shadow Pavilion has issued the highest level of pursuit order, no rest until death. It is rumored that she has been afflicted by the Pavilion's unique poison. Her soul severed for 3 days and hunted by the Black Guards, with her last known whereabouts in the Black Willow Marsh on the western outskirts of the capital. A glimmer of icy light flickered in Changge's eyes upon hearing the name. He was well aware of its significance. This was the most extensive, enigmatic, and lawless underground assassination organization of the Great Xia dynasty. Legend has it that as long as one can afford the price, even princes are not beyond their reach. The gold medal assassins are their sharpest blades. A group that dares to betray principles yet maintains its own code among its weapons. A playful smile crept upon Changge's lips. How intriguing. My lord, Su Qingxue interjected, her face etched with concern. She is exceedingly dangerous. The Shadow Pavilion is akin to a hornet's nest. It is precisely the danger that renders it more valuable. Changge closed the dossier. A blade that can turn against its master, if tamed, will become your most loyal weapon. He rose to his feet. This night, I shall personally meet the black lotus blooming in the marsh. The night is dark, the wind howls ominously. 3 shadowy figures, like phantoms, hasten out of the capital. At the forefront stands Changge, flanked by 2 formidable men. One is the captain of the Divine Strategy Army, Xiao Changfeng, his demeanor calm, his gaze sharp as a poised leopard. The other is the brawny warrior Meng Shi from the Xiantai Guard, his imposing stature exuding a reassuring weight of presence without uttering a word. This marks Changge's first deployment of his own forces. The trio swiftly arrives at the mist-shrouded Black Willow Marsh. Dismounting, Xiao Changfeng kneels, scooping up a handful of soil, his eyes glinting with insight. The traces here are fresh. At least 6 individuals, encircling their target. Changge nods, satisfied with Xiao Changfeng's growth. The 3 abandon their horses and stealthily venture into the dark marsh that seems to consume all light. As they delve deeper, the metallic scent of blood intensifies. While traversing a patch of reeds rising to their knees, a sharp clang of weapons and a woman's muffled cry of pain suddenly pierce the air ahead. They exchange glances and silently approach, like hungry leopards. In a small clearing, they find a woman clad in tattered black night garb, her back against a massive willow tree. Gasping for breath, a grievous wound, deep enough to reveal bone, oozes black blood from her shoulder. Her pallor is ghostly, a clear sign of her impending demise. Surrounding her, 5 masked assassins wielding curved blades from the Shadow Pavilion slowly close in. Night Song, you cannot escape, the leader hisses, his voice as venomous as a serpent. The master has ordered the Shadow Assassination Order be surrendered. Comply, and you shall be spared further suffering. Bah! Night Song scoffs, her voice weak, yet laced with disdain and pride. A pack of soulless lackeys. You're courting death. The leader, no longer willing to parley, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, signals the other 4 to launch a fatal assault. 5 lethal arcs of light converge from different angles, sealing off all of Night Song's avenues of escape. A flicker of despair crosses her eyes. She realizes this time. She is truly doomed. Yet, just as the 5 blades are about to rend her apart, a calm, emotionless voice reverberates from behind the assassins like a specter. Her life belongs to me. You insignificant fish dare to contend with me? Chapter 49, The Shadow's Catastrophe. The mantis catches the cicada, the blades strike before the voice reaches them. Just as the assassins are poised to deliver the final blow to Night Song, a towering figure descends like a meteor, crashing to the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The earth shudders. It is the formidable Meng Shi from the Xiantai Guard. He wields no weapon, merely using his arms, thicker than the thighs of most men, to parry the death blow aimed at the leader of the assassins. Clang! The clash of blades and gauntlets ignited a dazzling array of sparks. Who dares to intrude? The assassins of the Shadow Pavilion, trained to perfection, remained unfazed, swiftly dividing into pairs to flank Meng Shi with their glimmering blades. Yet, another figure moved even faster. Xiao Changfeng flowed like a wisp of smoke, arriving ahead of time. His long sword carving two impeccably precise arcs that deftly intercepted the attacking curved daggers. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted from 5 against 1 to an equal 3 against 3. Meanwhile, the true harbinger of death had only just stepped onto the battlefield. Changge emerged slowly from the shadows of the reed marsh, his gaze fixed not on the 3 engaged in fierce combat, but directly upon the 2 remaining assassins. Momentarily stunned by this unforeseen turn of events, it was this very hesitation that sealed their fate. Whoosh! The sword of the surging phoenix was unsheathed. A blade of cold light, as luminous as the moon, flashed fleetingly through the darkness of the swamp. Swift, an eerie speed that seemed to slow time itself. The 2 Shadow Pavilion assassins scarcely had time to react, their pupils dulled, void of life. 2 fine lines of crimson appeared simultaneously on their throats, and their lifeless bodies collapsed silently to the ground. 1 sword, 2 lives taken. This terrifying, almost artistic skill in killing sent shivers down the spines of the 3 assassins still grappling with Meng Shi and Xiao Changfeng. They realized they had unwittingly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The leading assassin feigned a strike to drive back Meng Shi and bellowed, "Retreat." Yet Changge's voice resonated in their ears like a decree from the underworld. "Did I permit your escape?" In an instant, his figure moved, not with leisurely grace, but transformed into a specter of death. Meng Shi barely registered the blur as Changge darted past him into the fray. Xiao Changfeng beheld a flash of emerald sword light, elusive as the antlers of an antelope. Thud, thud, thud. 3 barely audible sounds of blades piercing flesh. The battle concluded. The 3 notorious black-clad assassins of the Daxia dynasty's underworld fell as if severed marionettes, each bearing a tiny puncture wound in their foreheads. From Changge's strike to the end, merely 3 breaths passed. The once lively clearing returned to an eerie silence, save for the rapid, astonished breaths of Yi Nizhang, whose shock rendered her increasingly breathless. She gazed at the striking youth, seemingly risen from the depths of hell, accompanied by 2 similarly formidable allies. Her eyes filled with wariness and confusion. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow oriole waits in the shadows. She was the cicada, the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion the mantis. Were these 3 before her the final yellow oriole? Changge paid her no mind, kneeling beside the corpse of the leading assassin to conduct a meticulous examination. After a moment, he rose and issued a command to Xiao Changfeng and Meng Shi. "Search them. Leave no stone unturned." He then gradually approached the exhausted Yi Nizhang, retrieving a small porcelain vial from his robe and tossing it her way. An antidote. Under the twilight, Yi Nizhang instinctively caught the look of confusion in her eyes. This was not the antidote for the 3-day soul severance. Changge's voice remained calm and unwavering. That item could only be possessed by the master of the Shadow Pavilion. This is the 7-day life-prolonging elixir, allowing you to live for an additional 7 days. Yi Nizhang's heart sank. "Your life is now mine." Changge gazed at her, stating that after 7 days of service, he would provide her with the true antidote. "Should you refuse," he paused, "this marshland would serve as a fine resting place for your remains." Yi Nizhang smiled bitterly. Did she truly have a choice? Just as she prepared to respond, "Instructor." Xiao Changfeng suddenly uttered a low exclamation. Changge turned to look. He saw Xiao Changfeng tearing a piece of fabric from the collar of the leading assassin. That fabric should have borne the emblematic dagger embroidery of the Shadow Pavilion. However, at this moment, the dagger embroidery was crudely covered by a coarse stitch. Beneath the obscured embroidery, a distinctly different totem could be faintly discerned. It depicted a ferocious wolf's head, intricately stitched in black thread. Chapter 50. The Enigmatic Return. The Dawn of the Dark Web. A wolf is a wolf guard. It is inconceivable that they would personally take action to cleanse their ranks. Upon seeing the grotesque wolf head tattoo obscured by rough stitching, Yi Nizhang's heart, already rendered cold from blood loss and potent toxins, plunged into a deeper, unfathomable abyss. She finally comprehended the magnitude of the terror she had betrayed. It became clear why the Shadow Pavilion had issued the highest-level soul pursuit order, dispatching 5 formidable black-clad guards to relentlessly hunt her, a once-celebrated figure. They were not seeking to punish her betrayal. They aimed to silence her. "It seems you possess knowledge that eludes us." Changge's icy voice pulled Yi Nizhang back from her boundless terror. He approached her, kneeling to meet her gaze, which was filled with despair and wariness. "Tell me everything about the wolf guards." Yi Nizhang forced a bitter smile, her voice raspy like the wind. Inform you? And then die more swiftly? What difference does it make whether I fall into your hands or theirs? There is a difference. Changge's tone remained calm and steady. Should you fall into their hands, you will perish. But in my custody, he paused, you shall have the opportunity to take revenge on those who betrayed you and sought your demise. Revenge. These two words struck like a bolt of lightning against Yi Nishang's long-dormant heart. She gazed at the handsome youth before her, whose eyes were colder than the depths of this marshy night. She recognized him as a devil. Yet, sometimes only a devil could contend with another band of devils. Very well. She gritted her teeth and made her decision. I will tell you. But you must save my life first. Agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, Changge retrieved a small jade vial from his bosom and handed it to her. This time, it was not the 7-day life-prolonging elixir. The vial was engraved with 2 ancient characters, return to life. This is the true antidote for the 3-day soul severance, Changge stated nonchalantly. For if I am to utilize you, I must have a flawless blade at my disposal. The unexpected candor and trust left Yi Nishang utterly stunned. She had anticipated that her counterpart would continue to wield poison to exert control over her. Yet he did not. In a remarkable gesture, he entrusted his very life back into her hands. After a lengthy silence, Yi Nishang accepted the vial of antidote and finally articulated everything she knew, word by word. The wolf guards represented the most enigmatic and fearsome force within the Shadow Pavilion. They did not heed the commands of the pavilion master, but instead obeyed a high priest whose true visage had never been seen. It was said that this high priest was of the direct lineage of the former Morong royal family. Each member of the wolf guards had been trained from a young age by this high priest to become a dedicated assassin. They infiltrated every corner of the Shadow Pavilion, as well as the imperial court. My defection stemmed from an assassination order issued to me by the wolf guards through the Shadow Pavilion, a directive I found utterly unacceptable. Whom were you ordered to assassinate? Changge inquired. Zhang Jingji, the chief censor of the current dynasty, Yi Nishang replied, a flicker of anguish crossing her eyes. Master Zhang is renowned across the land as a righteous official. I could never bring myself to do it. I suspect that this command did not originate from an external employer, but rather was a will of the wolf guards themselves. Upon my refusal, I faced a manhunt within the pavilion. Changge comprehended the situation completely. Crown Prince Zhao Wuji had colluded with the remnants of the former dynasty, the wolf guards. The prince exploited the wolf guards to eliminate his adversaries and engage in clandestine dealings, while the wolf guards, in turn, utilized the prince's identity as a guise to amass the strength to overthrow the entire Daxia dynasty. It was quite plausible that they were manipulating the prince's foolish ambitions. What a cunning strategy to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. No, this was clearly a scheme to skin the tiger. That is all I know. As Yi Nishang consumed the antidote, she felt the intense pain within her gradually dissipate. My life is now yours. Whom do you wish for me to kill? No. Changge shook his head, rising to regard her from a position of authority. Your current mission is not to take a life, but to vanish. He surveyed the foremost assassin in the underground realm of the Daxia dynasty. I want you to return to the capital, to that realm of shadows you know so well. From this day forth, there will be no more gold medal assassin Yi Nishang. There will only be the most loyal and clandestine blade of the night, wielded by me. Changge, his gaze turned towards the capital, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Su Qingxue will provide you with everything you require, wealth, connections, and strongholds. I need you to swiftly reconstruct an intelligence network more expansive, more intricate, and more pervasive than the Shadow Pavilion itself. He paused. This network shall be named Tianluo. Upon hearing this name, Yi Nishang knelt on one knee, bowing her proud head. She understood that from this moment forth, her life and soul would belong to the inscrutable man before her. Tianluo, at your command. Excellent, Changge nodded. Your first target is neither the Crown Prince nor the Wolf Guards. He handed her a slip of paper. I need you to investigate this trading firm. Yi Nishang unfolded the note, revealing 5 characters. Beifeng Trading Company, along with another name linked to its financial dealings, the Empress Shui clan. Chapter 51. The Dust Settles. The hidden dragon enters the abyss. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window frames, casting a gentle glow upon the study of the Chengwu residents. The air was suffused with a delicate fragrance, a harmonious blend of the newly replaced rosewood furnishings and ancient tomes. Gone were the schemes and the bloodshed. This was the first truly serene morning that Changge had experienced since his rebirth. The fangs of the Dark Knight had already been laid bare, and the pieces on the chessboard of the court had been set. What lay ahead was merely a matter of patience, waiting for the celestial net to silently unfurl in the shadows and for Lu Cheng to deliver the most lethal intelligence from within the Eastern Palace. More importantly, he needed to bide his time until he possessed the true strength to confront the most formidable adversaries in this world. This was not a matter of haste. Rather, it was a protracted and arduous journey. The training of the Divine Strategy Army required enhancement, yet it was imperative not to succumb to impatience. Changge was acutely aware of the principle that haste makes waste. Excessive pressure would only yield counterproductive results. The Divine Strategy Army was a trump card in his hand, and it required meticulous cultivation to maximize its potential. As for Su Qingshue's commercial empire, its expansion must be steady, with a solid foundation. The realm of commerce resembled a tumultuous sea where even the slightest misstep could lead to disaster. Although Su Qingshue's business acumen was exceptional, she must proceed cautiously to ensure a robust base capable of withstanding various risks. In the third level of the Royal Library lay countless secrets, a place brimming with unknowns and enigmas, perhaps concealing the crucial clues needed for his breakthroughs. Changge was filled with anticipation for the coming days, convinced that there would be fruitful discoveries awaiting him. Moreover, the enigmatic force of the Wolf Guards, whose pawn were they? This question lingered in Changge's mind, perplexing him endlessly. What schemes and machinations lay hidden behind this mysterious power? Seated at his desk, Changge meticulously organized all the clues in his mind, categorizing them for better control. He resembled an astute chess master, habitually reviewing the entire board after each move, envisioning all potential developments for the next 100 steps. Just as he was deeply engrossed in thought, the steward approached with news. "My lord, the general, the matriarch, and the lady have come to visit." In an instant, the depth of Changge's strategic demeanor transformed into the warmth of youth. He rose and personally went to greet them. Within the hall, the family gathered in joyous harmony. His mother, Lady Lu, held his hand, inquiring about his well-being and repeatedly reminding him to take care of himself while alone in the residence. His father, Gu Yuan, engaged him in discussions regarding the future of the Divine Strategy Army. "Changge, although your unconventional tactics are intriguing, they are ultimately not the righteous path," Gu Yuan stated gravely. "Now that the morale of the Divine Strategy Army is stable, we must commence genuine drills and formations. The soul of an army is forever its ironclad discipline." His father's words resonated with truth. Changge nodded, affirming, "I have already entrusted this matter to Xiao Changfeng. My Divine Strategy Army must embody both the cunning of a wolf and the might of a tiger." After dismissing all the servants, the matriarch analyzed the undercurrents in the court to him. "You have performed admirably this time," she remarked, her eyes brimming with approval. With a thunderous resolve, she severed one of the crown prince's financial lifelines, crippling his influence. "Now, all officials in the court regard you as a burgeoning force capable of contending with the crown prince. Even several neutral dukes have sent congratulatory gifts to our residents." However, she swiftly shifted her tone, warning, "A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. The crown prince will not relent easily. His next move will surely be more insidious and lethal in this political struggle. You must remain ever vigilant." The grandson understood. As the family engaged in warm conversation, two confidential reports, akin to flashes of lightning, pierced the stillness of the night and found their way into Changge's hands. The first report came from Su Qingxue, the handwriting elegant yet forceful. It meticulously detailed the latest developments of the Tianluo organization. Having been established, it successfully recruited 36 elite assassins, each possessing extraordinary skills. Furthermore, the initial funding had been fully secured, providing a solid economic foundation for Tianluo's expansion. More importantly, after thorough investigation, Su Qingxue discovered suspicious financial exchanges between the Beifeng Trading Company and the Zhou family, hinting at extensive connections, possibly related to military supplies in the northern territories. The second report, equally exhilarating, was from Xiao Changfeng. It conveyed that the Shin's army had completed its rearmament, with soldiers donning brand new armor, their morale soaring. 500 warriors trained day and night, poised to charge into battle at Changge's command, ready to earn glory in combat. After meticulously perusing the two reports, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Changge's eyes. He slowly set them down, then unhesitatingly reduced them to ashes. As the flames danced, the reports gradually disintegrated, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the information they contained was indelibly etched in Gu Changge's mind. An invisible web of military strength, wealth, and intelligence was quietly weaving itself around him. Once his family departed, Gu Changge stood alone in the courtyard. The moonlight cascaded like water upon him, illuminating his tall and upright figure. He gazed into the distance, lost in a myriad of thoughts. He sensed the golden essence of the emperor within him steadily growing stronger. His senses, his strength, and his spirit were undergoing a metamorphosis at an unimaginable pace. He felt unprecedented power, accompanied by an equally profound solitude. This sensation of bearing monumental secrets with no one to share them had been his experience across 2 lifetimes. Perhaps this was the fate of a sovereign. As he relished this moment of tranquility and reflection, a servant hurriedly rushed in from the front courtyard, bearing an odd expression. "My lord, what brings such urgency?" "Outside. There is a young lady here to visit," the servant stammered. She has no invitation, only that she wishes to challenge you to a duel." Gu Changge paused momentarily, taken aback. "A duel? Indeed." The steward swallowed hard, as a young lady clad in striking red attire, with a fearsome sword hanging from her waist, introduced herself as Qin Rushuang. Chapter 52. The beauty knocks at the door, the pact of the sword. Gu Changge, come out at once. Her voice rang clear, proud, and tinged with impatience, shattering the tranquility of the Chengwu Lang residence like thunder on a quiet morning. The household staff stood dumbfounded, taken aback by the sudden and rude summons. Within the study, Gu Changge, who had been meditating with closed eyes, slowly opened them, revealing an expression that mingled helplessness with amusement. In the entire capital, there was likely no one else, apart from the spirited daughter of the Duke of the State, who would dare to call upon him in such an audacious manner. In the central courtyard of the estate, Qin Rushuang, still clad in her fiery attire, perfectly showcased her lithe and powerful figure. With her ancient dragon slayer sword cradled in her arms, she stood poised in the courtyard, her fiery phoenix eyes fixed intently on the figure emerging from the moon gate. "Miss Qin, have you come to my humble Chengwu Lang residence to demand an accounting so early in the day?" Gu Changge's lips curled into a faint smile. Enough of the pleasantries. Qin Rushuang's character was as direct and domineering as her sword. "The battle at the Zhongwu Association does not count. You utilized cunning, leveraging strength against strength, scheming. You never fought me in an honorable manner. I refuse to accept this." Observing her flushed cheeks, slightly reddened with excitement, and the unwavering fervor in her eyes for the martial way, Gu Changge's initial sense of helplessness gradually transformed into appreciation. In a city where everyone wore masks and spoke falsehoods, such authenticity was indeed a rare treasure. "Very well," Gu Changge nodded, descending the steps. "As you wish." He made no preparations, simply walking to the opposite side of the courtyard and standing firm. Clang! The Jinghong sword unsheathed with a resonant sound, its cold light standing in stark contrast to Qin Rushuang's formidable dragon slayer sword, both poised in the air. "Watch the sword," Qin Rushuang called out, launching the first strike. This time, her swordplay differed entirely from that at the Zhongwu meeting. Abandoning the wild and reckless style, she exhibited a newfound steadiness and restraint. Each stroke was powerful yet meticulously controlled, clearly indicating that she had absorbed Gu Changge's advice about being overly rigid after her previous defeat. A flicker of approval crossed Gu Changge's eyes. What remarkable talent! In just a few short days, she had refined her swordsmanship to this level. Yet, he remained composed and untroubled. His Jinghong sword transcended mere evasion and defense. It became akin to a wise mentor, guiding and correcting the deficiencies in her techniques with every clash against the Dragon Slayer's sword, imparting a unique resonance and power. Your strength originates from your shoulders, not your waist. Thus, while your stance appears stable, it is, in fact, quite precarious. This maneuver, executed with a blade, is executed too slowly. Your intent lags a half-beat behind your sword. If the heart is not tranquil, how can the sword find stillness? Within the courtyard, the glimmer of blades dances as shadows intertwine. Gu Changge's calm, guiding voice weaves together with Qin Rushuang's increasingly frantic and astonished gasps. The more Qin Rushuang engages, the heavier her heart becomes. The more she fights, the more her spirit is shaken. She realizes that all the techniques she once took pride in appear as mere scribbles of a 3-year-old before her opponent, laid bare for scrutiny. Each seemingly casual block from him bestows upon her a revelation, a profound enlightenment akin to the awakening of her spirit. He is not merely sparring with her. He is imparting wisdom, teaching her the art of the sword. This realization strikes her with a more profound sense of shock and defeat than a direct victory would. Qin Rushuang emitted a reluctant cry, channeling all her strength into the dragon-slaying sword, unleashing her most formidable skill, the dragon battle in the wild. Faced with this immensely potent strike, even more concentrated than at the Zhongwu conference, Gu Changge's expression finally turned serious. Come forth. The sword in his hand, the Jinghong sword, transformed from light and agile to equally solid and resolute. A peculiar resonance vibrated from the blades of both divine weapons, echoing in unison. The Jinghong sword collided head-on with the dragon-slaying sword in a seemingly self-destructive manner. There was no earth-shattering cacophony, only a crisp sound, akin to jade striking against jade. Qin Rushuang felt an overwhelming, yet strangely harmonious force emanating from her opponent's sword. The dragon-slaying sword in her hand was uncontrollably propelled upward. Meanwhile, the icy tip of the Jinghong sword had once again come to rest firmly at her throat for the third time. At this moment, Qin Rushuang had completely lost her temper. She stared blankly at Gu Changge, acutely aware of the chilling intent of death at her neck, along with a bizarre sense of resonance that felt eerily familiar. Why, she asked, lost in thought, do I feel as though my dragon-slaying sword fears your Jinghong sword? Gu Changge retracted his sword, his gaze deepening. He looked at the dragon-slaying sword in Qin Rushuang's hand, then at his own Jinghong sword, as a monumental secret, previously unnoticed in his past life, gradually surfaced in his mind. Without answering her question, he posed an unrelated inquiry. Miss Qin, who forged your dragon-slaying sword? Who was its first master? Qin Rushuang was momentarily taken aback by his question and instinctively replied, this is a family heirloom. According to my ancestors, it is one of 3 divine weapons forged by a master swordsmith of the O family from a previous dynasty. As for the first master, that was long ago, and their identity is lost to time. Gu Changge fell silent. However, a vivid account from the human emperor's canon of world suppression surfaced clearly in his mind, detailing the legendary founder emperor and his 3 divine generals, who emerged from the wilderness, unmatched in loyalty and valor. After the emperor ascended the throne, acknowledging his remarkable achievements, he summoned the finest craftsmen in the realm to forge 3 divine weapons from celestial iron, personally bestowing upon them names. The first, Breaking Army, was granted to the formidable General Bai Qi. The second, Dragon Slayer, was bestowed upon the martial sage Guan Yun. The third, Startled Swan, was conferred to the Master of Spears, Zhao Xian. Within Gu Changge's heart, a tempest of realization surged. Gazing at Qin Rushuang and the Dragon Slayer's sword she held, a bold yet remarkably logical conjecture surged to the forefront of his thoughts. These were not mere divine weapons. They were, unmistakably, keys to unlock a monumental treasure or legacy. Chapter 53. The Secret of the 3 Swords. A new move. The revelation that these were, in fact, keys struck Gu Changge like a bolt of lightning, stirring the depths of his soul, which had remained tranquil through 2 lifetimes. Breaking Army, Dragon Slayer, Startled Swan. In his previous life, he had perceived them as 3 legendary weapons crafted by the master of the previous dynasty. However, in this life, after glimpsing the secrets of the 3 divine generals in the royal library's 3rd level, he finally intertwined this thread that spanned centuries. These 3 swords were not the creations of a mere craftsman. They were bestowed by the founding emperor to his 3 valiant brothers, who had helped him establish this vast empire, a mark of supreme honor. Moreover, they served as keys to unlock a long-buried history, a remarkable legacy. No wonder Prince Zhao Wujing, wielding the divine weapon Breaking Army, could never unleash its true power. No wonder Qin Rushuang's Dragon Slayer, though imposing, lacked the essence, for they were unaware of the true secret that lay between these 3 swords. A wild thought, one that made even Gu Changge's heart race, quietly took root within him. If one were to gather all 3 divine weapons, could they possibly attain the legendary power that rivals that of the founding emperor? This notion flickered briefly before being forcefully suppressed deep within his heart. One must partake in their meal bite by bite, and tread the path step by step. At present, the most crucial task remained to unseat the prince, thereby putting an end to the blood-soaked vendetta of his past life. In the courtyard, Qin Rushuang remained lost in the awe of their earlier duel, unable to move beyond the moment. Changge, having gathered his thoughts, restored the serene smile to his face. Miss Qin, he spoke gently to the pure-hearted, spirited young lady clad in red before him. Today's discussion of swords shall conclude here. Your Dragon Slayer is indeed a fine sword. However, it seems you have yet to truly connect with its essence. Perhaps your ancestors left behind some fragments of wisdom regarding this sword. When time permits, it would be worthwhile to delve into the ancient texts. This was the utmost guidance he could offer. Qin Rushuang nodded, comprehension flickering in her eyes. For the first time, a hint of an emotion she had not previously recognized, one of acceptance, sparkled within her proud phoenix-like gaze as she looked at Changge. Thank you for your guidance today. She solemnly performed a gesture of respect, befitting a peer among warriors, before Changge, and with this act of goodwill, I, Qin Ruoshang, shall remember it. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, my house of the Duke of the State shall not stand idly by. Having spoken, she turned, departing with the fervor of a blazing flame. Changge observed her retreating figure, a slight smile gracing his lips. He understood that today he had gained not merely a victory, but a formidable ally, one who might serve him well in the times to come. The following day, within the Golden Luan Hall, the court convened for the morning audience. The atmosphere within the court remained as oppressive as ever, with ministers embroiled in heated debate regarding the proposed marriage alliance with the northern frontier. Crown Prince Zhao Wuji ardently advocated for the alliance, nobly recommending Lu Qingwei, the daughter of the Minister of Rights, Lu Cheng, as the candidate for this union. Just as the Emperor Tianqi was poised to nod in agreement, the Minister of Rights, Lu Cheng, trembling, stepped forward. Your Majesty, this old minister possesses a treasure to present to you. He then passionately recited the speech that Changge had prepared for him the previous night, captivating the entire assembly of civil and military officials. When he unveiled the rare manuscript of the Heart Sutra, purportedly penned by the esteemed monk Xuanzang, the emperor's countenance radiated delight. Excellent. Truly, heaven blesses our great Xia. The emperor proclaimed that this supreme Buddhist scripture would be bestowed as a diplomatic gift to the northern Chanyu, its sincerity surpassing that of 10 princesses sent for marriage. Thus, the matter was settled. Minister Lu, for his discovery, was rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold, elevated in rank, and appointed as a tutor to the crown prince. With a single decree, the fate of the realm was sealed. Crown Prince Zhao Wuji, standing aside, was left in a state of bewilderment. His meticulously crafted plan to achieve 2 objectives with one stroke had been utterly dismantled by his most trusted confidant. He glared at Lu Cheng, who knelt on the ground. Overcome with gratitude, his handsome visage turning ashen with rage, he realized once more that Changge had outmaneuvered him. Once the morning audience concluded, news reached the Chengwulang mansion. Changge was quietly polishing his Jinghong sword in the courtyard. After listening to Xiao Chongfeng's report, he merely nodded in calm acknowledgement. Lu Cheng, this piece on the chessboard, was now fully activated. Changge sheathed his Jinghong sword slowly, his heart, once agitated by the discovery of the 3 sword secrets, had returned to its icy demeanor. Meals must be savored bite by bite, and paths traversed step by step. He turned to Xiao Chongfeng, the warmth in his eyes gradually replaced by a chilling gaze, as frigid as ancient ice. Dispatch the orders. The Divine Strategy Army is to be fully prepared. In 3 days, the entire force shall march. Flames ignited in Xiao Chongfeng's eyes as he exclaimed, Instructor, what is our target? Changge's gaze shifted towards the western outskirts of the capital, a cruel smile gracing his lips. The Western Mountains. We shall go forth to eradicate the bandits who have unlawfully opened salt mines and conspire against the throne. Chapter 54. The Winds of Shishan Rise. Soldiers pointing at the enemy's nest. The mountain breeze of the western outskirts carried a unique, chilling blend of minerals and earth, gently brushing against the faces of 500 valiant soldiers of the Divine Strategy Army. Their bodies lay concealed in the shadows of a mountain hollow, merging seamlessly with the darkness, producing not a whisper from the clash of armor. Their discipline was as unyielding as iron, having long since become interwoven with their very breaths and heartbeats. A few miles ahead, illuminated by a myriad of lights, the private salt mine on the hillside loomed like an unsuspecting, slumbering giant. On the towering watchtower, a dim lantern swayed feebly in the night wind. Occasionally, muffled sounds of raucous laughter and banter drifted from the camp, indicating that the vigilance of the guarding troops was not as formidable as one might presume. Behind a massive boulder, Gu Changge unfurled a meticulously detailed topographic map of Xishan acquired from the Ministry of War. The moonlight cast a silvery frost upon the parchment. Surrounding him were Xiao Changfeng, Wei Kuan, and a dozen newly appointed squad leaders who had excelled during training. Each pair of eyes glinted like wolves in the dark, brimming with suppressed, bloodthirsty anticipation. This was the true inaugural battle for their new army. The positions of the sentries and watchmen had been thoroughly assessed. Xiao Changfeng's voice was barely above a whisper. 3 fixed sentries, 5 mobile ones. There are indeed blind spots in their line of sight. However, their camp is built into the mountains. A frontal assault will likely incur significant casualties. A frontal assault? The corners of Gu Changge's mouth curled into a sardonic smile. For such an endeavor was the folly of fools. Wei Kuan, once the epitome of frivolity, now bore a furrowed brow as he gazed at the distant lights. Instructor, what shall we do? The outcome of a war is never solely determined upon the battlefield. Gu Changge's fingers lightly tapped 3 seemingly unrelated points on the map. Rather, it is decided before the battle begins. It hinges upon whether you possess a deeper understanding of your opponent than he has of himself, and whether you dare to contemplate what he dares not. Their commander, Zhang Long, had been the subject of my study. He is the cousin of the Feathered Forest Army's leader, Zhang Huan, courageous indeed, yet lacking in strategy, with a volatile temperament easily provoked. Such a person is best dealt with. Gu Changge began issuing orders, clear, cold, and impervious to dissent. Xiao Changfeng, at your service, came the prompt response. I shall assign you 50 of the most agile brothers. Your sole task is to maneuver to the western side, to lie in wait right here. Gu Changge indicated the only water source in the mining area. A stream cascading down from the mountain. Upstream, introduce this into the water. He slowly extended his hand, presenting a paper package that appeared quite heavy, as though it contained something of great significance. Xiao Changfeng gazed at the package with curiosity, pondering its contents. What is this? Xiao Changfeng could no longer contain his curiosity. His voice tinged with intrigue and uncertainty. A subtle smile played upon Gu Changge's lips, revealing a hint of playful mischief. He spoke softly. This is exquisite croton powder, combined with the juice of the colorless and tasteless herb that induces hallucinations. Xiao Changfeng's eyes widened in shock, clearly taken aback by this revelation. He stared at Gu Changge, seemingly seeking confirmation that he had not misheard. Observing his reaction, Gu Changge's smile broadened as he continued. This is a gift I have specially prepared for them. I have provided a generous dosage, ample enough for them to indulge. The corners of Xiao Changfeng's mouth twitched involuntarily, revealing his unease regarding the plan. Nevertheless, a flicker of fervent excitement danced in his eyes. At your command. Xiao Changfeng took a deep breath, steadied himself, and declared, I will ensure they are incapacitated to the point they cannot even raise a blade. Gu Changge nodded in satisfaction and called out, Wei Kuan, present. Came the immediate response from the instructor. I will assign you 200 men to lie in ambush along the eastern route descending from the mountains. Gu Changge traced a lethal blockade on the map with his finger. Your task is to create a bottleneck. In a quarter of an hour, a great fire will erupt. Once the flames ignite, regardless of any commotion, you must steadfastly hold this position. Spare no one attempting to flee from the mine to report to the capital. Remember, it is about cutting off their escape, not killing them. I require a few prisoners to ensure the safety of His Highness the Crown Prince. Rest assured, instructor, I am well versed in blocking escape routes. Wei Kuan grinned maliciously, patting his chest in assurance. Meng Shi, present, responded the towering figure in a deep voice. You will lead the remaining 250 men with me from the northern cliff, straight into the enemy's center. Our target is the deluded Zhang Long. Gu Changge slowly rose, gazing at the transformed soldiers before him, and declared emphatically, Tonight, I want you to remember this. War can be intricate, yet it can also be exceedingly simple. It is an art of employing every means to ensure your enemy appears where and when you desire, and then, in your most comfortable stance, to eliminate him. At the hour of the rat, a deafening explosion erupted unexpectedly from the direction of the granary in the southern sector of the mine. This had been orchestrated by Gu Changge, utilizing a skilled assassin adept in mechanical arts who had crafted this surprise from confiscated gunpowder. The fiery blaze instantly illuminated half the night sky in a crimson hue. Alas, the granary is ablaze. Hurry, extinguish the fire. Enemy attack. We are under siege. The entire mine was engulfed in chaotic uproar. Commander Zhang Long, as anticipated by Changge, erupted in fury, rushing from his tent to rally over 300 of his elite troops, charging madly towards the granary. Find them. Even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground, we will unearth the arsonist. They remained oblivious to the fact that while all their attention was captivated by the unexpected inferno above on the northern cliff, deemed utterly impossible for anyone to ascend or descend, a different scenario was unfolding. Dozens of shadowy figures, equipped with specially crafted, oil-tempered ropes, descended the cliff with the silence and agility of nimble monkeys, reaching a concealed platform halfway up the mountain. The frigid night breeze brushed against their faces, stinging like a biting chill. Below them lay an abyss of darkness, unfathomable and foreboding. Any misstep would spell utter destruction. Yet, not a single sound escaped their lips. Their eyes reflected an unwavering obedience to commands. At the forefront stood Changge, a cold smirk playing upon his lips as he surveyed the chaotic camp below, engulfed in flames. Behind him were Mengshi and 250 of the most elite and audacious warriors from the Shen's army. Changge signaled to Mengshi with a simple, decisive gesture across his throat. Chapter 55. The Night of Decapitation. A deceptive maneuver. The gesture fell under the cold moonlight. 50 poised shadows melded into the night like drops of ink, silently surging toward the commander's tent along the shadowed cliff face. Their movements were as light as that of a stealthy raccoon. Their breaths were long and measured, akin to a coiled serpent waiting to strike. Their gazes were intent, reminiscent of a hawk poised to seize its prey. Was this truly the same group of spoiled youths who could barely hold a stance a month prior? No. They had been forged by Changge through blood and fire, suffering and fear, into a formidable war machine that belonged solely to him. Outside the tent, 2 guards leaned idly against the flagpole, craning their necks to glimpse the towering flames to the south, exchanging disdainful banter. Look at those fools. They shout like they're slaughtering pigs just to put out a fire. Indeed, when the general brings those blind bandits back, we'll have to teach them a lesson. However, they would never see that day. In the brief moment of their conversation, a shadow darker than the night itself appeared behind them, as if teleporting. It was Mengshi. His large hands, resembling iron clamps, silently covered their mouths and noses from behind. The two could only manage a muffled grunt before an irresistible force coursed through their necks. Crack! The sound of bones snapping echoed faintly in the still night wind. Mengshi released his grip, gently laying the now limp bodies into the shadows, the entire process devoid of any extraneous noise. Changge signaled to the others once more. Proceed. He was the first to lift the tent flap. A powerful scent, a mix of alcohol and incense, struck him immediately. Inside the tent, the light blazed brightly. For deputy generals and guards, tasked with remaining behind, were gathered around a table, drinking and loudly cursing the damned bandits who had disturbed their peaceful slumber. When Changge's figure appeared at the entrance, they had yet to register his presence. Who? One deputy general shouted through bleary eyes. In response, he was met with a blade-esque gleam as cold as moonlight. Thud! The stunning sharpness of the Jinghong sword revealed itself for the first time this night. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and a tiny red suddenly appeared on the brow of the vice-general, as if an invisible hand had gently pressed upon him. His expression froze in an instant, the terror etched upon his face crystallizing in that singular moment, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Moments later, his body, as if bereft of support, gradually toppled backward. Emitting not a single sound, he fell to the ground like a marionette stripped of its soul, rigid and lifeless. The remaining 3 witnesses to this scene stood in stunned disbelief, their faces paling in an instant. As they opened their mouths to utter the word enemy, a powerful force suddenly seized their throats. Just as they prepared to draw their blades and call for help, a multitude of swifter shadows surged forth from the darkness behind them. These figures, akin to phantoms, emerged silently from the gloom, their speed akin to lightning. In an instant, the tent was filled with the sharp, urgent sounds of blades piercing flesh. This noise, cutting through the stillness of the night, echoed harshly, reminiscent of the grim reaper's scythe harvesting lives. In merely 10 breaths, it was all over. Within the tent, silence reigned once more, punctuated only by the slightly labored breaths of the 50 elite soldiers of the Shen's army, who had executed such a perilous task for the first time. Their faces bore expressions of tension and excitement, but above all, there was a fervor and pride in accomplishing what seemed an impossible mission. Mengshi, guard the entrance. No one is to approach. The rest, search. Gu Change's voice was cold and clear, immediately quelling the tumult of emotions among the troops. Understood. They promptly commenced a thorough search of the vast tent. Before long, they discovered their objective within a locked box forged from dark iron. A thick stack of ledgers recorded every income and expenditure of the illicit salt mine, alongside several missives bearing the personal seal of the crown prince from the Eastern Palace, and a tiger-headed military token denoting supreme command in this region. Deputy, we have succeeded, Wang Wu whispered, suppressing his excitement. No, Gu Changge shook his head. This is but half of our success. He picked up the tiger-headed token, then stripped a still-warm military uniform from one of the slain vice-generals, tossing it to a soldier of the Shen's army whose physique closely resembled that of the fallen officer. Put it on. Then, Gu Changge strolled with composure to the desk of Commander Zhang Long. His movements were graceful and self-assured, as if the desk were inherently his own. Upon reaching the desk, his gaze fell upon the command arrows and writing implements. He extended his slender fingers, delicately lifting the command arrow to appreciate its weight and texture. Setting it aside, he grasped the brush. Amidst the puzzled and bewildered looks of his comrades, Gu Changge confidently began to emulate Zhang Long's flamboyant handwriting. His wrist moved with dexterity, each stroke imbued with power and rhythm. In truth, Gu Changge possesses a profound mastery of calligraphy. In his previous life, he devoted considerable effort to emulate the styles of various renowned calligraphers. Now, mimicking the handwriting of a mere minor general is, for him, a task as effortless as breathing. Before long, a fraudulent military order, capable of plunging the remnants of the Yuan army into utter chaos, was inscribed. The content of the order was succinct and unambiguous. The fire has been contained. The bandits have divided their forces, fleeing towards the southeast and southwest. Command Lieutenants Li and Sun, each to lead 50 men, to pursue immediately, with the imperative to annihilate completely. Gu Changge gazed at his creation with satisfaction, the corners of his mouth curling upwards to reveal a barely perceptible smile. He murmured softly, "Excellent." Gu Changge dried the ink and handed the military talisman and the order to a soldier of the Divine Strategy Army, who had changed his attire. "Go. Convey this command in the voice of Zhang Long. Let them chase after an apparition that does not exist." Yes, the soldier's eyes sparkled with a reverence for Gu Changge, akin to that of a deity, as he departed to fulfill his orders. Upon completing this task, Gu Changge finally allowed a trace of a satisfied smile to grace his features. Severing supplies, sowing chaos, forging military orders, and luring the tiger from its mountain lair. Now, this so-called private army of the Crown Prince had devolved into a disoriented throng of headless, blind, and deaf men. However, just as he prepared to command a discreet retreat with all the spoils, a piercing and terrified scream suddenly erupted from outside the tent. "Ah, assassins!" Almost immediately, a soldier from the Divine Strategy Army, tasked with perimeter surveillance, tumbled in, his face smeared with blood and terror. "Captain, this is bad. Zhang Long, the one-eyed dragon. It seems he has discovered something. He is charging here with his elite 100 guards." Chapter 56. The terrifying might. Blood stains the enemy's den. Captain, this is bad. The sentry's panicked shriek crashed like a boulder into the brief, victorious tranquility within the command tent. Zhang Long is charging this way with 100 of his elite guards. What's the panic? Before anyone could grasp the gravity of the situation, Gu Changge's cold voice, like a stabilizing anchor, quelled all unrest. His face bore not an ounce of the panic one might expect from an encircled individual. Rather, it exhibited a chilling expression, reminiscent of a hunter who has finally seen his prey step into the snare. 100 men? Excellent. It saves me the trouble of searching. He turned, his obsidian gaze sweeping over the 50 Divine Strategy Army warriors, who, buoyed by their initial victory, now appeared flustered in the face of this sudden crisis. "Are you afraid?" he asked calmly. No one responded, yet their faces, which had turned ashen, and their bodies, beginning to tremble uncontrollably, spoke volumes. They, after all, were merely a group of fresh recruits who had only just learned the art of killing. "Good," Gu Changge nodded. "Fear is indeed warranted, for it is fear that will ensure your survival." With a swift motion, he drew the Jinghong's sword from his waist. Clang! A clear and resonant sound of a sword echoed throughout the entire encampment, its chilling intent causing the spirits of all present to shudder. "Now heed my command." Gu Changge's voice, no longer calm, resonated with an ironclad authority befitting a battlefield commander. Meng Shi, here. The towering figure responded with a thunderous affirmation. You shall guard this gate. Gu Changge pointed towards the narrow entrance of the tent, declaring, I care not what methods you employ, whether it be your body, your blade, or your very teeth. Until my return, you shall not allow a single living creature to cross this threshold. Can you accomplish this? Upon hearing these words, a fervent battle spirit ignited in Meng Shi's eyes. He struck his chest with his massive fists, producing resounding thuds. Rest assured, Captain, Meng Shi will become a wall, even if it costs me my life. Excellent. Gu Changge no longer regarded him, redirecting his gaze to the remaining individuals. Everyone else, extinguish all flames, hide within the shadows, and obey my orders. As for me, a cruel smile graced the corners of Gu Changge's lips. He boldly approached the lifted curtain of the door, exposing his figure to the cold light of the moon outside. I shall go claim the enemy general's head. Meanwhile, outside the command tent, Zhang Long's single eye burned with a furious blaze. Armed with a hefty ghost-headed blade, he led 100 bloodthirsty soldiers, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves, madly encircling the tent. Bastard, come out and face your death. Zhang Long's roar pierced the stillness of the night, echoing far and wide. However, the only response was a solitary figure clad in green, emerging slowly from the shadows of the command tent, accompanied by a whisper that severed his raging sanity. A one-eyed dog dares to bark before me? Kill him. I command you to slay him. Turn him into minced meat. Zhang Long descended into madness. Kill. 100 elite soldiers surged from all directions towards Gu Changge, each wielding a finely forged steel blade, their movements synchronized, as the glint of their swords wove a net under the moonlight. Yet, just as they were about to reach Gu Changge, a massive, dark silhouette erupted from the entrance of the command tent. It was Meng Shi. A roar, more beast than man, erupted. Meng Shi, bare-chested, his sinewy muscles glinting bronze under the moonlight, had ripped the heavy ironwood door, weighing 1,000 pounds, from its hinges and wielded it as a colossal shield. Sweeping fiercely towards the throng. Boom. The first 7 or 8 soldiers, caught at the forefront, could scarcely emit a scream before being struck like straw dummies by a battering ram, blood spewing forth as they flew backward. Meng Shi, a single man wielding a door, stood like an ancient demon, resolutely blocking the sole entrance. Meanwhile, the true slaughter was only just beginning on the other side. At the moment when everyone's attention was captivated by Meng Shi's ferocious figure, Gu Changge moved. His silhouette was like a wisp of elusive azure smoke, deliberately infiltrating the chaotic enemy ranks. Swift, an unparalleled speed that transcended the limits of human vision. The golden aura of the Emperor within him surged forth for the first time, unreservedly. With a soft hiss, a soldier felt a blur before his eyes, as a cold blade silently sliced through his throat. He felt no pain, only the rapid drain of his strength. Gu Changge did not pause. Each thrust of his sword was simple, direct, yet executed with utmost precision. There were no extravagant sword techniques, no earth-shattering momentum, only the most efficient and merciless harvest. He moved through the throng of hundreds with the grace of a leisurely stroll, leaving behind a trail of corpses. The scene was surreal, bloody, yet possessed a haunting, violent beauty. He was a monster. Finally, one soldier, terrified by the slaughter akin to chopping vegetables, let out a desperate scream. Meanwhile, their commander, Zhang Long, had finally emerged from his rage. He gazed at the youth, who seemed to traverse his elite soldiers as if they were mere shadows, and for the first time, fear flickered in his single eye. Retreat. Quickly, he shouted hoarsely. Yet, it was too late. Gu Changge's figure had already appeared before him. Now you wish to flee? Gu Changge's face remained serene, as if the recent carnage bore no relation to him. Have you inquired about the sword in my hand? I shall face you. Zhang Long roared, channeling all his strength into his ghostly knife, striking down at Gu Changge with all his might. Facing this blow capable of cleaving stone, Gu Changge did not flinch or evade. He merely raised his Jinghong sword slowly. Clang. A sound as crisp as a lover's whisper echoed. In Zhang Long's incredulous gaze, his heavy ghostly knife began to shatter inch by inch from the tip. The icy blade of the Jinghong sword gently rested upon his shoulder. Crack. Zhang Long's entire right arm, along with the pride of his sinews, was utterly shattered by an invisible yet domineering golden force. Ah! A piercing scream reverberated throughout the valley. Gu Changge sheathed his sword, not even glancing at Zhang Long, who writhed on the ground clutching his severed arm in agony. He simply turned to the remaining dozens of soldiers, who were already paralyzed with fear, and calmly uttered, "Kneel or perish." Thud, thud, the sound of weapons falling echoed incessantly. In that moment, all the elite soldiers cast aside their pride and weapons, hastily kneeling down. Gu Changge walked slowly to Meng Shi's side. The towering giant, reminiscent of an iron tower, bore countless scars upon his body, yet he steadfastly guarded the entrance like a statue of a gatekeeper. "Well done," Gu Changge remarked, patting his shoulder. Meng Shi forced a smile that was more grotesque than a weep, and soon, he could no longer sustain himself, collapsing to the ground in a faint. Gu Changge turned to behold the captives kneeling on the ground, as well as the soldiers of the Shun Su army emerging from the shadows of the command tent. Their expressions dazed, as if they had encountered a specter. His voice, cold and clear, resonated over the blood-soaked enemy stronghold. "Clean the battlefield. Strip them of their garments and don them yourselves. In half an hour, we shall return home." Chapter 57. The Golden Cicada slips away. The spoils head to the capital outside the command tent. The mingling scents of blood and gunpowder filled the air, pungent yet inducing a morbid exhilaration among the soldiers of the Shun Su army, who had just endured life-and-death combat. Observing the elite troops, their spines thoroughly broken and kneeling in defeat, and then glancing at their commanding officer's nonchalant demeanor, an emotion akin to reverence surged wildly within each heart. Return home? Wei Kuan, the newly appointed vanguard lieutenant, was the first to shake off the shock of the slaughter. Wiping the blood from his face, he queried, "Instructor, are we really going to swagger back with the captives and these perilous spoils? Isn't that tantamount to directly informing the crown prince that we have rebelled? Rebellion?" A smirk of derision curled at the corners of Gu Changge's mouth. "No, we are loyal subjects. We are the heroes dispatched by His Majesty under secret orders to quell the bandits and restore order." He gestured towards the captives, stripped down to their undergarments. "Now, we heroes are on our way home." Gu Changge's gaze swept across the scene, and his voice once again turned cold and clear. "Heed my command. All soldiers of the Shun Su army, immediately don these bandits' garments. Conceal our armor. Xiao Changfeng, present. You shall personally lead 10 of the most astute brothers to pack all confiscated ledgers, secret missives, military tokens, and the 50 sets of crossbows marked with the extreme insignia, disguising them as ordinary mountain goods. You too shall wear the bandits' clothing, take the back roads, and return to the capital ahead of us. Remember, do not return to the Chengwu Manor, nor to the general's residence. Go directly to this location." Gu Changge handed him an address. "Seventh Prince will be waiting for you there. Deliver the items into his hands and inform him that the grand performance is about to commence." "Understood." A flicker of astonishment passed through Xiao Changfeng's eyes. "Wei Kuan." "Here, instructor." Wei Kuan responded eagerly. "You shall lead the remaining main force to also don the bandits' garments." A sly smile graced Gu Changge's face. "However, you shall not return to the capital. You shall head east and create a grand spectacle of retreat." "Retreat?" Wei Kuan was taken aback. "Indeed, a retreat." A calculating glimmer shone in Gu Changge's eyes. "You must create as much commotion as possible, allowing all the spies placed by the crown prince outside the city to witness a large contingent of defeated bandits fleeing in disarray towards Tongzhou. Divert all attention away from me and Xiao Changfeng. I require you to traverse a broad circuit for 3 days. Afterward, you shall regroup and stealthily return to the western mountain encampment in small batches." Although Wei Kuan may not possess the intellect of Xiao Changfeng, he comprehended this stratagem. It is akin to the art of the golden cicada shedding its shell. "Rest assured, my instructor, I excel in the theater of deception. I pledge to manipulate the prince's sycophants into a frenzied dance," Wei Kuan declared, thumping his chest in assurance. "Excellent." Gu Changge nodded, his gaze settling upon the last and most pivotal element of the plan. He directed his attention to Commander Zhang Long, who was being held aloft by Meng Shi like a frightened chick, utterly terrified. "As for you," Gu Changge approached him, crouching down to gently pat the face etched with fear. "Your task is the simplest of all. From this moment forth, you and your surviving loyal soldiers, a mere handful fortunate to escape, shall masquerade as a valiant force vanquished by our divine strategists. You are to flee back to the capital in the most disheveled manner possible. Go to the Eastern Palace and lament to your master how you valiantly fought, yet ultimately succumbed to overwhelming odds." Gu Changge's voice brimmed with an alluring enchantment. "You possess but one objective, to convince the prince that your defeat was genuine, not total annihilation. Make him believe that the damning evidence against him has been reduced to ashes in the inferno to the south. Instill within him a glimmer of false hope. Can you achieve this? Zhang Long, gazing at the seemingly omniscient devil before him, had long abandoned any thought of resistance and could only nod vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Half an hour later, tranquility returned to the summit of the western mountain, leaving only the remnants of the grain depot still smoldering and the ground strewn with chaos. A merchant caravan silently traversed an obscure passage toward the capital. A disheartened troop of soldiers scrambled towards the gates of the city. Meanwhile, a band of horse bandits whistled and sang discordant tunes as they swaggered eastward. Changge stood atop the mountain, hands clasped behind his back, observing the three carefully orchestrated groups as they embarked upon their respective stages. A cold smile gradually curling at the corners of his lips. He did not accompany any of them. His figure flickered in the moonlight before vanishing into the deeper, denser woods of the western mountain. For he had another, far more significant goal, the unseen wolves lurking in the shadows, watching all unfold. Chapter 58. The yellow sparrow lurks behind. Wolf traces emerged. The night enveloped the western mountain, restoring its primal silence, a silence belonging to the wild. The mountain winds swept through the forest, producing a mournful sound reminiscent of a solitary spirit's lament. Changge, alone, drifted like a weightless leaf, swiftly gliding atop the treetops. He did not rush to depart. From the moment he led the assault on the illicit salt mine, he had acutely sensed the presence of malevolent, watchful eyes. Ever fixated on the battlefield, akin to a parasitic worm. These gazes did not belong to the prince, nor to the divine strategists. They were independent, lurking in the darkness as a third party. They bore a striking resemblance to the scent of wolves encountered that night in the Black Willow Marsh. Do they intend to reap the benefits of another's toil? A glimmer of icy mockery flashed through Change's eyes. Alas, this mantis is not easily trifled with. His figure darted through the air, suddenly halting to a steady landing atop a millennia-old pine. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in the golden essence of the Emperor's aura, amplifying his senses to their utmost limits. The sounds of the wind, the chirping of insects, and the distant gurgle of a mountain stream. All elements of nature were now within his perception. At last, he detected three breaths, stifled and incongruous within the forest. Approximately 3 miles to the east, perched upon a cliff. He had found them. Change's silhouette melded once more with the night. Upon the precipice, 3 men clad in black night garb and wearing grotesque wolf masks stood motionless, resembling statues as they gazed down upon the desolate ruins of a private salt mine. Incompetence. The leader of the wolf guards rasped, his voice laced with disdain. How could the prince's subordinates harbor such a pitiful lot? Brother, what shall we do now? Inquired one of his companions. Our objective was to stealthily transport the military arms amidst the chaos, but it seems that boy, Changge, has intercepted them. Never mind. The leader of the wolf guard sneered. Our task was to solidify the evidence of the prince's treachery. With Changge doing the heavy lifting, it spares us considerable effort. We need only follow that merchant convoy and eliminate them along with the incriminating evidence before they reach the city. In this way, the prince will find himself in a predicament akin to stepping in mud. No matter how he tries to deny it, it remains a reality. Brother, you are indeed wise. The trio conferred in hushed tones, their faces bearing a cruel smirk reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected voice, like a specter drifting down from the night sky above them, echoed eerily. Do 3 rats hiding in the gutter dare to discuss matters of the world? Who? The 3 wolf guards felt a chill run down their spines, realizing too late that someone had approached them so closely without their notice. Instinctively, they drew their curved blades, forming a defensive stance back to back, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Beneath the moonlight, a figure clad in a blue robe floated gracefully down from a gnarled pine above them. As light as a feather, it was none other than Changge. It's you. The leader of the wolf guards, upon recognizing the newcomer, was momentarily struck with shock, quickly replaced by a fury akin to that of a player outraged by a pawn's defiance. Changge, you have the audacity to disrupt the grand designs of our Songlong sect. Songlong sect? Changge arched an eyebrow. I had thought you would refer to yourselves as the remnants of the Murong clan from the previous dynasty. This remark struck like thunder, reverberating through the hearts of the 3 wolf guards. Their identities, their most guarded secret, had been laid bare by him in a single utterance. Who are you? Kill him. He must not leave here alive. With no hesitation left, the three men's eyes blazed with murderous intent, launching themselves at Gu Changge from three different directions. Their technique was strikingly different from that of the assassins from the Shadow Pavilion. Fierce and untamed, it exuded the indomitable spirit of the nomadic tribes of the grasslands. The glint of blades interwove into a tapestry, sealing off all avenues of retreat for Gu Changge. Yet, Gu Changge did not so much as blink. He merely extended his right hand and, from a distance of several zhang, lightly grasped the air towards the foremost wolf guard. Buzz, an invisible, overwhelmingly domineering golden energy surged forth in an instant. The leading wolf guard felt as if his body were gripped tightly by an unseen, divine hand. The air was abruptly vacated. His body hung suspended in midair, utterly beyond his control. This was the first move of the Emperor's earthly cannon, the universe in the palm. Ack! The leading wolf guard emitted a mournful cry, his bones being crushed inch by inch. The curved blade in his hand fell limply, and the wolf mask on his face shattered with a resounding crash, revealing a visage twisted by sheer terror. The other two wolf guards were utterly dumbfounded by the scene before them, completely stripped of any thought of resistance. Now, it is my turn to inquire. Gu Changge strode toward the wolf guard suspended in the air, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Where is your high priest now? And who is the young master that claims he will overthrow the Zhao dynasty? Chapter 59. The Divine and Demonic Arts, the terrifying secret on the precipice. The night wind seemed utterly frozen by that invisible, suffocating pressure. The remaining two wolf guards were terrified beyond measure, trembling uncontrollably. They gazed at their companion, suspended in the air and emitting creaking cries, then glanced at the approaching youth, whose expression was as indifferent as that of a deity gazing down upon mere ants. They comprehended what it meant to experience a chasm of dimensional disparity. This was not martial arts. This was divine power. This was sorcery. The leading wolf guard felt each of his bones being gradually tightened by that invisible giant hand. The shadow of death engulfed him like icy waters. He wished to scream, yet no sound emerged. He longed to struggle, yet could not move a single finger. The ferocity inherent in his wolfish nature was utterly supplanted by boundless fear. Now, it is my turn to inquire. Gu Changge's voice resonated calmly, each word striking like a heavy hammer upon his soul. Where is your high priest now? And who is the young master that claims he will overthrow the Zhao dynasty? Faced with this core-shattering interrogation, a flicker of resoluteness, belonging to a death-seeking warrior, flashed in the wolf guard's eyes. He even contemplated crushing the poisoned pouch hidden in his teeth. Wishing for death? The corners of Gu Changge's mouth curled into a cruel smirk. Before me, death is a luxury that requires my grace. His outstretched right hand suddenly clenched. Crack! The wolf guard's jawbone was directly shattered from a distance. The excruciating pain caused his entire body to convulse violently, yet even the desire for self-destruction became an unattainable luxury. The other two wolf guards were utterly shattered by this otherworldly scene. I beg you, do not kill me. I will tell you everything. One of them discarded his curved knife, collapsing to the ground and fervently bowing his head before Gu Changge. The other quickly followed suit. Only then did Gu Changge release his grip. The leader of the wolf guards fell to the ground like a heap of mud, gasping for breath. Rendered a mere shell of a man, Gu Changge approached the kneeling guard, looking down upon him with an air of authority. Speak. The wolf guard, in a frenzy, divulged all he knew, spilling the information like beans from a bamboo tube. The high priest is elusive. We, the peripheral members of the wolf fawn, are unworthy to meet him. All we know is that he seems to have been hiding within the capital. What? Gu Changge's brow furrowed for the first time, taken aback by this revelation. The leader of a terror organization aiming to overthrow the dynasty, hiding in the most perilous yet secure location? What about your young master? The wolf guard's eyes gleamed with fervor. The young master is the divine son sent by the Canglong god. He is an unparalleled prodigy from the Murong clan, a once-in-a-century talent. He is concealed among the current princes. When the time is ripe, he will raise his arm and reclaim all that rightfully belongs to the Murong family. Concealed among the current princes? This news was even more shocking than the previous revelation. A multitude of faces flashed through Gu Changge's mind. Was it the seemingly tyrannical yet foolish second prince? The ambitious yet narrow-minded crown prince Zhao Wuji? Or the subtly cunning and patient fourth prince Zhao Yu? Perhaps even the seemingly harmless seventh prince Zhao Chun, whom he had always supported? In an instant, The entire chessboard became increasingly enigmatic. How do you contact the young master? We cannot reach the young master. The wolf guard shook his head. All orders come from the high priest through secret channels of the North Wind Trading Company. We are merely the blades executing commands. Changge fell silent, realizing that further inquiries would yield no more information. One last question. His voice regained its icy tone. Why did the one who pursued Yi Nishang that night bear your marks? The wolf guard trembled even more violently. That was a cleansers among the wolf guards. Their task is to eliminate traitors within the organization and deal with outsiders who have learned too much. Yi Nishang seemed to have inadvertently discovered some profound connections between the North Wind Trading Company and the Eastern Palace. Thus, she had to die. So that was it. In that moment, all the threads of connection intertwined. Thank you, Changge calmly uttered to the kneeling wolf guard. In an instant, a flash of sword light passed by. The guard's face retained a semblance of relief at having survived, yet his head soon rolled upon the ground. Witnessing this, the other wolf guard let out a despairing scream and turned to flee. However, he was met with a cold sword point piercing through his chest. Changge sheathed his sword. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. He never spared the enemy. Approaching the leader of the wolf guards, who was already on the brink of death, he knelt before him. Now, I bestow upon you death. In exchange, tell me, does your young master bear any distinctive marks? The wolf guard gazed at the youth before him, who resembled a demonic deity, his resolute determination replaced by an overwhelming fear. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he rasped out a few indistinct words. Left shoulder, Wolf Fong birthmark. As the words fell from his lips, his head tilted, and he succumbed entirely. Changge slowly rose, his gaze drifting toward the majestic Daxia imperial city, shrouded in the inky darkness of night, his eyes deep and fathomless. The left shoulder, Wolf Fong birthmark. The game has only just begun to grow truly interesting, my dear princess. Chapter 60. The wind rises from the edge of the green rushes. Changge did not linger on the precipice for long. After disposing of the 3 wolf guards' corpses, he vanished into the night of the western mountain like a true specter. Contrary to expectations, he did not return to the capital, but instead unexpectedly arrived at the newly established camp near the western mountain. This camp had just been bestowed its name by the emperor himself, and even the plaque of the Divine Strategy Army had yet to be hung. He chose this location as he needed to cleanse the faint scent of blood from himself before dawn. Although the blood odor was not overpowering, it was sufficient to raise suspicions. More importantly, he required time to digest the 2 astonishing secrets he had acquired that night and to weave them into the vast, invisible net he had long since set in motion. After a night of diligent work, he finally completed his tasks. As the first rays of morning sunlight bathed him, he took a deep breath, savoring the fresh air, as the tension and anxiety within him gradually dissipated. However, just as he prepared to depart from the new camp, the capital erupted in chaos. A piece of news, 10 times more explosive than the scholar swordsman's victory at the martial arts competition, swept through every corner of the city with almost frenzied speed. Have you heard? The Crown Prince has privately opened a salt mine in the western mountain and colluded with border generals to manufacture arms. It gets worse. It is said that the Divine Strategy Army, acting on the Emperor's secret orders, launched a night raid and seized evidence. The incriminating evidence has already been presented to His Majesty. Good heavens! Is a change in the heavens upon us? Rumors took flight as if they had grown wings, infiltrating every household and tea house. People were astonished, engaged in fervent discussions regarding this shocking news. It was as if a colossal stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, creating tumultuous ripples. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the rumors, the Eastern Palace was cloaked in gloom, beset by anxiety. All officials, even remotely connected to the Western Mountain salt mine case, were taken from their homes by the officials of the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice. In an instant, a dozen positions were vacated in the court. The Crown Prince, Zhao Wuji, was placed under house arrest within the Eastern Palace by a decree from the enlightened emperor, forced to reflect in isolation. It seemed as if he had been held aloft only to be gently lowered once more. Everyone comprehends that His Majesty is preserving the last vestiges of dignity for the Crown Prince. However, those with keen political instincts are acutely aware that the Crown Prince's position as heir apparent is perilously fragile. The Chengwu residence is serene, with a gentle breeze wafting through. Changge, clad in a blue robe, sits composedly before a chessboard, engaged in a solitary match against himself. The black and white pieces fall gracefully from his slender, agile fingers, intertwining on the board like two dragons entangled in a life-and-death struggle, the atmosphere taut and intense. Xiao Changfeng stands respectfully beside him, his posture erect and expression grave, meticulously reporting the latest developments from the capital. Captain, since the Crown Prince has been placed under house arrest, Minister Lu Cheng has completely aligned himself with us. This undoubtedly presents an excellent opportunity. Should we seize the moment to also acquire the financial records pertaining to the Beifeng trading house? Yet, Changge does not respond immediately, his gaze fixed on the chessboard as if the entire world has been reduced to the black and white pieces before him. After a moment, he gently places the final white piece, decisively extinguishing the black dragon that symbolizes the Crown Prince. Patience, Changge states softly, his voice calm and steady. He lifts his teacup, delicately blowing away the steam, then elegantly takes a sip. The fragrant aroma of tea wafts around him, yet his eyes remain deep and inscrutable, challenging comprehension. After all, the Crown Prince is His Majesty's legitimate firstborn, the foundation of the realm. His Majesty does not wish to dethrone him just yet. He merely seeks to use my influence to prune away the unnecessary branches from the Crown Prince. Changge's words flow deliberately, yet the profound implications within them provoke deep reflection. If we press too hard, we risk inciting His Majesty's suspicions. His Majesty requires balance. The Crown Prince must not grow too powerful, nor can we allow our family to dominate entirely. Therefore, we must know when to exercise restraint and when to withdraw gracefully. Xiao Changfeng's countenance betrays confusion, seemingly puzzled by the current circumstances. Shall we simply stand by and watch? A faint smile graces Changge's lips, as if he had anticipated Xiao Changfeng's inquiry. He replies slowly, stand by? It will not be so simple. With that, Changge lifts his gaze, his eyes piercing as they meet Xiao Changfeng's. He then inquires, have you made any progress on the matter I asked you to investigate? Upon hearing this, Xiao Changfeng swiftly retrieves a confidential report from his robes, presenting it respectfully to Changge. Captain, I have thoroughly investigated this matter. After his house arrest, the Crown Prince secretly summoned his trusted aides and issued 3 critical directives. Changge accepts the report, scanning it quickly before raising his gaze to signal Xiao Changfeng to continue. Clearing his throat, Xiao Changfeng elaborates. Firstly, the Crown Prince has ordered his subordinates to spare no effort in eliminating all potential witnesses to the Xishan incident, particularly a commander named Zhang Long, who must not be allowed to escape alive. Changge nods slightly, acknowledging the information, and gestures for Xiao Changfeng to proceed. Secondly, Xiao Changfeng continues. The Crown Prince appears to be frantically searching for something. He utilized all his covert channels to scour both within and beyond the capital in search of a defector from the Shadow Pavilion. At this juncture, Xiao Changfeng paused momentarily, a flicker of admiration crossing his gaze. The prowess of this Shadow Pavilion assassin was formidable, compelling the Crown Prince to exert such effort in pursuit, indicating that the matter at hand was of paramount importance to him. Changge, pondering thoughtfully, stroked his chin and, after a brief silence, inquired, what about the 3rd directive? Xiao Changfeng inhaled deeply and continued. Thirdly, the Crown Prince has commanded the Zhou family, the maternal lineage of the Empress, to sever all ties with the Beifeng Trading Company immediately. It appeared that he too had begun to feel trepidation. A knowing smile emerged on Changge's face. The commander possesses remarkable foresight. Xiao Changfeng exclaimed genuinely. Changge shook his head. It is not my foresight. Rather, when a person finds themselves at a dead end, the choices available to them are inherently limited. He gradually rose and approached the enormous map of the capital. His gaze did not linger on the Eastern Palace or the residences of the court officials, but instead rested upon the imposing estate of the Duke of Jingua, which he had visited once before. Xiao Changfeng, he called. At your service. Prepare a substantial gift. Changge's finger gently pressed on the map. We shall pay a visit to a future ally. Xiao Changfeng glanced in the direction of his finger, momentarily taken aback. The Duke of Jinggua's estate? Commander. Do you intend? No, Changge interjected, a hint of intrigue gracing his features. I am not visiting the Duke. I am going to see a friend who has secluded himself at home for half a month, sulking over a lost duel. Chapter 61. The Invitation to Slay the Dragon. Another visit to the Duke's estate. The Duke of Jinggua's estate, unlike the ostentatious grandeur of other residences in the capital, exuded an aura of weightiness and solemnity, each brick and beam imbued with the essence of battle-hardened resilience. The two iron lions at the entrance, forged from solid black iron, were not posed with regal composure, but rather in a fierce, pouncing demeanor, exuding an intimidating presence. As the carriage from the Changge general's residence halted before this estate, suffused with virility and dominance, even the horses pulling the carriage seemed to sense the invisible pressure, restlessly snorting. Clad in a blue robe, Changge descended from the carriage, holding a seemingly valuable gift box. The guards at the entrance were no longer the ordinary servants from the Zhongwu assembly. They were seasoned veterans, battle-hardened warriors from the northern front, each bearing a wolf-like vigilance in their eyes. "Who approaches?" one guard demanded, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Changge presented his name card along with the meticulously prepared gift. "I am Changge, commander of the Divine Strategy Army, here to pay my respects to Miss Qin Ruoxiang of your esteemed household." Upon hearing this, the guard's eyes widened in surprise. Many princes and nobles within the capital sought an audience with the duke, and the line often stretched to Zhuke Street. However, to specifically request an audience with their esteemed little dragon, Changge was the first. The guard, not daring to delay, accepted the name card and hurried into the estate. Before long, an elderly gentleman clad in butler attire, exuding an air of composure, hastily approached. It was none other than the esteemed Due, whose presence warranted an apology for not having been greeted properly. The old butler wore a courteous smile, yet his discerning gaze discreetly assessed the young man before him, the one stirring the winds of change throughout the capital. With a polite demeanor, the butler addressed Changge, who responded with a serene smile, inquiring if Miss Qin might be available for a brief meeting today. A flicker of hesitation crossed the butler's face. "Regrettably, Due, my young mistress has secluded herself within the training grounds since the Zhongwu assembly, dedicating herself to rigorous practice and refusing to meet with any visitors. Even the duke has been turned away several times." "Oh, is that so?" Changge's expression revealed a knowing demeanor. He chose not to elaborate further, simply extending a gift box he held in his hands. "In that case, I shall not intrude any longer. This modest token is a gesture from a practitioner of martial arts. I kindly ask you to convey it to her." With that, he turned as if to depart. "Please, Due, do not leave just yet," the old butler hastily called out to him. Changge halted, turning back with a hint of measured curiosity on his face. "Inside this gift box, is it not something alive?" the butler remarked with a wry smile, having distinctly sensed a subtle, heartbeat-like tremor emanating from the box moments earlier. Upon hearing this, Changge's countenance broke into an enigmatic smile. "Indeed, this item is a rare treasure I stumbled upon, one that holds a connection with Miss Qin, and even more so with the dragon-slaying sword she wields. This object may unravel the mysteries troubling her today and elevate her prowess in the way of the sword. Whether she believes in it or not rests entirely upon her." With his words concluded, Changge made no further delay and mounted his horse, departing without a backward glance, leaving the old butler to grasp the weighty, still quivering gift box, bewildered by the wind. In the training grounds of the duke's residence, Qin Ruoxiang was lost in her own world. Each swing of her dragon-slaying sword cut through the air with a fierce, slicing sound. Her swordsmanship had matured significantly since the Zhongwu assembly, becoming more poised and refined. Yet, a furrow remained etched upon her brow, as if she sensed something essential was still lacking, a certain vitality akin to the soul that danced within Changge's techniques. "Miss, a gift has been sent by Due of the Changge clan." The old butler's voice resonated from outside the training grounds. "I refuse. I shall not accept it." Qin Ruoxiang replied coldly without turning her head. "But miss," the old butler hesitated before repeating Changge's original words. "He said this item is connected to your dragon-slaying sword." Qin Ruoxiang's movement abruptly stilled. She turned around, her phoenix-like eyes glinting with curiosity and intrigue. Ultimately, she could no longer restrain herself and stepped out of the training grounds. When the ancient gift box was opened, both Qin Ruoxiang and the old butler's eyes widened in astonishment. Within the box lay a thick, soft cushion crafted from the silks of the Tianshan snow silkworm. Resting atop the cushion was a fist-sized object, blood-red and seemingly pulsating gently, resembling a heart. No, it was not a heart. It was a natural marvel, shaped like a heart, composed entirely of a peculiar, warm, blood-red jade stone. Even more astonishing was the surface of this extraordinary stone, which bore an intricate array of fine patterns reminiscent of dragon scales. From this stone emanated an enigmatic aura, ancient and profound, brimming with boundless vitality. The dragon-slaying sword in Qin Ruoshang's hand resonated with this energy, emitting a deep, fervent hum of desire and excitement. Seemingly beyond her control, could this truly be the legendary Dragonheart Jade Essence? The elder butler, a man of vast experience, gasped in astonishment, his voice trembling. It was said that this object was a celestial treasure formed over millennia from the blood of an ancient true dragon that had fallen from the heavens. A warrior who could obtain even a trace of it would experience a transformation, cleansing their marrow and bones. Its worth was incalculable, having vanished from the world for centuries. She gazed at the pulsating Dragonheart, murmuring to herself. Cautiously, she extended her hand to cradle the Dragonheart Jade Essence. An overwhelming, warm energy surged from her palm into her being. At that moment, she felt a slight loosening of the martial bottleneck that had long stagnated. Meanwhile, the dragon-slaying sword trembled joyfully, as if reunited with a long-lost kin. How could he gift me such a divine artifact? A tempest of emotions surged within Qin Ruoshang, shock, confusion, and an inexplicable sentiment she had yet to comprehend. Just then, she noticed a small note nestled within the layers of the gift box. Curiously, she unfolded it to reveal a few lines inscribed in elegant script detailing the usage of the Dragonheart Jade Essence. At the end of these instructions, there was an additional note, seemingly penned in haste. The Qin family spear technique was inherited from the previous dynasty, bestowed by the founding emperor. To understand the intricacies of this legacy, one may inquire with the esteemed ancestor. 3 days hence, in the Western Mountain Divine Strategy Camp, I, Gu, await your presence. At that time, I may unveil the true seal of the dragon-slaying sword for the young lady. Chapter 62, The Secret of the Dragonheart. Conversations at the public mansion Qin Ruoshang clutched the note containing this astonishing secret tightly in her palm, her knuckles whitening from the intensity of her grip. The words Qin family spear technique, inherited from the previous dynasty, echoed in her mind like thunderclaps from the ancients, reverberating through her blood-filled consciousness. Since childhood, she had listened to her grandfather, the Duke of the State, recount the loyal legacy of the Qin family, yet he had never revealed their true ancestral origins. The dragon-slaying sword was revered as a divine artifact, known for its extraordinary lineage, yet its actual source remained a mystery. Now, this seemingly frail scholar, Gu Changge, had unveiled a family secret so profound that even she had been unaware of it, merely through a delicate piece of paper. Who exactly was Gu Changge? What other secrets did he hold? Madam, the elderly steward beside you, observing the fluctuating expressions of his young mistress, inquired with concern. Fu Bo. Qin Ruoshang abruptly lifted her head, her phoenix eyes, usually ablaze with combat fervor, now reflecting an unprecedented gravity and determination. Prepare the horses. I must see grandfather at once. That night, in the study of the Duke of Zhenghua, a pivotal hub of military power within the Great Xia dynasty, maps of territories adorned the walls, while the weapon racks displayed the armors and blades wielded by the ancestors of the Qin family throughout the ages. Duke Qinzhan, an elderly general with hair as white as snow, yet standing tall and proud like a pine tree, gently caressed the sword that had accompanied him throughout his life. Upon hearing his granddaughter Qin Ruoshang recount the bewildering contents of Gu Changge's note, the seasoned veteran, who had witnessed the rise and fall of 3 dynasties and was accustomed to life and death, felt a tremor in his hand that gripped the sword hilt for the very first time. He even knows this, a flicker of astonishment and reminiscence, far more intense than Qin Ruoshang's, flashed in Qinzhan's eyes. Grandfather? Seeing her grandfather's uncharacteristic demeanor, Qin Ruoshang felt a burgeoning belief within her heart. After a prolonged silence, the study was enveloped by the desolate sound of the autumn wind outside. Finally, he spoke, his voice hoarse and distant, as if it had drifted through the dusty annals of history for centuries. Ruoshang, do you understand why our Qin family has served as generals for generations, wielding great military power, yet has steadfastly maintained neutrality in the struggles of princes? Because our Qin family is not mere subjects. Rising, Qinzhan approached the expansive territorial map, his eyes momentarily flickering with a complex blend of pride and melancholy. We, the Qin family, are guardians of the tombs. What we protect is not the Zhao clan's empire, but this land and its countless commoners. Gu Changge is correct. Qinzhan's voice grew increasingly somber. Our ancestors were none other than the martial saint, Guan Yun, one of the 3 divine generals under the great ancestor. This dragon-slaying sword, along with the broken army wielded by the crown prince and the stunning swan in Changge's possession, constitutes the last safeguard left by the great ancestor for this realm, a treasure capable of reversing the tides during the downfall of a dynasty. Qin Rushuang was utterly astounded. She felt as though the worldview she had constructed throughout her life was irrevocably shattered in that moment. That Changge, he is not simple. A glint of brilliance flashed in Qin Zhan's eyes. He was certainly more than just a fortunate young prodigy. Behind him must stand a colossal force of which we are entirely unaware. Qin Zhan gazed at his granddaughter, enunciating each word. He himself is a force capable of shaking this world to its core. Grandfather, what about the agreement at Shishan 3 days hence? Go, Qin Zhan replied without hesitation. Not only must we go, but we shall carry the utmost sincerity of our Qin family. He approached an ancient iron chest and retrieved a scroll made from a unique beast skin. What we, the Qin family, have safeguarded for centuries is not merely a sword. It also includes this half of the unparalleled swordsmanship created by the martial Saint Guan Yun, the Qin Long Yinweju. He solemnly handed the scroll to Qin Rushuang, instructing her. Remember, Rushuang, you are not going to make an appointment, nor to engage in combat. You are representing the Qin family to forge a benevolent bond with a future player of the world. Upon receiving the weighty scroll, Rushuang felt the overwhelming aura that had transcended centuries, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. She could no longer comprehend the young man in the azure robe who was her contemporary. That night, Qin Rushuang sat cross-legged in her chamber, placing the dragon heart jade in her palm. A gentle yet powerful energy continuously cleansed her meridians and bones, and under the influence of this celestial treasure, her martial arts bottleneck was shattered with astonishing force. The half-completed azure dragon crescent blade technique began to merge seamlessly with the intent of the dragon-slaying sword in her mind. 3 days later, when she opened her eyes once more, a blade aura, almost visible to the naked eye, flickered and vanished from her phoenix-like gaze. Her cultivation had surged from the pinnacle of body refinement to the coveted realm of meridian opening, a dream for countless martial artists. Chapter 63, The Gathering at West Mountain. Roars of dragons and tigers atop West Mountain. The encampment of the Divine Strategy Army had transformed in just 3 days from a haven for debauchery to one of renewed vigor. The camp gate bore the 3 gilded characters, Divine Strategy Army, inscribed by the Emperor himself, shining brilliantly in the morning sun, exuding unmatched glory. Within the camp, 500 soldiers, under the command of Xiao Changfeng, were engaged in synchronized drills. Their shouts resounded with vitality. Their steps were steady and powerful, emanating an air of ironclad discipline that starkly contrasted with the frightened bandits of 3 days prior. This is the power of glory. When a grand carriage adorned with a ferocious tiger totem, pulled by 4 magnificent northern warhorses from the Duke of the State's residence, appeared at the camp gate, Wei Kuan, once a child king and now a vanguard captain, personally stepped forward to greet it. Clad in pristine black armor, symbolizing his rank as captain, the flamboyant demeanor of his former self had been replaced by a steadiness and competence forged in the crucible of blood and fire. I, Wei Kuan, pay my respects to Miss Qin, he declared, performing a standard military salute to the young lady in red who descended from the carriage, neither servile nor arrogant. Qin Rushuang gazed at Wei Kuan, who seemed to have undergone a transformation, then turned her gaze to the well-disciplined and formidable military camp in the distance. For the first time, a flicker of genuine astonishment crossed her proud phoenix eyes. She could hardly fathom what kind of divine methods could have forged a group of once despised wastrels into a true legion of tigers and wolves in less than a month. The man responsible for this miracle stood quietly at the highest point of the command platform, hands clasped behind his back, as if he had been waiting for some time. Miss Qin, please, Wei Kuan gestured to lead the way. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within her, Qin Rushuang ascended the command platform, a place that had garnered the awe and fervent gazes of countless soldiers of the Divine Strategy Army. You have grown stronger, was the first thing she said upon meeting Changge. At this moment, Qin Rushuang had entered the realm of Meridian Passage, her perception far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. She could distinctly sense that the youth before her, though his aura remained as reclusive as an abyss, harbored beneath his calm exterior a latent force akin to a volcano, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, now even more terrifying than it had been 3 days prior. Mutual recognition. Changge smiled serenely, for he too could perceive the formidable, almost tangible blade and tint emanating from Qin Rushuang. The dragon heart jade essence complements you beautifully. This is the very purpose of my visit today. Qin Rushuang's gaze regained the purity and directness characteristic of a martial artist. Why do you wish to assist me? I am not assisting you, Gu Changge replied, shaking his head, his eyes fixed upon the distant, undulating mountains. I am aiding this land. What do you mean? Miss Qin. Gu Changge turned to meet her gaze directly. Do you believe our conflict is merely a simple clash between martial artists? Do you think the discord between the Crown Prince and I is merely a matter of differing political views? No. This game is far grander than you can imagine. His voice, though not loud, bore an almost prophetic weight, each word striking Qin Rushuang's heart with profound resonance. The specter of the previous dynasty lurked in the shadows, while the ravenous wolves of the north had long coveted this bountiful land. His words struck her like a thunderclap, and Qin Rushuang's eyes widened in disbelief as an indescribable fear surged within her. Moreover, within the halls of power, there were those avaricious traitors conspiring with these wolves, scheming to invite disaster and upend the very order of the world. Gu Changge's voice was deep and resonant, each syllable a hammer against Qin Rushuang's heart. Her breath quickened, her mind conjuring horrific scenarios that might unfold. The world will soon descend into chaos. Gu Changge's words were prophetic, rendering Qin Rushuang's countenance pale. She recalled her grandfather's grave words about the guardians of the tomb from the night before. He had warned that turmoil was imminent. And as a descendant of the Qin family, she bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding this land. How could you possibly know this? Qin Rushuang's voice trembled as she fixed her gaze upon Gu Changge, searching for clues in his expression. I know far more than you can imagine, Gu Changge replied, a flicker of wisdom beyond his years flashing in his eyes. He spoke slowly, as if fully aware of the unfolding events. Anxiety deepened within Qin Rushuang. She was uncertain of the extent of Gu Changge's knowledge or the true nature of his intentions. I have but one question for you, Miss Qin. Gu Changge suddenly interrupted her thoughts, his gaze piercing and unwavering. When chaos truly descends upon this world, will the dragon-slaying blade in your hand become a weapon for treacherous ministers and rebels? Or will it serve as a divine instrument to protect this vast expanse of land and its countless people? This was a question that struck at the heart, and Qin Rushuang felt a jolt of realization within her. She gazed at the young man before her, devoid of the somber demeanor characteristic of politicians, and lacking the oppressive aura of emperors. Instead, he exuded an undeniable resolve and determination. It was as though he bore a heavy sense of mission, one that seemed to encompass the very lives of the world's populace upon his shoulders. After a lengthy silence, she finally spoke, her voice imbued with an unprecedented conviction. The Qin family has been loyal for generations. My sword, Qin Rushuang, shall fight solely for the purpose of protection. Excellent. A satisfied smile finally graced Gu Changge's face as he extended his hand. From this day forth, I welcome you as my ally. Qin Rushuang hesitated for a moment, contemplating the hand he offered, but ultimately reached out to grasp it. The instant their hands intertwined, a strange resonance quietly emerged between the two swords, one a majestic phoenix, the other a dragon-slaying blade. A profound hum, reminiscent of ancient roars from a primordial age, surged forth from the blades, reverberating into the heavens. The entire western mountain encampment was enveloped by this invisible sound wave, causing the 500 elite soldiers of the Shen's army to experience a profound reverence and trepidation that arose from their very bloodlines, compelling them to kneel before the command platform. Meanwhile, within the distant eastern palace of the capital city, in the study of Prince Zhao Wuji, the formidable sword known as the Broken Army, which had always been enshrined on its rack, began to tremble uncontrollably, emitting a mournful wail, as if it sensed the call and suppression from its two brethren. What is happening? Zhao Wuji exclaimed in shock, rising abruptly as he struggled to restrain the legendary weapon that seemed on the verge of breaking free from its sheath. Chapter 64. The Morning of the Broken Army. The legacy of the ancestor in the Eastern Palace. Within the study, the ominous wailing of the Broken Army, filled with rage and bloodlust, continued unabated. As if a ferocious beast, imprisoned for a millennium, was unwillingly roaring in defiance. With all his strength, Prince Zhao Wuji barely managed to force it back onto the sword rack. He could distinctly feel a primal fear emanating from the blade, gnawing at his very spirit. This was an unprecedented occurrence. It must be Gu Changge. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened ominously, his eyes brimming with disbelief and horror. And Qin Rushuang. He was no fool. The only entities capable of eliciting such a fierce reaction from his broken army were the other two divine weapons born from the same origin, Gu Changge and Qin Rushuang. The very thorns in his side he yearned to eradicate had indeed united. Moreover, it appeared that a terrifying transformation had transpired between them, one that he could not fathom. "Come here," Zhao Wuji bellowed toward the door, his voice hoarse. "Go. Investigate at once. Immediately find out what Gu Changge and Qin Rushuang have done today on the Western Mountain." Atop the command platform on the peak of the Western Mountain, the dragon's roar and tiger's howl gradually subsided, yet the invisible pressure generated by the resonance of the two divine blades still loomed over the entire encampment like ominous clouds. The 500 elite soldiers of the Shen's army remained kneeling, resembling statues, their bodies slightly leaning forward, as if paying homage to the overwhelming force that commanded their respect. On the faces of everyone present, there was an unmistakable fervent adoration for their esteemed commander, as though Gu Changge were a deity in their hearts. Standing atop the command platform, Qin Rushuang clutched the trembling dragon-slaying sword, her gaze fixated upon its blade, as if she could perceive an invisible force coursing through it. The resonance between the dragon-slaying sword and the Jinghong sword filled her with an unprecedented awe. A sensation not merely born of the blades quivering, but emanating from a deep-seated stirring within her soul. She stared vacantly at the dragon-slaying sword, its vibrations seemingly engaged in a joyous dialogue with the Jinghong sword, igniting within her a profound curiosity and a desire for exploration. Lifting her gaze, she met Gu Changge's eyes, which had transitioned from pride and martial fervor to an unadulterated thirst for knowledge and discovery. "What exactly is the seal you speak of?" Qin Rushuang's voice wavered, her inquiry appearing to emerge from the depths of her being. Gu Changge regarded her, slowly releasing her hand. With this motion, the peculiar sensation of resonance ebbed away like a retreating tide. "The seal does not reside upon the sword," he stated, his voice calm and resolute, his gaze penetrating like a deep pool, locking onto Qin Rushuang's eyes as he articulated each word deliberately. Qin Rushuang shuddered slightly, taken aback by Gu Changge's revelation. Her eyes remained fixed on him, eager for him to elaborate. "It lies within your bloodline." Gu Changge's voice resonated in the air, imbued with an irresistible force. "What? Miss Qin?" Gu Changge's tone grew distant. "Do you think that the Emperor Taizu bestowing 3 divine weapons was merely to reward his loyal subjects? No. He was orchestrating a monumental scheme that transcended centuries. He sealed the legacies of 3 divine generals within these 3 weapons. Only when the descendants of these generals awaken them through their own bloodlines and the correct cultivation techniques can they be fully revived." Qin Rushuang was utterly stunned. "Then, what about me? Your ancestor, the martial Saint Guan Yun, carries the legacy of the incomplete Qinglong Yinhueju," Gu Changge stated nonchalantly. "You have already embarked on the right path. Yet there remains one final step." He gently tapped the spine of Qin Rushuang's formidable dragon-slaying sword with his finger. A surge of pure energy, imbued with the essence of the Emperor, flowed from his fingertip into the sword. Suddenly, the dragon-slaying sword erupted in an unprecedented brilliance. In that moment, the incomplete Qinglong Yinhueju within Qin Rushuang's mind was instantaneously perfected. An avalanche of profound swordsmanship principles surged into her consciousness like a torrential flood. She envisioned a formidable, red-faced divine general wielding the Qinglong Yinhue blade, practicing an unparalleled sword technique capable of cleaving mountains and rivers high above the heavens. "This is the second gift I present to my ally," Gu Changge remarked lightly as he withdrew his finger. The complete Qinglong Yinhueju. Qin Rushuang closed her eyes, deeply immersing herself in the monumental information flooding her mind, and after a long while, she slowly opened them. In her eyes, there was no trace of confusion. Instead, there resided a clarity and brilliance that came after profound enlightenment. She deeply bowed to Gu Changge, this time with genuine respect. "Gu brother." She addressed him for the first time in this manner, her heart eternally grateful for such immense kindness. "In the future, should there be any need, I would face 1,000 deaths without hesitation. Miss Qin, you are too courteous." Gu Changge accepted her gesture with composure, realizing that from this moment onward, he had firmly grasped the most crucial piece within the Duke of the State's chessboard. However, he swiftly shifted his tone. "I do indeed have a small favor to ask of Miss Qin and the Duke of the State. Please, Gu brother, speak." A meaningful smile graced Gu Changge's face. Hasn't His Highness the Crown Prince been confined by His Majesty in the Eastern Palace? I have heard that within the Eastern Palace lies a genuine masterpiece from the former Murong clan, that Songlong by Moon Tuesday. This painting is exquisite, concealing profound mysteries. I wish to borrow it for a few days of observation. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. Moreover, I am quite curious, among the current princes, aside from the fifth prince who is stationed far at the frontier and seldom returns, and the seventh prince who languishes in sickness, who else would deliberately avoid all others while bathing and changing? Qin Rushuang, with her remarkable intellect, instantly comprehended Gu Changge's intentions. One was to test the crown prince's connection with the remnants of the former dynasty, while the other was to utilize the Duke of the State's neutral forces, which could freely traverse the residences of various princes, to verify the astonishing secret regarding the wolf-tooth birthmark. A smile filled with excitement and determination appeared on her face. I understand. Leave this matter to me. That night, a letter penned by the Duke of the State, along with a challenge to Prince Zhao Wuji under the guise of a request for martial arts sparring, was delivered to the Eastern Palace. Meanwhile, Gu Changge unfolded an extraordinarily detailed internal structure map of the Great Xia Imperial Palace, meticulously crafted by the secret agents of the Tianluo. His gaze ultimately settled upon the Kuan-Ning Palace, a symbol of utmost femininity and maternal authority, which served as the foundation for the current empress, the Zhou clan. Chapter 65. The Test of Loyalty in the Eastern Palace. At the Chongqing Hall, over 100 palace guards armed with long spears surrounded the crown prince's chamber, rendering it impenetrable. This was not protection, but confinement. Prince Zhao Wuji, clad in plain garments, knelt within the Buddhist hall, facing the burning sandalwood incense and the cold statue of Buddha. Yet, on his handsome face, there was no sign of reverence, only a stormy wrath, suppressed to its limits. Loomed ominously. Useless. All of you are worthless. His heart raged with fervent fury. The disastrous defeat at Xishan was akin to a resounding slap that shattered all his pride and confidence. Not only had he lost a substantial number of elite personal soldiers and a significant financial rout, but this was also an overwhelming blow to him. What filled him with despair was the emperor's unabashed disappointment and icy gaze, piercing his heart like a sharpened blade. What a gaze it was! Filled with indifference, skepticism, and disdain, he acutely sensed for the first time the precariousness of his position as the crown prince. Gu Changge. He gritted his teeth and forced out this name, as if it were his greatest nemesis in life. Each syllable resonated with boundless hatred, reverberating through the air. This palace shall ensure you find no place to rest in death. His voice echoed in the temple, laden with uncontainable fury and murderous intent. Just as his rage reached its zenith, a trusted eunuch glided into the temple through a hidden door like a specter. The eunuch moved with grace and swiftness, as if he were intimately familiar with every corner of the sanctum. He knelt on the ground, not daring to lift his head, and spoke in a sharp, hurried tone, "Your Highness, we have discovered something." Upon hearing these words, his eyes brightened suddenly, and his previously taut body relaxed slightly. He fixed his gaze on the eunuch and urgently inquired, "Speak." The eunuch's voice remained thin and rapid. 3 days ago, Qin Rushuang indeed visited the Xishan Shen's camp, and she sparred with Gu Changge for half an hour at the command platform. Sparred? Zhao Wujing scoffed. More likely, they conspired. Furthermore, the eunuch hesitated momentarily, lowering his voice further. According to our informants embedded within the Duke of Jingguo's household, after returning home, Qin Rushuang immediately went to see the Duke. That night, the Duke's study was lit all night long. The following day, the Duke submitted a letter to His Majesty, resigning from his position overseeing the Yuan army, citing his advanced age and waning energy. What? Zhao Wujing whirled around, his eyes ablaze with incredulity. He was no fool. A lightning bolt seemed to flash through his mind, instantly revealing the terrifying implications behind this. The Duke of Jingguo's household, a formidable military force that had maintained a stance of neutrality at court, one even His Majesty feared, had quietly begun to lean towards that young upstart, Gu Changge. How could this be? Zhao Wujing's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. He could not fathom it. He had repeatedly sought favor from that old cur, Qin Zhan, even promising to elevate him to the position of national father-in-law in the future. Yet he had remained unmoved. Why, then, did Gu Changge, that insolent brat, garner the Duke of Jingguo's favor? Why? Zhao Wujing's voice brimmed with confusion and rage as he growled, seemingly intent on venting his pent-up frustration. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he could find no reasonable explanation. He would never suspect that the thread binding all these events was an ancient secret regarding 3 divine weapons. A secret long forgotten by him. This mystery lay hidden in the shadows, known only to a select few. "Your Highness, please temper your anger," the eunuch interjected, sensing the rising tension, "but there is also good news." "Speak." Zhao Wujing glared at the eunuch, his tone brusque, yet secretly hoping this so-called good news might somewhat quell his wrath. "Our people have discovered that Changge seems to be frantically searching for the defector, the Shadow Pavilion assassin, Yi Nishang. Even so, he wielded the power of Tianlu." The eunuch spoke cautiously. "Oh." A glint of amusement flickered in Zhao Wuji's eyes. What business did he have with that wretch? Could it be that he sought to extract something from her? The servant remained oblivious. "Humph." Zhao Wuji let out a cold sneer, the calculating malice inherent to his position reigniting within his gaze. "He wished to search, yet I shall not allow him to find. Send the orders forth." Zhao Wuji's voice turned frigid and cruel, activating our highest-level operatives secretly positioned within the Shadow Pavilion. "Inform them that the pursuit of Yi Nishang is to cease. I require them to target another." The eunuch trembled at the words, incredulous. "Your Highness, do you mean?" A bloodthirsty curve graced Zhao Wuji's lips. "Does Yi Nishang not have a blind sister who is her only kin? It is said she has long been hidden away in a nunnery in the southern part of the city. Changge, you wish to play chess? Very well. I shall first uproot that sharpest piece of his concealed strategy. Meanwhile, at the Jingxi nunnery in the south of the city, the most secluded and desolate of places, a delicate girl of about 14 or 15, clad in faded simple garments with a white cloth blindfold over her eyes, sat quietly beneath a Bodhi tree in the courtyard, listening intently to the whispers of the wind through the leaves. Her face bore a serene beauty, untouched by worldly troubles, resembling an ethereal spirit fallen into the mortal realm. She was the only family Yi Nishang had in this world, her sole concern, her sister, Changge. At that moment, the dilapidated gate of the nunnery was gently pushed open. 2 middle-aged women, dressed in ordinary attire and bearing kind faces, entered carrying a basket of vegetarian dishes. They were members of Tianlu, sent by Changge to protect Changge. "Changge," one of the women smiled, "the weather is lovely today. Shall we take you out for a walk in the sun?" A sweet smile blossomed on Changge's tranquil face as she nodded. "Yes, Mama Li, Mama Wang." However, just as they supported Changge and were about to step out of the nunnery's gate, calamity struck. Dozens of shadowy figures, like phantoms, had silently surrounded the small nunnery. They emanated a chilling aura reminiscent of the deadly atmosphere from the night Black Willow Marsh. The leader, observing the 2 Tianlu members whose expressions had drastically changed, and the trembling blind girl caught in this sudden turn of events, displayed a cruel smile akin to a cat toying with a mouse. He chuckled. "How effortlessly this has come to pass. Tianlu, Changge, it seems your master has neglected to inform you. Behind the mantis lies the hidden cicada." Chapter 66. The hunter behind the cicada outside Jingxi nunnery. A murderous intent enveloped the small, once serene land like an invisible, frigid web. The black-clad assassins from the Shadow Pavilion advanced slowly, like demons crawling from the depths of hell. They reveled in the helpless, desperate terror of their prey in the face of death. "Mama Li, Mama Wang, what is happening?" Changge's once vibrant and bright eyes now gazed vacantly ahead, as if they had lost their focus. Despite her inability to perceive the surrounding scene, she acutely sensed the atmosphere becoming unbearably heavy, the temperature plummeting as if it could freeze one in an instant. The 2 hands gripping her arms trembled slightly, betraying the inner fear and anxiety of their owner. The possessors of these hands were, in fact, 2 members of the Tianluo masquerading as maids. Their faces were as pale as parchment, and beads of sweat glistened on their foreheads. "It's all right, Miss Changge, don't be afraid," one of the Tianluo members said, forcing a calm facade. Yet her voice quivered, revealing her true emotions. Although they were once formidable figures in the martial world, they understood all too well that against the luxurious assembly of silver-ranked assassins dispatched by the Shadow Pavilion, they stood no chance. Their mission was originally to protect Changge, but it now seemed to have transformed into an inevitable funeral procession. The leader of the Shadow Pavilion assassins observed the scene with keen interest, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. His voice, slithering like a viper, sent chills through the air. "Ah, how touching. Unfortunately, None of you three will leave here today, he said coldly, and with a casual wave of his hand, the assassins behind him surged forward like famished tigers, instantly surrounding Changge and the two Tianluo members. At that critical moment, an unexpected voice, reminiscent of a ghost, drifted down from the roof of the dilapidated temple. The voice carried a hint of languor and mockery, as if a freshly awakened observer were commenting on a play in which he had no stake. What great power you possess, Shadow Pavilion. When did it become necessary to deploy an entire silver squad to eliminate an unarmed, blind girl? Who? The leader of the Shadow Pavilion assassins was taken aback. He abruptly looked up to see a mysterious figure clad in black, wearing a grotesque mask, casually perched upon the crumbling roof. The figure lounged effortlessly, one leg dangling in the air, as if he held no regard for the dozen elite assassins before him. Who are you? Dare to meddle in the affairs of the Shadow Pavilion? The leader barked, his bravado belied by the tremor in his voice. Me? The masked figure chuckled lightly. I am merely a passerby, a righteous soul who cannot abide your bullying of the weak. Seeking death. The leader of the assassins wasted no time, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he signaled to the two beside him. Three figures shot forth like arrows released from their bows, hurtling towards the rooftop. Yet, the masked figure did not even rise to his feet. He merely raised his right hand and casually flicked his fingers 3 times toward the 3 advancing foes. Swish, swish, swish. 3 exceedingly slender silver needles surged forth like lightning, so fine that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, yet they tore through the air with a deafening whoosh, as if seeking to rend the very atmosphere. These 3 silver needles moved with astonishing speed, arriving before one could brace for their onslaught. Alas! My eyes! My hands! 3 anguished cries, resounding with despair, echoed simultaneously, as the once invincible assassins of the Shadow Pavilion plummeted from the sky like birds struck mid-flight. One of them, pierced through the eyes, bled profusely, clutching his face in agony as his harrowing screams reverberated in the air. Another, with his tendons severed with precision, let his hands fall helplessly, his expression a portrait of sheer terror. The last, his knees pierced, was gripped by excruciating pain, rendering him incapable of standing, collapsing to the ground in defeat. In a mere instant, with this singular strike, all 3 silver-ranked assassins were rendered incapacitated, stripped of their combat capabilities. This terrifying and almost supernatural skill left all witnesses dumbfounded, particularly the remaining assassins of the Shadow Pavilion, who gasped in horror, their bodies trembling involuntarily, paralyzed by fear and no longer daring to advance a single step. Is he from the Tang sect? The leader of the assassins stammered, his voice quaking with disbelief. The Tang sect? The masked figure scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Such an inconsequential organization dared to be mentioned in the same breath as I. He slowly rose from the rooftop, his eyes, visible through the mask's openings, cold and devoid of emotion. I had merely intended to observe. Unfortunately, you are far too weak. So weak that you have extinguished my interest in continuing to watch. With those words, his figure descended from the rooftop like a fallen leaf. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, a knife, delicate as a cicada's wing and slender as a willow leaf, had appeared in his hand. Meanwhile, in another part of the capital, within the study of the Chungwu residence, Gu Changge sat quietly before a chessboard. A spy from the Tianlu faction knelt on one knee, reporting the events at the Jingxin monastery with utmost urgency. From my observations, the suddenly appearing masked man possesses unfathomable skills, employing bizarre and unparalleled methods with his concealed weapons, distinctly unlike the techniques of our Central Plains martial arts. He appears to harbor no goodwill towards the Shadow Pavilion. Gu Changge placed a white piece on the board, sealing off the last breath of a black dragon. His countenance bore no trace of surprise, as if everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. The mantis, the sparrow, the hunter, he murmured, lifting his teacup and gently blowing away the steam, a faint smile gracing his lips. This game is becoming increasingly intriguing. My lord, Xiao Changfeng interjected. Unable to restrain himself, shall we not make a move? What of Miss Changge? Make a move? Gu Changge shook his head. Why should we? We are not the hunters. He gazed at the board, at the already settled game of death, his voice calm and distant. We are the ones who, when all believe the game is concluded, can personally overturn the entire board. He lifted his head and gazed at the scout, issuing a command that left everyone bewildered. Relay the order. Have all the members of the Tianluo Brotherhood stationed outside the Tranquil Heart Monastery withdraw entirely. clear a wide path for the masked man, allowing him to safely escort Miss Changge away. Xiao Changfeng was taken aback, exclaiming, "My lord, does this not mean sending Miss Changge into another tiger's den?" "A tiger's den?" Gu Changge chuckled. "No, that is not a tiger's den. It is the deepest and most intriguing piece I have laid in this game, both for the crown prince and for ourselves." His gaze then drifted toward the profound night outside the window. Chapter 67. Underflow Confrontation. The kings packed outside the Tranquil Heart Monastery. The scent of blood silently proclaimed that a brief, yet brutal slaughter had concluded. The mysterious figure wearing the demon mask, the fourth Prince Zhao Yu, did not leave immediately after dispatching all the Shadow Pavilion assassins. He stood quietly in place, his eyes, visible through the mask's holes, resembled two bottomless ancient wells, reflecting the cold moonlight, as well as the two Tianluo members who were terrified and trembling yet remained steadfastly protecting the blind girl before them. He was waiting. After a moment, as if confirming something, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. The hidden mice had all scurried away. He could sense that the scouts of the Tianluo organization, originally lurking around the monastery's periphery, were rapidly retreating like a receding tide. This decisiveness and resolution elevated his regard for Gu Changge even further. Quite intriguing, he slowly approached the two Tianluo members. A formidable, almost tangible pressure rendered the two female scouts breathless. "You are Gu Changge's people?" Zhao Yu's voice, altered by the mask, emerged hoarse and low, devoid of any emotion. The two female scouts clenched their teeth, refusing to answer. They had been ordered to guard the secret with their lives. "Very well, you possess some spirit." Zhao Yu seemed unfazed by their silence, his gaze drifting past them to settle on the blind girl, Changge, who trembled in fear. "Your master seems to have made a blunder." Zhao Yu's voice was as chilling as the winter wind, as he effortlessly exposed the vulnerability of his most crucial piece before all eyes. This was not the action of a skilled player. He slowly extended a hand, which trembled slightly in the air, as if hesitating whether to truly touch Changge. Just as his hand was about to make contact, a furious shout erupted. "Do not touch her!" The shout resonated like thunder in the air, causing Zhao Yu's hand to halt abruptly. He slowly turned his head, his gaze falling upon the female scout who had shouted. Her face was flushed with anger, her eyes wide, her entire body trembling with rage. Zhao Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a hint of amusement. "Oh, you are quite bold, young lady," he remarked softly, intrigued by her courage. Subsequently, Zhao Yu retrieved a small, exquisite Qilin jade pendant, meticulously carved from the finest Hetian jade. The pendant radiated a pristine whiteness, exuding a smooth and gentle luster. While the craftsmanship was nothing short of extraordinary, every intricate detail of the Qilin appeared so lifelike that it seemed poised to leap from the pendant at any moment. Zhao Yu held the pendant in his hand, playfully toying with it for a moment before suddenly releasing it. The pendant, as if enchanted, soared directly toward the ground. A soft thud resonated as it struck the earth, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Zhao Yu gazed at the pendant on the floor and spoke with a calm, yet undeniable authority. "Return and convey a message to your master. Inform him that I shall temporarily safeguard this piece." His eyes slowly swept over the female spy before he continued. "If he wishes to reclaim it, he must come seek me personally." After uttering these words, Zhao Yu paused, his tone shifting to one of playful intrigue. Furthermore, he elongated the syllables as if pondering something. "Ask him this as well. When the mantis stalks the cicada, who is the yellow bird lurking behind? And whose yellow bird is this cicada?" As Zhao Yu's words lingered in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The female spy's eyes widened in shock at his declaration. Yet, Zhao Yu offered no further commentary. In an instant, he vanished, appearing like a wraith behind Changge. Before anyone could react, he delivered a swift, precise strike to the back of her neck. The young girl emitted a muffled groan before collapsing softly into unconsciousness. Zhao Yu cradled her delicate form and, with another flicker, disappeared entirely into the boundless night. Throughout it all, he cast not a single glance at the two Tianlu spies, treating them as inconsequential as mere ants. Half an hour later, in the study of the Chungwu Lang residence, the Tianlu's secret agents presented the events that transpired at the Jingxin Monastery, along with the jade pendant inscribed with the royal Qilin motif, to Gu Changge. The atmosphere in the study was thick with tension. Xiao Changfeng's expression had darkened to an extreme. "Captain, this is a provocation, a blatant threat. He has taken Changge hostage to coerce us." His fists were clenched tightly. Gu Changge remained silent, calmly holding the warm jade pendant, gently caressing its surface. There was no anger or panic on his face, only a profound tranquility. Observing his captain's inscrutable demeanor, Xiao Changfeng felt a rising urgency. "Captain, what shall we do now? Should we immediately initiate a citywide search for Changge?" "Unnecessary." Gu Changge finally spoke, placing the pendant delicately on the chessboard, positioned where the general would stand. If he intended to kill or use Changge as leverage, he would not have left any survivors tonight, nor would he have left behind this pendant that could reveal his identity. A glimmer of wisdom shone in Gu Changge's eyes. He is conveying 3 messages to me. First, he is aware of my existence, as well as that of Tianlu. He displayed his muscles before me. Secondly, he took away Changge, a move that appeared to be abduction but was, in truth, an act of protection. He conveyed to me that he could resolve certain troubles I found inconvenient to handle myself. The corners of Gu Changge's mouth curled into a cold, sharp arc as he extended an invitation to me, questioning whether I was worthy to share the same chessboard with him. Xiao Changfeng was enveloped in confusion, yet sensed a certain wisdom in his commander's words. At that moment, the steward arrived to announce, "My lord, there is someone outside claiming to be from the 4th Master's residence, here to pay his respects. He said his master has acquired some new tea and wishes to invite you to Wangjiang Tower tomorrow at noon for a tea tasting." Instantly, all doubts within the study dissipated. Xiao Changfeng regarded Gu Changge with the reverence one might bestow upon a divine being. Realizing that all developments had indeed been anticipated by his commander, Gu Changge smiled as he gazed at the jade pendant on the chessboard, which radiated a gentle glow. As if he could already foresee the 4th prince, whose scheming mind ran as deep as the ocean. "Go," he instructed the steward nonchalantly. "Tell him that Gu will certainly keep the appointment tomorrow. And convey a message for me. His inquiry about the cicada and the yellow bird is one I too am eager to know the answer to. Perhaps we are merely prey to some higher hunter." Chapter 68. At Wangjiang Tower, the Double Dragon Assembly. The following day at noon, Wangjiang Tower, the most renowned tavern in the capital, had its top floor entirely cleared by an unseen hand. No guards nor soldiers were present. Yet, every martial hero or wealthy merchant attempting to ascend to the 3rd floor was politely turned away by a smiling proprietor, whose tone left no room for argument. The 3rd floor was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of the river breeze rustling the banners outside. Gu Changge, clad in a green robe, arrived unaccompanied, even leaving behind his ever-present sword, the Jinghong. He ascended the wooden staircase leading to the top floor with deliberate calmness, each step measured and steady, as if he were merely visiting an old friend rather than attending a banquet that could determine life or death. At the top floor, by the window, sat a young man dressed in simple attire, his handsome features marred by a hint of pallor. Before him was an exquisite purple clay tea set, the fire gently warming, releasing a fragrant aroma. Hearing the footsteps, he slowly looked up, and his calm, deep-set eyes met Gu Changge's profound gaze in a moment of silent confrontation. No sparks flew. No murderous intent lingered. Only a mutual examination, as if they were rivals across time and space. "Please, take a seat," the 4th prince Zhao Yu gestured with a hand, his voice as tranquil and gentle as his demeanor. Gu Changge seated himself with poise. Zhao Yu, smiling elegantly, lifted the teapot and poured the clear, verdant, fragrant Longjing tea into a cup, as if performing a solemn ritual. As the hot water flowed in, the tea's aroma wafted through the air, refreshing the spirit. Zhao Yu gently placed the filled teacup before Gu Changge, smiling as he remarked, "Brother Gu, you possess remarkable courage." His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with a subtle admiration. Gu Changge returned the smile, meeting Zhao Yu's gaze without a hint of trepidation, softly responding, "Your Highness, you flatter me." Zhao Yu's smile slightly waned, his tone taking on a more serious note. "To attend the meeting alone, unafraid of the 300 swordsmen I have lurking within this tower?" His gaze was piercing, as if he sought to penetrate Gu Changge's exterior and glimpse the true thoughts beneath. Gu Changge lifted the teacup, gently blowing away the steam, then took a leisurely sip. The tea, fragrant and lingering, delighted his palate. He set the cup down and spoke slowly. "If your Highness merely wished to take my life, you could have acted last night at the Quietude Monastery." His voice was calm and resolute, devoid of fear. Zhao Yu paused for a moment in silence before nodding. "Neither of us is a fool." A flicker of recognition flashed in his eyes, clearly indicating his agreement with Gu Changge's assertion. Gu Changge smiled gently and continued, This meeting today is for the enjoyment of tea, not for bloodshed. His words were succinct, yet conveyed an air of confidence and composure. Zhao Yu, upon hearing this, felt an increase in admiration, exclaiming, "What a fine sentiment, indeed." A hint of nostalgia colored his tone, as he evidently held Gu Changge's insight and demeanor in high regard. The two exchanged smiles, allowing silence to envelop them as they savored the fragrant brew in their cups. For a moment, the room was filled solely with the aroma of tea, the atmosphere serene and harmonious. The river breeze wafted through the window, stirring their garments, while below, the bustling world continued unabated. Above, however, two young men capable of altering the tides of destiny engaged in a silent game of wits. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Yu finally broke the stillness. "Brother Gu, that yellow sparrow is well, thanks to your highness's assistance." Gu Changge set down his teacup, pondering the true cost of such aid. Without hesitation, he redirected the conversation to the crux of the matter, fully aware of the value of time and the necessity for both to avoid circumlocution. "Cost." Zhao Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Brother Gu, you are being too formal. Our objectives align, so why discuss any cost?" "Oh." Gu Changge appeared somewhat taken aback by Zhao Yu's response, watching him with keen interest. Eager for him to elaborate, Zhao Yu's tone remained placid, as if discussing trivial matters rather than life and death stakes. "My so-called elder brother, brutish and immensely foolish, has long been eliminated from the fray," Zhao Yu remarked dismissively. "And my esteemed elder brother, the crown prince, outwardly virtuous yet inwardly petty and vengeful, poses a grave threat. Should he ascend to the throne, it would spell disaster for the nation, the people, and for both you and me." Zhao Yu's words, though brief, were laden with significance, candidly exposing the true nature of the crown prince while unequivocally asserting his own stance and resolve. Therefore, he must step down, Zhao Yu finally declared. And this simple statement was his first gesture of sincerity. His Highness saw through it clearly. Gu Changge remained noncommittal. However, the crown prince is the foundation of the nation. He is supported by the empress, the Zhou clan, and the intricately woven power of the Eastern Palace that has been cultivated for 2 decades. To oust him is no simple task. The challenge only adds to the intrigue, does it not? A flicker of fervor flashed in Zhao Yu's eyes. "Brother Gu, let us join forces." He finally voiced the ultimate purpose of this endeavor. "You will take the forefront, utilizing your divine strategy army and your esteemed favor to attract all the crown princess firepower. I will operate from the shadows, using my influence to remove those obstacles you cannot personally eliminate. Together, we shall orchestrate a powerful alliance. It is but a matter of time before the tides of the capital turn." Gu Changge's lips curled slightly, a smile that was neither fully formed nor devoid of warmth. As he regarded the man before him, the face that had once exuded sincerity now appeared somewhat rigid under his scrutiny. "Your Highness speaks truly." Gu Changge's voice was deep and magnetic as he spoke slowly. However, as he shifted the conversation, his gaze sharpened like a knife, piercing directly into Zhao Yu as though he could discern his innermost thoughts. Yet, there remained an issue that perplexed Gu, though his tone remained calm. The pressure it conveyed was undeniable. "Your Highness repeatedly claims we are brothers. Yet why do I constantly sense an essence reminiscent of the crown prince emanating from you?" Gu Changge paused, seemingly weighing his words. Then a faint hint of derision graced his lips. "What of the wolfish scent?" This phrase struck the air like thunder, causing the atmosphere atop Wangjiang Tower to solidify instantly. Zhao Yu's handsome, pale visage lost all trace of warmth and tranquility in that moment, replaced by an icy chill that seemed capable of freezing the very soul. He slowly set down his teacup, and within the silence, the tea had inexplicably formed a thin layer of frost. Chapter 69. The grasp of a stunning beauty, the world at my feet. Wolfish scent. Zhao Yu repeated those 3 words softly, his exquisite features now devoid of color, leaving only a chilling cold akin to an ancient glacier. A slight smile crept onto his lips, yet it was no ordinary smile. It was a disquieting grin that sent shivers down one's spine. It was the expression of a hunter whose proud disguise had been discerned and ruthlessly torn apart by a clever prey, revealing a blend of embarrassment and cruelty. His voice, low and tinged with mockery, whispered, "Gu Changge, oh, Gu Changge," as if savoring the name while ridiculing his audacity. Then, he rose slowly, every movement exuding grace and composure. In that moment, a terrifying aura, colder than the harshest winter wind, surged forth from him like a torrent. A chilling aura swiftly enveloped the entire third floor of the Wangjiang Tower, transforming the once warm air into a bone-chilling cold. One could almost sense the temperature plummeting dramatically, as if one were ensconced in a frozen wasteland. Even more astonishingly, the tea on the table visibly crystallized into ice at an alarming rate. This spectacle was utterly unfathomable, far beyond the comprehension of ordinary martial arts. It was evident that what he wielded was not mundane martial prowess, but rather a bizarre and almost demonic form of power. This remarkable force not only unleashed such terrifying cold, but also exerted a tremendous influence on the surrounding environment, leaving one utterly astounded. It appeared that, on this day, I cannot allow you to escape. Zhao Yu's voice turned hoarse and somber, devoid of its previous gentleness. It was a pity that such an astute individual would hasten towards his own demise. Changge remained seated with an air of calm, even taking a leisurely sip from the cup of tea that had turned icy and piercing. Does your highness truly believe you can slay me? There was not a trace of fear on his face, but rather a hint of gentle pity. Beneath the Wangjiang Tower, I have already laid an intricate trap. At my command, you shall find it impossible to flee. A murderous glint flickered in Zhao Yu's eyes. Is that so? Changge chuckled softly. He slowly withdrew an object from his bosom and gently placed it on the table. It was neither a divine weapon nor a lethal poison, but rather a small, seemingly ordinary wolf's fang, crafted from an unknown beast's bone. At the sight of this wolf's fang, all of Zhao Yu's icy demeanor and confidence crumbled in an instant, replaced by unprecedented shock and disbelief. How could you possess this? His voice trembled uncontrollably for the first time. This fang was the highest emblem of the Songlong sect, a sacred artifact used exclusively for the most confidential exchanges between the high priest and the young master. Why do I have it? A devilish smile crossed Changge's face. It was, of course, entrusted to me by your devoted high priest himself. Boom. Zhao Yu's mind went blank. The high priest betrayed him. Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. The high priest had watched him grow, was his most trusted uncle, the spiritual leader of the entire Murong clan's restoration effort. How could he possibly betray him? I know you find this hard to believe. Changge seemed to penetrate his thoughts. He rose slowly and approached Zhao Yu, whispering a chilling phrase, audible only to the two of them, one that would shatter every ounce of Zhao Yu's reason. Do you truly think your good father, the emperor, knows nothing? Do you believe your so-called infiltration is truly seamless? You are merely a false hope left for those uncles from the previous dynasty by His Majesty himself. A bait, one that lures them willingly from the shadows to their demise. The corners of Changge's mouth curled into a subtle arc, for he was the fisherman personally appointed by His Majesty to cast the net. Zhao Yu's body suddenly swayed, stumbling backward 2 steps before collapsing onto the chair. The prideful heart that fancied itself capable of calculating the hearts of the world was utterly shattered by Changge's words, which were indistinguishable between truth and deceit, yet struck at the very core of his being. He had lost. In this psychological contest that had yet to commence, he was utterly defeated. Changge retrieved the wolf tooth and resumed his position, as if the confrontation that could overturn a prince's mind had nothing to do with him. He poured himself another cup of tea. Now, Your Highness, may we discuss our collaboration in a different manner? Zhao Yu gazed blankly at the youth before him, who seemed to possess dominion over all. After a long pause, he slowly raised his head from the depths of shock and despair, his hoarse voice articulating the question he most yearned to ask. What do you intend to do with that girl, Qing? Changge smiled. She is a splendid piece on the chessboard, one that can sow discord between you and the crown prince, as well as between you and those old fellows behind you. However, I have a flaw. His gaze drifted to the flowing river outside, the sound becoming somewhat languid. I do not fancy using women and children as sacrifices on my chessboard. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to your residence to bring her back. Of course, whether she lives or dies rests entirely upon your highness's will. As his words fell, Changge drained his cup of tea, then rose without looking back as he made his way toward the staircase, leaving Zhao Yu sitting there in a daze, staring at the now completely frozen cup of tea, at a loss for words. Just as Changge's figure was about to vanish at the stairway, Zhao Yu's hoarse voice drifted from behind him. Changge. Changge halted but did not turn. Your conditions. The corners of Changge's mouth slowly lifted. He uttered not a word but extended a finger, lightly beckoning toward the empty staircase. Clang. A clear sound of a sword's resonance rang out. An ancient long sword, as if endowed with life, transformed into a silver beam of light soaring skyward, swiftly returning to land steadily in his grasp. It was the Jinghong, with the long sword in hand. An unparalleled confidence surged within him, as if he could trample upon the very heavens and the earth. He still did not turn back, leaving behind a declaration imbued with boundless dominance and arrogance. My conditions are simple. I desire 99 parts of this world. The remaining one, you may divide among yourselves. Chapter 70. All within the chessboard are pawns. On the Wangjiang Tower, Gu Changge's proclamation, I desire 99 parts of this world, resonated like a thunderclap, shattering the air and lingering in the atmosphere long after. However, when individuals regained their senses, they discovered that his figure had vanished like a specter at the end of the staircase, leaving behind an eerie silence. The fourth prince, Zhao Yu, sat alone by the frozen tea table, as if bereft of his very soul. His gaze was hollow and vacant, staring blankly in the direction where Gu Changge had departed, seemingly still entrapped in the shock of the moment. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Yu appeared to snap back to reality, slowly extending his trembling hand to grasp the wolf-tooth token that Gu Changge had deliberately left behind. Upon touching the token, an insidious chill coursed through his body, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Father's fisherman, Zhao Yu murmured, his voice steeped in bewilderment and confusion. He clutched the wolf-tooth tightly, as if he could sense the last vestige of warmth left by Gu Changge. As he whispered the name of the high priest in betrayal, Zhao Yu's voice dwindled to a near inaudible whisper, repeatedly digesting the phrases that had the power to obliterate his entire worldview. While waves of anguish and despair surged within him, he was unwilling to accept this reality. He could not fathom that his father was merely a fisherman, nor could he come to terms with the high priest's treachery. Yet, the penetrating gaze of Gu Changge, seemingly capable of discerning all truths, along with the sacred artifact that should have belonged solely to him and the high priest, compelled him to believe. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, splattering across his handsome yet pallid face, a shocking sight indeed. His once proud heart, which had believed itself to be the master of all, was violently shaken by Gu Changge's mere words. Gu Changge, Zhao Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. For the first time, a flame ignited within his typically tranquil eyes, a conflation of fear, resentment, and a tinge of morbid excitement. You are formidable, truly formidable. I shall play this game to the end with you. He did not ponder how Gu Changge had come by such knowledge. For when a person's power becomes overwhelming enough to crush all your perceptions, seeking the source becomes futile. What remained for him was but a singular purpose: to survive. Moreover, in this new game orchestrated by Gu Changge, he aimed to secure the utmost advantage for himself and for the so-called Murong clan behind him. In a hoarse voice, he issued the most arduous command of his life to the empty corner: relay this order. Have the high priest sever all connections with the Beifeng Trading Company, temporarily. Additionally, he paused, a flicker of struggle flashing in his eyes, yet it ultimately crystallized into a cold resolve. Tomorrow, return that girl safely to the Chengwu residence. The following morning, an unmarked carriage halted at the back entrance of the Chengwu residence. As the steward cautiously lifted the carriage curtain, all eyes converged on the interior. There, nestled in the soft brocade blanket, lay the blind maiden Changge, who had been missing for an entire night, appearing like a slumbering fairy. Her breathing was steady and deep, as if the events of the night had wrought no disturbance upon her. Even more astonishingly, Changge had donned a brand new, plain-colored dress, evidently prepared for her by someone with care. The simplicity of the gown complemented her pale complexion, rendering her all the more ethereal and exquisite. This news spread through the estate like wildfire, swiftly reaching Yichangsheng, who had been anxiously awaiting her sister's return throughout the night. Upon hearing that her sister was safe and sound, Yichangsheng felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. Without hesitation, she dashed to the backyard, eager to verify her sister's condition with her own eyes. As she burst into the yard and beheld her sister, still slumbering yet unscathed, an indescribable surge of emotion flooded Yichangsheng's heart. This formidable specter, known for her merciless deeds in the underworld of the Daxia dynasty, now resembled an ordinary sister. Tears cascading from her eyes like a torrent unleashed from a dam, Yichangsheng slowly approached Changge's bedside, gently caressing her sister's face, savoring her warmth and breath. Once she confirmed that her sister was truly unharmed, Yichangsheng turned towards the study, where the lights had remained aglow throughout the night, and knelt without hesitation. Her knees struck the cold floor with a resonant thud. Then, She bowed 3 times with fervor, each bow imbued with the depth of her gratitude and reverence for the man who had once again saved both her and her sister. Changge understood that it was this man who had preserved their lives. From that moment onward, her life, her soul, and even the dagger in her hand, which could instill fear in the hearts of many, would wholly belong to Changge. Inside the study, Changge had not slept a wink throughout the night. He waited for the final response from the fourth prince, Zhao Yu. Changge's safe return was the most reassuring answer he could receive. Your Highness, Xiao Changfeng stood behind him, his face a mask of awe and confusion. The fourth prince has yielded? He has not yielded, Changge replied slowly, stretching his limbs. He is merely cutting his losses. A wise gambler, upon realizing that his hand has been seen through by his opponent, makes the most prudent choice to fold and exit, awaiting the next round. And I have provided him with a reason to remain at the table. Changge walked to the window and opened it, allowing the cool morning light to grace his face. Send the order down. Have Tianlu anonymously deliver a copy of the account ledger concerning the Beifeng Trading Company and the Zhua clan to Lord Chun, the Minister of Dali. Also, send a copy to the Duke of Jinghua. Remember to erase all traces directly related to the Crown Prince. Xiao Changfeng was taken aback. Your Highness, does this mean we are sparing the Crown Prince? Sparing him? Changge smiled, his expression appearing somewhat frigid in the morning light. No, I simply wish to witness a more captivating performance. He turned to gaze at Xiao Changfeng, his eyes glinting with a terrifying light, as if he could manipulate the entire world at his whim. If His Majesty were to witness his own queen conspiring with remnants of the previous dynasty to smuggle military provisions with ulterior motives, and if the loyal and patriotic general of the state were to see the dynasty he has devoted his life to defending being eroded from within to such a degree, while the recently confined crown prince manages to absolve himself from this affair, one might ponder whether this game of chess would become even more intriguing. Xiao Changfeng felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head. He realized that his superior was not merely intent on toppling a single prince. Rather, he aimed to upheave the entire decayed court of the great Xia dynasty, and subsequently, establish a new order with his own hands. At that moment, a panicked scout from the Divine Strategy army burst through the door, kneeling on one knee with an urgent and grave tone. Report, Commander. There has been an incident in the Eastern Palace. His Highness the Crown Prince suffered a stroke unexpectedly in the Buddhist hall last night. Chapter 71. Undercurrents in the capital. The reckoning begins in the 43rd year of the Tianqi reign of the great Xia dynasty. Autumn descends. The capital is rife with foreboding whispers, and dark currents swirl, following the eruption of the Western Mountain private salt scandal. With Crown Prince Zhao Wuji confined to the Eastern Palace and news of his unexpected stroke circulating, the entire officialdom of the capital feels as though it is being singed by an invisible fire, leaving people in a state of trepidation. The once bustling Eastern Palace, filled with guests, now stands desolate, its doors as silent as a tomb. In the Hall of Golden Chimes, the seats of the Crown Prince's faction have been vacated, leaving alarming voids that silently herald the collapse of the old order. No one knows who the puppeteer of this grand spectacle is. As dawn breaks, the first rays of sunlight pierce the horizon. In his study, Minister Chun, renowned for his integrity, sits with a furrowed brow and a pallid visage. On his desk lies a memorial wrapped in ordinary oil paper, an anonymous intelligence report delivered in secrecy. The messenger was a ragged beggar who merely stated he was entrusted to deliver it, then vanished into the night without leaving a trace. Minister Chen cautiously unfurls the oil paper. The report is not made of paper, but rather a piece of finely woven silk. Written in a script he has never seen before, imbued with an ancient charm, it conveys shocking information. The Beifeng Trading Company, the prominent Zhua family in the capital, colluding with the northern barbarian tribes, engaging in treachery. For years, under the guise of fur trade, they have secretly sold military supplies in short supply, and even worse, smuggled the finest armaments of the great Xia to the northern front, bolstering the enemy. A portion of the profits has been used to expand the Zhua family's estate, while another part has covertly flowed through the accounts of the Beifeng Trading Company into the hands of the northern barbarian Tianlang tribe, financing their military preparations for an impending southern invasion. Moreover, the Beifeng Trading Company is in clandestine communication with the remnants of the former Morong clan, plotting to overthrow the great Xia dynasty. Each word strikes like thunder, reverberating painfully in Minister Chen's heart. Treason. And it involves none other than the maternal clan of the current empress, the Zhou family. More shocking than one could imagine. This matter is intricately linked to the remnants of the long-extinct former dynasty, the Wolf Guards. This is no mere act of corruption. It is a heinous crime that undermines the very foundation of the nation, an act of treason and rebellion. Lord Chun felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, his hand clutching the silken fabric, trembling slightly. After decades of service, he had never encountered such audacious and subversive crimes. However, the confidential report did not merely accuse. It meticulously detailed several secret accounts of the Northern Wind Trading Company, identified key intermediaries, including several core figures from the Zhou clan, and even listed military leaders responsible for arms smuggling along the northern borders. Each entry was articulated with such clarity, as if the mastermind had witnessed it firsthand. Who could this be? Lord Chun rose abruptly, pacing back and forth in his study, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The origins of this report were shrouded in mystery, yet its content was so comprehensive that it could not possibly be mere hearsay. Involving the Queen's maternal clan, this case was far beyond what a mere minister of justice could handle lightly. Yet, should the contents of this report prove true, to turn a blind eye would mean dereliction of duty. It would be treason. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. His rise to the position of Minister of Justice was not solely due to his integrity, but also his unwavering loyalty to the laws of the Great Xia. Carefully stowing away the silken fabric, he summoned his trusted aide. "Go, prepare the horses," Lord Chun commanded in a low voice. "I must enter the palace at once to meet His Majesty." Meanwhile, at the Duke of the State's residence in the capital, in the backyard's training ground, Duke Qingzhan, an old general with hair as white as snow, yet still standing tall like a pine, wielded a silver spear, exuding an aura of vigor. His spear techniques were bold and dynamic, infused with the iron-blooded spirit of a seasoned warrior. Though he had surpassed his 60th year, each move still emanated a heart-stopping might. Grandfather, Qin Ruoshang, clad in fiery red training attire, rushed over breathlessly. In her hand, she clutched an anonymous report, unearthed by the old steward from a hollow in an ancient locust tree at the entrance of the estate. The report was wrapped in a thin, rain-soaked paper. Yet the contents were clearly legible. The Zhou clan of the Northern Wind Trading Company colluding with northern barbarians to supply arms to the Wolf Guards. Duke Qingzhan's spear abruptly halted, his brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. As he perused the report, a shadow of gloom descended upon his resolute face, and an unprecedented fury ignited in his eyes. "Scoundrel! Absurdity!" Qingzhan forcefully hurled the silver spear to the ground, producing a resounding clang that shook the entire training ground. Having dedicated his life to defending the northern borders of the Great Xia for decades, he was acutely aware of the ferocity and threat posed by the northern barbarians. He understood all too well what a deranged existence the so-called remnants of the former dynasty, the Wolf Guards, represented. Now, someone had dared to lure these ravenous wolves into the heart of the Great Xia, and in collusion with the current queen's maternal clan. What audacity! What madness! Ruoshang, who delivered this report? Qingzhan inquired in a grave tone. "I do not know." Qin Ruoshang shook her head. "Grandfather, I am concerned that this secret report may be connected to the mysteries of the 3 swords we previously investigated, as well as the Wolf Guards." A flicker of understanding flashed in Qingzhan's eyes. How astute he was, instantly recalling Gu Changge's warning about the specters of the past lurking in the shadows. This young man is indeed unfathomable. Qingzhan couldn't help but regard Gu Changge with even greater respect, clutching the secret report tightly in his hand. His weathered face was etched with determination. "Ruoshang, we must enter the palace at once to face the emperor." He understood that this matter had crossed the threshold of his limits as an elder general. He could not remain passive. Meanwhile, at the Chungwu Lang residence, in the study, Gu Changge sat quietly before a chessboard, a black stone held delicately between his slender fingers. His gaze was calm yet profound, as if he could see through all the intricate strategies of the world. Beside him, Yi Nishang stood silently in a black garment, resembling a specter. In her hand, she held a map crafted from a special material, clearly marking all the secret strongholds and networks associated with the North Wind Trading Company within and beyond the capital. "My lord, as per your instructions, the anonymous reports have been delivered to the Minister of Justice and the Duke of Jinghua." Yi Nishang's voice was cool and devoid of emotion. Gu Changge placed the black stone on the board, trapping a white dragon in checkmate. He said nothing further, merely lifting his teacup and gently blowing away the steam, a flicker of tactical composure in his eyes. Xiao Changfeng, beside him, rubbed his hands together in excitement. Commander, your foresight is truly remarkable. The Zhou family's influence in the capital is deeply entrenched. Confronting them head-on would indeed require substantial effort. Your strategy of using a borrowed knife is truly ingenious. What borrowed knife? Gu Changge replied with a faint smile. I am merely exposing the evils that already exist to the light of day. He turned to Yi Nishang, inquiring, are the subsequent pieces of evidence prepared? Yes, my lord. Yi Nishang responded, her tone still cold. All detailed accounts of the Zhou family's collusion with the North Wind Trading Company, lists of smuggled arms, secret rendezvous locations, and evidence of interactions between key figures of the Zhou family and the Wolf Guards have been meticulously gathered by Tian Luo and are ready to be presented to the court at any time. Excellent. Gu Changge nodded in satisfaction. Remember, the evidence we provide must be precise and lethal. Moreover, it must be irrefutable, with no room for imperfection. Most importantly, all clues must point directly to the Zhou family, severing any ties to Crown Prince Zhao Wuji. Xiao Changfeng appeared perplexed. Commander, the Crown Prince has suffered a stroke and is under house arrest. The Zhou family is his maternal clan. How can we disentangle this matter? It is not about disentangling, but rather providing him with an opportunity to do so. A cold mockery flickered in Gu Changge's eyes. A chance for him to sever familial ties for the greater good. What I seek is not the Crown Prince's life. He set down his teacup, his gaze distant as he looked towards the palace. What I desire is His Majesty's utter disappointment in him. At that moment, the sound of hurried hoofbeats echoed outside the Chengwu Lang residence. Not long after, a chief eunuch from the inner court proclaimed the imperial edict outside the residence. By the emperor's command, he urgently summoned Minister Chun of the Supreme Court, Lord Qin of the state, and the commander Gu Changge of the Divine Strategy Army, ordering them to enter the palace at once to meet the emperor in the imperial study. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge's lips slowly curled into a cold, disdainful smile. The grand performance was about to commence. He rose deliberately, adjusting his attire, his eyes now devoid of warmth, replaced by a sharp, bloodthirsty glint akin to a blade. Go, he instructed Xiao Changfeng and Yi Nikang with a detached tone, urging the Divine Strategy Army and the Heavenly Net to be on high alert. For the capital was likely to be unsettled in the days to come. He understood that when the shocking evidence implicating the Empress's maternal family, the northern tribes, and the remnants of the former dynasty was laid before the Emperor of Tianqi, this sovereign would undoubtedly erupt with fury. The downfall of the Zhou clan would thus be irrevocably sealed at that moment. Chapter 72, The Night Before the Storm. The struggle of the Zhou clan in the Golden Luan Hall, within the imperial study. As Minister Chun of the Supreme Court and Lord Qinzhan presented two identical, yet anonymously sourced secret reports before the emperor. The once majestic visage of the Emperor of Tianqi turned ashen. How astute he was. How iron-fisted. Words such as Beifeng Trading Company, Zhou clan, Northern Barbarian Tribes, Wolf Guards, military grain corruption, and arms smuggling struck like poisoned daggers to his heart. The mention of the Wolf Guards, in particular, struck at the very core of his imperial authority. Scoundrels! Wretched scum! The emperor slammed his palm onto the imperial table, the force causing the ink and brushes to leap. How could the great Xia be corroded from within by these vermin? He hurled the secret reports onto the table, the fury in his eyes as palpable as fire, nearly incinerating the kneeling ministers Chun and Qin. Minister Chun, Minister Qin. The emperor's voice resonated with an unassailable authority. I command you both to conduct a thorough and secret investigation at once. Mobilize all available personnel from the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Justice, and the Duke of State's residence. Dig to the roots of this malignant tumor. Yes, Your Majesty, we shall risk our lives to fulfill your command. Both ministers bowed deeply. Gu Changge stood calmly to the side, his expression serene. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes, as though he were listening to an old case that bore no relevance to him. Yet, his mind raced with urgency. He knew this was merely the prelude to the storm. The Yewa clan would never remain passive. As Gu Changge had anticipated, within half a day, the entire Zhou family sensed the ominous air. In the capital, spies from the Supreme Court and the Duke of State's residence began to appear frequently around the Zhou clan's enterprises, money houses, and even the residences of key figures, conducting both overt and covert investigations. Despite everyone employing various excuses and pretexts to mask their inner turmoil, the suffocating atmosphere, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest, enveloped every member of the Zhou family, rendering them like startled birds. The head of the Zhou family, Zhu Yan, although past his 60s, retained a vigorous spirit, showing little trace of age's passage upon him. At this moment, he sat solemnly in the council chamber of the Zhou family, his already somber countenance now shrouded in a layer of ominous clouds, instilling a sense of dread. "Master, we are in grave trouble." Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps accompanied by panicked cries shattered the silence of the chamber. An elder responsible for managing the trade caravans of the Zhou clan burst into the room, his face as pale as a ghost, cold sweat beading on his forehead. With faltering steps, he reported to Zhuo Yan an astonishing piece of news. The secret accounts we had established at the Northern Wind Trading Company seemed to have been tampered with last night. The elder's voice was laced with fear and anxiety. Although the records had not been taken, the confidential documents pertaining to transactions with the North had been distinctly marked. What? Upon hearing this, Zhuo Yan sprang from his seat as if struck by lightning, his eyes widening in horror. This revelation was undoubtedly a severe blow to the Zhou family, for those records not only pertained to their commercial interests, but could also implicate hidden secrets and powers. Clearly, someone had plunged a dagger into their very heart. Can we ascertain who is responsible? The other elder, who managed the Zhou family's connections in the capital, anxiously remarked, "Master, this morning, Lord Li, the Minister of Justice, secretly summoned our people and revealed that someone in the capital is investigating our dealings with the North. It seems the Emperor has also caught wind of this." Zhu Yan's complexion turned a deep shade of ashen. He understood that this was no mere investigation. Someone was after their lives. His thoughts turned to the Crown Prince, their ally and beacon of hope. Yet, the Crown Prince was currently incapacitated and unable to protect himself. A glimmer of sinister determination flickered in Zhuo Yan's weary eyes. The Zhou family had thrived in the capital for centuries. They could not sit idly by. "Gather everyone," Zhuo Yan bellowed. "Utilize all our connections in the capital. Immediately instruct our affiliates in the court to jointly petition, citing insufficient military provisions and the growing strength of the northern tribes, requesting the emperor to thoroughly investigate the circulation of all military supplies in the capital. Let us muddy the waters." Simultaneously, he ordered covert measures to uncover who was behind this treachery. He intended to shift the blame onto others, even to retaliate and pin the crime on other prominent families in the capital who controlled military supplies. He was determined to counterattack. Meanwhile, in the Changge residence, Changge sat in his study, savoring freshly brewed tea. "My lord, the Zhou family has indeed taken the bait." Yi Nishang's voice rang out coldly. "They have begun to stir their old factions in the court, attempting to redirect blame towards the Minister of Revenue." Upon hearing this, a knowing smile spread across Changge's face. "The fish has taken the bait. Splendid." He set down his teacup. "Now, it is time to devise a strategy to neutralize their counterattack. Yi Nishang, at your service. Dispatch a message to Tianlu. Immediately send an anonymous report to the Minister of Revenue's residence. The narrative is straightforward. The Zhou clan colludes with the northern barbarians, attempting to manipulate military provisions, intending to implicate the Ministry of Revenue. They provide several ambiguous clues, prompting an investigation and vigilance." A flicker of doubt crossed Yi Nishang's eyes. "My lord, wouldn't it be more prudent to present irrefutable evidence against the Zhou clan?" "No," Changge replied, shaking his head, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. "If we deliver conclusive proof directly, the Minister of Revenue will only express gratitude, yet remain unperturbed. What we seek is for them to engage in mutual destruction with the Zhou clan. Only when they perceive a genuine threat will they truly confront the Zhou clan with relentless fervor." Simultaneously, a confidential letter was dispatched to Lord Lu Cheng. Changge paused, a smile gracing his face that made Yi Nishang's heart race. He conveyed that after the Crown Prince suffered a stroke, he had secretly summoned the head of the Zhou clan, Zhu Yan, demanding a substantial tribute from them. Yi Nishang's heart skipped a beat as realization dawned upon her. He aimed to sow discord between the Zhou clan and the Crown Prince, persuading Zhu Yan to believe that the prince, in a critical moment, not only withheld assistance but actively sought to undermine him. "My lord, splendid!" Xiao Changfeng exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. This scheme of sowing discord strikes at the heart, ensuring a complete rift between the Zhou clan and the prince. Changge remained silent, gazing out at the darkening sky. This night in the capital was destined to be one of unrest. The Zhou clan's counterattack resembled a desperate struggle. They believed they had muddied the waters. unaware that the currents had already been redirected by Changge toward themselves. Chapter 73. The Heavenly Net. Evidence abounds in the capital at the Zhuo residence. Zhuo Yin paced anxiously in his study. A night had passed, and his plans to stir the waters at court had not only failed, but had seemingly vanished without a trace. What further unsettled him was that those he had sent to contact the Crown Prince's confidants had met with closed doors. It appeared that the Eastern Palace was also keeping its distance from the Zhuo clan. A sense of despair, akin to abandonment, quietly crept into Zhuo Yan's heart. At that moment, a dark guard from the Zhuo residence rushed in, panic-stricken. "Master, this is dire. The Jingzhou prefecture has secretly summoned several merchants closely associated with our Zhuo clan. Even our Northern Wind trading house, long shrouded in secrecy in the northern part of the city, has been surrounded by the officials of the Dali Temple." "What?" Zhuo Yan recoiled as if struck by lightning, collapsing into the Grand Master's chair. This was no mere investigation. It was a net closing in. Who is behind this treachery?" Zhuo Yan roared, recalling the anonymous report and Changge's penetrating gaze from that day. Could it truly be Changge? A 16-year-old youth possessing such formidable influence to corner the Zhuo clan into this dire predicament? The Zhuo clan, established for a century in the capital, had deep roots and a vast network throughout the court and beyond. What humiliation have I ever endured? No, I, the Zhuo family, shall not sit idly by. A glimmer of madness flashed in Zhuo Yan's eyes. "Relay my orders. Immediately seek aid from Her Majesty the Empress. Deploy all our deadly warriors. Even if it leads to mutual destruction, we must create chaos for those investigating us. They must not be allowed to obtain the core evidence of our crimes." However, his commands were destined to be nothing more than a desperate struggle. In the Imperial Palace, within the study, the atmosphere was so tense it was nearly suffocating. The Emperor of the Tianqi era sat upon the dragon throne, his countenance as dark as a stormy sea. Before him lay piles upon piles of incriminating evidence gathered overnight by Minister Chun of the Dali Temple, Duke Qinzhan, and their respective subordinates through secret interrogations and searches. There were copies of secret ledgers from the North Wind Trading Company, clearly documenting substantial financial transactions with the northern barbarian tribes and certain mysterious forces marked with wolf insignias. Several core members of the Zhuo family had confessed, under severe torture, detailing how the family had concealed arms smuggling and provided intelligence to the northern tribes under the guise of fur trading. Moreover, several letters exchanged between the head of the Zhuo family and certain leaders of the northern barbarian tribes were unearthed from a clandestine stronghold in the capital, each word a testament to treason. Each case was fortified with irrefutable evidence. The Emperor's chest heaved violently. He had never imagined that his Empress's maternal clan, the one he held closest, would commit such heinous acts of betrayal against the great Xia right under his nose. "Your Majesty." Minister Chun trembled as he presented the final and most damning piece of evidence, sent anonymously by the Tianluo organization. It was a meticulously carved miniature sand table made of exquisite jade, on which red lines clearly delineated several secret delivery points of the North Wind Trading Company along the borders, as well as locations in the capital where the Zhuo family clandestinely met with the wolf guards. Most alarmingly, the sand table also bore small wolf insignias marking several strongholds within the capital that were covertly protected by the Zhuo family. "This model was crafted overnight based on the latest intelligence we gathered," Minister Chen stated, unable to lift his gaze, aware of the horrifying truth the model concealed. The Emperor abruptly rose from the dragon throne, striding towards the sand table, his profound eyes fixated on the clearly marked wolf insignias. These were the conclusive evidences of the Tianluo organization. Under Changge's command, Yi Nishang dispatched all the elite forces of Tianluo. They infiltrated the most secret corners of the Zhuo family, uncovering every piece of evidence. She even personally risked herself, penetrating several of the Zhuo family's hidden strongholds to obtain direct evidence, codes, and some operational plans known only to the core members of the Wolf Guards. We dare to speculate that the Zhuo family is not merely in league with the enemy. They seem to be covertly supporting the remnants of the former Morone clan. The Wolf Guards. The purpose, it seems, was to incite fear, as Lord Chen stammered, his body trembling, unable to continue. Yet, the Emperor of the Tianqi had already grasped the implication. Yes, treason. The Emperor's voice emerged through clenched teeth, each syllable imbued with boundless fury and lethal intent. He slowly turned, his wrathful gaze sweeping over the ministers and military officials kneeling before him, ultimately resting upon Changge. Changge remained composed, hands at his sides, his expression serene. In his eyes, there was no hint of seeking credit, only a profound loathing for the malignant tumor that plagued the nation. Changge. The emperor's voice bore a hint of complex emotion. I ask you, how did you come to know of these astonishing secrets, which even I was unaware of? He understood that the origins of this evidence could not have been gathered in such a short span by the Dali Temple or the Duke of the State. There must be a more concealed and formidable force at play behind this. Changge raised his head, meeting the emperor's piercing gaze, and respectfully replied, Your Majesty, I am but a mere warrior. Aside from honing my martial skills, I often indulge in the study of historical records from previous dynasties. I once stumbled upon a passage in a Longband chronicle that mentioned the Songlong sect. This chronicle recounted that at the fall of the Morong clan, a portion of their core bloodline had fled to the northern territories, carrying with them the secretive Songlong worshipping diagram and wolf-tooth insignia, merging with the barbarian tribes. They have since lurked in the shadows, plotting a restoration under the guise of the Songlong sect. Changge paused, his voice growing steadier and more authoritative. I, lacking in merit, merely discovered some clues by chance, linking the unusual activities of the Zhou family with the Northern Wind Trading Company to the accounts of the Songlong sect. Therefore, I took the liberty of anonymously reporting my findings to the Dali Temple and the Duke of the State, without any intention of concealment. This statement, a blend of truth and fabrication, cleverly attributed the identity of the Wolf Guards to an unverifiable banned text, perfectly justifying the source of his information. Simultaneously, it portrayed his actions as those of a loyal and patriotic warrior acting inadvertently. The emperor scrutinized him for an extended moment. He recognized that Changge must be withholding something. Yet the evidence presented by Changge was as solid as iron, undeniable. Furthermore, Changge's unintentional act conveniently eliminated the toxic presence of the crown prince and exposed the Zhou family, a parasite of the state. Regardless of his motivations, his achievements were invaluable. The emperor gradually settled back onto the dragon throne, his gaze sweeping across the kneeling empress and the terrified members of the Zhou clan. A glimmer of resolute coldness flashing in his eyes. The Zhou family, their hearts are deserving of execution, their crimes warranting punishment. Convey my decree. The emperor's voice thundered, resonating throughout the imperial study. Let Lord Chun of the Dali Temple, in conjunction with Lord Qin of the Duke of the State, immediately apprehend all members of the Zhou family connected with the Northern Wind Trading Company and their collusion with the northern barbarian tribes. Conduct rigorous interrogations, showing no leniency. All Zhou family members in official positions shall be dismissed and investigated. All assets of the Zhou family shall be confiscated and transferred to the national treasury. As for the empress, the Tianqi emperor paused, his gaze settling upon the emaciated visage of the empress, whose eyes were devoid of life, pale as parchment. The decree was pronounced. The empress, Lady Zhou, was to be deposed, demoted to the status of a lowly concubine, and confined to the cold palace for the rest of her days, never to leave the palace again. With each edict issued by the Tianqi emperor, the Zhou clan, a towering tree, deeply rooted in the capital for centuries, collapsed in a thunderous downfall. In the Golden Throne Hall, within the imperial study, a stifling atmosphere enveloped the room, heavy with the emperor's seething wrath. The Zhou clan, once a formidable presence in the capital, was uprooted in a mere quarter of an hour by the emperor's hand. The empress, daughter of the Zhou family and revered for decades, now appeared ghostly pale, her eyes vacant, resembling a marionette deprived of its soul. Her once graceful hands, well cared for, trembled uncontrollably, betraying her profound fear and despair. Your Majesty, I am guilty. I have failed to discipline my maternal family, and I deserve 1,000 deaths. The empress suddenly regained her senses, struggling to rise from the cold floor to kneel before the Tianqi emperor's dragon throne. Her normally dignified countenance was marred by tears, her hair disheveled, stripped of any semblance of regal authority. I beseech your Majesty for mercy. I implore you to show clemency. The Zhou clan has been loyal for generations, misled by treacherous individuals, momentarily bewitched. Clutching at the edge of the emperor's dragon robe, her voice was laced with endless pleas and a quavering sob. In her mind echoed the words of Zhou Yin, the head of her family, in his final moments. Your Majesty, the hope of the Zhou clan rests upon you. Standing aside, Changge observed the scene with a cold, detached demeanor, feeling no sympathy for the empress's disheveled state. For in her previous life, when the Gu family perished in flames, it was the empress, Lady Joie, who was one of the architects behind that tragedy. To her, the Gu family was merely an obstacle to the prince's ascension. Yet now, the tides had turned. Her maternal family was publicly exposed for treasonous acts of collusion with the enemy, ultimately becoming a discarded pawn. This was a manifestation of the backlash of power. A cyclical retribution, justice served without fail. The Tianqi emperor regarded the kneeling empress, desperately pleading at his feet, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet his mind was besieged by irrefutable evidence. He recalled the Joie clan's treachery in colluding with the northern barbarians for arms, the chilling wolf-head insignia on the sand table, each symbolizing their betrayal of him and the entire Xia dynasty. And this empress, who had turned a blind eye to these crimes, had even offered them protection, aiding their nefarious deeds. As these thoughts surged, an uncontrollable fury erupted within the Tianqi emperor. The Joie family, loyal for generations? His voice was icy, devoid of any warmth. A loyal family would conspire with barbarians and betray the military secrets of Xia? A loyal family would secretly finance remnants of a fallen dynasty, intent on overthrowing my realm? Empress. The Emperor of the Apocalypse abruptly rose, forcefully shaking off the Empress's hand, his eyes ablaze with fury. You are my Empress, the mother of the realm. Yet you indulge your maternal clan, committing heinous acts of treason and rebellion. What face do you have to speak of loyalty? He continued. If you truly cared for the great Xia, you would have acted with righteousness and severed ties with your kin, rather than beg for their mercy here. The Empress, cast aside by the Emperor, tumbled to the ground, her body trembling like a leaf in the wind, as if it might be torn apart by a tempest at any moment. She stared wide-eyed with terror at the man before her, the Emperor, realizing that he harbored murderous intent. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my guilt. I am willing to die in penance. I implore you, spare the innocent members of the Joie clan. Her voice quavered with sorrow as she wept, tears cascading down her cheeks, soaking her opulent gown. However, the Emperor remained unmoved, his gaze as cold as the stars. Piercing directly at the Empress, he approached her slowly, towering over her, and in that lofty posture, the Empress felt as insignificant as a lowly insect. In consideration of your decades of service and the fact that the Crown Prince is your flesh and blood. His voice was devoid of warmth, chilling in its indifference. For a fleeting moment, a glimmer of hope ignited in the Empress's despairing eyes. She believed she might yet have a chance. Yet the Emperor's subsequent words were akin to a sharp blade, ruthlessly shattering her last illusion. You are no longer worthy to be my Empress, nor to enjoy the honor of the Joie clan. His words struck her heart like a hammer. You are hereby deposed from your position, demoted to the status of a lowly concubine, confined to the cold palace, never to step beyond its doors for the rest of your life. This final pronouncement extinguished all hope for the Empress. As for the Joie clan, those guilty of crimes will be punished according to the laws of Great Xia. The innocent will be exiled 1,000 miles, barred from entering the capital for generations. I, the sovereign, speak without jest. My decree is unchangeable. The Empress's body stiffened suddenly. She stood frozen, like a statue, gazing at the Emperor's face, which was cold to the extreme, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The last flicker of hope in her eyes was abruptly snuffed out, like a candle extinguished in the wind. Such despair was more cruel than death itself, for it allowed her to live while stripping her of all hope and freedom. She would be forever trapped within the depths of the palace, akin to a caged bird, unable to soar, merely witnessing her maternal clan being annihilated by the Emperor's own hand. And yet, she was powerless to intervene, unable to utter even a plea for mercy. Her throat felt constricted by an invisible hand, rendering her voiceless. Your Majesty, how ruthless you are! The Empress's lips trembled as she managed to utter those few words. The voice, akin to leaves drifting in the wind, was ethereal, imbued with boundless despair and resentment. Yet, the Emperor of the Apocalypse seemed impervious to her animosity. His expression remained devoid of any tumult, perpetually cold and unyielding. He slowly turned away, presenting his back to the Queen, as if she were merely an inconsequential presence. Then, in a tone marked by indifference, he instructed the Grand Eunuch beside him, take the consort Liang to the cold palace. The Grand Eunuch immediately bowed and responded, yes, Your Majesty. He then gestured for several elderly palace maids to approach, preparing to escort the Queen away. like a marionette. The queen was gently supported by two elderly maids as she slowly departed from the study. Her silhouette was desolate and disheveled, stripped of any remnants of her former grandeur and pride. Changge observed the figure gradually disappearing beyond the threshold, a flicker of barely perceptible coldness flashing in her eyes. This was merely the beginning. When Crown Prince Zhao Wuji learned that his maternal clan had been uprooted and his mother deposed and imprisoned, the despair and madness, suppressed to the utmost degree, would erupt in a cataclysmic explosion. And that, indeed, was the spectacle he awaited. Chapter 75. The Crown Prince's Self-Preservation. Justice against Qin in the East Palace, at the Changge Hall, the once resplendent edifice was now shrouded in a suffocating silence. Crown Prince Zhao Wuji, clad in simple garments, sat slumped within the Buddhist hall, his eyes tightly shut. The sandalwood incense before him had long since extinguished, leaving only wisps of smoke that languidly spiraled in the air. He had not suffered a stroke. It was merely a clumsy ruse to numb the emperor and evade the repercussions of the Western Mountain Salt scandal. Yet, all efforts had proven futile. His maternal clan, the Zhou family, had been eradicated. His mother had been deposed and confined. Within the capital and beyond, all associated with the Zhou clan were being secretly monitored by spies from the Court of Judicial Review in the Duke of Zhengguo's estate, awaiting reckoning. He, Zhao Wuji, the illustrious crown prince of the Great Xia, found himself manipulated by a mere 16-year-old boy right beneath his own gaze, ultimately failing to protect his maternal lineage. Why? Zhao Wuji suddenly opened his eyes wide, the narrow, phoenix-like eyes now bloodshot and frenzied. He could not fathom why his father could be so heartless, why the power he had cultivated within the East Palace was so fragile, and why that Changge was so unfathomable. His trusted informant, sent to gather intelligence, was already so terrified that he lay prostrate on the ground, scarcely daring to breathe. Your Highness, the Court of Judicial Review and the Duke of Zhengguo's men have begun to take action against all members of the Zhou clan. A cruel smile crept across Zhao Wuji's lips, a smile that betrayed an endless chill and despair. His gaze remained fixed on the unfolding scene, his heart brimming with wrath towards his father and helplessness regarding his own fate. Once the favored scion of the Great Xia, the crown prince who had garnered much attention, he now found himself a forsaken pawn, ruthlessly abandoned by his father. However, just as he felt utterly despondent, teetering on the brink of despair, a figure abruptly flashed in his mind. It was Changge, the youth who had repeatedly driven him to the brink but had never fully extinguished his existence. The name Changge lingered in Zhao Wuji's mind, causing his body to involuntarily shudder. He suddenly realized that perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope amidst the turmoil. The young man who had once conveyed false information regarding the crown prince's demands of the Zhou family through Lu Qing now appeared strikingly clear to him. Zhao Wuji experienced an epiphany. All of this was a trap set by Changge. This was Changge's final path of survival for him. A path that would force him to sever all ties and affections with his maternal clan. A path that compelled him to plead for the emperor's last shred of compassion under the guise of righteous indignation against his own kin. How ruthless! How heart-wrenching! Changge did not wish for his demise. Rather, he sought to render his existence more torturous than death itself. To have him bear the eternal infamy of having condemned his maternal family to ruin before the eyes of the world. Zhao Wuji felt a wave of bitterness rise in his throat, a surge of metallic fluid flooding upwards. Overwhelmed by an intense wave of nausea, he could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. The crimson liquid shot forth like an arrow, splattering onto the ground, forming a shocking pool of scarlet. His chest felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, the excruciating pain rendering him nearly breathless. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief and fury. He was consumed by hatred. Hatred for Changge's meticulous scheming, hatred for the emperor's heartlessness, and most of all, hatred for being driven to such a desperate state. Yet, in the wake of this overwhelming rage, an icy clarity settled within Zhao Wuji's heart. He understood that he had no other recourse. He must survive. Only by surviving could he witness with his own eyes the downfall of that insufferable Changge, as he plunged into the abyss of eternal suffering. Come here. Zhao Wuji's voice was hoarse and deep, yet carried a chilling resolve. Prepare the writing tools. I shall compose a memorial. He intended to draft a document that would render him reviled by all, yet reveal his righteousness to the emperor. Half an hour passed, time slipping away like a fleeting shadow. The imperial study was enveloped in silence. interrupted only by the occasional rustling of memorials by Emperor Tianqi, whose presence made the tranquil atmosphere even more pronounced. At this moment, the chief eunuch, Wang Gonggong, approached the emperor with cautious, mincing steps, bowing deeply. He held a memorial tightly in his hands, as if fearing it might vanish. "Your Majesty, this is the memorial presented by His Highness the Crown Prince." Wang Gonggong's voice trembled, imbued with reverence and trepidation. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tianqi slowly raised his gaze, his eyes resembling still waters, devoid of any ripples. He cast a cursory glance at the memorial in Wang Gonggong's hands, and the familiar handwriting immediately caught his attention. It was unmistakably that of Crown Prince Zhao Wuji. The first line of the memorial struck like thunder, reverberating in Emperor Tianqi's heart. "Your son Zhao Wuji sorrowfully denounces the Zhou family, whose crimes are heinous and deserving of punishment." A faint glimmer of amusement flickered across the emperor's otherwise placid visage. He lifted the corners of his mouth, gazing at the memorial with a semblance of a smile, as if he were observing a curious trinket. After a moment, the Emperor of Tianqi gradually extended his hand to retrieve the memorial. His movements were graceful and unhurried, as if this document, which could potentially incite a tumult, were merely an ordinary object. In the emperor's grasp, the memorial appeared somewhat insubstantial, yet the weight it bore was sufficient to reverberate throughout the entire court. In the memorial, Zhao Wujing expressed his profound sorrow in a tone drenched in anguish, vehemently denouncing the Zhou clan for their avarice, their betrayal of the great Xia, and their collusion with the northern barbarian tribes. He even self-reproachfully admitted his own negligence and earnestly implored the emperor to enact justice by eliminating Qin and thoroughly investigating the Zhou family. At the conclusion of the memorial, he voluntarily requested permission to descend into the prison and personally oversee the interrogation of the core members of the Zhou clan. An image of a loyal minister and filial son, devoted to the nation and the people, emerged vividly on the page. After perusing the memorial, the emperor remained silent, gently setting it aside. His expression retained its calm demeanor, revealing no trace of joy or anger. However, Changge could distinctly perceive a subtle, yet palpable disappointment and disdain emanating from the emperor. The emperor let out a scornful laugh. "Justice against Qin?" He slowly raised his head, directing his gaze toward the distant East Palace. "Zhao Wujing, do you think I am unaware that your actions are driven by a desire for survival? Do you believe you are endeavoring to preserve the already fractured heart of the Crown Prince?" The emperor chose not to speak further. Yet, his gaze had already pronounced the ultimate fate of Crown Prince Zhao Wujing. He had irrevocably lost the emperor's trust. Changge stood at attention beside him, a flicker of profound coldness flashing in his eyes. He had succeeded. The once brilliant pawn, Crown Prince Zhao Wujing, had now become a forsaken piece on the chessboard, completely abandoned by the sovereign. Chapter 76. The Fall of the Zhou clan and the Reshuffling of Power in the 43rd year of the Tianqi era of the Great Xia dynasty. Deep autumn had settled in. A biting cold wind swept through the capital city. This wind carried no floral fragrance, nor the essence of spring. Instead, it bore the scent of blood, the weight of despair, and a chilling finality heralding the collapse of an old order. It coursed through the streets and alleys, spreading the grim tidings of the Zhou clan like a plague, swiftly infiltrating every corner of the capital. Following Crown Prince Zhao Wujing's presentation of that blood-soaked memorial advocating justice against Qin, the Emperor of Tianqi no longer hesitated. His discerning dragon eyes had long seen through the Crown Prince's clumsy survival instinct and hypocritical facade. The wrath of the sovereign was akin to thunder. With the utmost swiftness and cruelty, he initiated the final reckoning against the Zhou clan. The Jingzhou Prefecture, the Ministry of Justice, the Dali Temple, and the three departments convened with relentless efficiency, leaving no room for mercy. Changge, as a general of the Shen's army, was tasked with assisting the three departments, responsible for establishing a perimeter to prevent any remnants of the Zhou clan from resorting to desperate measures that could incite chaos. This was not merely a matter of assistance. It was yet another opportunity bestowed upon Changge by the emperor to assert his authority. The warriors of the Sun Tzu army, clad in dark, exquisite armor, unsheathed their weapons, glimmering with a cold light. No longer the inept scions who once struggled to remain mounted. They had been meticulously trained by Changge into a formidable force, resolute and unwavering as iron. They formed an impenetrable barrier around the Zhou family estate and all enterprises associated with the Zhou clan, effectively sealing off any avenue of escape. Every attempt at rebellion or flight was mercilessly quelled. Outside the Zhuo residence, a sea of onlookers gathered, their anticipation mingled with trepidation. They watched as the once mighty members of the Zhuo family were dragged out like dead dogs, bound and humiliated from their ornate abode. The garments they once wore with pride were now soiled with mud and blood. The cries for mercy, desperate curses, and wails of despair converged into a cacophony that reverberated throughout the capital. No one dared to plead on their behalf, for the heinous charges of treason, collusion with enemies, and support of the remnants of the fallen dynasty were damning enough to obliterate any family in an instant. Within 3 days, the political tempest engulfing the Zhuo family descended with unprecedented swiftness. In the Great Li Temple's public tribunal, Zhu Yan, the once astute patriarch, now appeared gaunt and hollow-eyed. He, along with the core members of the Zhuo family and those implicated in colluding with the North Wind Trading Company, engaged in arms smuggling and treason, were all condemned to immediate execution. On the day of the execution, the citizens of the capital surged forth, encircling the execution grounds. When the blade flashed and heads fell, a thunderous cheer erupted, echoing like a tsunami. In that moment, the hearts of the people found solace. The severed heads were hung high at the capital's Wu Gate, displayed for 3 days and nights as a grim warning. The gruesome spectacle instilled fear in the hearts of all who harbored nefarious intentions. All officials of the Zhuo clan, regardless of rank, were dismissed and investigated, permanently barred from service. Their official robes were stripped away and their medals removed. The power and glory they once held dissolved into nothingness. All assets of the Zhuo clan, including vast tracts of fertile land on the outskirts of the capital, numerous shops within the city, banks scattered across the realm, and a century's worth of accumulated treasures, were seized and deposited into the state treasury. The immense wealth left even the Minister of Revenue gasping in astonishment, expressing admiration for the king's fiscal rectitude, which significantly enriched the treasury and was deemed a fortune for the great Xia. As for the Zhuo family members who were only tangentially involved, yet could not fully extricate themselves from the scandal, they were sentenced to exile, banished for 1,000 miles. Forever barred from returning to the capital, they would bear the ignominy of traitors, struggling to survive in desolate lands. The former splendor and opulence faded into the ether. The Zhuo clan, once a towering tree with deep roots and flourishing branches in the capital, was uprooted under the iron grip of Emperor Tianqi. Entirely erased from the annals of the great Xia dynasty, its downfall served as a clarion call, resonating within every noble family. Meanwhile, the once revered empress, who had graced the realm, was reduced to the status of a cold consort after her dethronement, confined to a secluded palace, utterly cut off from the world. Outside her chamber, the emperor's decree commanded the relentless vigilance of the Xiantai guards, who stood watch without faltering. No one knew whether she could persist in her despairing confinement, clinging to life, or if she would quietly wither away amidst her boundless resentment. Her fall from grace marked the tragic denouement of the Zhuo clan. Within the capital, the political arena lay shrouded in an eerie silence. All officials, caught in the tempest, recognized the emperor's iron will and merciless nature. They also discerned the terrifying machinations of Changge, the unseen puppeteer orchestrating it all. Whispers began to circulate about this scholarly swordsman. When he chose to reveal his brilliance, it was nothing short of astonishing, his intellect surpassing that of the most seasoned courtiers. The collapse of the Zhuo clan left an enormous void in the power dynamics of the capital. This void was silently filled by Changge and the 7th prince, Zhao Chun. Several neutral officials, who had aligned correctly during the Zhuo incident and thus garnered the emperor's favor, along with those previously suppressed by the crown prince and the Zhuo clan, began to discreetly engage with Zhao Chun. They perceived in him, guided skillfully by Changge, a display of benevolence and wisdom, alongside the formidable presence of Changge himself, who commanded great military might and unparalleled cunning. The contest for the new heir had commenced, with the 7th prince undoubtedly emerging as the most favored and promising candidate. Many began to wager secretly, hoping to secure a place for themselves and their families amidst this reshuffling of power. As the commander of the Divine Strategy Army, Changge's reputation reached its zenith. Yet, he remained humble, diligently attending to his duties in the imperial study, managing military affairs with a demeanor of modesty and respect. Nonetheless, his repressed brilliance made all discerning individuals wary of him. In the imperial study, Emperor Tianqi listened calmly as the chief steward, Wang Gonggong, reported on the progress of the Zhuo clan's reckoning within the capital. His expression betrayed no emotion, as if all unfolded precisely as he had foreseen. Your Majesty, the Zhuo case has been entirely resolved. Their assets have been confiscated, and the culprits have met their demise. There is no longer any influence of the Zhuo clan within or beyond the capital, Wang Gonggong declared, bowing with utmost respect. Emperor Tianqi replied nonchalantly. His gaze fell upon a document before him, an updated report concerning the Divine Strategy Army. This report meticulously detailed the ironclad discipline exhibited by the army during the reckoning of the Zhuo clan, as well as Gu Changge's unwavering command and meticulous execution. The rapid ascent of the Divine Strategy Army filled Emperor Tianqi with genuine satisfaction. Gu Changge, he murmured, the name rolling off his tongue, his deep-set eyes glimmering with growing appreciation and contentment. He knew he had not erred in his judgment. This youth resembled the stunning sword in his hand, sharp and restrained, yet capable of shattering all obstacles. He would serve as the most potent weapon in his arsenal, destined to eradicate all decay and darkness within the capital. Gu Changge represented not merely a general's estate, but a burgeoning force capable of altering the very fate of the great Xia dynasty. Chapter 77. The Crown Prince's Remnants. The final struggle. The East Palace, Changlu Hall. Once resplendent with golden splendor, the grand hall now resembles a desolate ruin, as if ravaged by an invisible inferno, exuding an aura of death and desolation. The palace maids and eunuchs, like frostbitten eggplants, bowed their heads in silence, scarcely daring to make a sound. Their footsteps were softened to a whisper, fearful that a mere misstep might awaken the prince within, who lay coiled like a slumbering beast. At that moment, Prince Zhao Wuji sat alone in the hall, his countenance dark as if clouds were gathering, threatening to unleash a deluge. The news of the Zhuo family's eradication and his mother's deposition and confinement struck him like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, shattering his world into fragments. He could not fathom why, in his quest to uphold the dignity of the imperial family and secure his position as heir, he had submitted that treacherous edict against his kin. He believed that such an act would reveal his loyalty and resolve to his majesty, perhaps earning him a modicum of leniency. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. Rather than garnering pity from the emperor, the decree had rendered him a pariah, the target of scorn from courtiers and disdain from the populace. Their contempt surged like a relentless tide, engulfing him completely. Zhao Wuji, who once basked in unbridled glory as the crown prince of the Xia dynasty, now found himself in a pitiful state, subjected to universal derision and contempt, a reality he could scarcely bear. Gu Changge, a hoarse roar erupted from the depths of the hall, akin to the mournful wail of a wounded beast. Zhao Wuji's eyes flew open, his elongated phoenix eyes bloodshot and frenzied. His handsome visage twisted grotesquely, marred by profound hatred and despair. Though he had not suffered a literal stroke, his condition surpassed that of any genuine stroke victim, manifesting a pathological distortion of the spirit. His heart brimmed with unquenchable fury and resentment, these dark emotions surging within him like a tumultuous flood, inflicting tremendous agony upon both body and soul. He gritted his teeth and vowed vengeance. He would ensure that Gu Changge, the very demon who had thrust him into an abyss of despair, would pay a price 100-fold more harrowing than his own suffering. He would not relent until Gu Changge faced the dire consequences of his actions. Yet, Zhao Wuji was not devoid of means to retaliate. Despite appearing utterly disheveled, he still possessed a final trump card, a hidden power yet to be unleashed. This force could very well be his last lifeline, the key to his counterattack. Come forth. Zhao Wuji's voice rang out in a fierce cry, imbued with a chilling resolve. His command reverberated through the air like thunder, causing all who heard it to tremble. Go. Summon all my emissaries from outside the palace at once. There must be no delay. Zhao Wuji's tone was exceptionally severe, leaving no room for negotiation. He then issued an even more crucial command, to immediately activate the Songlong secret order. This decree was evidently his final trump card, a clandestine weapon he had concealed for a long time. The trusted eunuchs outside the palace trembled at his words. Your Highness, the Songlong secret order is of immense significance. It is the last resort you prepared for settling scores after ascending the throne. Once activated, there will be no turning back. An elderly eunuch knelt on the ground, his voice quivering as he earnestly advised against it. A retreat. Zhao Wuji scoffed coldly, his eyes filled with a desperate madness. Is there still a retreat for me? Look at my current state. What more do I have to lose? Go. Immediately execute it. I want Changge, that wretched boy, to pay a bloody price. I want the entire capital to accompany me to the grave. Realizing the crown prince had made up his mind, the elderly eunuch could no longer persuade him, and could only bow deeply, trembling as he acquiesced. As you command, Your Highness. Soon, several secret doors in the East Palace opened quietly. Shadowy figures, like phantoms, merged into the night, carrying the crown prince's final frenzied orders towards the capital and beyond. In the Changge residence, Changge stood by the window of his study, gazing towards the distant East Palace. His eyes, profound as an abyss, seemed to pierce through the heavy palace walls, perceiving the crown prince Zhao Wuji, who was on the brink of collapse and madness. The fish has finally jumped, he murmured softly, a cold smile gracing his lips. Beside him, Yi Nishang stood silently in black attire. My lord, the Zhou clan has been completely eradicated. Their influence within and beyond the capital has been utterly obliterated. She reported in a crisp, cool tone. Changge replied nonchalantly. What movements does the crown prince make? A flicker of caution crossed Yi Nishang's eyes. Though the crown prince is under house arrest, he has operated for years and still possesses some deeply hidden agents and assassins in the capital. They may take desperate measures to incite chaos, even targeting you and the seventh prince. It matters not. Changge shook his head, a glimmer of strategic brilliance shining in his eyes. They will create chaos, but it will not unfold as they desire. Relay orders to the Shin's army to be on high alert, but do not take action without command. Instruct the Tianlu to monitor all unusual movements within and outside the capital, especially those forces that previously had clandestine dealings with the East Palace and the hidden agents of local warlords. Changge slowly approached the map of the capital, his finger gently resting upon a seemingly tranquil yet tumultuous area. The crown prince's final struggle would be fierce. He would unleash all the nefarious forces at his disposal, employing the most primal and bloody means in an attempt to disrupt the capital, even stirring up a storm of bloodshed. Did he believe that creating chaos would spare his life? A cruel smile curled at the corners of Changge's mouth. Unfortunately, he was unaware that this capital was no longer a stagnant pool he could disturb. This capital had become my chessboard. Turning to Yi Nishang, he declared, I have a top-secret mission for you. In the dim light, Yi Nishang's eyes sparkled with determination as she knelt on one knee. I am at your service, my lord. Go. Changge's voice resonated, cold yet clear. Investigate the most clandestine stronghold of the crown prince, hidden beyond the capital. This stronghold is known as Heilongtai, home to the Black Dragon Guards, a secret force painstakingly cultivated by the crown prince. This is his final and most formidable trump card. I want you to act before the crown prince activates the Songlong's secret order and prepares to unleash the Black Dragon Guards into the capital to sow chaos. The heavenly net must act swifter. Disclose the movements and detailed intelligence of the Black Dragon Guards to the Duke of State. Remember, you must make the Duke believe this is intelligence obtained solely through their own efforts. A tremor coursed through Yi Nishang's body as she instantly grasped Changge's intent. He sought to wield the Duke of State's sharpest blade to sever the crown prince's last support. I shall obey, she responded solemnly, her figure merging with the shadows of the night as she silently vanished from the study. Changge returned to the map, tracing a route leading to a secluded valley south of the capital. Heilongtai, the crown prince Zhao Wuji's once brilliant pawn, was destined to meet its end there. Chapter 78. The Gu clan's reckoning and the reshuffling of the court. In the study of the Chungwu Lang mansion, Changge sat in the main seat, his demeanor serene. Opposite him sat the seventh prince Zhao Chun, whose slender visage betrayed a newfound brilliance in his eyes. Lu Cheng, the minister of rights, stood respectfully with hands clasped, having willingly become a pawn in Changge's game. Your Highness, although the crown prince is under house arrest, his influence within the 6 ministries remains deeply entrenched. Zhao Chun spoke gravely, especially with Wang De, the minister of personnel, Sun Wu, the deputy minister of war, and Zhang Biao, the chief of Jingzhou, all being his most trusted confidants. As long as they are alive, the remnants of the Eastern Palace will never be completely eradicated. To eliminate them would be a misguided strategy. Changge spoke calmly, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Oh, Zhao Chun inquired, puzzled. Killing them would merely provoke backlash and raise suspicions in His Majesty's mind regarding our intentions. What we desire is for them to willingly reveal themselves. A cold smile graced Gu Changge's lips as he turned his gaze to Lu Cheng. Minister Lu, you have dealt with these former officials of the Eastern Palace for many years. You know their weaknesses best. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng immediately bowed. In response to your command, I have compiled all their illicit activities, including bribery, nepotism, and oppression of the common people, and presented them to His Highness the Seventh Prince. These incriminating evidences are sufficient to ruin their reputations and lead them to imprisonment. Not enough, Gu Changge shook his head. These are merely evidences of wrongdoing, not their vulnerabilities. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. What people fear most is not death, but a fate worse than death, betrayal and abandonment by all. He turned to Lu Cheng, his tone laced with persuasion. Minister Lu, do you recall the private army known as the Black Dragon Guards under the Crown Prince? Lu Cheng's body trembled violently, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Of course, he remembered. That was the Crown Prince's ultimate trump card, the most profound of secrets. On this day, during the morning court session, Gu Changge's voice floated through the air, light as a whisper yet imbued with an unsettling chill. Minister Lu, there is something you must do. When His Majesty mentions the defenses of the capital, you must casually divulge hints regarding the clandestine movements of the Black Dragon Guard outside the city. Remember, the clues should be vague, resembling mere hearsay, yet sufficiently alarming to awaken His Majesty's vigilance. Then Gu Changge's gaze swept over Zhao Chun. Your Highness, you must seize this opportunity to proactively request His Majesty to investigate this matter thoroughly and enlist the cooperation of the Divine Strategy Army. Zhao Chun and Lu Cheng grasped the gravity of the situation. They were to wield the Emperor's own sword to eliminate the Crown Prince's final military strength. Even more insidious was the fact that Lu Cheng's inadvertent revelation would lead the Crown Prince to suspect that a betrayal lay within his own ranks. A silent power struggle began to unfold quietly in the capital. The following day, in the Golden Luan Hall, the atmosphere during the morning court was suffocatingly tense. As expected, the day's discussions revolved around the defenses of the capital. Minister Lu Cheng, after reporting on the Ministry of Rights, seemingly offhandedly remarked, Your Majesty, I have recently heard rumors in the marketplace suggesting that there may be unidentified troop movements to the south of the capital. Though this information remains unverified, it pertains to the safety of the capital, and I beseech Your Majesty to deliberate carefully. His words, though ambiguous, struck a chord with the highly sensitive heart of the Tianqi Emperor regarding the security of imperial authority. The Tianqi Emperor furrowed his brow, a glimmer of wariness passing through his eyes. At that moment, the seventh prince Zhao Chun immediately stepped forward, bowing as he proclaimed, Father Emperor, I too have heard of unusual movements among private soldiers in the southern outskirts. Yet due to the gravity of the matter, I dare not speak lightly. I earnestly request Father Emperor to permit me to personally lead the Divine Strategy Army to investigate this matter, to clarify the truth. The Tianqi Emperor's gaze swept over Lu Cheng and Zhao Chun. He understood that this was no mere coincidence. Yet, he was more than willing to see his sons eliminate potential threats to his reign. Approved, the Tianqi Emperor said in a deep voice. Zhao Chun, I entrust this matter entirely to you. Ensure that the Divine Strategy Army, led by Gu Changge, thoroughly unearths the truth behind these unidentified forces. A decree was swiftly dispatched. Within and outside the capital, all factions connected to the Eastern Palace, local warlords, and the hidden Black Dragon Guard in the Black Dragon platform remained unaware that a covert reckoning against them had already commenced. That evening, in the Chengwu residence, Gu Changge listened intently to the reports from Yi Nishang and Xiao Changfeng, a satisfied smile curving at the corners of his lips. My lord, Minister Lu performed admirably, and the seventh prince also excelled. Crown Prince Zhao Wuji has utterly lost his final card, Yi Nishang stated coldly. Indeed, Gu Changge nodded. Now, the next step is to completely eradicate the remnants of the Eastern Palace's influence. Under Gu Changge's meticulous planning, a swift and decisive purge began to unfold in the court. Lu Cheng, as the informant, provided a plethora of incriminating evidence against the officials of the Eastern Palace. Prince Zhao Chun personally took charge of the Ministry of Justice, coordinating the Divine Strategy Army with the Supreme Court and the capital administration. They launched a multifaceted and precise offensive. The Minister of Personnel, Wang De, was secretly reported for embezzling military funds years ago, with irrefutable evidence leading to his immediate dismissal and subsequent exile. His position was assumed by a former neutral official who had secretly allied with Zhao Chun, the Deputy Minister of War, Sun Wu. was discovered to have colluded with local warlords, resulting in his imprisonment and the purging of his associates. Zhang Biao, the capital prefect, was demoted to commoner status for condoning his subordinates' oppression of the populace and their disregard for human life, permanently barred from any official capacity. The once mighty faction of the crown prince crumbled like a house of cards under Gu Changge's precise strikes, unaware of how they were brought down by their past transgressions. Within merely half a month, all core members of Crown Prince Zhao Wujing's faction were eradicated, leading to an unprecedented overhaul in the capital's officialdom. The newly appointed officials were predominantly Zhao Qin's trusted confidants or outstanding neutral figures discreetly guided by Gu Changge, possessing remarkable capabilities without direct ties to either Zhao Qin or Gu Changge. The power of the Eastern Palace was entirely uprooted, leaving no trace of influence. It appeared that only one voice remained in the capital, belonging to Prince Zhao Qin and, more so, to the enigmatic Gu Changge, the commander of the Divine Strategy Army orchestrating everything from the shadows. The Divine Strategy Army emerged with even greater authority from this cleansing. Xiao Changfeng and Wei Kuan were further promoted due to their exceptional performance. Their soldiers, witnessing their commander's ability to obliterate the capital's elite with a mere gesture, felt an unwavering loyalty ingrained in their very bones. Gu Changge stood before the window of the Chengwu Longfu, gazing down upon the capital. The pawn, Crown Prince Zhao Wujing, had been completely removed from the board. Yet, this grand play was far from over, for lurking deeper within the capital was the phantom-like wolf guard. Chapter 79. The Emperor's Body Refinement. Power ascendant. The capital had been purged, and tranquility reigned. However, this calm was not a true peace, but rather a brief respite before the storm. With the Crown Prince Zhao Wujing's faction thoroughly dismantled, no force dared to openly challenge Gu Changge. He commanded the Divine Strategy Army, controlled the vast merchant network, and held the intricate web of power. All pieces, both visible and hidden, had accurately fallen into place according to his predetermined strategy. The Zhou family had been eradicated, the empress deposed, and the Crown Prince rendered incapacitated and marginalized, resulting in an initial reshuffling of power within the capital. The situation stabilized temporarily. Gu Changge understood that the consolidation of external power ultimately required the support of internal strength. Seizing this rare tranquility, he shifted his focus away from the myriad of political and military affairs. He entrusted the daily training of the Divine Strategy Army entirely to Xiao Changfeng and Wei Kuan, who had become his most capable aides, refining what was once a group of unruly youths into a formidable force. The expansion of the business empire of the Sihai Trading Company is orchestrated under the astute leadership of Su Qingxue, the commercial queen, who showcases remarkable financial acumen and market insight, daily funneling substantial sums of wealth into Gu Changge's coffers. Meanwhile, the establishment and intelligence gathering of the Tianluo Intelligence Network is meticulously managed by Yi Nishang, whose invisible web quietly expands within and beyond the capital, infiltrating every nook and cranny. Gu Changge, on the other hand, dedicates all his energy to martial arts cultivation, seeking profound breakthroughs. In the secret chamber of the Chengwu Lang residence, Gu Changge has set up intricate formations to isolate any probing energies. At the heart of the chamber, he sits cross-legged, his aura contained, resembling an ordinary scholar. This encapsulates the profound essence of the Dinghai Xinyu Pian, which completely suppresses the burgeoning, unparalleled imperial aura within him, rendering it imperceptible. To outsiders, he remains the cultured Chengwu Lang. Yet should he choose, that hidden brilliance could instantly rend the heavens and the earth. His consciousness delves deep into his dantian, where the golden imperial aura steadily and resolutely swells. With each breath, the purest spiritual energy from the cosmos floods in, nurturing his limbs and bones, refining his flesh and sinews. He can distinctly sense his physique hardening at an alarming rate. Beneath his skin, his bones resemble jade, each inch of flesh brimming with explosive power. Gu Changge realizes that the growth of the imperial aura is not solely the result of arduous cultivation. It seems to respond to his every action. Each time he eliminates an adversary, dismantles an old power, or seizes new authority, the golden aura within him intensifies. This phenomenon is a wondrous resonance, as though this power is inherently designed to suppress all enemies of the world, complementing his ambitious demeanor. He recalls the thunderous measures during the downfall of the Zhou clan, the reshuffling of power when the crown prince was deposed. Each transition of power is accompanied by a cleansing of the old order, and with each cleansing, his imperial aura is nourished anew. This revelation leads him to understand that the Renhuang Jinshi is not merely a method of cultivation, but a path of kingship intricately linked to the great currents of the world and the mastery of power. In the secret chamber, Changge remains seated for 3 days and nights, mentally replaying every significant event that has transpired in the capital recently, from the initial display of brilliance at the birthday banquet, to the victory of the Zhongwu and the purging of Xishan, culminating in the collapse of the Zhou clan and the sidelining of the crown prince. The despair of his enemies, the submission of allies, the tremors in the capital, and the cheers of the populace seemed to coalesce into pure energy, absorbed by the imperial aura and refined into his own strength. With this profound understanding and accumulation of energy, the golden true chi within him begins to circulate with unprecedented speed, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening, roaring through his meridians. Boom! A deep, powerful explosion of energy resonates from the depths of his being, not a sensation of pain, but an exhilarating thrill of breaking through a bottleneck. In an instant, his meridians expanded to twice their original capacity, and the golden true chi transformed from fine strands into a solid golden thread, swirling within his dantian, exuding boundless pressure and an ancient aura. This signified that the first chapter of the Human Emperor's World Suppression Classic, the Fragmented Body section, had reached a preliminary completion. He had thoroughly refined his mortal body, shedding all excess, and forged the nascent, unyielding body of the Human Emperor. Changge slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance darting from his gaze, as if he could pierce through the void and gaze upon the very essence of existence. His physique felt as though it had been reforged, imbued with unimaginable, overwhelming power. He gently clenched his fist, a faint crackle of energy resonating from his palm, distorting the air within the chamber. The sensation of absolute control, where a single punch could shatter stone, was unprecedented. Rising to his feet, he strode to the center of the chamber and raised his hand, striking the hard steel wall. With a dull thud, the wall shattered like tofu, revealing a clear imprint of his palm, the debris cascading down to unveil a smooth surface beneath. Along the edge of the palm print, faint golden arcs of electricity flickered imperceptibly. Remarkably, he had exerted less than 30% of his strength in that strike. He gazed at his hand, the knuckles distinct, the skin as smooth as jade, yet harboring a terrifying power that sent shivers down the spine. These hands seemed destined to wield dominion and suppress all realms. He endeavored to sense everything around him. Outside the chamber, in the courtyard, the subtle rustling of leaves in the autumn breeze, the barely audible footsteps of distant servants, and even the trajectory of every speck of dust in the air were vividly perceived. His senses had sharpened manifold compared to before. His vision could discern the minutiae even in the deepest of nights, clearly spotting the most distant stars in the night sky. His hearing could capture the flutter of insects' wings from several dozen yards away, even distinguishing the sounds of fabrics brushing against one another. Even his sense of smell had heightened, allowing him to detect the faintest hints of herbs or blood in the air. His physical resilience had doubled. He could sense that even the sharpest blade would struggle to pierce his vital points. Each breath and heartbeat resonated with immense vitality and vigor. The first chapter of the Human Emperor's World Suppression Classic, the Fragmented Body section, had reached a significant milestone. He had completely refined his mortal form, undergone a rebirth, and taken another step closer to the true Human Emperor body. This was not merely an enhancement of martial prowess. It represented the perfect fusion of his spiritual realm and mastery over power. As Changge stepped out of the chamber, the gentle morning sunlight bathed him, calm and serene. No one could perceive the terrifying strength concealed within this seemingly delicate young warrior. He resembled a divine weapon hidden within its sheath, its brilliance restrained, yet capable of tearing apart the heavens and earth at any moment. He understood that this breakthrough equipped him to confront any prominent expert in the capital, even allowing him to face off against top-tier martial artists lurking in the shadows. Yet, he was acutely aware that the true challenge lay ahead. The hidden wolf guards, that mysterious and formidable force, particularly their core figure, the high priest, was the next target he needed to reckon with. To confront them, he required not only greater strength, but also a meticulously crafted strategy. The voice of Yi Nishang echoed from a distance, shattering the tranquility. "My lord, urgent news from Tianluo. The wolf guards have appeared in the capital, and they seemed to be up to something new. A cold smile curved the corners of Changge's lips, his eyes glimmering with the thrill of a hunter. He had awaited this moment for far too long. Chapter 80. The Wolf Guard's Dark Probe. Chaos in the capital of the Great Xia appeared calm on the surface following the downfall of the Zhou clan and the prince's loss of power. Yet, this serenity was but a thin veil. The power vacuum acted as fertile soil, enticing hidden forces to stir restlessly. Changge emerged from the secret chamber, where he had successfully tempered his body and significantly enhanced his strength. He entrusted the daily training of the Divine Strategy Army to Xiao Changfeng and Wei Kuan, while Su Qingxue took charge of the commercial expansion of the Four Seas Trading Company. The establishment of the Tianluo intelligence network was orchestrated under Yi Nishang's direction. Changge understood that the true challenges lay ahead. The enemies he had long anticipated were finally revealing their fangs. On this day, as dusk fell and the lights began to twinkle, the streets of the southern capital bustled with life. The carriage of the Langia royal family glided slowly along Zhuke Street, within which sat the legitimate daughter of the Langia king, Princess Zhao Wanner, who had just returned from a visit to the former Empress Liang. Although a branch of the family, Zhao Wanner was cherished by Emperor Tianqi, and her outings were always accompanied by a substantial guard of elite troops. As the carriage approached a secluded alley, a sudden deafening crash echoed ahead. A cart laden with vegetables overturned, scattering produce across the ground and blocking the road. The captain of the elite guard rushed to assess the situation, while the Langia royal guards tightened their defenses. In that moment, several shadowy figures sprang like phantoms from the rooftops on either side of the alley. Their movements were swift and agile, each adorned with a grotesque wolf mask and wielding glinting short blades. Assassins, the captain of the elite guard bellowed, drawing his sword in response. However, these assailants exhibited skills far beyond the ordinary. Their strikes were vicious, their coordination impeccable, and their combat style exuded a wild and bloody ferocity unique to the tribes of the grasslands. Though the elite guards were well trained, they were swiftly thrown into disarray. Amidst the flashing blades and splattering blood, cries of anguish echoed. Inside the carriage, Zhao Wanner turned pale with fear, her handmaidens clinging to her in terror. The leading wolf-masked assassin, swift as the wind, charged towards the carriage, slicing through the curtain with a gleaming blade aimed directly at Zhao Wanner. His intent was not to take her life, but to abduct her. Just as the assassin was about to succeed, a shadow, quicker than the wolf guards, suddenly darted from the crowd. It was Yi Nishang, who had been scouting the movements of the wolf guards and fortuitously passed by. Sensing the anomaly, she leapt from the shadows. With an ethereal grace, she brandished two willow leaf knives that struck with the precision of a serpent, deftly intercepting the assassin's blade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated, sparks flying. Yi Nishang's expression turned grave. The martial prowess of these wolf guards surpassed that of the knight in the Hailu swamp. Imbued with an enigmatic aura that felt both familiar and foreign to her, she understood that this was the core strength of the wolf guards. Knight Nijong. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the eyes of the leading wolf-headed assassin. He had not anticipated the appearance of this defector, the Phantom, in such a place. With no desire to engage, he retreated immediately after failing to strike, signaling to his companions. The other wolf guards, sensing the shift in circumstances, abandoned their skirmish, feigning an attack, and swiftly retreated like bats in the night into the depths of the alley. Their arrival had been sudden, and their departure equally swift. Knight Nijong did not pursue, fully aware of the adversary's strength. Chasing them would only place her at a disadvantage. She hurried to the carriage to assess the condition of Princess Zhao Wanner. The princess, though frightened, was unharmed. Several imperial guards lay in pools of blood, grievously injured but not fatally so. The capital was soon shaken by this unexpected assassination attempt. The imperial guards promptly sealed off South Street, while officials from the Ministry of Justice and the local constabulary rushed to the scene. Yet, the wolf guards had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a few slain imperial guards and, at the alley's entrance, a grotesque wolf's head drawn in blood, crooked and menacing. The news swiftly reached the Chengwu lord's residence. Changge sat in his study, idly toying with a common black stone. As he listened to Knight Nijong's report, there was no hint of surprise upon his face. The wolf guards had finally lost their patience. Changge spoke softly. Knight Nijong knelt on one knee. My lord. The wolf guards acted decisively and ruthlessly. They seemed to have concealed a considerable power within the capital. I noted at the scene that their sword techniques bore striking similarities to certain esoteric secrets trained in the Shadow Pavilion. As anticipated, Changge replied coolly. He had long suspected a profound connection between the Wolf Guards and the Shadow Pavilion. He glanced at Knight Nizhong, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Knight Nizhong, you performed admirably in protecting Princess Zhao Wan'er at a critical moment. His Majesty will remember your contributions. I dare not take credit. It is all your strategic prowess. My lord, Knight Nizhong respectfully responded. Changge waved his hand, his gaze falling upon the map. The Wolf Guard's actions were not genuinely aimed at assassinating Zhao Wan'er. He analyzed soberly. Although the Langyue Wangfu is a royal residence, it is not central. The cost of assassinating her would be too high, with minimal gain. Their intent was to exploit the power vacuum created by the Crown Prince's downfall and the Zhou family's demise, instigating panic in the capital to fish in troubled waters and test the city's defenses. More importantly, they sought to assert their existence to His Majesty. The fall of the Zhou family severed the communication channels between the Wolf Guards and the Crown Prince. They were now in urgent need of finding a new breakthrough or directly stirring chaos in the capital to facilitate their covert schemes. Changge's fingertips lightly tapped the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Issue orders to Tianluo. Activate all undercover agents in the capital. This time, we do not seek live captures or evidence. We only aim to ascertain the locations of all Wolf Guard strongholds, their personnel lists, and their daily activities. Since they dare to show themselves, they must face the consequences. The Divine Strategy Army will continue to patrol the city, maintaining vigilance, but must not act without orders nor provoke any confrontations. I wish to create the illusion that the Divine Strategy Army is merely a conventional force maintaining order. At this moment, Xiao Changfeng has also arrived in the study, his eyes brimming with combat fervor after hearing the report. Captain, do you need me to lead the Divine Strategy Army into action? Not yet, Changge replied, shaking his head. The core strength of the Wolf Guards is not a mere rabble from the rivers and lakes. They are deeply concealed assassins. A direct confrontation would expose our trump card. Now is the time for Yi Nichang's heavenly net to take center stage. He cast a cold glance at Yi Nichang. You possess a superior understanding of the Shadow Pavilion. Since the Wolf Guards have infiltrated it, they must have left traces behind. This time, I require you to utilize the heavenly net to unearth all connections to the Shadow Pavilion within the capital, including hidden agents, factions, and even those who have previously offered protection to the Shadow Pavilion. A gleam of determination shone in Yi Nichang's eyes. Do you intend to trace the Wolf Guards through the Shadow Pavilion? Precisely, Changge replied calmly. They believe they have concealed themselves well. Little do they know that the game in the capital has long been rearranged by me, Changge. The Wolf Guards have their sights set on the capital, while my objective is to eliminate all wolves hidden within it. Chapter 81. The Heavenly Net Strikes Back. Capturing the Wolf Fang. 3 days had passed since the assassination incident involving the princess. On the surface, all seemed calm, yet beneath, turbulent winds stirred. The Divine Strategy Army patrolled day and night, maintaining a show of force. The true hunt, however, unfolded in the shadows. Changge sat in the study of the Chungwu Lang residence. A map of the capital spread before him. Several locations were circled in red, marking the Wolf Guard's hideouts uncovered by the Heavenly Net spies. These strongholds were concealed, scattered among ordinary households and inconspicuous shops. My lord, the Wolf Guards have begun to move frequently. Yi Nichang's voice was cold, reminiscent of the night breeze. They appear eager to establish new communication channels to fill the void left by the downfall of the Zhou family. Several locations have shown unusual activity. Changge lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Their eagerness to reveal themselves is a good sign. He looked at Yi Nichang with sharp eyes. Yi Nichang, I require captives, no fewer than 3. I want key members of the Wolf Guards, those who have access to internal secrets of the Wolf Fang. Yi Nichang knelt on one knee, understanding the gravity of the task. I comprehend, my lord. The Heavenly Net has prepared 10 sets of capture traps, all non-lethal methods, ensuring that these wolf fangs will return empty-handed. Excellent, Changge nodded, pushing the map towards Yi Nichang. These locations represent all that the Heavenly Net currently knows. You may select 3 as points of infiltration. I will have Xiao Changfeng mobilize the Divine Strategy Army to establish perimeter defenses, ensuring absolute certainty. Remember, the operation must be swift and precise. Cut off their escape routes, leaving them no time for self-destruction. Understood, my lord. Yi Nichang acknowledged the command. her figure dissolving into the night like a specter, silently vanishing from the study. That night, the moon was obscured and the winds howled. In the eastern outskirts of the capital, an abandoned weaving workshop served as a secret stronghold for the Wolf Guards. Several members were clandestinely meeting, tasked with relaying new orders to re-establish the communication lines severed by the downfall of the Zhou family. A wolf guard murmured in a low voice. These city rats are more cunning than our prairie wolves. Re-establishing a line is proving to be exceedingly arduous. No sooner had he spoken than a silent gust of wind struck. The leading wolf guard felt a tightening in his throat, his body went numb. And he fell straight down. His eyes widened, trying to sound the alarm, yet he could utter not a single sound. Soon after, several other wolf guards fell victim as well. They sensed danger, yet before they could draw their short blades, they felt their bodies stiffen, ensnared by an invisible force. In the darkness, several shadowy figures emerged like phantoms. At the forefront was Yi Nishang, wielding two willow leaf blades that glimmered with a cold light. The blades were coated in a specially formulated paralyzing toxin, colorless and odorless, capable of sealing the throat upon contact with blood, yet easily reversible within a short period. This was the non-lethal weapon Changge had instructed her to prepare. Take them away, Yi Nishang commanded coldly. The Tianlu spies, well trained, moved like flowing water, swiftly escorting the subdued wolf guards away, the entire process devoid of any unnecessary sound. The abandoned weaving workshop returned to silence, save for the howling of the night wind through the dilapidated window frames. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous grocery store in the western market of the capital, another wolf guard's hidden stake was located. They masqueraded as the shopkeeper, covertly gathering intelligence in the city. Bang! The back door of the grocery store was forcefully and silently flung open. Xiao Changfeng, clad in night attire, led 10 elite members of the Shen's army, akin to a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Their movements were swift as they rushed in, encircling the wolf guards within the grocery store. Surrender at once, Xiao Changfeng barked authoritatively. The wolf guards, realizing their cover was blown, flashed a glint of ferocity in their eyes. Without uttering a word, they drew their blades and charged at Xiao Changfeng, resolute in their refusal to yield. Xiao Changfeng advanced rather than retreated, wielding his long sword with a flourish, its blade gleaming like snow. He fought 3 opponents at once, his swordsmanship fierce and precise. The soldiers of the Shen's army quickly joined the fray. They were no longer the frivolous youths of yesterday, each strike finding its mark, their coordination impeccable. However, these wolf guards proved to be far more formidable than ordinary martial artists. They fought with reckless abandon, each move desperate, seemingly trained in some form of combined attack technique. Amid the chaos, one wolf guard attempted to bite through the poison pouch concealed within his teeth. Do not take your own life. Xiao Changfeng reacted swiftly, smashing his sword sheath against the guard's jaw, shattering the pouch. After an intense melee, 2 wolf guards were captured alive, while one, in despair, took his own life. Without pausing to catch his breath, Xiao Changfeng immediately took the living prisoner away. He understood that a live capture was what Changge required most. Within 3 days, Tianlu and the Shen's army collaborated, splitting into multiple teams for precise strikes. They successfully apprehended 7 core members of the Wolf Guards. Each of these individuals exhibited exceptional skills and unwavering will. Yet none could fulfill their desperate desire for self-destruction under the effects of Tianlu's specially designed non-lethal toxin and the Shen's army's relentless methods. In the secret chamber of the Chengwu residence, the 7 subdued wolf guards were bound like dead dogs to iron pillars. Their eyes bulged with humiliation and resentment. Changge occupied the central seat, with Yi Nishang and Xiao Changfeng flanking him. Changge personally conducted the interrogation. His voice was serene, yet every word pierced the hearts of the wolf guards like a sharpened dagger. Speak. How many strongholds do you possess in the capital? What are your means of communication? Who commands you? Initially, the wolf guards clenched their teeth, resolute in their silence. Trained as elite assassins, their will was unyielding. Changge refrained from employing torture. Instead, he smiled and gradually revealed their pasts, even divulging some of their hidden secrets. This information had been painstakingly gathered by the Heavenly Net spies, who risked their lives infiltrating the ranks of the Wolf Guards. Wang Hu, your sister was assassinated by the Shadow Pavilion while you were on a mission, yet you were led to believe it was the work of opposing forces. Li Qing, your former lover, was caught in a calamity and met a tragic end in the capital. You were told it was the result of the court's corruption. With each revelation, The bodies of the wolf guards trembled. Gu Changge understood that these were tactics employed to instill hatred towards the court and the martial world. However, in his hands, this hatred became a blade capable of shattering their psychological defenses. Your animosity towards the Shadow Pavilion and the court has been deliberately manipulated. His voice held a hint of seduction. You are weapons, yet unaware of whose hands wield you. You are merely pawns, pitifully exploited by others. Ultimately, under Gu Changge's formidable psychological assault and his profound insight into their innermost secrets, one wolf guard's mental barrier collapsed completely. He cried out, spilling all he knew. We are merely the outer circles of the wolf fang, unable to reach the core. Our orders come through secret signals, directly issued from several key strongholds in the capital. The highest authority we know is the Shadow. He oversees all operations of the wolf fang in the capital. The core strength of the wolf guards was meticulously divided into different levels. These captured guards were indeed only at the lowest tier. Gu Changge acquired the locations of 7 new wolf guard strongholds and the name of a commander known as the Shadow. However, the true identity and location of the Shadow remained unknown to these guards. It seemed these pieces were not substantial enough. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Gu Changge's eyes. My lord, how shall we deal with these captives? Asked Xiao Changfeng. Hold them temporarily. They may yet prove useful, Gu Changge replied coolly. He turned to Yi Nishang. Yi Nishang, relay to the heavenly net to delve deeper. This time, the objective is to find the Shadow. Remember, do not alert the enemy. Report immediately upon discovering any clues. Yi Nishang acknowledged with respect. As Gu Changge exited the chamber, the cold moonlight bathed him. The net of the wolf guards was tightening step by step. Yet, the true prey lay ensconced in a deeper darkness. The Shadow gazed into the depths of the towering imperial city, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. You cannot hide. Chapter 82. The gray wolf bows to the moon, luring the snake from its hole in the East Palace at the Changge Hall. The dim lights could not conceal the pervasive, chilling stillness. Crown Prince Zhao Wujin appeared gaunt, his eyes bloodshot. He sat upon the frigid dragon throne, his form trembling, resembling a puppet stripped of its very soul. The downfall of the Zhou family had sent ripples of shock throughout the capital. Once a dominant force in the court, the Zhou clan now faded like the last rays of the setting sun. The architect of this calamity was none other than the man named Gu Changge. Zhao Wujin's mother was confined within the depths of the palace, and his loyal followers were eradicated overnight, leaving no trace behind. This land, once his domain, had transformed into a place both alien and merciless. He, once the pride of heaven, now resembled a stray dog, hiding in the shadows, struggling to survive. The name Gu Changge lingered like an indelible shadow, deeply etched into Zhao Wujin's heart. Each recollection was akin to a festering wound, causing him unbearable anguish. Wretched fool, Gu Changge. A low growl escaped Zhao Wujin's throat, raspy and contorted, brimming with endless malice and resentment. He loathed Gu Changge's cunning strategies, despised the emperor's heartlessness. But most of all, he detested himself for being so easily vanquished and cornered into such a dire predicament. Yet, Zhao Wujin had not relinquished hope. He still held a trump card, a reservoir of strength. He yearned for vengeance, intent on making Gu Changge pay dearly for his transgressions. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug deep into his palms, blood trickling from his fingertips. At that moment, a sharp voice from outside the hall pierced the air. Your Highness, Miss Qin Rushuang of the Duke of Jingguo's residence requests an audience. Zhao Wujin's eyes widened in surprise. Qin Rushuang? What business does this woman, who is usually only skilled in wielding swords and spears, have at this moment? His trusted eunuch bowed and approached, presenting the invitation. Zhao Wujin accepted it, his gaze falling upon the elegantly penned words. The note conveyed her earnest desire to view the famed masterpiece, The Howling Wolf Bows to the Moon, created by the renowned artist Wu Daoxian of the previous dynasty. The brushwork was exquisite and profound, a true treasure of unparalleled rarity. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, Qin Rushuang had reached the pinnacle of her pursuits, yet she also possessed a profound interest in art. Thus, she had come to seek an audience, hoping to admire the painting and engage in a scholarly exchange with the prince, aspiring to elevate both her martial prowess and inner enlightenment. After perusing the invitation, a faint smirk graced Zhao Wujin's lips, revealing a cold amusement. He mused inwardly, Qin Rushuang, do you truly consider me a fool? He was well aware of the origins of the Howling Wolf bows to the moon. This was no ordinary painting. It was a sacred relic of the former Murong clan, believed to conceal the secrets of the Howling Wolf sect and intricately linked to the imperial bloodline. Zhao Wuji had previously conducted thorough research on this artwork, yet the mysteries within remained elusive. He also understood that the connection between Qin Rushuang and Gu Changge was anything but trivial. Following her defeat to Gu Changge at the last martial arts conference, their clandestine interactions had grown increasingly intimate. Thus, it is indisputable that this invitation originates from the directives of Gu Changge. Gu Changge, how audacious of you to employ this painting to probe the dynamics between myself and the Wolf Guards. Zhao Wuji scoffed inwardly, fully aware of Gu Changge's ulterior motives. A tempest of fury churned within him, yet he found himself unable to refuse. To reject would only portray him as petty or harboring unspeakable secrets. The capital now scrutinizes him with hawkish eyes, and the emperor is exceedingly disillusioned with him. The Duke of the State's residence stands as a neutral force within the military, and he must cultivate their alliance. To offend the Qin family would undoubtedly exacerbate his plight. He had no choice. A flicker of malice gleamed in Zhao Wuji's eyes. Gu Changge, do you wish to lure the serpent from its lair? Allow me to demonstrate who the true viper is. Return, Miss Qin. Zhao Wuji's voice was frigid. I am unwell and cannot personally greet you. However, I am acutely aware of your desire to view the painting. 3 days hence, I shall host a banquet at the Changlu Palace to graciously welcome Miss Qin for an appreciation of the Howling Wolf bows to the moon. Your Highness, do you truly intend to allow her to see that painting? His trusted eunuch inquired anxiously. If she wishes to see it, let her see it, Zhao Wuji sneered. I shall observe what she and Gu Changge can glean from this artwork. Beneath his exterior, a flicker of turmoil stirred. Perhaps this was his final opportunity. He could utilize this moment to convey information to the core of the Wolf Guards. The Crown Prince was already cornered. He must clutch tightly to this lifeline. Even if it meant that his collusion with the Wolf Guards would deepen, rendering retreat impossible. In the study of the Chengwu Lord's residence, Gu Changge sat before his desk. A confidential report from Tianluo laid out before him. The report meticulously detailed all matters concerning the Eastern Palace, including the invitation dispatched by Qin Rushuang and Zhao Wuji's ultimate response. My lord, the Crown Prince has acquiesced to Miss Qin's request. 3 days hence, a banquet will be held at Changlu Palace to appreciate the Howling Wolf bows to the moon, Knight Nishang stated in a cool tone. A subtle smile graced Gu Changge's lips. The fish has taken the bait. He was not the least bit surprised. Crown Prince Zhao Wuji was now a cornered beast. In the face of desperation, he would seize upon every opportunity he perceived, even if that opportunity was a trap meticulously laid by his adversaries. Knight Nishang, relay orders to Tianluo. Gu Changge's voice was composed. 3 days hence, the Changlu Palace in the Eastern Palace will be our primary target for surveillance. All Wolf Guard outposts within the capital and any clandestine operatives they can reach must be closely monitored. I wish to ascertain how they receive information from the Crown Prince and how they will respond. I must comprehend the channels of communication of the Wolf Guards, as well as the movements of their highest commander. This time, I do not seek to capture them alive. I only desire to gather evidence. Knight Nishang knelt on one knee. This subordinate understands. Tianluo will undoubtedly weave an impenetrable net, leaving the wolves with no avenue of escape. Xiao Changfeng. Gu Changge turned to the attendant standing nearby. I am here. 3 days hence, the Divine Strategy Army shall intensify patrols both within and beyond the capital, particularly around the Eastern Palace. Yet they must not approach Changlu Palace or exhibit any unusual movements. We must ensure they believe the Divine Strategy Army is merely conducting routine patrols, entirely oblivious to matters concerning Changlu Palace. Xiao Changfeng received the command. Rest assured. Military officer, the Divine Strategy Army will undoubtedly fulfill its mission. Gu Changge rose and walked to the window. The crisp autumn night breeze rustled his robes, and he gazed far into the depths of the towering imperial city. Crown Prince Zhao Wuji, do you think you still have a chance? Alas, you remain oblivious. From the moment you chose to become a pawn of the Wolf Guard, you were destined to be merely a figure on the stage, a bait to lure the true wolves from their lair. He was aware of the secret behind that Songlong Beiming Tuesday. It was not merely a sacred artifact of the previous dynasty, but also a certain guide for the Murong royal bloodline. He intended to compel Crown Prince Zhao Wuji to conspire deeply with the Wolf Guard, utilizing this painting to force their core members to the surface. Chapter 83. An ominous manifestation, a resonance of bloodlines. The 3-day period swiftly elapsed. In the East Palace, at the Changge Hall, Crown Prince Zhao Wuji sat resplendently attired in the opulent hall, his countenance illuminated by the candlelight, appearing somewhat pallid. In accordance with the agreement, he hosted a banquet here. However, this seemingly ordinary gathering was imbued with an exceptionally eerie and tense atmosphere. The hall's decorations were extravagantly lavish, with a thick red carpet adorning the floor, exquisite tapestries hanging on the walls, and flickering candlelight casting shifting shadows. Yet, all this splendor could not conceal the stifling ambience, as though an invisible pressure enveloped the entire space. Above the main seat, a grand painting hung. Indeed, the sacred artifact of the previous dynasty, the Songlong Beiming Tuesday. The scroll unfurled, its ink dark and profound, with bold and powerful lines, as if the azure wolf was leaping forth from the canvas, howling towards the heavens. The painting exuded an imposing presence, evoking a sense of awe. Qin Rushuang entered the hall clad in a striking red garment, exuding a spirited demeanor. Behind her trailed several solemn guards from the Duke of the State, their expressions as serious as stone. Qin Rushuang's gaze, sharp as arrows, fixated upon the Songlong Beiming II, her eyes revealing a martial artist's pure yearning for supreme artistry and strength. Crown Prince Zhao Wuji, seated in the main position, exchanged glances with Qin Rushuang, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his features. He remained uncertain of what Gu Changge and Qin Rushuang sought from the painting. Yet he had resolved to seize this opportunity to convey vital information to the core forces of the Wolf Guard. To ensure the information was transmitted accurately to the Wolf Guard, Crown Prince Zhao Wuji had discreetly placed several hidden markers in various corners of the hall. These markers could only be recognized by the Wolf Guard's undercover agents, directing them to pay attention to the Songlong Beiming II and prepare to receive forthcoming information. "Miss Qin, please take a seat." Zhao Wuji's voice was hoarse. Qin Rushuang did not sit. Instead, she approached the painting, tilting her head to scrutinize it closely. In the artwork, a blood moon hung high, and beneath it, a pack of wolves worshipped, each in diverse postures, vividly lifelike. The brushstrokes were vigorous, and the artistic conception profound, as if one could hear the ancient howls of wolves. She extended her hand, her fingertips lightly touching the edge of the scroll, and the instinct of a martial artist alerted her to a strange vibration. "What a magnificent painting!" Qin Rushuang exclaimed, a thought stirring within her as she concentrated her inner strength into the artwork. This was not a rash act. Rather, it was a subtle suggestion from Gu Changge. The Songlong Beiming II is a sacred relic from a bygone dynasty, intricately linked to the Murong clan's lineage. Perhaps it requires awakening. As Qin Ruoshang continuously infused her internal energy into the painting, the once ordinary depiction of a blood moon began to emit a faint crimson glow, resembling a genuine blood moon suspended in the night sky. The eyes of the wolves, too, appeared to be suddenly imbued with life, flickering with an eerie green luminescence, akin to ravenous wolves lurking in the darkness, watching their prey. Everyone in the hall, including Prince Zhao Wuji, was rendered speechless by this unforeseen phenomenon. They stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. This painting, which Zhao Wuji had studied for years and knew intimately, had never revealed such a transformation. Yet, the spectacle did not cease there. The pack of wolves within the painting began to rotate slowly, as though operating as a living formation. Each wolf's head pointed in different directions, ultimately aligning to face due north of the capital, towards an unremarkable ancient tower. Above that tower, a small wolf tooth insignia emerged, hinting at a great secret concealed within. The onlookers were captivated by the enigmatic tower and the wolf tooth emblem, their hearts brimming with curiosity and questions. Just then, an even more astonishing event transpired. The dragon-slaying sword in Qin Ruoshang's hand suddenly emitted a deep hum, vibrating in resonance. This legendary sword seemed to resonate with the elements in the painting, as if narrating a tale long forgotten. An ancient and domineering aura of bloodline emanated quietly from her, intertwining with the essence of the wolves depicted. Qin Ruoshang trembled, sensing a profound connection with the wolves in the painting, as if she could hear an ancient calling. Prince Zhao Wuji abruptly rose from his seat, his face ashen. He was well aware of the tower located north of the capital. It was the Murong clan's oldest sacrificial site, the very location mentioned during his only secret meeting with the high priest. What the painting revealed was, indeed, the core stronghold of the Wolf Guard within the capital. This painting was a treasure map, a blueprint of the Wolf Guard's base in the city. Damn it, Gu Changge! Zhao Wuji roared inwardly, realizing he had once again fallen into Gu Changge's trap. How did Gu Changge come to know these secrets? Outside the hall, several concealed presences suddenly tightened. The owners of these auras were the Wolf Guard's hidden operatives stationed in the East Palace. They bore heavy responsibilities, tasked with receiving crucial information from the prince. However, just as they prepared to act, they were startled by an astonishing sight. The painting unfurled on its own, revealing a mysterious tower. They immediately recognized its location as pivotal to their mission. Yet, before they could make a move, a chilling gaze, like a cold glimmer, swept toward them from an inconspicuous corner of the hall. It was the eyes of a spy from Tianluo. Originally, Gu Changge had anticipated the existence of the hidden Wolf Guards and had preemptively stationed spies from Tianlu to await their arrival. At this moment, Gu Changge sat composedly in the study of the Chengwu Lang residence, leisurely toying with an ordinary black chess piece. Master, urgent news from the Crown Prince's Changlu Palace. After Miss Qin infused her internal energy into the Canglong Baiwei, the scroll began to manifest unusual phenomena, revealing the location of an ancient tower to the north of the capital, which seems to be the core stronghold of the Wolf Guards, reported Yi Nishang in a calm voice. Simultaneously, Tianlu spies discovered unusual movements among several hidden Wolf Guards around the periphery of Changlu Palace, who appeared to have recognized the location depicted in the painting. A satisfied smile curled at the corners of Gu Changge's mouth. Excellent. He set down the black piece. The chessboard now a chaotic interplay of black and white, exuding an air of impending danger. Crown Prince Zhao Wuji, your pieces have been completely lured from their den. With the core stronghold of the Wolf Guards exposed, the High Priest will surely not remain idle. Yi Nishang, relay my orders to Tianlu. Gu Changge's voice remained steady. Maintain strict surveillance over that tower. Do not raise any alarms. I want to ascertain how many Wolf Guards enter and exit, their composition, their patterns of movement, and even their every breath. This time, we shall uncover the deepest layers of the Wolf Guard's power in the capital and thoroughly excavate their lair. At this, Yi Nishang knelt on one knee. This subordinate obeys. Gu Changge rose and walked to the window, gazing toward the direction of the ancient tower in the northern capital. In the night, the tower appeared mysterious and ominous. Chapter 84. The Crown Prince's Descent into Despair in the Eastern Palace. Within Changlu Palace, the painting Canglong Baiwei, which had once revealed visions, had been taken down, leaving the hall enveloped in an eerie silence. The flickering candlelight elongated the solitary figure of Crown Prince Zhao Wuji, who sat upon the cold dragon throne, his eyes bloodshot and his visage haggard, yet radiating a pathological madness. Since the Canglong Baiwei had exposed the Wolf Guard stronghold in the capital, Crown Prince Zhao Wuji felt as if he had plunged into an abyss without bottom, unable to extricate himself. He was acutely aware that the dagger wielded by Gu Changge now hung over him like the sword of Damocles, poised to fall at any moment, threatening to bring him utter ruin. The emperor's cold indifference felt like a descent into an ice cellar. While the distancing of court officials made him acutely aware of the taste of betrayal, he had once attempted to salvage his situation, striving to escape this predicament. Yet each struggle seemed to draw him deeper into an inescapable mire, as if guided by an invisible hand. In secret, he had reached out to former loyalists in various regions, hoping to mobilize those hidden forces for a resurgence. However, every command he issued vanished into the void, met with silence. Those who had once been devoted to him now seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving him isolated and defenseless. Furthermore, the financial institutions he controlled inexplicably failed to honor substantial transactions at this critical juncture. The financial lifeline was severed abruptly, akin to a venomous serpent, leaving him incapacitated and devoid of his last economic support. Your Highness, the Minister of Revenue, Wang Da, was exiled after a raid on his residence yesterday. The Deputy Minister of War, Sun Wu, has also been imprisoned for questioning, while Jingshuan, Zhang Biao, has been demoted to a commoner. This series of revelations struck Zhao Wuji like a succession of heavy blows, rendering him nearly unable to bear the weight of despair. His trusted eunuch knelt before him, trembling as he relayed the grim tidings. These were once the prince's most loyal confidants, now falling one after another. Zhao Wuji's body convulsed violently, his eyes ablaze with fury. He understood all too well the implications of their downfall. This was no coincidence. It was Gu Changge tightening the net, systematically dismantling his final defenses. What of Lu Cheng, the Minister of Rights? Was he not one of my own? Why did he not report these developments to me? Zhao Wujie roared, his voice hoarse. The eunuch bowed his head, too fearful to respond. He knew full well that Lu Cheng had already sided with Gu Changge and the seventh prince. A chill surged through Zhao Wujie. He had once believed Lu Cheng to be the cornerstone of his position as crown prince, only to discover now that this foundation had been pulled away, leaving behind a void. Meanwhile, in the study of the Chungwu Lang residence, Gu Changge sat at his desk, idly toying with an ordinary jade pendant. The reports from the Tianlu spies echoed in his ears, word for word. Sir, the Crown Prince's secret treasury in the Ministry of Revenue has been infiltrated by Tianlu. All substantial funds under the prince's name have been covertly transferred and frozen. The voice of Yi Nishang was cold and clear. In the Ministry of War, the private arsenal has also been clandestinely sealed by the Shin's army, added Xiao Changfeng. The Crown Prince attempted to reach out to the underworld forces in Jiangnan, but his correspondence was intercepted by Tianlu. His efforts to mobilize the last of his private army, the Black Dragon Guard, were also preemptively thwarted by the Duke of State's residence. Yi Nishang continued her report. A faint smile curled upon Gu Changge's lips as he beheld the once red markers belonging to the prince on the map, now ruthlessly crossed out in black ink. This was the absolute disempowerment he sought. Lu Cheng has performed admirably, Gu Changge remarked softly. Yi Nishang's eyes gleamed with insight. Sir, Minister Lu, following your guidance, inadvertently disclosed certain core secrets to the Crown Prince's former subordinates during the latter's attempts to reconnect with them, sowing seeds of mutual suspicion and internal discord. The Crown Prince is now filled with doubt regarding everyone around him. This was precisely the venomous trap Gu Changge had laid, ensuring that the prince, in his desperation, would lose even the last remnants of trust. In the East Palace, within the Changli Hall, Zhao Wujie sat upon the dragon throne, his body trembling like chaff in the wind. In his hand, he clutched a stack of confidential letters, all intelligence presented by his trusted aides. He sought to mobilize funds, only to find that every treasury refused him under various pretexts. His wealth seemed to have evaporated. He attempted to summon his covert private soldiers, only to discover that their strongholds had been vacated and the soldiers had scattered. The underworld forces he once took pride in now shunned him, even turning against him. Without money, without soldiers, without allies, Zhao Wujie murmured, the last flicker of light in his eyes extinguished. He felt akin to a beast ensnared within a cage, surrounded by invisible walls, each collision only deepening his despair. Father Emperor, Gu Changge, how ruthless you are. Zhao Wujing's throat felt as if it were choked by some unseen force. He longed to unleash a roar, yet only a low, guttural growl escaped. The sound reverberated through the vast hall, as if the entire world could hear his desolation and unwillingness to submit. His eyes widened, fixated on the front, as though he sought to pierce through the very fabric of reality before him. Yet, no matter how he gazed, all he could discern was Gu Changge's indifferent countenance and that lofty demeanor. Everything he possessed had been wrested away by this upstart. His power, status, wealth, and even his dignity had gradually evaporated under Gu Changge's relentless advance. Once, he was the crown prince, one of the most powerful individuals in the realm. He could summon storms and compel anyone to bow before him. But now, he lacked even the strength for self-preservation. His body trembled, his hands clenched into fists, nails digging deeply into his palms, blood trickling down his fingers. Yet he felt no pain, for his heart was filled to the brim with despair and rage. In the midst of this boundless hopelessness, Zhao Wujing's gaze suddenly fell upon a corner of the hall. This corner was inconspicuous, often overlooked by all. However, at this moment, Zhao Wujing's attention was drawn, fixated upon that very spot. There, a venerable longsword was enshrined. The sword appeared aged, its blade faintly glimmering with a cold light, and the hilt wrapped in a tattered black silk ribbon. It was his treasured sword. This sword had once resonated with Gu Changge's stunning brilliance and Qin Rushuang's dragon-slaying prowess, manifesting awe-inspiring phenomena. The crown prince had always been shrouded in secrecy regarding this mystery. He had secretly delved into the secrets of, yet had never fully unraveled its enigma. He only knew that the sword seemed to possess a faint connection with an ancient power residing within him. Zhao Wujing approached the sword step by step. His steps were unsteady, yet imbued with an unwavering resolve. He understood that this was his final card. He grasped the sword. Its cold blade bestowed upon him a long-lost sense of strength. Madness surged in his eyes, and a bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Changge, do you believe you have triumphed? Even in death, I shall drag you and this capital down to hell with me. He intended to unleash the true power of a forbidden force capable of mutual destruction. Outside the hall, a remnant of the Eastern Palace's assassins suddenly burst in, breathless and pallid, their voice laced with a tremor of panic. Your Highness, it is grave. The old general of the State Guard, Changge, has personally led the garrison troops surrounding the Eastern Palace. Zhao Wujing's body stiffened abruptly, a flicker of despair flashing in his eyes. Changge, he had taken the field personally. He had nowhere left to retreat. The pair of bloodshot eyes fixated intently on the broken sword in his grasp. This was his final act of madness. Chapter 85. The Revelation Before the Throne, Deposition of the Crown Prince in the Golden Hall of the Great Xia Dynasty. The morning sun filtered through the gilded tiles, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. Yet, the atmosphere within the hall was colder than the depths of winter. All the court officials sensed an unusual air of menace. The Eastern Palace was besieged by the capital's garrison, led by Duke Changge, and news had spread throughout the capital overnight. The fate of Crown Prince Zhao Wujing hung like a sword of Damocles over the city, poised to fall at any moment. As the morning court session commenced, Emperor Tianqi, clad in his customary attire, wore a grave expression akin to still waters. He uttered no superfluous words, issuing his decree directly. Summon Changge, commander of the Divine Strategy Army, to present himself. Changge, adorned in a deep black commander's uniform, stepped into the hall with measured strides, his demeanor calm and composed. Following him were two soldiers from the Divine Strategy Army, who bore a massive wooden chest, shrouded in a thick black cloth. Your servant, Changge, pays his respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Changge knelt on one knee, his voice resonant. Rise, commanded Emperor Tianqi, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. His gaze fixed upon the wooden chest behind Changge. Changge, what is the matter? Changge stood tall, facing the emperor without a hint of hesitation. With a decisive gesture, he commanded, open the chest. The two soldiers promptly advanced, tearing away the black cloth. With a resounding clatter, the chest revealed a mountain of military equipment. Bright armor, gleaming crossbows, and razor-sharp blades, each inscribed with a clandestine mark. The emblem of Crown Prince Zhao Wujing. A collective gasp echoed through the court. The possession of such arms was a grave crime of treason. Your Majesty, I bear guilt. At that moment, Minister Chun of the Dali Temple, Duke Changge, and the Minister of Justice fell to their knees in unison. Your Majesty, we deserve the harshest punishment. Last night, Crown Prince Zhao Wujing secretly mobilized private troops within the Eastern Palace, intending to incite chaos in the capital, even plotting rebellion. Minister Chun's voice trembled as he dared not continue. He cast a glance at Changge, his eyes reflecting shock and a trace of reverence. All the evidence of these arms and the Crown Prince's private militia had been discreetly delivered to them by Changge. Your Majesty, please take heed. Changge continued solemnly. As I led the troops to besiege the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Zhao Wujing attempted to activate his clandestinely trained Black Dragon Guard to assault the garrison. Even contemplating mutual destruction, Changge succinctly reported the details of his confrontation with Zhao Wujing, including the peculiar movements of the broken sword in the Crown Prince's possession. Black Dragon Guard. The expression of Emperor Tianqi darkened ominously. He was well aware of the Black Dragon Guard, the Crown Prince's most secretive private force, which he had long suspected but lacked evidence. Now, the proof lay before him. Changge. Emperor Tianqi's gaze turned fiercely upon Changge, fury igniting in his eyes. What do you have to say? Stepping forward, Changge met the emperor's wrath with unwavering composure. In response to your majesty, I possess irrefutable evidence to present. He produced a memorial prepared in advance by Yi Nikhang. The memorial is far more complex than merely a matter of the Crown Prince's private soldiers. First and foremost, Crown Prince Zhao Wujing has, since 3 years ago, secretly colluded with frontier generals, illicitly opened salt mines, and forged military equipment. A substantial portion of his immense wealth has been utilized to augment his private military forces, while another part has been covertly transported to the northern borders, aiding the barbarian tribes in their military expansion with the intent to conspire with them from within. Changge's voice resounded powerfully, directly accusing the Crown Prince of treason. Herein lies the complete account of the Crown Prince's collusion with the frontier generals and the unauthorized opening of salt mines. Here are the incontrovertible evidences of the Crown Prince's clandestine dealings in military supplies with the northern barbarian tribes through the Northern Wind Trading Company, as well as the smuggling of military provisions. He then summoned the individuals waiting outside the palace to bring in boxes, presenting stacks of ledgers and sealed letters before the throne. These were the fruits of immense labor by the heavenly spies, painstakingly unearthed from the remnants of the Zhou clan and the Crown Prince's loyalists. Each page bore witness to shocking crimes. Secondly, Crown Prince Zhao Wujia has even secretly conspired with the remnants of the previous dynasty's Murong clan, known as the Wolf Guards. He has utilized the Wolf Guards to eliminate his adversaries, even issuing extermination orders. Gu Changge's voice turned icy, exposing even more profound transgressions. Here are the records of secret meetings between the Crown Prince and the leaders of the Wolf Guards. Here is a letter penned in the Crown Prince's own hand, issuing assassination directives. He slowly presented this most critical and damning evidence, each piece akin to a sharp blade, piercing the hearts of all present. The courtiers widened their eyes in astonishment, as if struck dumb by this sudden turn of events. Their breaths came to a standstill, and the entire court fell into a profound silence. The crimes unveiled by this evidence far exceeded anyone's imagination. This is not merely rebellion. This is manifest treachery. Selling out the nation, colluding with the remnants of the previous dynasty, and intending to subvert the great Xia Empire, a heinous crime of monumental proportions. Every word, every sentence, struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of those present, rendering them unable to endure. The countenance of Emperor Tianqi grew increasingly dark as he slowly perused the evidence of these crimes, each page flashing like lightning, piercing the darkened sky. His grip tightened, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Those once profound eyes now brimmed not only with rage, but also with an unmistakable sense of disappointment and sorrow. He had once held great hopes for the Crown Prince, believing that his ambitions were merely youthful missteps. However, he could never have anticipated that the Crown Prince would commit such unspeakable acts of treachery, betraying the realm and his ancestors. He was nothing short of a beast. Zhao Wujia. The emperor struck the dragon throne with a thunderous blow, unleashing a roar that reverberated through the golden Yuan Hall, bearing the weight of cataclysmic wrath. You, as the heir apparent, my eldest son, would stoop to such base, inhumane acts, more despicable than even the vilest of creatures. You, who presumed to be the Crown Prince. You, who disgraced the Zhao lineage. Emperor Tianqi trembled with rage, consumed by a furious blaze of disappointment. He had utterly lost hope in Zhao Wujia. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from outside the hall. A bloodied and disheveled assassin, captured by the imperial guards, was brought into the chamber. He was the Crown Princess last, and most loyal confidant, dispatched to the East Palace's Buddhist hall, awaiting the final command from the Crown Prince. He shouted hoarsely, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has unleashed the forbidden power of the broken army. He intends to bring the imperial city to ruin." What? All the courtiers were engulfed in terror. Emperor Tianqi's eyes blazed crimson as he fixed his gaze on the dying warrior. "Convey my decree." The emperor suddenly rose, his voice resonating like metal striking stone, imbued with unmistakable determination. Crown Prince Zhao Wuji, whose moral character is lacking and whose crimes are egregious, is hereby deposed from his position as heir apparent. I command Duke Qin Zhan to lead the garrison of the capital, the Xiantai Guard, and the Shunsu army into action. Should Crown Prince Zhao Wuji persist in his rebellion, show no mercy, eliminate him without hesitation. Chapter 86. The Wrath of Thunder. The prince is deposed outside the Hall of Golden Chimes. The emperor's thunderous roar, accompanied by the decree of the Crown Prince's deposition, reverberated like a bolt of lightning, shaking the hearts of all courtiers. Crown Prince Zhao Wuji was stripped of his title. This decree irrevocably proclaimed that the once exalted son of heaven had now become a prisoner in chains. However, what plunged the capital into deeper panic was the dying warrior's last desperate cry. The Crown Prince has unleashed the forbidden power of the broken army. He intends to bring the imperial city to ruin. As the words fell, a chilling and terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the direction of the Eastern Palace. This aura surged into the sky like a volcanic eruption, brimming with boundless destruction and fury, as if an ancient beast, awakened from a deep slumber, was baring its fangs, ready to devour the entire capital. Within the Hall of Golden Chimes, Emperor Tianqi's eyes turned a fierce crimson as he stared intently in the direction of the Eastern Palace. His expression a mixture of shock and rage. He clearly had not anticipated such a terrifying force emerging so abruptly, causing his heart to race. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, the Emperor swiftly cast aside his dragon robe and, like a streak of lightning, strode out of the hall. His steps were resolute and powerful, each footfall resonating in the hearts of those present, reflecting his inner resolve and fury. Changge, the Emperor stood upon the steps of the hall, bellowing at a general below, "I command you to immediately lead the garrison of the capital to the Eastern Palace to suppress it. Under no circumstances must that terrifying aura spread. If Crown Prince Zhao Wuji insists on resisting, show no mercy. Eliminate him without hesitation." His voice echoed throughout the palace like thunder, sending chills through all who heard it. Minister Chun, Minister Sun. The Emperor turned to the Minister of Justice and the Secretary of Punishment. "I command you both to organize personnel immediately and investigate all of the Crown Prince's supporters in the capital. Anyone colluding with the Eastern Palace, regardless of rank, is to be apprehended and judged severely." Changge. The Emperor's gaze fell upon Changge, his eyes reflecting trust and determination. "I command you to lead the Shunsu army and the Xiantai Guard to accompany me to the Eastern Palace. You must suppress the Crown Prince and reclaim the broken army in the shortest possible time. Your servant abides by your decree." Changge bowed respectfully, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. The soldiers of the Shin's army had long since assembled outside the imperial city, poised for action. Upon receiving the command, they surged forth like ferocious tigers unleashed. Their blackened armor shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, and the air was thick with the menace of raised blades and the scent of impending slaughter as they charged towards the Eastern Palace. Duke Changge commanded the capital's garrison, encircling the Eastern Palace from all directions, forming an impenetrable ironclad formation. The experts of the Xiantai Guard, such as Meng Shi and Xiao Lai, surged forward like phantoms, their sights set firmly on the Changlu Hall where the Crown Prince resided. Inside the Eastern Palace, within the Changlu Hall, Crown Prince Zhao Wuji's visage twisted in madness, eyes gleaming with frenzied intensity. Gripping the broken army sword tightly, he channeled all his strength into the blade. A sanguine radiance surged along the sword's body, emanating a suffocating aura of ferocity that expanded like a tangible force. He yearned for mutual destruction, yet his maniacal smile had not fully unfurled. Boom! The hall doors shattered with a thunderous crash. Several formidable figures, like lightning, burst into the chamber. At the forefront stood Changge, his form as swift as the wind, drawing the stunning swan sword, its blade gleaming coldly like the moon, pointed directly at Zhao Wuji. Qin Ruoshang followed closely behind, her dragon-slaying sword emitting a deep, resonant hum, its cutting light domineering, rending the very air. "Zhao Wuji, cease this madness," Qin Ruoshang cried out, her gaze fixated on the ominous blood-red glow emanating from the broken army sword. "Kill!" Zhao Wuji's eyes blazed with insanity as he swung the broken army sword fiercely, the crimson sword light erupting like a great dragon emerging from the sea, enveloping them in a wave of destructive force as he struck down towards Changge and Qin Ruoshang. In defiance, Changge advanced, the stunning swan sword transforming into a silver streak of lightning, meeting the blood-colored sword light head-on with a fierce slash. The Emperor's might shatters mountains. A deafening roar resounded. In that fleeting moment, Changge and Zhao Wuji's forms intersected in the air like two bolts of lightning. Each clash reverberated with thunderous sounds, causing the very world to tremble. The overwhelming force surged outward like tumultuous waves, tearing asunder the furnishings within the hall, reducing them to mere fragments. This tremendous power was awe-inspiring, suggesting that this was not merely a battle between two individuals, but a calamity potent enough to annihilate the world. Under the impact of this force, Zhao Wuji staggered back as if struck hard, retreating several steps before barely regaining his balance. His complexion turned increasingly pale, devoid of color, and his already haggard appearance seemed drained of vitality. He stared incredulously at Changge, unable to fathom that his prized forbidden power had been so effortlessly thwarted. How could this be? He had paid a considerable price to acquire this strength, yet Changge appeared to wield it with effortless ease. However, Changge was not faring much better. Although he had successfully withstood Zhao Wuji's onslaught, his body swayed slightly from the immense impact. Unlike Zhao Wuji, however, The aura of the emperor surged within Changge, flowing like a mighty river, swiftly dissipating the force of the impact and restoring his stability. At that moment, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Following closely, Mengshi, Shaolai, and other elite members of the Xiantai Guard burst into the chamber like a tempest, their speed akin to lightning, encircling Zhao Wujie in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, generals from the Sun Su army, including Xiao Changfeng and Wei Kuan, followed suit, brandishing long spears with grim expressions, forming an impenetrable encirclement that trapped Zhao Wujie within. A flicker of despair flashed in Zhao Wujie's eyes. He understood that there was no escape left for him. Faced with such formidable foes, no matter how fiercely he struggled, evading the fate of defeat would prove impossible. Yet, he refused to surrender. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned the last remnants of his breaking army power. This was his final stand. He intended to expend every ounce of his strength to bring these enemies down with him. In the midst of it all, Changge's gaze glinted with coldness as he regarded Zhao Wujie, akin to observing an arrogant jester. He offered Zhao no opportunity for reprieve. His long sword striking forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Zhao Wujie's throat. The jian of the stunning swallow traced a perfect arc through the air, swift to the extreme, yet steeped in mystique. Changge's target was not Zhao Wujie's body, but rather the breaking army sword in his possession. With a clear, resonant clang, the sound of the sword echoed throughout the hall. The breaking army sword emitted a reluctant wail as it was struck by Changge's exquisite blade. Flying from Zhao's grasp and crashing heavily against the wall, its crimson glow swiftly dimming. Zhao Wujie's body trembled, his eyes filled with utter despair. He had lost his final support. Kill him, Changge commanded coldly. The Xiantai Guard and Sun Su army soldiers surged forward like ravenous tigers. The Prince Zhao Wujie, once the pride of the heavens and the heir apparent of the great Xia, was brutally slain in a torrent of blades. His body left unrecognizable amidst a sea of blood. His lifeblood stained the cold floor of the Changlu Hall. The protracted struggle for succession that had endured for years reached its definitive conclusion at that moment. Within and beyond the capital, all those who had conspired with the Eastern Palace, regardless of their rank, were meticulously apprehended by the Sun Su army and Tian Luo spies under Changge's command. A thorough reckoning swept through the capital, uprooting the prince's faction and leaving rivers of blood in its wake. The once thriving Eastern Palace was entirely sealed off, reduced to ruins. Emperor Tianqi stood before the Golden Luan Hall, gazing upon the gradually calming imperial city, a flicker of fatigue crossing his features. Yet, more prominently, there was a fierce determination and resolve to reclaim the realm. Changge stood calmly by his side, having fulfilled the vengeance of his past life, personally ending the fate of his nemesis. Chapter 87. The Dust Settles. A new foundation established. The flames of the Changlu Hall burned throughout the night until they were extinguished by the soldiers of the capital garrison. The news of Prince Zhao Wujie's treason and execution spread like wildfire, racing through every corner of the city before dawn. This announcement sent shockwaves through the populace, akin to a boulder plummeting into water, stirring up tumultuous waves. However, contrary to the expectations of the populace, the common people did not experience the slightest joy at the demise of the crown prince. Instead, a profound sense of dread loomed over their hearts like a pervasive fog. The foundation of the kingdom had been shaken, undoubtedly heralding the onset of chaos throughout the realm, and people began to worry about how their lives would be affected. On the third day following the suppression of the rebellion, a heavily charged court assembly was solemnly convened in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The civil and military officials, clad in their heavy ceremonial robes, stood with grave expressions, heads bowed, not daring to breathe a word. The hall was enveloped in an oppressive silence, broken only by the occasional faint sound of coughing, which seemed jarringly out of place amidst the stillness. The air within the hall still bore a faint, yet acrid scent of blood, a reminder of the ferocity of the previous night's carnage. On the dragon throne sat Emperor Tianqi, his form gaunt, his visage haggard, as if all vigor had been drained from him overnight, aging him by more than a decade. His eyes, clouded yet imbued with a calm that spoke of having weathered great storms, surveyed the assembly. One crown prince had been deposed, another had been slain. This sovereign, exalted as he was, had suffered a crushing defeat in matters of succession. Lords, if you have matters to present, do so. The emperor's voice emerged, hoarse and weary. The hall remained enveloped in silence. No one dared to speak. Discussing merit would seem like gloating, while broaching the topic of the crown prince could provoke the emperor's ire. Amidst this stifling silence, the Duke of the State, Changge, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. As he stepped forward, the sound of his heavy armor clanking resonated sharply in the stillness of the hall. "Your Majesty," Changge's voice rang out like a resounding bell, shattering the silence. "The crown prince's treachery is unforgivable. However, a nation cannot endure a day without a rightful heir. With the position of the crown prince vacant, the people's hearts waver, and the state becomes unstable. For the sake of the realm, for the welfare of the populace, I earnestly beseech your Majesty to establish a new heir promptly, to bring peace to the world." His words fell like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake. At that moment, all attention was magnetically drawn to Changge. No one had anticipated that the first to break the silence and step forward to speak would be this man, renowned in court for his reticence. The emperor's previously murky gaze now seemed to awaken, slowly settling upon Changge, yet he remained silent, merely observing him intently. Noticing this, Changge respectfully bowed again, then raised his head and spoke with increasing conviction. "I believe the seventh prince, Zhao Chun, possesses a benevolent nature, is wise and eager to learn, exhibiting the qualities of a gentleman, and is entirely capable of assuming great responsibility." As soon as he finished speaking, the commander of the Divine Strategy Army, Xiao Changfeng, and the commander of the Xiantai Guard, Meng Shi, almost simultaneously sprang forth like lightning, kneeling on one knee in unison, proclaiming, "We, your humble servants, second this proposal." Following suit, several officials from the Ministry of Personnel, Ministry of Revenue, and Ministry of War, as if prearranged, stepped forward in chorus, echoing, "We, your humble servants, second this proposal." These individuals are either core allies of Changge or officials who have previously benefited from his favor in the endeavor to dethrone the crown prince. Their declarations undoubtedly conveyed a very clear signal to the others present. With this contingent of influential court officials taking the lead, those who had previously been indecisive and ambivalent, much like wheat fields bent by a fierce wind, promptly succumbed and expressed their allegiance. How could they remain oblivious? This was clearly the intention of General Changge, the protector of the realm. "I concur. We all concur." The chorus of agreement surged forth like a tumultuous tide, resonating powerfully within the grand hall. The sound was deafening, as if it sought to shatter the very roof and ascend to the heavens. In an instant, more than half of the court officials had knelt, beseeching Emperor Tianqi to grant their requests. The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, maintained a tranquil demeanor, his gaze sweeping slowly over each individual in the hall. It first fell upon Changge, a prominent minister who was kneeling solemnly alongside his fellow officials, imploring for a decree. Next, the emperor's eyes traversed the animated assembly of ministers, some fervently passionate, others earnestly persuasive, all advocating for the same cause. However, when his gaze finally alighted upon the youth who had remained silent throughout, it momentarily sharpened. Changge stood quietly, his stature as upright as a pine and his expression as indifferent as ice, as if this momentous occasion, determining the fate of the nation, bore no relevance to him. At this juncture, he leisurely stepped forward, emerging from the throng with measured grace. His steps were light yet assured, devoid of any hint of panic or hesitation. Unlike the other officials, he did not kneel in supplication, for the emperor had granted him exemption from such an act. Thus, he stood resolutely in the center of the hall, a stark contrast to the kneeling crowd. Moreover, he refrained from extolling the virtues of the seventh prince, Zhao Chun, choosing instead to maintain his silence, as if awaiting something. In a calm yet penetrating voice, he slowly articulated, "Your Majesty, the struggle for the foundation of the state has always been a source of turmoil. Now that Crown Prince Zhao Wujing has been vanquished, while the court appears stable, undercurrents are rife. It is imperative to swiftly establish the heir apparent, to present the subjects with a vision of a secure future. The wisdom of the seventh prince is for the populace to determine. However, the designation of him as heir is not merely a matter of personal merit. It embodies a legacy sanctioned by your Majesty, endorsed by the officials, and permitted by the laws of the realm. The hearts of the people are the bedrock of the nation. It is of utmost importance to demonstrate to the citizenry that the court is stable and the nation thrives in order. This, I believe, is the reason for the immediate establishment of a new heir." This statement, devoid of any plea for Zhao Chen's accolades, stood resolutely from the vantage of the state. He elevated the act of designating Zhao Chun to an essential measure for the stability of the realm. The distinction was unmistakable. A glimmer of light finally flickered in the previously impassive eyes of Emperor Tianqi. He gazed upon Gu Changge, the young man who inspired both reverence and trepidation within him, and slowly nodded. Proceed. With the last vestiges of his strength, he uttered these two words. By imperial decree, I hereby confer upon the seventh son of the emperor, Zhao Chun, the title of crown prince. Effective immediately, he shall be relocated to the Eastern Palace, where the esteemed General Gu Changge will serve as his tutor, guiding him in the affairs of governance. Thus it is decreed. Long live our emperor. The resounding cheers echoed through the hall of supreme harmony. Chapter 88. The renewal of the year. The Gu family feast. As the year drew to a close, the capital finally welcomed its first snowfall of winter. Delicate snowflakes danced upon the biting northern winds, cascading from the leaden sky, silently cloaking the interwoven glazed tiles and the cobblestone alleys in a thin layer of silvery frost. The sanguine scent of the crown prince's treachery seemed to have been washed away by the snowfall, leaving the city enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere. A peace forged through the trials of tumult. At the general's residence, the stone lions guarding the entrance stood as stalwart as ever. Yet there was an added layer of reverence that had not been there before. Since Gu Changge's rise to prominence, this estate had become the most sought-after locale in the capital. In the afternoon, within the study, the warmth of the heated floor enveloped the room. Contrary to the expectations of the outside world, Gu Changge was not scheming grand designs within the sanctuary of his study. Clad in a simple moon-white brocade robe, he stood by the window, attentively pruning a pot of clivia. His movements were steady, his focus unwavering. As if the scissors in his hand wielded the fate of an entire army, each cut was precise and resolute. A gentle knock interrupted the stillness, as the old steward, Uncle Fu, entered with a thick stack of lists in his hands. Young master, here is the list of New Year gifts sent by various households today, along with invitations for the New Year's Eve banquet, including those from Lord Wang of the Ministry of Personnel and from the Ministry of War. Without turning, Gu Changge calmly interjected, "Keep the list, but decline all the invitations. But young master, several of these individuals are high-ranking officials in the court. If we refuse them all, it may lead to unfounded rumors," Uncle Fu cautiously advised, gazing at the 16-year-old who bore immense authority, feeling both pride and an inescapable sense of concern. Gu Changge set down the scissors and turned to face him. His gaze was calm, yet exuded an inexplicable pressure. "Uncle Fu, observe this pot of clivia," he said, gesturing to the upright green plant. The branches and leaves, while seemingly lush, would only siphon vital nutrients from the main stem, preventing it from blooming to its fullest potential. The intricacies of human relationships are akin to this. Approaching the desk, he casually flipped through the lengthy gift list, pointing to a few names: the Duke of State, Scholarly from the Academy, and the newly appointed Lord Chun of Jingzhou. These families' return gifts must be substantial, and you shall personally attend to them. As for the others, they may be filed according to the customary protocol. Gu Changge's voice was deep and resolute, revealing an undeniable authority. Uncle Fu felt a shiver run through him, instantly grasping the young master's intentions. Although he had declined several superfluous social engagements, he had never overlooked the importance of genuine allies. These individuals represent crucial connections for the Gu family, and maintaining amicable relations with them is of paramount importance for the family's development. Uncle Fu promptly acknowledged. The old servant understands. He recognized that the young master's decision was made after careful contemplation, thus he would devote himself wholeheartedly to fulfilling this task. Gu Changge paused briefly before continuing. "Tonight, we shall have a family banquet." His tone softened slightly, as if he held a special anticipation for this familial gathering. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He was well aware of the young master's deep regard for family, particularly the affection he held for his grandmother and father. He instructed the kitchen to prepare additional soft and glutinous delicacies favored by his grandmother, as well as to warm a pot of the finest wine for his father. Gu Changge meticulously detailed every aspect, demonstrating thoughtful consideration for each detail. "Understood, young master." Uncle Fu bowed and retreated, his heart a tumult of emotions. The outside world hailed Gu Changge as the formidable General Gu, renowned for his military prowess and illustrious achievements. Yet in Uncle Fu's heart, he would forever remain the young master of the Gu family, the one who required care yet upheld the entire clan. As night descended and the lights illuminated, The Gu family's banquet exuded warmth despite its simplicity. At the round-eaten wood table, Gu Changge personally assisted his grandmother, the venerable matriarch, to her seat, thoughtfully placing a soft cushion behind her. "Grandmother, please take a seat." "Good, good," the old matriarch replied affectionately, grasping Gu Changge's hand and gently caressing it. Upon feeling the calluses on his palm, a result of years wielding a sword, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Changge, look at your hands. They hardly resemble those of a scholar. Have you endured much hardship outside?" A warmth enveloped Gu Changge's heart as he clasped his grandmother's frail hand in return, smiling as he replied, "Grandmother, I am now a military general. Having calluses on my hands earns the respect of my soldiers. This is no hardship, being able to protect the Gu family. And you and my parents brings me great joy." As he spoke, he delicately lifted a piece of steamed base, carefully deboned, and placed it in her bowl. "Please try this. The new chef in the kitchen has commendable skills." Seated at the head of the table, his father, Gu Yuan, observed this scene with a heart full of pride. He raised his wine cup and said to Gu Changge, "Changge, you have done remarkably well this year. I am proud of you. You flatter me." "Father," Gu Changge replied, lifting his cup to gently clink with his father's. Meanwhile, Gu Mu, his mother, busily served Gu Changge more dishes, chiding, "No matter how high your rank outside, you must eat well at home. Look at you, you've lost some weight." Gu Changge patiently listened, responding to each concern. In his past life, he had never experienced such moments. The memories of New Year's Eve were forever etched in his mind as the cold lanterns of the Eastern Palace, plotting with the Crown Prince through sleepless nights, and the pretense exchanged amid clinking glasses. Meanwhile, his family had endured the endless suspicion and coldness he had brought upon them from afar. In this life, he had finally begun to reclaim this genuine warmth from the mire of fate, grasping it tightly in his hands. Outside the window, magnificent fireworks burst forth in the night sky, their resounding booms echoing through the capital, accompanied by the jubilant cheers of the populace. The shimmering lights cast flickering shadows upon the papered panes, creating an almost surreal reflection of the warmth that enveloped the room. Gu Changge wore a smile upon his face, yet his profound eyes seemed to pierce through the cozy ambience, gazing into the boundless darkness within the depths of the imperial palace. He understood better than anyone that the tranquility before him was built upon the countless bones of the crown princess faction. If this peace were to endure, it would require even more remains to pave a solid path to the zenith of power. As the family feast concluded, Gu Changge bid farewell to his already resting grandmother and parents, returning alone to his study. Upon pushing open the window, a chill wind, infused with the essence of snow, rushed in, cooling his head, which had been warmed by wine. He stood by the window, quietly observing the snowflakes dancing in the air. Though the warmth of the family gathering had yet to dissipate, his heart was already enveloped in a cold, tranquil stillness. At that moment, a slip of paper, lighter than the snowflakes, drifted silently through the crack of the window, landing precisely on the desk before him. It was a secret missive from Tianlu. He extended his slender fingers to pick up the paper, which was exceedingly thin and cold to the touch. Unfolding it revealed the familiar, icy, and sharp handwriting of Yi Nishang. The paper contained no excessive greetings or formalities, only two words that pierced the serenity of New Year's Eve like a blade. Moved. Chapter 89. Power in Hand. The new nobility of the court after the new year. The first grand court assembly of the capital commenced amidst the lingering chill of early spring. Within the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the gilded dragon throne loomed high, where Emperor Tianqi, clad in a dragon robe, bore a pallor reminiscent of his recent illness, yet his gaze was sharper than ever. Standing beside him, Crown Prince Zhao Chun presented a tall and imposing figure, akin to an ancient pine, his brow exuding a sense of calm and authority, clearly embodying the essence of a future sovereign. His presence imbued the entire court with an air of solemnity. The officials were arrayed in accordance with their ranks, each adorned in formal court attire, their expressions grave, rendering the atmosphere utterly silent, save for the occasional cough or soft footfall. After a long winter, the repercussions of the Crown Prince Zhao Wujin's treasonous plot had finally begun to wane. However, the power dynamics within the court had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The previously established equilibrium had been shattered, giving rise to a new faction of power. Countless eyes, filled with reverence, jealousy, or curiosity, subtly glanced towards the figure leading the military ranks. Gu Changge, donned in the resplendent attire of a first-rank military official, stood at merely 17 years of age. Yet he possessed a stature as upright as a pine and a visage as handsome as jade, making him stand out amidst a throng of noblemen well into their 50s, like a crane among chickens, distinctly captivating attention. Yet, what drew even more eyes was the unyielding aura that surrounded him. Despite his youth, his composure and authority disallowed anyone to underestimate him due to his age. At that moment, the eunuch's piercing voice abruptly shattered the silence of the grand hall. By the will of heaven, the emperor declares. This proclamation resonated like a thunderclap, causing everyone to hold their breath. The entire court fell into a profound hush, with all eyes fixated on the imperial edict held by the eunuch. They understood that this was a pivotal moment that would determine the trajectory of power in the capital for the coming decade. Changge, having rendered great service to the nation and labored for the realm, has been appointed in times of peril to cleanse the court of treachery and quell rebellion, earning eternal merit. I am greatly comforted and hereby elevate you to the position of Grand General of the state, bestowing upon you a purple golden robe and granting you the privilege of attending court without kneeling. You shall command the 3 major camps of the capital's Xiantai Guard and concurrently serve as the Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, assisting the Eastern Palace. This is my decree. As the final words echoed, the court erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. The title of Grand General of the state represented the pinnacle of martial glory. Commanding the Xiantai Guard, one of the capital's most elite military forces, was a significant responsibility entrusted to him. Moreover, serving as the Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince entwined him irrevocably with the future sovereign. The amalgamation of military, political, and reserve powers in the hands of a mere 17-year-old youth was indeed overwhelming. I humbly accept the decree, Changge replied, stepping forward with measured grace. His voice calm as he expressed his gratitude, betraying not a hint of elation or excitement, as if he had merely received a commonplace document. At that moment, an elderly and discordant voice emerged from the ranks of the scholar officials. Your Majesty, I have a petition. The assembly turned to see Lu Yi, the renowned and incorruptible Minister of Justice. The nearly 70-year-old statesman trembled as he stepped forth from the ranks, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, General Gu's merits are indeed remarkable, and I hold him in high regard. However, at such a tender age of 17, suddenly elevated to such a high position, commanding the Imperial Guards while also bearing the significant responsibility of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, it may be difficult to gain the confidence of the court. According to ancestral regulations, the role of Grand Tutor has always been assumed by those of profound virtue and high repute. General Gu's appointment may well contravene established tradition. His words, articulated with grandiloquence and righteous fervor, seemed laden with reason. In an instant, many officials displayed expressions of agreement, nodding in approval. Yet, the emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, remained impassive, like a statue, silent and unyielding. His profound gaze resembled a frigid pool, rendering his true thoughts inscrutable. Meanwhile, the newly appointed crown prince, Zhao Chun, furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern crossing his features. He clearly perceived the precariousness of the situation. Uncertain of how Changge would navigate this initial challenge before his official appointment, the collective gaze of the Grand Hall now converged upon Changge, akin to a spotlight, all waiting with bated breath to see how he would respond to this formidable inquiry. However, to everyone's astonishment, Changge remained utterly still, standing there like a steadfast pine, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. He did not even flutter an eyelid, as if the words of the minister pertained to a stranger, wholly unrelated to him. Just as the atmosphere in the hall became increasingly tense, and the audience began to express their bewilderment at Changge's silence, a sudden and resounding clash of armor echoed through the chamber. As the crowd turned towards the sound, they beheld the formidable Meng Shi, the commander of the Xiantai Guard. This valiant warrior, who had once been vanquished by Changge with a single strike in the martial arena, now stepped forward with an imposing stature that glimmered under the sun's rays. His voice, resonant as a great bell, echoed throughout the hall. Your Majesty, the tens of thousands of soldiers of the Xiantai Guard recognize only military merit, not age. I, Meng Shi, wholeheartedly acknowledge General Gu's capabilities, and the entirety of the Xiantai Guard stands united in this sentiment. Before his words faded, the leader of the Sun Su army, Xiao Changfeng, also stepped forth. He surveyed the surroundings and declared with clarity, the Sun Su army has risen from humble beginnings, all thanks to the general's guidance. We shall follow the general into the fires of adversity without hesitation. Those who dare dissent shall find themselves at odds with the Sun Tzu army. These two voices, one representing the capital's imperial guards and the other the elite forces loyal to Gu Changge, sent tremors through many hearts. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. At the forefront of the martial generals, the previously silent Duke of the State, Changge, slowly opened his eyes. His aging yet sharp gaze swept over Lu Yi, and his voice, though calm, bore the weight of a mountain. In my lifetime of warfare, I pride myself on my discernment. General Gu's talents far surpass those of my past. The Duke of the State is in accord. Three voices, representing three formidable factions, descended upon the assembly like three towering mountains, instantly weighing heavily upon all present. Lu Ye's face flushed crimson, his lips trembled, yet he could utter not a single word. The entire Taiha Hall fell into a silence so profound one could hear a pin drop. On the dragon throne, Emperor Tianqi's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile. This was the outcome he desired. The conferment ceremony concluded smoothly under an atmosphere of absolute intimidation. After the court session, Gu Changge strolled upon the polished white jade path. "Your Excellency, please hold on," a voice imbued with respect called from behind. Turning, Gu Changge saw the newly appointed crown prince, Zhao Chun, hastening to catch up. "Is there something on your mind, Your Highness?" Gu Changge inquired. "Nothing urgent, merely wishing to seek the Grand Tutor's wisdom regarding today's morning court," Zhao Chun replied, adopting a humble demeanor akin to that of a true student. "Your strategy today was indeed remarkable." Gu Changge smiled faintly. When strength is sufficient, all words seem superfluous. Zhao Chun nodded thoughtfully as he walked alongside Gu Changge, casually remarking, "By the way, Grand Tutor, in just a few days, it will be the Lantern Festival. This year, Father has permitted the delegation from the Southern Chu Kingdom to witness the event in the capital. It promises to be quite a spectacle. Should you have the time, it would be worthwhile to attend." Gu Changge's pace remained unbroken, his expression serene. "The Southern Chu delegation, you say? As it is a grand occasion, I shall indeed make an appearance." His gaze drifted towards the intricately carved eaves and beasts adorning the distant palace walls, his eyes narrowing slightly. Southern Chu, the nation that had clandestinely conspired with the crown prince in a previous life, only to betray the great Xia at its most perilous moment. In this life, they had returned once more. The Lantern Festival would surely be a vibrant affair. Chapter 90. The Lantern Festival. Under the moonlight with flying swans on the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival arrived. As night fell, the entire capital seemed to awaken from the solemnity of daylight, transforming into a resplendent river of stars, shimmering with colors and life. Thousands of exquisite lanterns hang from Zhuke Street all the way to the lakeside of Qinxin Lake in the southern part of the city, illuminating the snow-laden eaves and the smiling faces of passers-by. The air is filled with the sweet aroma of the Lantern Festival and a faint hint of sulfur, while the laughter of children, the cries of vendors, and the whispers of couples intertwine to create a melody uniquely belonging to this prosperous era. By the lakeside, the renowned Wangyue Tower has long been reserved. Gu Changge, clad in a moon-white brocade robe and a warm black cloak, stands by the railing, holding a cup of warm wine, quietly gazing at the myriad lights reflected on the lake's surface. Beside him, Qin Ruoxiang has changed out of her military attire into a sharp red ensemble, exuding elegance and vigor. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue, adorned in a delicate light blue gown, appears charmingly curious as she observes the lively scene below. "Changge, you say this Lantern Festival is the same every year. How can one never tire of it?" Su Qingxue remarks, her eyes filled with wonder as she watches the various lanterns drifting across the lake. Gu Changge takes a gentle sip, his gaze profound. "Because this era of peace is hard won. With every glance, I strengthen my resolve to protect it." His tone is calm, yet it stirs something within both Qin Ruoxiang and Su Qingxue, prompting them to look towards him in unison. From his simple words, they discern a depth of experience and responsibility that transcends his years. At that moment, a commotion arises from below, accompanied by waves of applause. It turns out that the proprietor of Wangyue Tower has set up a riddle platform by the lakeside, inviting talented individuals from all walks of life to participate. A young man dressed in splendid attire, exuding an air of arrogance, stands at the forefront. He is Li Jingrui, the deputy envoy of the Nanchu delegation, renowned as the foremost talent of Nanchu. I present 3 couplets composed by the esteemed predecessors of the Nanchu literary circle, which to this day have stumped many. Today, I seek to engage with the talents of Daxia. He proclaims, unfurling the first scroll. The upper couplet is, smoke locks the willow by the pond. Upon its utterance, many literati present gasp in awe. The 5 characters are ingeniously crafted with the radicals representing fire, metal, water, earth, and wood, subtly alluding to the 5 elements, a testament to remarkable creativity that elicits admiration. For a moment, no one dares to respond. Li Jingrui's expression grows even prouder as he surveys his surroundings, declaring, it seems Daxia is but mediocre. From the upper floor, Qin Ruoxiang furrows her brows. This person is exceedingly arrogant. Su Qingxue softly adds, this upper couplet is indeed exquisite. To craft a corresponding lower couplet with the same 5 elements is exceedingly challenging. Yet, Gu Changge merely smiles faintly, setting down his cup. His voice, though not loud, resonates clearly in the ears of everyone below. Peach blossoms ignite the Jinjiang embankment. His voice is clear, imbued with a unique cadence. The crowd below is momentarily taken aback, then begins to savor the brilliance of his words. Peach corresponds with smoke, creating a harmonious imagery. Ignite pairs with locks, full of dynamic essence. Most importantly, the radicals of the 5 words, peach, ignite, brocade, river, embankment, are unmistakably wood, fire, metal, water, earth. Remarkable. Such an absolute is unparalleled in this age. A thunderous applause erupts from the crowd. Li Jingrui's complexion suddenly turned ashen, for he had not anticipated that his prideful assertion would be effortlessly dismantled by a young man from above. Unwilling to concede, he unfurled a second couplet. Lonely, I guard the cold window in solitude. This couplet was even more biting. All 7 characters bore the radical of roof, mocking the stagnation of the Daxia literary world, where talent was scarce. Above, Qin Ruoxiang's expression was already frosty. Gu Changge remained unfazed, his demeanor as tranquil as ever. He took a sip of wine and spoke again, his voice resonating throughout the venue. Far, near, reach, path, pass, carefree. Each of these 7 words bore the radical of walk, not only forming a perfect antithesis, but also, through the carefree essence of the phrase, accentuating the desolation and narrow-mindedness of his opponent, akin to the stark contrast between a firefly and the full moon. Excellent. A splendid retort. The applause this time was even more fervent than before. Li Jingrui's face shifted from ashen to pallid as he fixed a fierce gaze upon the direction of Wangyue Tower, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Before he could present a 3rd couplet and further humiliate himself, the crowd had already engulfed him in a tide of derision. In utter disarray, he squeezed through the throng and departed in disgrace. Thus, a minor tempest subsided. Su Qingxue gazed at Gu Changge's profile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Changge, your intellect is truly unfathomable. Although Qin Ruoxiang remained silent, a glimmer of rare respect flickered in her usually proud eyes. Her expertise lay in the battlefield, thus, she held deep admiration for such literary charm. Gu Changge offered a non-committal smile as he approached the window, observing a lone boat on the lake. He noticed a musician playing the guqin. The melody was enchanting, yet felt somewhat lacking in depth. Seemingly inspired, he turned to his attendant. Do you have a flute? The attendant promptly retrieved a fine purple bamboo flute. Gu Changge accepted the flute, tested its sound, and then raised it to his lips. Instead of playing the refined melodies familiar to literati, he unveiled a tune never before heard, flowing gently from the flute's mouth. At first, the sound was melancholic, reminiscent of a wandering hero traversing the desolation of the desert. Then, the melody shifted, becoming bold and unrestrained, like a potent spirit coursing down one's throat, stirring the soul. As it reached its climax, the music expanded and liberated the spirit, evoking the image of an extraordinary hero who, having endured the trials of life, ultimately chose to laugh in the face of adversity, as the ocean's laughter echoes across the shores. The piece The Ocean's Laughter transcended time and space, quietly blossoming during this otherworldly lantern festival. As the flute fell silent, the world stood still. Along the banks of Qinxin Lake, whether among the aristocrats on the pleasure boats or the common folk by the shore, everyone was immersed in the grandeur and liberating essence of the music, unable to extricate themselves for an extended moment. Within Wangyue Tower, Qin Ruoxiang and Su Qingxue were utterly entranced. They had never imagined that one individual could evoke such vastness of spirit and universe with a mere bamboo flute. Meanwhile, Changge quietly returned the flute to the attendant, his gaze once again drifting toward the throngs below. His eyes traversed the enthralled faces captivated by the flute's melody, ultimately honing in on an inconspicuous corner. In that moment, the disheveled young talent of the south, Li Jingrui, brushed past a traveling merchant carrying a burden. As they exchanged proximity, the merchant's fingers swiftly tapped thrice upon the shoulder pole with a distinct rhythm. In response, Li Jingrui, concealing his hand within his sleeve, mirrored the gesture, an encoded signal of the Wolf Guards. Behind the facade of bustling festivities and the jubilant populace, the web of conspiracy had been silently woven. The corners of Changge's mouth twisted into a cold arc as he raised his wine cup, draining the remaining warm liquor in one gulp. The trap had been set. Chapter 91. Threads of Evidence. Pursued in the dark night at Wangyue Tower, the guests had dispersed. Su Qingxue, feeling fatigued, was escorted home by her maidservants. Yet Qin Rushuang lingered, reluctant to depart, standing beside Changge, observing the thinning crowd below. "Your flute's melody is unlike any tune heard in the capital," she remarked suddenly, breaking the silence. Her voice, cool and direct, bore the hallmark of a warrior's candor. "The expanse of one's heart determines the breadth of the world. Music arises from the heart, unbound by the confines of this city." Changge replied coolly, his gaze fixed beyond the tower. Qin Rushuang regarded him intently, choosing not to press further. She understood that the world concealed within Changge's heart was far more vast than what any observer could perceive. "You seem to have matters to attend to," she noted, discerning the focused demeanor beneath his seemingly relaxed exterior. "Indeed," Changge conceded. "Some unscrupulous vermin prefer to burrow in the midst of revelry." He turned to Qin Rushuang and said, "You should return, the night deepens." Qin Rushuang nodded slightly, acknowledging the situation. She was no ordinary woman. She understood the right moments for words and actions. With swift and decisive movements, she turned away, as if performing the most mundane of tasks. "Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call." Her words were succinct and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. After uttering this, she departed with the guards of the Duke of the State, vanishing like a gust of wind into the vastness of the night. However, just as Qin Rushuang's presence faded into the air, a shadow materialized behind Changge, silent and ghostly. This shadow appeared as a part of the night itself, seamlessly blending with its surroundings, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye. It was Yi Nishang, clad in a fitted black cloak that accentuated her graceful form. The veil shrouding her face rendered her features elusive, revealing only a pair of bright, star-like eyes that shimmered with a cold light in the darkness. "Master." Yi Nishang spoke softly, her voice low and melodic, akin to a gentle murmur in the night breeze. Changge's body shifted slightly, seemingly unfazed by her sudden appearance. His voice remained as icy as ever, devoid of warmth, as he inquired, "Did you follow?" Night Nishang's response was equally succinct and clear, "I've got it." Her tone was calm and steady, exuding a sense of confidence and decisiveness. It was Jia San and Jia Qi from the Tianluo Dizigu, the finest trackers in the capital. Night Nishang continued to relay the information she possessed without reservation to Changge. "Be cautious, the other party is quite alert," Changge instructed. The peddler appeared ordinary, yet every aspect of his posture and breath revealed a trained demeanor, indicating he was far from an ordinary individual. "Understood." Night Nishang paused briefly before adding, "Our people have already established surveillance at the Honglu Temple, where the Southern Chu delegation is staying." Changge nodded slightly, moving toward the window to observe the peddler, who blended into the crowd, leisurely making his way towards the western part of the city. Meanwhile, the talented Li Jingrui of Southern Chu, after parting ways with the peddler, headed straight back to the Honglu Temple. Though they seemed unrelated, the three knocks of his fingers had irrevocably connected them. "My lord, shall we act immediately?" Night Nishang inquired, a glint of lethal intent flashing in her eyes. For her, any entity posing a threat to Changge should be eliminated without delay. "No," Changge shook his head, a calculating glimmer in his gaze. "Attacking him now would merely uproot a weed. What I seek is to follow this vine and uncover the poisonous fruit hidden in the depths below." He understood well that a character like Li Jingrui was merely a peripheral pawn within the organization of the Wolf Guards, utilized for message delivery or as a sacrificial piece. The peddler, however, clearly held a higher status, yet was still far from being central. His goal was to ensnare the true mastermind behind the wolf guards. That great fish concealed beneath the undercurrents of the capital, perhaps even the long-vanished high priest. Relay my orders. Gu Changge's voice resonated distinctly in the cold night. For Li Jingrui, maintain surveillance without contact. I wish to know every person he meets, every word he utters, every letter he receives. As for the peddler and all those he will encounter, pursue them relentlessly, uncover their strongholds and means of communication. Remember, do not alarm the snake in the grass. If necessary, we may sacrifice 1 or 2 peripheral scouts to gain their trust. Yes, Knight Nishang's figure melted once more into the darkness, as if she had never appeared. In the study, tranquility reigned, with Gu Changge seated alone. His gaze fell upon the cup of wine that had long since gone cold, as if he could peer through it into the myriad events of his previous life. The Southern Chu Kingdom, once an ally of the Great Xia, had brazenly torn apart their pact and advanced northwards, seizing the opportunity following the death of the Crown Prince when the Great Xia was weakened. This move caught the Great Xia off guard, and even more shocking to Gu Changge was the revelation that the Southern Chu had coordinated with the Northern barbarians, delivering a heavy blow to the Great Xia. At that time, he had merely thought this was the ambition of the Southern Chu's ruler, seeking to expand territory. However, in hindsight, such a turn of events could not possibly have occurred without the shadow of the Wolf Guards lurking behind it. The enigmatic organization known as the Wolf Guard has infiltrated the courts of neighboring nations. Their ambitions are evidently not limited to merely restoring the previous dynasty. What they are scheming is a grand strategy aimed at subverting the entire realm. The upcoming spring sacrificial ceremony to heaven is undoubtedly a pivotal step in this elaborate game. At that time, the emperor, the crown prince, civil and military officials, and royal relatives will gather at the altar of heaven to partake in this grand event. Although it may appear that defenses are tightly secured, the reality is that everyone will be concentrated in one location, presenting the perfect opportunity for a comprehensive strike. Should an assassination occur during the ceremony, claiming the emperor's life or the sudden death of the crown prince, all evidence would implicate the formidable General Gu Changge, whose military prowess poses a significant threat to the throne. A cold smile graced his lips as he contemplated this cunning plan of framing the Jiangdong, achieving 2 objectives with a single stroke. He drained his cup of cold wine, the liquid coursing down his throat like a chilling stream, penetrating to his very core. If you wish for me to be your pawn, I fear you may lack the necessary finesse, he muttered softly to himself. Outside, the last lantern flickered out, plunging the entire capital city into profound darkness. Only in the study of the State Protector General did a solitary candle burn through the night. An invisible web surrounding the sacrificial ceremony was quietly being woven. Chapter 92, Following the Clue. Initial exploration of the wolf's den. The night engulfed all the splendor and clamor of the capital. The final remnants of the Lantern Festival were swept away by the chilling winds of the late night. Only the night watchman, lantern in hand, weakly struck his clapper, the sound echoing through the desolate streets. In a secluded alley in the southern part of the city, a shadow clung to the wall like a gecko, seamlessly blending into the darkness. Shadow 7 had been lying in wait here for nearly an hour. As the most elite tracker in the heavenly net, patience was his most cherished weapon. He could remain as still as a stone in one place for 3 days and nights, biding his time for the precise moment when his target would let down their guard. His gaze was fixed intently upon a peddler carrying a burden 100 paces away. Since the conclusion of the Lantern Festival, this peddler had not returned home directly, but instead, with extreme caution, had been meandering through the alleyways of the southern city. He would occasionally pause to engage in idle chatter with the patrolling soldiers and feign fatigue from his heavy load while resting under the eaves of a tea house. Shadow 7 smirked inwardly. These seemingly casual actions were nothing more than rudimentary counter-tracking tactics. With each stop, he discreetly observed whether anyone was tailing him. Had he been pursued by the local constables, he would have surely evaded them by now. Unfortunately for the peddler, he was being followed by the heavenly net. Shadow 7 maintained a considerable, yet perfectly calibrated distance from him. He never traveled in a straight line, instead utilizing rooftops, corners, and the shadows of gutters, like a specter, constantly shifting his position within the intricate environment. Farther behind him, another companion, codenamed A3, was responsible for cross-monitoring from another angle, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. At last, after meandering for a full hour, the peddler seemed convinced of his safety. his pace noticeably quickening, no longer lingering. He proceeded directly towards the most chaotic and dubious area in the west of the city. Ing Chi's mind sharpened with intense focus. He knew he was nearing the lair of his target. Ultimately, the peddler's footsteps halted before the entrance of a dye house named Fu Yuan. This establishment was of considerable size, and even in the dead of night, faint lights flickered within its courtyard, with the air thick with the pungent scent of dye. The peddler rhythmically rapped on the door, which opened slightly. He slipped inside, and the door swiftly shut behind him. Ing Chi did not approach recklessly. Like a weightless leaf, he silently ascended to the rooftop across from the dye house, using the knight's cloak to observe everything within the courtyard with meticulous attention. The dye house exuded an aura of strangeness. Hundreds of colorful fabrics hung to dry in the yard, seemingly in disarray. Yet, upon a mere glance, a chill ran through Ing Chi's heart. The colors and arrangement of those fabrics were far from random. They constituted an exceedingly intricate code system. Red indicated alert, blue signified safety, and green represented the transmission of crucial information. This night, the fabrics displayed were predominantly green and red, indicating that the dye house was under heightened vigilance and that significant information was circulating. The workers moving about the courtyard exhibited steady footsteps, their temples bulging, and their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings, clearly adept in martial arts. These were no mere dye house workers. They were evidently a cadre of well-trained assassins. Ing Chi observed as the peddler, upon entering, was immediately guided by two workers towards the rear courtyard. As they traversed an open area, the peddler produced a small ebony bamboo tube from his bosom and handed it to a steward who had been waiting there. The steward accepted the bamboo tube without opening it, instead turning to pass it on to another individual, who took it deeper into the dye house, into a well-lit secret chamber. The layers of transmission indicated stringent security. Ing Chi concluded that this was an exceedingly important relay station for the wolf guards in the capital. However, the intelligence contained within that bamboo tube was evidently not intended for those within. They lacked the clearance to unseal it. He refrained from further investigation. The first edict of the Tian Luo was to never raise alarm before possessing absolute certainty. Exposing oneself was a far graver error than missing intelligence. He committed the dye house's geographical position, internal layout, personnel count, and fabric codes to memory, then retreated as silently as he had arrived, his figure vanishing once more into the boundless night. In the study of the National General's residence, the candlelight remained bright. Gu Changge was engaged in strategizing the military deployment of the capital on a sand table. He inserted a black standard, inscribed with the insignia of the Shunsu army, at a crucial point between the imperial city and the western district. The silhouette of Yi Chang appeared silently behind him. "My lord." She reported all the intelligence brought back by Ing Chi, word for word. In the Fuyuan dye house, Gu Changge's fingertips lightly tapped against the table, a glimmer of understanding flickering in his eyes. The most perilous places often serve as the safest havens. Who would have thought that within the chaotic convergence of diverse individuals in the western part of the city, such a crucial stronghold of the Wolf Guard would be concealed? Well done, he commended. Withdraw the brothers for now. Do not approach the dye house any further. The fish there have already been startled. Yes. Yi Nishang paused before presenting another piece of intelligence. My lord, there have been new developments regarding the surveillance of the Honglu Temple. Speak. The talented scholar of Southern Shu, Li Jingrui, has not left his residence since returning from the Lantern Festival. However, he is not engaged in the typical pursuits of a scholar, such as composing poetry or painting. Our people, through the reflections on the papered window, observed him practicing swordsmanship. Gu Changge's brow arched slightly. Practicing swordsmanship? Yes. Yi Nishang replied, her tone taking on a more serious note. He is training in a particularly ruthless and cunning style of swordplay, each move aimed at the vital points of a person. According to the records of Tianluo, this technique bears a striking resemblance to that of a mysterious assassin organization known as the Changge Tower, which briefly emerged 3 years ago in the northern frontier, responsible for the assassination of 3 of our generals. Changge Tower, Gu Changge murmured, contemplating the name. In his past life, he had dismissed Changge Tower as merely a common assassin organization that operated for profit. It now appeared that this so-called Changge Tower was likely, from the very beginning, a concealed dagger wielded by the Wolf Guard, specifically tasked with executing assassinations. The illustrious first scholar of Southern Shu was simultaneously a top-tier assassin. The Wolf Guard strategy was indeed intricate and profound. Gu Changge's gaze slowly shifted to the sand table, where the position representing the Temple of Heaven lay, a glint of icy murderous intent flashing in his eyes. It seemed that the upcoming sacrificial ceremony would be far more tumultuous than he had anticipated. Chapter 93. Laying a trap, concealing deceptive forces. The flickering candlelight in the study illuminated the miniature model of the capital city on the sand table. Changge's fingers glided gently over the location of the Fuyuan Dai house in the west, ultimately pausing at the small wooden block representing the Temple of Heaven. Yinishang stood silently beside him, awaiting orders. The Dai house is a dead piece, Changge spoke, his voice resonating with a calmness that revealed his insight. The Wolf Guard is always cunning and elusive. If we act against the Dai house now, we will only disturb the periphery and disrupt the clues. Moreover, Li Jingrui is merely a pawn that can be sacrificed at any moment. Should he sense exposure, the Wolf Guard will not hesitate to let him perish from a sudden illness. A flicker of doubt crossed Yinishang's eyes. Does my lord mean we cannot follow their rhythm? Changge said, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. We must make them dance to our tune. He rose and approached the writing desk, dipping his brush in ink, inscribing an address on a blank sheet of paper. East of the city, Yuma Alley, number 3. Courtyard A. He handed the note to Yinishang. This is a vacated residence we seized from the princess faction. Send someone to arrange it as a secret stronghold for Tianluo. Remember, it must appear convincing, yet leave some unintentional flaws, so that others perceive our men as elite, yet inexperienced and prone to oversight. In the stillness of the night, Yinishang, with her icy brilliance, swiftly grasped Changge's intent. Was the sovereign attempting to draw the serpent from its hole? No, Changge shook his head, a deeper light flickering in his eyes. It was a tactic to rattle the tiger. I wish to convey to certain individuals that I have set my sights upon them. Yet I must not reveal the extent of my knowledge. He continued to instruct. Once the stronghold is established, arrange for some individuals to inadvertently leak whispers in several black markets within the capital. Let it be said that the Grand General of the state has recently been secretly amassing forces to investigate the Southern Chu delegation, seemingly with ulterior motives. Yinishang's heart trembled. This stratagem of the sovereign was ruthless indeed. While it appeared to expose oneself, it was, in fact, a lethal cloud of suspicion being cast. Such news, when it reaches different ears, would yield vastly divergent effects. If it fell upon the ears of the Wolf Guards, they would believe their plans had been unveiled, thus plunging into chaos and eager to verify. Conversely, for certain princes with nefarious intentions, it would serve as an exquisite handle to wield against their political adversaries. I comprehend. Yinishang bowed in acknowledgement, and her subordinate promptly set off to execute the orders. Go, Changge waved his hand. Once Yinishang's figure faded from sight, Changge did not pause. He donned a pristine outfit befitting the grand tutor of the crown prince, and, bathed in the first light of dawn, entered the imperial palace. In the eastern palace, the study awaited. Crown Prince Zhaochun had been anticipating for quite some time. Upon seeing Changge enter, he immediately rose and respectfully performed a gesture of discipleship. Grand Tutor, there is no need for excessive courtesy, Your Highness, Changge replied with a slight nod. Getting straight to the point. Today, we shall not discuss classics, but rather the intricacies of power. Zhaochun straightened, his demeanor becoming serious. Changge strolled to the window, seemingly casually inquiring, Your Highness, do you know what a sovereign must most vigilantly guard against? After a moment of contemplation, Zhaochun responded, Is it the power-hungry ministers? The imperial relatives? Or perhaps border troubles? All true, yet none entirely correct. Changge turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. What a sovereign must most guard against is the collusion of internal strife and external threats. A single formidable faction can still be counterbalanced. But once internal and external forces unite, the very foundation of the nation shall tremble. He observed Zhaochun's youthful yet earnest countenance and continued, I have heard that among the Southern Chu delegation, there exists one known as Li Jingrui, reputed to be the foremost talent. Not only is he eloquent, but his martial skills are equally remarkable. Zhaochun nodded. Indeed, I have heard that he engaged in a literary contest with the Grand Tutor at the Lantern Festival. His literary prowess, however, is rather unremarkable. Changge's tone carried a hint of disdain. Yet, I discern that his martial prowess is ruthless and enigmatic. Starkly different from that of ordinary martial artists, it resembles techniques honed specifically for assassination. He paused, lowering his voice further. Your Highness, with the spring sacrificial ceremony approaching. The safety of both the emperor and yourself is of paramount importance. There are certain matters that, as a subject, I cannot directly voice, but as the heir apparent, it is your duty to alleviate the emperor's concerns. It may be prudent to subtly mention this to His Majesty at an opportune moment, reminding him to exercise heightened vigilance during the ceremony. Zhao Qin's heart raced. He instantly comprehended the profound implications behind Gu Changge's words. The Grand Tutor is subtly alerting him that there may be an issue with the southern Chu envoy. Li Jingrui could very well be an assassin. Reporting this matter as the Crown Prince to the Emperor is far more effective than if it were conveyed by General Gu Changge, who wields considerable military power, as it would arouse far less suspicion. Grateful for the Grand Tutor's guidance, Zhao Qin bowed deeply, expressing his understanding. Gu Changge nodded in satisfaction, knowing that the seed of concern had been sown. Despite his youth, Zhao Qin possesses sufficient intelligence to convey this trepidation to Emperor Tianqi in the most appropriate manner. This concern, originating from the Crown Prince, will serve as yet another heavy leverage against the fourth Prince Zhao Yu. He is eager to observe how this adeptly patient fourth prince will manage to remain composed amidst the Crown Prince's suspicions and the scheming of the general's household. Later that night, within the fourth prince's study, Zhao Yu gazed at the confidential letter delivered by the Wolf Guard intelligence network, his expression darkening to the point it seemed to drip with foreboding. Gu Changge had established a clandestine stronghold and was secretly gathering forces. He read the letter's contents in a low voice, his fingers turning pale from the pressure. A faint scent of conspiracy wafted through the air. The situation was too coincidental, as if it were a trap laid specifically for him. But what if it were true? If he could seize undeniable evidence of Gu Changge's treachery, he could instantly reverse all unfavorable circumstances. The temptation was overwhelming. Zhao Yu paced back and forth in the study, his mind in turmoil. Ultimately, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Wealth and power are often found in peril. He steeled his resolve. He must not employ the Wolf Guard, for that would expose him. Commanding the shadows, he issued a solemn order. Relay my command for the Darkfang team to mobilize to Jumping Horse Alley and uncover the truth. Remember, we must see the living or the dead. Chapter 94. Stirring the Tiger, the prince's heart in turmoil in the eastern part of the city. Jumping Horse Alley is an unremarkable lane inhabited by small vendors and artisans. Beneath the night sky, the lights of every household have long dimmed, save for a solitary, dilapidated lantern at the alley's entrance, flickering weakly in the cold wind, casting a dim glow upon the path. The A3 courtyard, a bait intentionally abandoned by Gu Changge, now stands silently in the darkness, like a monstrous beast waiting to ensnare its prey, its silent maw wide open. A dozen shadows, ghost-like, appeared noiselessly atop the rooftops at either end of the alley. Agile and synchronized in their movements, they descended soundlessly, clearly seasoned operatives. The leader signaled, and the group dispersed, encircling the courtyard from various angles. This was Zhao Yu's most elite and clandestine private force, the Darkfang. The captain scrutinized the scene for a moment. The courtyard was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any activity, save for a few rooms that faintly emanated light. Everything aligned with the intelligence report indicating a laxly guarded secret stronghold. A cold smile crept across his lips as he signaled once more. Action. A multitude of dark figures, akin to arrows released from their bowstrings, surged from all directions towards the courtyard. However, just as their toes grazed the courtyard wall, an unforeseen transformation occurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of preloaded crossbows unleashed a cacophony of death from the shadowy recesses of the courtyard. The torrential downpour of arrows wove an impenetrable net of demise, instantly enveloping the dark figures. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of arrows piercing flesh resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. The foremost members of the Dark-Tooth faction barely had time to emit a scream before being pierced like hedgehogs, plummeting from the air. This is dire. It's an ambush. Retreat. The captain, his heart in turmoil, realized too late that he had blundered into a meticulously crafted trap. He bellowed frantically, attempting to orchestrate a withdrawal. Yet, it was already too late. The Divine Strategy Army had no intention of letting them escape. A voice, cold and laced with mockery, echoed from the courtyard wall. At some point, Xiao Changfeng's imposing figure had materialized atop the wall like an iron tower. In his hand, he wielded a substantial long knife, its blade glinting ominously in the faint moonlight. As his words fell, The previously dark ends of the alley suddenly ignited with dozens of torches. Beneath the flickering flames stood rows of heavily armored soldiers of the Divine Strategy Army, brandishing long spears, forming an unyielding barricade that rendered the alley impassable. Not a single one shall escape. Xiao Chongfeng's long knife pointed ominously towards the remaining members of the Dark Tooth faction, issuing a chilling command. Thus commenced a brief yet fierce slaughter. Though the members of the Dark Tooth were all skilled fighters, their individual prowess paled in comparison to the battle-hardened formations of the Divine Strategy Army. Spears rose like a forest, and the glint of blades resembled falling snow. The screams, the clash of weapons, and the sound of shattering bones intertwined within the narrow alley, composing a grim symphony of death. Within less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the battle concluded. The captain of the Dark Tooth, drenched in blood, was held firmly to the ground by two soldiers of the Divine Strategy Army. He was the sole survivor, deliberately spared by Xiao Chongfeng. Xiao Chongfeng approached him with measured steps, crouching down to toss a cold object before him. It was a token, forged from pure copper, engraved with a subtle insignia belonging to the fourth prince's residence. Return and inform your master. Xiao Chongfeng's voice was as chilling as the frigid winds of midwinter. Next time, send someone more capable. This number is hardly sufficient to satisfy my brothers of the Divine Strategy Army. With that, he waved his hand. Let him go. The captain, as if granted a reprieve, cast a terrified glance at Xiao Chongfeng and then at the token on the ground, scrambling away into the depths of the alley. Simultaneously, within the imperial palace, Emperor Tianqi reclined upon his dragon throne, listening to the concerns of Crown Prince Zhao Chun. Father, I have heard that the talented scholar Li Jingrue from southern Chu possesses formidable martial skills and employs unusual tactics. With the spring festival approaching, I fear there may be those who would pose a threat to your safety. I implore you to exercise heightened vigilance. Zhao Qin's tone was imbued with genuine concern. The Emperor of the Apocalypse, eyes closed, lightly tapped the edge of his bed with his fingers. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Understood. Convey my decree to summon the fourth prince to the palace. Soon, the fourth prince, Zhao Yu, was brought into the emperor's quarters. Your son pays respects to Father Emperor. Rise. The emperor's voice revealed no hint of emotion. I have heard that you have been quite close to the southern Chu delegation recently. Zhao Yu's heart sank, and he immediately knelt. In response to Father Emperor, I merely extended the courtesy of a host and engaged them in discussions of poetry and literature, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Poetry and literature? The emperor's eyes snapped open, a sharp glint directed at Zhao Yu. How is it that I have heard they are more adept at the art of killing? A cold sweat instantly beaded on Zhao Yu's forehead. Father Emperor, I was entirely unaware. Ignorance is preferable. The emperor's tone softened slightly, yet his authority intensified. The lessons learned from your elder brothers are evident. You are a clever child. You ought to discern what is permissible and what is not. To remain within bounds is the path of a ruler. You may leave. This son takes his leave. Zhao Yu stumbled out of the palace, his back drenched in cold sweat. However, upon returning to his residence and barely catching his breath, he was met by the captain of the Dark Tooth team, who collapsed before him in a flurry. Your Highness, we have fallen into a trap. My brothers are all lost. Zhao Yu's mind buzzed, blank with shock, as the token bearing the emblem of his residence was presented to him. An icy dread surged from his soles to the crown of his head. It's over. Changge knows everything, from the Emperor's admonishments to the annihilation of the Dark Tooth, and now this blatant warning token. Everything felt like an invisible net, ensnaring him completely. There was no retreat left for him. If he did not gamble everything during the sacrificial ceremony to obliterate Changge and the Crown Prince's faction, a reckoning of thunderous proportions awaited him. Zhao Yu let out a suppressed, beast-like growl. The last remnants of his reason were consumed by madness. He swept everything off the table, seized a pen, and with blood-red cinnabar, inscribed a top-secret order on a piece of paper. Once completed, he carefully sealed it within a specially crafted wax capsule and entrusted it to his most loyal assassin. Deliver this to the intended recipient with utmost haste, at any cost. Yes, the assassin's figure swiftly vanished into the night. Zhao Yu slumped into his chair, gasping for breath, his eyes reflecting a madness that sought mutual destruction. Chapter 95. The ceremony approaches. Underlying currents converge. The morning mist had yet to dissipate. The spring sacrificial ceremony arrived as scheduled. The entire capital was enveloped in an atmosphere of solemnity and impending danger. The Grand Avenue of Zhuke. leading directly from the main gate of the imperial city to the Temple of Heaven, has long been under the strict surveillance of the Imperial Guard. With sentinels stationed every 3 steps and watchmen every 5, the air is thick with an atmosphere of martial solemnity, almost as if it has solidified. As dawn breaks, the first light filters through the window, illuminating Changge in his resplendent purple and gold ceremonial robe, a symbol of unparalleled honor befitting a general of the realm. The Chilan insignia embroidered upon his robe glimmers in the candlelight, seemingly animated, with every strand of hair and scale distinctly visible, emanating a majestic aura that commands reverence. This insignia serves not merely as ornamentation, but as a profound emblem of Changge's standing and authority within the court. It complements his strikingly handsome visage, rendering him even more imposing and dignified, exuding an innate power without the need for anger. As Changge stands before the mirror, adjusting his ceremonial attire, his movements are both graceful and composed, with every detail meticulously attended to. As the commander of the guards for the upcoming heavenly sacrifice, he is acutely aware of the weight of his responsibilities. Even the slightest oversight could lead to dire consequences. Upon stepping outside his residence, he finds the carriage of Duke Changge awaiting him at the entrance. The seasoned general, who has spent a lifetime on the battlefield, today dons the heavy ceremonial robe that signifies his noble title, a garment not worn in many a day. Although the robe's color has faded, its craftsmanship and quality remain evident. Seated within the carriage, Changge's aged yet sharp gaze pierces through the window, locking onto Changge as he approaches. As Changge arrives at the carriage, Changge lifts the curtain, and their eyes meet. Without unnecessary words, Changge simply inquires, "Is everything arranged?" His voice, though low, carries an undeniable authority. Changge nods slightly, responding calmly, "Everything is in place." His tone is resolute and confident, leaving no room for doubt regarding his preparations. Changge nods again, then asks, "What shall I do?" Changge ponders for a moment before replying, "Secure the perimeter. Ensure not a single fly enters the Temple of Heaven." His words are succinct, yet reveal a profound seriousness regarding the task at hand. Changge nods once more, affirming, "Understood." He then lowers the curtain, signaling the coachman to proceed. In this exchange of a question and 3 replies, all strategic arrangements have been decisively established. Between the two, words are unnecessary. A mere glance suffices for mutual understanding. The carriage rumbles onward toward the imperial city. Upon the altar of the Temple of Heaven, the white marble platform glistens with a cool sheen in the morning light. Changge strides across the altar, his gaze sweeping over every corner, meticulously inspecting each detail of the defenses in place. The elite crossbowmen of the Shunsu army lie in ambush at concealed vantage points, while the heavily armored soldiers of the Xian Tai Guard stand like silent statues, safeguarding every critical access to the altar. He has orchestrated a meticulous plan, ingeniously laying out a flawless net around the Temple of Heaven. Every corner is under his vigilant scrutiny, every passage sealed, awaiting the moment when a cornered serpent might unwittingly ensnare itself in his trap. After completing his inspection of the Temple of Heaven, he glanced at the time. Only an hour remained until the auspicious moment. Logically, he should have proceeded to the official residence to attend to various matters, yet he chose otherwise, returning to his abode without hesitation. Upon entering the study, he was greeted by the long-awaited Knight Nishang. Her expression was unusually grave, as if she bore significant news to convey. "Your Majesty," Knight Nishang spoke softly, presenting a wax-sealed letter with utmost reverence. Changge accepted the wax cylinder, delicately slicing through it with his nail. The seal broke open obediently. With great care, he extracted the crimson-inscribed secret letter within, unfolding it to reveal the very missive he had intentionally allowed to escape, a desperate transmission from the captain of the Dark Tooth Squad, containing Zhao Yu's highest-level secret decree. It turned out that the spies of Tianlu had intercepted this letter en route, swiftly substituting it with a forged missive before delivering it to the intended destination. A subtle smile graced Changge's lips as he unfolded the letter, rapidly scanning its contents with practiced ease. The letter confirmed all his previous conjectures. Zhao Yu indeed plotted to have the assassin Li Jingrui from Nanchu strike during the heavenly sacrifice ceremony to assassinate the emperor. However, the latter part of the letter unveiled a scheme even more insidious than Changge had anticipated. The breaking army was an ancient weapon of malevolence, its malevolent energy merging with the divine water of Tianyi, transforming into an invisible poison. At the moment when the three swords resonated together, the toxic gas would disperse along with the sword chi, colorless and odorless, rendering it undetectable. The emperor and the crown prince, positioned at the altar's center, would inevitably succumb to the peculiar poison, perishing on the spot. Changge possessed a unique antidote, ensuring his own safety. What a wicked plan. The assassination was merely a fade. The true lethal strike lay in this silent, deadly toxin. Should both the emperor and crown prince fall simultaneously, Zhao Yu could easily exploit his immunity to poison, accusing Changge and Qin Ruoxiang of using the divine swords Jinghong and Tulong to poison, seeking to usurp the throne. In the ensuing chaos, he could maneuver through the turmoil, invoking the pretext of purging the court, thereby justifiably commanding the Wolf Guard army and seizing control of the situation. This maneuver was indeed a masterstroke, ruthlessly calculated. What a cunning fourth prince! A flicker of true murderous intent flashed in Changge's eyes. He held the letter to the candlelight, watching it transform into a wisp of blue smoke, dissipating into the air. Your Majesty, should we report this matter to His Majesty immediately? Knight Nishang inquired. No need, Changge replied, shaking his head, his voice chillingly calm. Informing him now would only instill panic and disrupt our plans. This play must continue as scheduled, and it must be performed with even greater authenticity. He approached the bronze mirror, adjusting the majestic purple-gold robe that symbolized supreme authority, ensuring every detail was meticulously perfect. The mirror reflected a youth with a stern countenance and eyes as deep as an abyss. His still youthful visage, combined with those eyes that seemed to peer through the annals of time, formed a peculiar yet harmonious unity. This was indeed his appearance at 17. The auspicious moment had arrived. Changge slowly sheathed the Jinghong sword at his waist. The cold sensation of the sword hilt quelled the last ripple of emotion within him. He pushed open the gates of the manor and, facing the not-so-warm morning sun of early spring, slowly made his way towards the Temple of Heaven, where the fate of the world would be decided. In the distance, the chimes of the imperial city echoed softly. A grand spectacle, meticulously prepared, was finally about to commence. Chapter 96. The Temple of Heaven Ceremony, the Resonance of Three Swords. The auspicious moment had arrived. 3 distant and lingering tolls of a bell emanated from the bell tower along the central axis of the imperial city, piercing through the morning mist and resounding throughout the solemn capital. The grand spring sacrificial ceremony to heaven had officially begun. Atop the Temple of Heaven, the circular altar, adorned with 3 tiers of white marble railings, resembled a sacred island connecting with the heavens. Thousands of imperial guards, clad in heavy armor and wielding long spears, stood like silent statues, guarding the altar with unwavering vigilance. The air was thick with the fragrance of cypress and the solemnity of incense, creating an atmosphere almost stifling in its intensity. Emperor Tianqi was resplendent in a magnificent 12-patterned robe, a garment reserved solely for the sovereign. Intricately embroidered with images of the sun, moon, stars, and mythical creatures, symbolizing the emperor's supreme authority. Upon his head rested the crown of heaven, adorned with 12 jade tassels that swayed gently with his measured steps, producing a crisp sound. These jade tassels, like a curtain of pearls, obscured his slightly pallid face, making it difficult to discern his true visage. With the assistance of 2 eunuchs, Emperor Tianqi advanced slowly, each step taken with remarkable steadiness, as if each footfall bore the weight and dignity of the entire great Xia dynasty. Though his pace was deliberate, it exuded a sense of strength, as if he intended to tread upon the world itself. Following closely behind the emperor was the newly appointed crown prince Zhao Chun. His attire, while slightly less opulent, was a 9-patterned robe, equally dignified and splendid. However, in contrast to the emperor's composure, Zhao Chun appeared somewhat apprehensive. Despite his youthful countenance striving to maintain an air of solemnity, the slight tremor of his fingers betrayed his inner tension and excitement. After all, this was his inaugural participation in such a significant sacrificial ceremony as the crown prince. Beneath the altar, civil and military officials were arranged in accordance with their ranks, creating a dark, silent tide. They donned their respective official garments, some resplendent, others modest, some serious, and others imposing. Though numerous, the officials maintained an utter silence, contributing to the atmosphere of profound solemnity. At the forefront of the military ranks stood a man clad in a brand-new general's robe of purple and gold. Known as the guardian of the nation, Changge, A seemingly unadorned yet ancient sword, the Jinghong, hung at his waist, its hilt embedded with a ruby that glimmered faintly in the sunlight. Changge stood tall and straight, his expression indifferent, eyes slightly lowered as if in silent meditation, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding world. Nevertheless, his towering stature and commanding presence rendered him impossible to overlook. However, his formidable spiritual perception enveloped the entire altar like an invisible net, capturing every unusual movement in the air. He could distinctly sense that beneath this profound solemnity lay several faint, yet ominous auras brimming with murderous intent. These emanations originated from various sources, some from the seating of the Southern Chu delegation, others from certain duplicitous officials. But the most intense and frenzied came from the fourth Prince Zhao Yu among the royal entourage. A barely perceptible smirk curled at the corners of Changge's lips. Excellent. Everyone is present. The ceremonial proceedings were intricate yet sacred. From the high priest igniting the sacrificial incense and reciting prayers, to the Emperor of Revelation personally offering the 3 sacrificial animals and silks to appease the heavens and ancestors, everything unfolded in an orderly fashion. Time flowed slowly, almost as if it were frozen in rhythm. At last, the sun reached its zenith, its rays piercing through the clouds, illuminating the white jade altar and casting a sanctified glow upon it. The ceremony had now reached its most critical juncture. In a voice that was both aged and penetrating, the high priest proclaimed, "To appease the ancestors, the divine weapon shall stabilize the nation. Please, summon the divine weapon of the realm." Under the gaze of all, Changge moved. He lifted his gaze and calmly stepped forward, ascending the steps to the center of the altar. On the opposite side, the Duke of Stabilization, Qin solemnly presented the dragon-slaying sword, encased in a golden scabbard, to his granddaughter, Qin Rushuang. "Go forth." The old general's voice resonated with authority. Dressed in a striking red ensemble amidst the predominantly black and gold ceremony, Qin Rushuang resembled a blazing flame. She accepted the dragon-slaying sword with unwavering determination, standing shoulder to shoulder with Changge as they ascended the altar together. 2 youthful figures, wielding unparalleled divine weapons, seemed to symbolize the might and power of the new generation of the Great Xia dynasty, drawing the attention of the crowd. "Summon the royal divine weapon, the breaking army." The high priest's voice rang out once more. This time, all eyes, like sharpened blades, converged upon the fourth Prince Zhao Yu in the royal ranks. Zhao Yu's complexion paled slightly, yet he feigned composure. He could feel countless gazes scorching his back. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down, accepting the ancient-looking sword box from his attendant and stepping forward. Each of his steps felt unusually heavy, as if he were not treading upon solid white jade, but rather traversing a treacherous path leading to hell's fiery depths. When he stood before Changge and Qin Rushuang, the distance between him and Changge was less than 3 feet. He could clearly see Changge's face, tranquil and devoid of any ripples, and gaze into his eyes, deep and unfathomable like an ancient well. In those eyes, he found neither disdain nor anger, not even a hint of murderous intent. Instead, there lay a pure, indifferent calmness, as if gazing upon a mere stone or a speck of dust. This indifference pierced Zhao Yu's heart with a more profound fury than any insult could muster. Suppressing the tumultuous waves of murderous intent within, he opened the sword box, revealing the slender, dark red blade of the breaking army sword. A fierce and malevolent aura suddenly enveloped the surroundings, causing the very air to seem to diminish in vibrancy. For the first time in centuries, 3 divine swords converged simultaneously upon the altar of heaven. The sacred weapons had returned to their rightful place. With a commanding shout that seemed to exhaust his every ounce of strength, the high priest called forth the moment. Changge, Qin Rushuang, and Zhao Yu raised their hands in unison, gently inserting the 3 divine swords into the ancient grooves at the heart of the altar. Clang, clang, clang. 3 crisp sounds of sheathing resonated in perfect harmony. At the instant when the sword hilts aligned flawlessly with the grooves, a resonant hum erupted from the altar's center, echoing as if it belonged to an epoch beyond time itself. This sound, though not thunderous, reverberated deep within the souls of all present. The entire altar trembled violently, yet silently beneath this sword's cry. Beneath the altar, the less adept scholars felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, their blood surging, rendering them nearly unable to stand. Meanwhile, the seasoned martial generals, their expressions shifting drastically, gazed in horror at the altar's center. They witnessed the three divine swords, freshly sheathed, erupting with three dazzling beams of light from their hilts. One beam of azure light surged forth like a celestial dragon ascending from the sea. Another beam of golden radiance shone like the blazing sun, illuminating the four corners. The last beam, drenched in sanguine malevolence, surged forth like a vengeful spirit from the abyss. These three pillars of light shot skyward, intertwining above the altar, stirring the very heavens into a tempestuous upheaval. Chapter 97. A Celestial Omen. The Wolf King emerges. The ancient cry of the sword seemed to issue a decree. The heavens transformed. The previously clear and cloudless sky, at the moment the three beams ascended, was engulfed at an astonishing pace by an endless tide of dark clouds. The clouds surged forth like a disturbed swarm of bees, their rapid approach leaving onlookers in awe. They stacked and rolled over one another, resembling a cauldron of boiling ink, completely shrouding the expanse above the altar. The once bright daylight was instantly consumed by darkness beneath this ominous cover, as if time itself had come to an abrupt halt. Thunder rumbled with a cataclysmic roar, akin to the wrath of the universe, reverberating in the ears of the assembled. A silver lightning bolt, as thick as a child's arm, writhed like a furious dragon within the dense clouds, violently tearing through to create a terrifying gash. The brilliance of the lightning was so blinding that, after a brief moment of blindness, a dazzling white still lingered before the eyes of the spectators. Following the lightning came a deafening clap of thunder. The sound was reminiscent of galloping hooves and the clash of armies, nearly shattering eardrums with its ferocity. At that moment, a tempestuous wind arose without warning, akin to a ferocious beast leaping from the earth. It howled and roared, sweeping forth with a force that seemed capable of uprooting mountains. Upon the altar, thousands of flags, initially arranged in neat formation for ceremonial purposes, were whipped into a frenzy by the wind, their sounds echoing like the mournful wails of countless spirits. The eerie resonance filled the vastness of the altar, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. On the altar, the incense dedicated to the heavens burned serenely. Yet at this moment, it was abruptly severed by a tempest, akin to a startled butterfly caught in a gust. The ash danced through the air like snowflakes, infusing this originally solemn scene with an eerie ambience. Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor! The voice of the commander of the Imperial Guards pierced through the chaos. His frantic cries filled with dread. Countless soldiers responded to his call, raising their shields to swiftly form a formidable barrier, encircling the altar and using their bodies to withstand the sudden wrath of nature. Beneath the altar, the officials, both civil and military, were already rendered speechless by this unfathomable spectacle. Never had they witnessed such a terrifying celestial phenomenon. This was no mere sacrifice. It was evidently a provocation of the divine, invoking divine retribution. This was a heavenly punishment. What had transpired in our great Xia to invoke such wrath from the heavens? Panic spread like a plague, with many of the timid officials collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, mumbling incoherent prayers. Amidst this turmoil and fear, the celestial anomaly escalated once more. From the depths of the roiling dark clouds, an immense silhouette gradually emerged. It was a door, a colossal portal forged from bronze, towering 100 feet high, seemingly bridging the heavens and the earth. Countless ancient and enigmatic runes adorned the door, emanating an overwhelming pressure that sent shivers through the souls of all present. It was as if an ancient deity loomed behind the door, coldly observing the insignificant ants below. The legend of the ancestral treasure unfolded before all in the most astonishing and breathtaking manner. Upon the altar, Qin Ruoshang's face had already turned pale. The energy within her was being frantically siphoned by the dragon-slaying sword, leaving her nearly unable to stand. Only Gu Changge remained steadfast, like a resolute nail driven into the ground. He lifted his gaze towards the illusory bronze door in the sky, his eyes shimmering with an unfathomable fervor. In his past life, he had only encountered scattered references to this door in ancient texts. In this life, he finally bore witness to the legendary miracle. However, his focus quickly returned to his immediate surroundings, for he understood that the true spectacle lay not above, but below among mortals. The tremendous force generated by the resonance of the three swords churned like an invisible whirlpool at the center of the altar. Yet, the epicenter of this vortex was not he and Qin Ruoshang, but rather the fourth prince, Zhao Yu. The Jinghong and dragon-slaying swords were righteous weapons, powerful yet just. In contrast, the breaking army sword was an ancient, malevolent blade, its strength imbued with ferocity and a corrosive essence. In that fleeting moment, the three forces achieved a delicate equilibrium through their resonance, yet this balance was merely superficial. In truth, a greater force surged forth like a tidal wave, descending upon the weakest and most sinister breaking army sword and its wielder. Suddenly, a low, suppressed groan escaped Zhao Yu's throat. He distinctly felt a searing and tumultuous force surging through his arm, wild as a runaway stallion, ruthlessly invading his limbs and bones. This power was exceptionally intricate. It embodied the sharpness of the sword of the phoenix, intertwined with the weight of the dragon-slaying sword, and was further infused with the unique malevolence of the breaking army sword itself. These three disparate forces collided violently within his meridians, akin to untamed steeds, seemingly intent on tearing his body apart. Zhao Yu was engulfed in terror as he desperately attempted to release his grip on the hilt of the breaking army sword, yearning to escape this terrifying vortex of power. However, to his horror, his palm felt as if it were firmly welded to the sword's hilt. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not break free. No. Zhao Yu unleashed a frenzied roar deep within, his voice saturated with despair and dread. The wolf guard's bloodline power within him was completely ignited by this external force, spiraling out of control in a frenzied attempt to resist the invasion. Two forces clashed violently within his body, engaging in a brutal battle. The consequence of this clash was a sharp rip, a crisp sound of fabric tearing, rendered insignificant amidst the howling winds and rumbling thunder. Yet, this sound struck like a bolt of lightning, fiercely impacting the heart of the Emperor of the Apocalypse, who stood closest. He beheld, with astonishment, that upon Zhao Yu's left shoulder, the resplendent royal attire was being torn to shreds by an explosive force emanating from within. The fragments of cloth fluttered like butterflies, revealing the smooth skin beneath. On that skin lay a grotesque birthmark, resembling a searing brand, forever etched into the memory of the Emperor of the Apocalypse, the Wolf Fong birthmark. Under the chaotic flashes of lightning, the mark appeared strikingly vivid, even manifesting a strange dark red hue due to the surge of blood and energy. In the Emperor's pupils, which contracted sharply from sheer shock, a vague shadow of a gray wolf materialized above the birthmark, howling silently at the massive bronze doors of the sky. At that moment, time seemed to come to a complete standstill. The Emperor's gaze was fixated on that birthmark, and the color drained from his face at a visibly alarming rate. This was not mere shock, it was despair. Chapter 98. The Dragon's Fury, Blood Stains the Crown Garb. That wolf Fong birthmark pierced through the Emperor's gaze like a burning poison needle, embedding itself deep within his heart. Time appeared to freeze, stretching infinitely. A buzzing filled the Emperor's mind, followed by an overwhelming void, as if the entire world had come to a halt at that instant. His thoughts raced wildly, akin to a runaway stallion, instantly transporting him back to that stormy night over 20 years ago. At that time, he led his elite guards valiantly, charging into the palace occupied by the remnants of the fallen dynasty like a tempest. Inside the palace, the flickering candlelight cast a chaotic scene. Amidst the turmoil, his most beloved concubine, a woman heavy with child, stood before him. Her beauty had once rendered him utterly captivated, but at this moment, her visage was contorted by hatred. She pointed to her prominently swollen abdomen and, with a voice laden with venom, cursed him. "My child shall bear the mark of the celestial wolf, born upon the dragon's throne of your Zhao clan. He will gnaw at your flesh and blood like a ravenous wolf, toppling your realm, avenging my Murong family." That curse echoed like a demonic whisper in the ears of the Emperor of Apocalypse, lingering long after. He had always dismissed it as the ramblings of a madwoman in her final moments, unworthy of belief. Yet, when he beheld the wolf-toothed birthmark with his own eyes, a tide of memories surged within him, compelling him to confront that dreadful prophecy. He had long believed that the nameless infant he had secretly executed at birth, devoid of any mark, had eradicated that wicked curse. However, reality now ruthlessly shattered all his illusions and hopes. Before him stood the child he had watched grow, the one whose brilliance had once endeared him, the son he had named you, wishing for him to possess the warmth of exquisite jade, now bearing the very mark that symbolized endless shame and betrayal. This sudden revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue, crashing upon his heart with devastating force. An indescribable chill surged through him, as if the most malevolent cold wave erupted from the soles of his feet, crashing violently against his crown. Everywhere this chill passed, his blood seemed to freeze in an instant, rendering him rigid. The curse that had haunted him was, in fact, true. His once proud royal lineage had been sullied. The child he had painstakingly nurtured for 17 years was not his own, but a wolf lurking beside him, poised to strike. All the fatherly affection, the tender inquiries, the brotherly camaraderie built over these years became laughable and absurd in that moment. They resembled a colossal, naked joke, mercilessly mocking his foolishness and naivety. A low, hoarse sound escaped from the depths of the emperor's throat, akin to an old bellows struggling to draw breath. He desperately sought to inhale, but found his chest crushed beneath a boulder of unfathomable weight, denying him even a whisper of air. His already pale face now took on a disquieting shade of bluish-purple, a reflection of extreme oxygen deprivation and uncontrollable rage. His lips parted slightly, revealing a tongue that had long since lost its color, while his once dull eyes were now bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Zhao Yu as if he wished to consume him whole. In those eyes, the sovereign's majesty had utterly vanished, replaced solely by the primal and unadulterated fury born of betrayal from those closest to him. He yearned to roar, to bellow, to unleash every ounce of his strength in cursing the wretched being who inflicted such torment upon him. He wished to immediately decree the most severe punishment for Zhao Yu, subjecting him to excruciating suffering. Yet, the pent-up frustration within his chest burned like a heated iron, searing his innards and bringing waves of excruciating pain. Finally, under the torment's relentless assault, the Emperor of Tianqi could no longer endure. He opened his mouth wide and spewed forth a stream of dark blood laced with crimson. With a violent and heart-wrenching cough, the Emperor could no longer suppress the surge of his turbulent blood. He gasped, and a torrent of scalding blood shot forth like an arrow, staining the brilliant yellow robe that symbolized his imperial authority with a shocking crimson hue. "Father!" The crown prince Zhao Chun, standing beside him, let out a terrified shriek. He was utterly paralyzed by the sudden turn of events, rushing forward without a second thought to steady the emperor's faltering form. "Your Majesty, your sovereign." The previously serene and solemn atmosphere beneath the altar was instantly shattered, erupting into gasps and murmurs from the crowd. The emperor's public display of bloodshed was an unprecedented calamity. This not only threatened the emperor's health, but could also destabilize the nation's very future. The court physicians and eunuchs, closest to the scene, were left in a state of utter shock, scrambling up to the altar in a frantic attempt to assess the emperor's condition. In an instant, chaos erupted upon the altar, with cries and screams intertwining, rendering any coherent speech impossible. "Quick! Summon the imperial physician," someone shouted, their voice filled with dread and urgency. "Protect His Majesty! Protect His Majesty!" The soldiers of the Imperial Guard, recognizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly sprang into action, encircling the emperor to form a tight protective barrier. Yet, their hearts brimmed with unease and confusion, as they remained oblivious to the true nature of the calamity, helplessly witnessing their emperor collapse before their eyes, bloodied. The grand ceremony of worship had spiraled completely out of control. What was once a solemn and dignified ritual to beseech blessings from the heavens had devolved into a farcical scene filled with shouts, screams, and hurried footsteps. The pervasive panic spread like a contagion, engulfing the entire gathering in chaos. Amidst this overwhelming turmoil, the architect of this discord, the fourth Prince Zhao Yu, after an initial moment of shock, revealed a flicker of exultation in his eyes. He appeared to have anticipated this pandemonium, even relishing in it. He witnessed the despair in the emperor's gaze, the terror among the officials, and the unrest among the guards. Chaos. This was the very chaos he had longed for. Chapter 99. A cornered beast struggles, the dagger revealed. Chaos. This is a chaos that defies verbal description, spreading like a plague over the solemn temple of heaven. The originally dignified atmosphere has been utterly shattered, replaced by sheer panic and disorder. The emperor, bloodied and in peril, faces a calamity that feels as if the very heavens are collapsing for the dynasty. The crown prince, Zhao Chun, clutches the coughing emperor Tianqi tightly, his pallid complexion resembling parchment, his mind in utter disarray as he incoherently calls for the royal physician. The court doctors and eunuchs form a frantic circle, hurriedly administering needles and medicine, yet nothing can stem the emperor's injuries caused by his heart's rupture. The emperor's body trembles incessantly, his breaths growing fainter, as if he might draw his last breath at any moment. The civil and military officials beneath the altar are gripped by terror, exchanging anxious glances and hushed whispers, as the once formidable ranks dissolve into chaos. A cacophony of murmurs rises and falls, blending into a tumultuous clamor. Some speculate about the emperor's ailment. Others fret over the dynasty's future, while a few privately rejoice at not being on the altar. Although the imperial guards strive to maintain order, their eyes betray confusion and dread. They are at a loss on how to handle such a situation, mechanically brandishing their spears in a futile attempt to quell the unrest. Yet, their efforts seem utterly powerless, as the turmoil swiftly spirals beyond their control. Amidst this chaotic scene, no one notices the true architect of this upheaval. The fourth Prince Zhao Yu, slowly and resolutely rising from the ground. His movements appear labored, his body trembling slightly, yet his gaze is remarkably sharp, scrutinizing everything around him. He raises a hand to gently wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Zhao Yu surveys the chaos that he has incited, his eyes ablaze, as if he intends to consume it all in flames. He inhales deeply, savoring what he perceives to be the sweetest fragrance of existence. He understands that this is his singular opportunity in life. He must seize it and allow this turmoil to ignite like a raging fire. A sudden, maniacal laughter erupts, sharp and frenzied, akin to the screech of a night owl. This laughter pierces through the din, causing everyone present to recoil in shock. People turn in astonishment, instinctively seeking the source of this unsettling sound. There stands the fourth Prince Zhao Yu, garments tattered and hair disheveled, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. He spreads his arms wide, laughing maniacally towards the heavens, his mirth steeped in boundless resentment and delight. Indeed, he suddenly bows his head, his crimson gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, sweeping over everyone present. I am the remnant of the fallen dynasty. I am the young master of the Wolf Guards, burdened with deep-seated enmity. And so what? His voice, once characterized by elegance and gentility, had morphed into a harsh, shrill sound, imbued with fervent agitation. Do you presume that I desired to be born upon the dragon bed of the Zhao family? Do you think I wished to languish for 17 years, burdened by the identity of the son of my enemy? His finger pointed accusingly at the lifeless figure of the Emperor Tianqi, sprawled upon the dragon throne. His countenance a mask of derision and mockery. His voice reverberated through the somber palace, laden with boundless hatred and fury. In a thunderous outburst, he demanded, "Inquire of him. Ask this self-proclaimed, exalted sovereign. 20 years ago, how did he betray his own, employing treachery to orchestrate the demise of my mother? How did he coldly plot to drown me, an infant, in the frigid waters? Were it not for my fortuitous fate, I would have long since become a vengeful spirit in those depths." These words struck like a bolt from the blue, causing a stir among the assembled ministers, who stood aghast, exchanging bewildered glances, evidently oblivious to this sudden revelation of royal secrets. Zhao Yu's emotions intensified, his voice rising to a crescendo, seemingly striving to pierce the very heavens. All that I have done has been for vengeance, to reclaim all that rightfully belongs to the Morong clan. What sin have I committed? His words were like a keen blade, piercing the hearts of those present, leaving them defenseless against his claims. In that moment, Zhao Yu transformed into a tragic hero, battling for justice. He artfully reframed his schemes and betrayals as a grand act of retribution. The audience, ensnared in their ignorance, could only listen in stunned silence to his narrative. Abruptly, he turned, his venomous gaze fixated upon the solitary figure that had merely observed his performance throughout. "Gu Changge, it is you." Zhao Yu's finger pointed accusatorily at Gu Changge, the venom in his voice palpable, as he lamented that everything should have proceeded flawlessly. "Your emergence has disrupted all my plans. It is you who has driven me to this desperate juncture." He railed against her, as if she were the true architect of his misfortune. "You have destabilized the crown prince. You have thrown the court into disarray. You have forced my hand. Gu Changge, you are the root of all turmoil. You, the treasonous minister aspiring to wield power." He deftly directed the collective sentiments and conflicts of the assembly towards Gu Changge. Under the weight of his incendiary accusations, many officials, already harboring jealousy towards Gu Changge, began to betray signs of doubt and vulnerability. As Zhao Yu stirred the atmosphere to its most chaotic peak, a flicker of resolute malice glimmered in his wild eyes. Now is the moment. His confessions, his accusations, were merely a ruse to secure that fleeting instant for his impending actions. I will slay you, traitor. For the sake of the emperor, I shall cleanse the court. Zhao Yu unleashed a thunderous roar, his presence surging to an apex of intensity. He no longer harbored any reservations, transforming into a crimson shadow. And with a speed that was utterly beyond his usual demeanor, he abruptly turned, advancing rather than retreating, and charged directly towards the center of the altar. His target was neither Changge nor the Emperor of Revelation. It was the ominous breaking army sword, still embedded in the altar's recess, humming and exuding an endless malevolence. He aimed to unsheathe that venomous weapon of destruction. He intended to drag everyone present on the altar into the abyss with that silent, infinite sword chi. He sought to use the lives of Changge and the new crown prince as his own funeral offerings. As the plot unfolded, the dagger was revealed. In that moment when Zhao Yu lunged toward the breaking army, sword like a streak of crimson lightning, time seemed to freeze. The entire temple of heaven appeared to be pressed by an invisible giant hand, slowing everything to an extraordinary crawl. The Emperor of Revelation, whose eyes had become murky from coughing blood, were now filled with boundless terror and resentment. He widened his gaze, fixated on Zhao Yu, as if attempting to pin him in place with his stare. Yet, Zhao Yu's speed was simply too swift, too rapid for even the emperor to impede. Standing to the side, Crown Prince Zhao Chun watched helplessly as this scene unfolded. His body trembled involuntarily, yearning to intervene and stop Zhao Yu. Yet his feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, utterly immobile. A profound fear enveloped him, stripping him of the ability to act. On the altar, Qin Rushuang stood wide-eyed, her expression a tableau of disbelief. Her hand rested on the hilt of the dragon-slaying sword. With a slight exertion, she could draw the treasured blade. However, the distance between Zhao Yu and the breaking army sword was alarmingly close. Even if she were to draw her sword now, it would be too late. The civil and military officials below the altar were utterly petrified by this sudden turn of events. They screamed in terror, instinctively retreating, desperate to distance themselves from this horrifying tableau. Some, overwhelmed by fear, stumbled and fell, creating chaos. The entire scene was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, where screams and silence intertwined, forming a chilling pandemonium. Yet amidst this turmoil, one person remained remarkably composed, Changge. He stood there, as still as a statue, indifferent to the upheaval surrounding him. The monumental upheaval that could topple a dynasty seemed to him merely a tedious performance, entirely unrelated to his own existence. His gaze fell upon Zhao Yu, observing the madness twisting his features, the veins in his arms straining from exertion. As he drew ever closer to the hilt of the breaking army sword, 3 feet, 2 feet, 1 foot, almost within reach. In Zhao Yu's eyes, a sickly, triumphant ecstasy erupted. However, just as his fingertips were about to graze the cold hilt, Changge finally made his move. Unexpectedly, he did not draw his sword to confront or leap to intercept, as everyone had anticipated. He gently raised his right hand, a motion neither hasty nor swift, but rather imbued with a leisurely grace. His hand seemed not to be responding to a life-and-death crisis, but merely brushing away a speck of dust from his sleeve. He brought his index and middle fingers together, their elongated joints pale as jade, glimmering with a subtle sheen amidst the chaotic interplay of light and shadow. At that moment, without the slightest hesitation, he casually pointed his fingers in the direction of Zhao Yu, softly uttering a single word, freeze. Though his voice was low, it resonated with an essence of profound truth and celestial authority. In an instant, an invisible and boundless force, condensed to its utmost precision, surged forth like lightning, swiftly locking onto Zhao Yu. As Zhao Yu charged forward with reckless abandon, he suddenly sensed a formidable power descending upon him. His body stiffened abruptly, as if ensnared by an unseen force. The elation that once lit up his face froze instantaneously, replaced by an expression of sheer disbelief. He felt as if an invisible mountain bore down upon him from all directions, rendering him utterly immobile. No, it was not merely a mountain. It was something far heavier and more irresistible. It was the momentum, the grand momentum of the entire universe. Zhao Yu's body halted less than half a foot from the hilt of the broken army sword, frozen mid-lunge in the air, unable to move. Not even a finger could he shift. What sorcery is this? His eyes darted wildly in terror, and the flickering flame of hope that had ignited within him was extinguished in an instant, doused by a torrent of icy despair. This scene transcended the boundaries of his comprehension, leaving everyone present in a state of utter petrification. The once tumultuous temple of heaven fell into a profound silence, as all gazes were fixed in stunned disbelief upon the fourth prince, frozen in midair like an insect encased in amber, and upon the youth who had effortlessly commanded the entire scene with a mere gesture. This was no longer mere martial prowess. It was an almost Tao-like mastery. Amidst the ghostly stares of the onlookers, Changge stepped forward slowly. Each step felt like a tread upon the hearts of those watching. He approached Zhao Yu, disregarding the terror-stricken eyes that seemed on the verge of bursting. With a gentle motion, he grasped the broken army sword, still humming ominously, which had been plunged into the altar, and began to draw it forth. As the blade left its sheath, a dense aura of bloodlust surged forth, as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing. Changge's brow furrowed slightly. He could distinctly sense a layer of colorless, odorless poison clinging to the blade, spreading outward with the sword's energy. Child's play, he murmured softly, and with a slight tremor of the hand gripping the hilt, a surge of pure imperial power surged into the sword. Buzz! The broken army sword emitted a piercing wail, the layer of heavenly poison that clung to its blade vanishing instantaneously under the overwhelming force of unparalleled inner power. After executing this act, he carelessly discarded the broken army sword to the ground, producing a sharp, resonant clang. This sound shattered the last vestige of hope within Zhao Yu. A flicker as fragile as a candle in the wind, extinguished mercilessly in that moment. Only then did Changge slowly withdraw the energy that had ensnared Zhao Yu, as if all he had just performed was nothing more than a trivial game. Bereft of the strength that had sustained him, Zhao Yu's body crumpled to the ground, as if his very backbone had been extracted, collapsing into a puddle of despair. He gasped for breath, each inhalation a strenuous battle against death itself. His gaze remained locked onto Changge, the once cunning and calculating glint in his eyes now entirely supplanted by an unadulterated, bone-deep terror. At last, he comprehended that the schemes and stratagems he had prided himself on were, in the face of Changge, merely a farcical, self-directed charade. The chasm between them was not one of intellect but of stature. It was the difference between a firefly and the full moon, a disparity akin to that of dust and the heavens. Changge looked down upon Zhao Yu, his expression as indifferent as the chill of winter snow, devoid of any fluctuation. His gaze resembled that of one observing an inconsequential ant, lacking any trace of pity or compassion. In this desolate celestial altar, Changge's voice resonated slowly, calm as the pronouncement of death itself, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. The game must come to an end.